Chapter 1. Awakening to become an overweight and unattractive supporting character. You wretched girl. You are as fat as a bloated pig. It's a miracle if anyone would want to marry you. How dare you even contemplate such a thing? Do you have any idea how many jabs I've endured over the years because of you? Don't think that pretending to be dead while lying in bed will absolve you. If you refuse to marry, just watch how I'll deal with you. Sukan lay in bed, her head pounding painfully as she listened to the vitriolic tirade echoing around her. She felt utterly miserable. She had been trapped in this body for over 2 hours, desperately trying to digest the ludicrous plot she had unwittingly entered. Who could have predicted that just last night she had been a bodyguard for a significant figure, only to be shot by a hidden assailant when the news leaked? Upon opening her eyes, she found herself transported into a historical romance novel, transformed into an overweight and unattractive supporting character. The original owner of this body was also named Su Kan and had followed her mother, Jiang Yurong, into a marriage with the Yang family. Due to her stepsister, Yang Yali, being fair-skinned and beautiful, the original owner increasingly became the target of her mother's disdain, especially with whispers circulating about her dark, plump appearance. Thus, she quickly became a thorn in her mother's side. This latest suicide attempt was prompted by Yang Yali's fiancé, Lu Zhandong, a soldier who had sustained debilitating injuries to his legs during a mission and was said to be permanently disabled. However, the Yang family had already accepted a bride price from the Lu family, which included a bicycle, a watch, and a sewing machine, totaling 400 yuan. Jiang Yurong naturally had no intention of returning this money, yet a military marriage could not be easily annulled, so she set her sights on Su Kan. She pressured her to marry the disabled Lu Zhandong. This way, not only would they avoid repaying the money, but they could also rid themselves of their unattractive and overweight daughter in one fell swoop. Recalling the events in the book, Sukan knew that the original owner had indeed survived after taking the poison, but she had refused to marry. As a consequence, her own mother, Jiang Yurong, had starved her for half a month. In her emaciated state, she was eventually sent to the Lu family, but due to the oppressive heat, she fell gravely ill and died right at the entrance of Lu Zhandong's village. The only purpose of Su Kan's existence in this tale was to serve as a testament to the selfishness and cold-heartedness of the Yang family through her untimely demise. Su Kan calculated that from this moment until the original owner's death, there were merely 2 weeks remaining. What a twist of fate! Having barely escaped death in her previous life, she now faced the grim prospect of starving or succumbing to illness once again. Was it merely a matter of marrying a disabled man? She would do it. Mother, I will marry. Su Kan forced her eyes open and spoke to the irate Jiang Yurong beside her. Jiang Yurong was taken aback, thinking she must have misheard. You insolent girl, repeat that. Mother, I am willing to take Yang Yali's place and marry Lu Zhandong. Jiang Yurong fixed her gaze on her. You'd better remember what you just said. No backing out. Having died once, I'll come to terms with it. A smile finally graced Jiang Yurong's face. You foolish girl, at long last, you've come to your senses. Rest well, and in a couple of days, I will personally escort you to the bus station. She could hardly wait to see this unattractive and overweight daughter leave her home. Were it not for Su Kan's current state of immobility, Jiang Yurong would have sent her off to the Lu family immediately. You must prepare 1,000 yuan for me. After Lu Zhandong was injured, he was sent back to his rural hometown. It would be impossible for her to marry without a single penny. 1,000 yuan? You greedy girl. Not a single cent. Jiang Yurong exploded at the mention of money. She didn't want to spend a dime on this daughter she despised. You know my size and appetite. I must buy some food before heading to their home. If I starve and run back halfway, it won't be my fault. She was no fool since Yang Yali was unwilling to marry into Lu Zhandong's village. The living conditions there could not be very good. Moreover, Lu Zhandong had previously bought many gifts for the Yang family. She absolutely could not let them benefit from her misfortune. You wretched girl. You have no idea how precious money is, do you? Our family doesn't even have 1,000 yuan. Though she claimed this, Jiang Yurong indeed had some savings. However, no matter how much money she had, she refused to spend even a penny on her overweight daughter. If you don't have it, so be it. Once I recover, I will borrow 1,000 yuan from Director Fong in our courtyard. You wretched girl, are you seeking death? They'll tell you now. If you dare approach Director Fong, they'll make you wish you were dead. If you don't give me the money, I will surely starve. But if I approach Director Fong, there may be a glimmer of hope. She was determined to extract some funds from this woman. She would not leave easily. Jiang Yurong ground her teeth in frustration. After all, it was Director Fong who had facilitated Yang Yali and Lu Zandong's engagement. If Su Can sought financial help from him, her reputation would be in tatters. Glaring at Su Can on the bed, she gritted her teeth. "They'll give you a maximum of 300 yuan. If not, forget it." 300 yuan made her feel as if she were being robbed, but if it meant getting rid of this burden while also liberating Yang Yali from her plight, it was a deal worth making. Fine, 300 it is. In truth, she had never expected to receive 1,000 yuan, given Jiang Yurong's nature. It was absolutely impossible. Su Can lay in bed for another day, and by the next day, she took the money and set out to purchase supplies, even managing to obtain some tickets from Jiang Yurong before leaving. Being in the county town, procuring supplies was relatively convenient. Su Can bought a considerable amount of food and necessities, filling 2 large boxes and an additional bundle to the brim. Jiang Yurong gaped in disbelief, but considering Su Can would not be returning, she bore it. On the 3rd day, after breakfast, Jiang Yurong and her husband took Su Can's belongings and escorted her to the bus station. The county bus traveled directly to the provincial capital, which did not lead directly to the village where Lu Zhandong resided. However, today, Jiang Yurong appeared particularly attentive, instructing Su Can to disembark at Guangming Commune and follow the mountain path for 5 minutes to reach Taohua village. Su Can had never been to Taohua village, but she figured she could ask for directions along the way. Jiang Yurong watched the long-distance bus disappear into the distance before finally releasing a long sigh of relief. Hidden in the shadows, Yang Yali approached. "Mom, that fat girl won't come back, will she?" Jiang Yurong snorted coldly, her eyes brimming with malice. "If she dares return, he'll make sure she regrets it." Yang Yali smiled as she linked her arm with her mother's. "Mom, now our family of 3 can finally live in peace. That fat pig won't even realize until her dying breath that I am your real daughter." Jiang Yurong wore a look of triumph. With her dim-witted, pig-like brain, what could she possibly understand? Aside from their family, no one knew that Su Can was not Jiang Yurong's biological daughter at all. The journey from the county town to Guangming Commune was only about 30 miles, but due to the numerous hitchhikers and the bus taking several detours through various villages, it took nearly an hour to arrive. Before disembarking, Su Can inquired with the ticket seller and discovered that the route was not as Jiang Yurong had described. To reach Lu Zandong's home in Taohua village from Guangming Commune, she would need to pass through 2 more villages and trek 12 miles uphill. Su Can, burdened with her 200-pound frame and 2 heavy boxes, struggled to breathe after just a couple of minutes of walking. At this rate, she would likely collapse from exhaustion before even reaching Lu Zandong's village. After waiting by the roadside for some time, she finally spotted a horse cart. The elderly driver, upon learning she was heading to Taohua village, readily invited her aboard. On the cart were 2 middle-aged women, also from Taohua village, who, upon noticing her size and her luggage, inquired about her purpose for going to Taohua village. When they learned she was marrying Lu Zhandong, they couldn't help but chatter enthusiastically. It turned out that Lu Zhandong was not only disabled, but had also adopted 3 orphan children of his fallen comrades before his injury. Since these 3 children were not his biological offspring, the Lu family treated them with disdain. A man with a disability, caring for 3 young children, was living a truly miserable existence. As the 2 women spoke, their eyes reflected a complicated mix of pity and disbelief directed at the hefty figure before them. Considering Lu Zhandong was barely surviving with 3 children, adding such a large burden to his life could only spell disaster. Su Can paid no mind to their judgmental gazes for her. Simply escaping the clutches of Jiang Yurong was already a stroke of luck. As she pondered these thoughts, they finally arrived at Taohua village.
Chapter 2, Destitution. Nestled at the foot of a mountain, this village derives its name, Peach Blossom Village, from the expansive peach orchards that adorn the slopes above the village, constructed along the base of the mountain. Boasts only a few flat roads, with the majority being a labyrinth of uneven alleys and winding paths. The elder gentleman who drove the cart, surnamed Zhou, was a warm-hearted soul, considering her considerable physique and the fact that it was her first visit to Peach Blossom Village. He kindly escorted her directly to the doorstep of Lu Zhandong's residence. To call it a doorstep is somewhat misleading, as it consisted merely of a solitary dilapidated room, devoid of even a fence. Let alone a proper courtyard wall, the yard was overrun with weeds, with only a narrow path trampled through the middle, rendering the scene profoundly desolate. During the journey, Su Can overheard 2 women discussing that the Lu family had 3 brothers. With Lu Zhandong being the youngest, alongside an elder brother and a second brother. Originally, he and the three children lived together with their parents and the families of his elder brothers. However, after Lu Zhandong sustained injuries to his legs, he required assistance for all his needs. Initially, his elder brother tended to him, but as days passed and farm work demanded his attention, he entrusted Lu Zhandong's care to others. Unfortunately, the second brother showed no concern for Lu Zhandong, and the three children were far too young to manage on their own. Consequently, the west wing of the house soon became unbearably foul. Ultimately, the family convened and petitioned the village committee for a derelict room in the courtyard. Relocating Lu Zhandong and the three children there, they had claimed that the Lu family would take turns caring for them, yet since the move the adults of the Lu family had scarcely been seen. Initially, the elder brother provided some support, but after injuring his own leg, he ceased to visit. The children's daily meals were consistently brought over by the family's children, who sometimes consumed the food en route, resulting in Lu Zhandong and the three children often going hungry. Before Lu Zhandong's injury, he had remained in the army, and the three children were not particularly favored by the Lu family. Upon his return, he appeared visibly emaciated. At times, when the children could no longer endure their hunger, they resorted to petty theft, further incurring the disdain of the villagers. Standing in the yard, Sukan fully grasped why Yang Yali adamantly refused to marry Lu Zhandong. Frankly, her heart was in turmoil. In her previous life, she had never married, let alone raised children, and now she was faced with the daunting prospect of caring for three children. Moreover, upon hearing that Lu Zhandong had adopted three children, she recalled a prominent antagonist from the original text, who was indeed Lu Zhandong's eldest son. In the narrative, Lu Zhandong succumbed to infection from his wounds within 6 months due to a lack of care. Of the three children he adopted, only the eldest survived, while the second met a brutal end after being caught stealing, and the youngest daughter, unable to resist temptation, was deceived by a human trafficker and sold to a slothful man from another village, ultimately suffering a tragic fate. The harrowing experiences of his childhood had hardened the eldest son, rendering him ruthless and merciless, with blood on his hands. In the end, he could not escape the clutches of justice, meeting his demise during a crackdown where he was shot to death. However, Sukan quickly dismissed such bleak thoughts. The three children were still young, Lu Zhandong was alive, and there was still time to change their fates. It was not yet noon, and the yard lay in silence, the door of the house ajar. Straining under the weight of her heavy suitcase, Sukan dragged it to the entrance and peered inside, where she beheld a disheveled man with a beard, eyes shut tight, sprawled on the earth, and it was evident that this man was Lu Zhandong. She turned to retrieve her belongings, and upon entering the room, she was met with an overpowering stench that nearly induced her to retch. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, the next time she glanced at the man, he had opened his eyes. His expression revealed little as he regarded this unfamiliar, portly woman before him. Despite the unbearable odor permeating the room, Sukan approached him and introduced herself. I am Yang Yali's sister-in-law. She was unwilling to marry you, so my mother sent me in her stead. My name is Sukan, and I shall be your wife from now on. Lu Zhandong regarded her in silence for several moments before closing his eyes once more. You may leave, he said, not wishing to burden this girl. Sukan observed his face, noting that he possessed strong features. Even in his current bedridden state, he appeared to stand at least 6 feet tall. One could surmise that before his injury, he had been a handsome and charismatic man. However, the lack of care had rendered him unkempt, his beard and hair long and wild from neglect. Just then, a rumbling noise emanated from Lu Zhandong's abdomen, but Sukan paid no heed to his words. If I leave, you will surely starve. She surveyed the room, her mind conjuring an apt descriptor: destitute. In the meager space of a mere dozen square meters, the only furnishings were the earthen bed upon which Lu Zhandong lay, a rickety table, and a battered trunk. Weren't you a regiment commander? How could you have fallen into such poverty? Sukan remarked as she opened the windows to allow the foul air to escape. Lu Zhandong offered no reply, instead reiterating, you should go. I am now a useless man. Rest assured, I shall not demand any dowry. He was acutely aware of his predicament. The three children had already endured considerable hardship, and the addition of yet another woman would only exacerbate their plight. During this time, he had witnessed the harsh realities of life, the fickleness of human affection. Even his own parents and brothers had turned their backs on him. How could he possibly place his hopes in a stranger, a woman he had never met? I am here now, and I am your wife. Should you send me away, I have no home to return to. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you will not go hungry. Upon hearing Sukan's words, Lu Zhandong closed his eyes once more. He believed that this Sukan would likely depart within half a day, as her expression had been one of distaste since she entered. Having said all that needed to be said, Sukan turned and stepped outside. Wandering the yard, she discovered a half-broom, an old wash basin, and a makeshift stove constructed of mud bricks. However, it appeared that the stove had never been used, for there was not even a single iron pot within. To her surprise, she found a hand pump in the yard. Though it was rusted, when she tried it, cool water gushed forth. This delighted her immensely, yet, her 200-pound frame made even the simplest tasks laborious, leaving her drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Once she settled in, she resolved to shed some of her excess weight. After a brief respite, Sukan filled a basin with water and carried it into the house. She then opened her bundle, retrieving a bar of laundry soap and a towel. Fortunately, she had prepared well for this journey, bringing along 10 bars of soap and several towels, all of which would soon prove invaluable. Observing Lu Jiandong still lying with his eyes closed, she soaked the towel in the water and approached the bedside. Gently she wiped his face, which was covered in grime. Such a handsome man should not be left in such discomfort. As she removed the cool towel, Lu Jiandong finally opened his eyes. Chapter 3, An unexpected surprise. Earlier, hearing movement in the room, Lu Jiandong had assumed that this woman would soon take her leave. However, he was taken aback when she fetched water to wash his face. Nevertheless, he remained silent, merely watching her with a stoic expression. A fleeting impulse did not surprise him, rather, he wondered how long she could maintain such a commitment. After Sukan finished wiping his face, her gaze fell upon his unkempt beard, but for the moment, she set that concern aside. She examined the earthen bed, which was layered with a mat of grass, a tattered straw mat, and an excessively foul-smelling military blanket. It was evident that Lu Jiandong's bodily functions had soiled the bed, and with no one there to clean it, the stench was unbearable. It was hard to imagine how this man and the 3 children had endured such conditions. Was this truly a place fit for human habitation? To eliminate the odor from this room, she knew she had to address the source of the problem. After contemplating her next move, Sukan reached for the tattered sheet covering Lu Jiandong, only for him to grasp her wrist firmly. Do not touch. Due to his immobility, he had no choice but to relieve himself in bed. His considerable weight made it impossible for his 2 sons to assist him, and he could only wait for his elder or second brother to help. Over time, the second brother had discarded his pants. Now, the ragged cloth draped over him was his last remnant of modesty. Sukan paused, then quickly realized the implication. Clearing her throat, she stammered, You wouldn't be without pants, would you?" The mere thought caused her cheeks to flush. In her previous life, consumed by work, she had never even had a boyfriend, and she had never seen a man's most private parts. Noticing his lack of response and his tense expression, Sukan inferred that she had indeed hit the mark. After a moment of thought, she spoke candidly, "The smell in this room is unbearable. Now that I am your wife, I must clean our home. First, I need to wash you, and then I will tidy up the rest of the place. You can keep this towel for your own use, and I will help you sit up. You can wash the parts of your body that you can reach, and once you're done, just call for me. I will assist you with fresh water. What do you think?" Lu Jiandong regarded her with skepticism, not immediately answering her question. Instead, he simply asked, "How long do you think you can endure this?" Sukan, exasperated, replied, "What does it matter how long I can endure? Can you tolerate living in such a filthy, stinking place? Can the children? If you can be clean for a day, then be clean for a day. Why overthink the rest?" After speaking, without waiting for his response, she washed the towel in the basin, wrung it out halfway, and handed it to him. Subsequently, she carried the basin of water to the side of the Kong, placing it within his reach. "I am going to help you sit up now, and I must warn you, my temper is not particularly gentle. If you refuse to wash yourself, I shall take matters into my own hands shortly. Should you decline again, I will pour this basin of water directly over you." Lu Jiandong looked at her with some surprise. Indeed, this girl's temperament matched her robust physique. His concern stemmed from the hope this plump girl had offered their family of 4. Fearing her sudden departure, he himself had little to lose, but he dreaded the thought of the children facing yet another blow. "All right, help me up." Seeing that he had finally been persuaded, Sukan stepped forward to assist him. "Now just call for me. Begin by wiping yourself with clean water, and I shall fetch you some soap shortly." With that, Sukan exited the room. This time, Lu Jiandong complied with her instructions, diligently using the towel to clean his body. During her first trip to refill the water, the man felt too embarrassed to meet her gaze. This is troublesome. He was acutely aware of how filthy he had become, and though this girl was not conventionally attractive, her lack of disdain for him brought him a sense of comfort. Sukan did not respond to him. After disposing of the water, she cleaned the towel with soap and replaced it with fresh water before returning inside. This process repeated itself 7 or 8 times until Lu Jiandong finally managed to clean his upper body and private areas thoroughly. On her last trip to pour water, Sukan unexpectedly noticed a peculiar change. Her plump dark hands had transformed astonishingly after being soaked in water for an extended period. The dark skin had vanished, leaving behind white, chubby hands. She had sweated excessively today and felt uncomfortable all over. After filling another basin with water, she did not rush back inside but instead took a moment to wash her arms. Watching the layers of grime she scrubbed away left her astonished. Since her arrival, she had always believed that the original owner had inherently dark and rough skin, as the memories of Jiang Yuyong consistently lamented her poor skin condition, claiming she had a skin disease that prevented her from washing her hands, face, or bathing. It now appeared that the woman had deliberately misled her. This revelation thrilled her immensely. If she could shed this excess weight, perhaps she could even become a beauty. After washing her face and arms until they gleamed, she re-entered the room, catching Lu Jiandong by surprise. He stared at her several times. The previously dark, plump woman now appeared somewhat attractive after her transformation, due to his leg injuries rendering him immobile. Sukan intended to assist him in cleaning his legs and feet, but he declined her offer. Don't look, it may frighten you. Sukan chuckled at his words. If I am not deterred by your foul state. Do you truly think you could frighten me? In her previous life, she had been a bodyguard, having witnessed all manner of wounds. While such sights might intimidate ordinary women, she was entirely immune to them. Lu Jiandong regarded this chubby girl and, before she could inquire, spoke up, revealing that both of his legs bore gunshot wounds, with one bullet still lodged within, resulting in a festering infection. It would be best if you did not look. He intended to dissuade her, recalling how his sister-in-law had been horrified after witnessing his injuries, leading her to avoid him ever since. Sukan nodded in response. Your words remind me of a time when I secretly removed a bullet from someone and stitched up their wound. Do you think that is impressive? No one would bother to verify whom she had assisted, and she made this claim solely to alleviate his concerns. Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Jiandong's eyes. This girl was truly exceptional. Ultimately, he did not prevent Sukan from inspecting his wounds. As she lifted the bedspread, her brows furrowed in anger at the sight of his legs. Why has no one taken you to the hospital for such severe injuries? His wounds were grotesque, and as he had described, some areas had indeed become festering and rotten. It was no wonder he had perished in the original text, with such grave injuries and no basic treatment. Who could withstand it? Chapter 4. Child, are you polite? Lu Jiandong did not answer her question, as the reasons were manifold. The primary cause, of course, was financial. For 3 years, he had allocated his meager allowance to ensure the 3 children he had adopted could eat well, leaving himself with only a meager sum each month, sometimes as little as 30 cents. After being promoted to commander, he received a monthly stipend of 100. He had believed the children would fare well. But upon returning from his injury, he discovered that none of that money had been spent on them. Upon learning that his injuries required hospital treatment, none of the Lu family were willing to contribute financially. Sukan did not press further but instead moved his feet gently. Do you have feeling in them now? Yes. Sukan's face lit up with joy. That is wonderful, Lu Jiandong, rest assured. I will not allow you to become disabled. As long as Lu Jiandong's legs recovered, he would not die. Lu Jiandong regarded her with a profound look, realizing she had no idea how much money he would require for his legs. Dad, just as Sukan felt elated, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from the yard, soon followed by the entrance of a thin, dirty little girl, appearing around 6 or 7 years old. Her ill-fitting clothes were clearly someone else's cast-offs. Riddled with holes, her hair was unkempt and yellow, having not been washed for a considerable time. The cloth shoes on her feet were too small, with 2 holes at the front revealing her toes, and the back exposed her heels. Upon seeing Sukan, her face paled in fright, and she took 2 steps back, standing frozen against the wall. Before Sukan could speak to her, another set of footsteps echoed in the yard. The voice preceding the arrival, Dad, did we get a big fat lady at home? Sukan, child, are you polite? Accompanying the voice was a dirty little boy who ran into the room. His clothing was just as ragged as the girl's, except his pant legs were rolled up to his thighs, and to Sukan's dismay, this child wore no shoes at all. He carried a battered can covered in dirt, making it impossible to discern its contents. Dad, look, my brother caught a bunch of cicadas. He said we are going to roast them. The boy turned to Sukan, proudly showcasing the can to Lu Jiandong. Lu Jiandong frowned at his son, Lu Wenhao. How did you speak just now? Lu Wenhao scratched his head, glancing at Sukan's hefty form with wide eyes. Dad, she's just a big fat lady. Yet he merely spoke the truth. Lu Jiandong felt somewhat embarrassed and turned to Sukan to apologize. I usually neglect their upbringing. Please do not take offense. Sukan smiled. It's quite alright. Are they all your children? Yes, I believe you've heard. I have 3 children. The eldest is Lu Wenyuan, and these 2 are twins. He is the second, Lu Wenhao, and that is Lu Xiaotian. After introducing them to Sukan, Lu Jiandong addressed the siblings. Second, Tian, this is your new mother. You must show her respect. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenhao immediately scowled at Sukan, filled with animosity. Dad, I don't want her to be our new mother. Before Lu Jiandong could respond, Sukan smiled and retorted, why not? Lu Wenhao stared down at the cicadas in the can. You're too fat. What if you take our cicadas? With their father and the 3 siblings barely having enough to eat, this fat ant's appetite surely must be considerable. Perhaps there would not be enough cicadas for her alone. Lu Wenhao, Lu Jiandong furrowed his brows. What have I taught you? The children's behavior in front of Sukan left him feeling somewhat apologetic. Lu Wenhao pouted, clutching the can of cicadas tightly. Meanwhile, the timid Tian shyly approached the Kong, glancing at Lu Jiandong and whispering, Dad, Lu Daxiang and Lu Ercheng ate all our pancakes. I went to ask Auntie. She gave me one, but it was taken by Lu Daxiang. Hearing this, Sukan felt a tumult of emotions. The family's only lunch consisted of the cicadas in the second child's possession. A commander, reduced to such a state, subjected to bullying due to his leg injuries, was a disheartening sight. Sukan remained silent as she turned to her belongings, retrieving 4 pieces of white rabbit candy from her bundle and approaching the 2 children. This is a special treat from Auntie for you. Each of you gets 2. Upon seeing the candy in Sukan's hands, Lu Wenhao's eyes widened in amazement. Bright and shiny, he licked his lips. Though he wanted to resist, he could not help but snatch them away. Candy, he had only seen other children in the village enjoy such treats. The discarded wrappers he had salvaged were cherished, repeatedly licked, and he had been reluctant to part with them. Dad, I'm going to call my brother. Lu Wenhao exclaimed excitedly, rushing out with the candy. Tian hid her little hands behind her back, but her eyes were filled with longing as she looked at Lu Zhandong. Before he could speak, Sukan took her small hand and placed the white rabbit candy into her palm. The little girl pursed her lips in surprise, gazing at her. Tian, thank you, new mother, Lu Zhandong reminded his daughter. Sweetie pressed her lips together, tightly clutching the candy in her hand, her large eyes fixed on Sukan, yet she remained silent. The name Sweetie is truly charming. I am surnamed Su, so you may call me Aunt Su. Are you hungry, Sweetie? Upon hearing this, Sweetie nodded her head. Hungry, so hungry. I only had half a corn cake last night, skipped breakfast this morning, and did not eat at noon either. Then let us wash our hands first. Once they are clean, Auntie will provide you with something to eat. How does that sound? At the mention of food, the little girl nodded again, eager to comply. Sukan led her outside, washing her small hands and face thoroughly. Even applying soap. It was Sweetie's first encounter with such soap, and as she cleaned herself, she brought her tiny hands to her nose to take a whiff. It smelled delightful. Sukan observed her face, which had suddenly brightened several shades. She was indeed a very pretty little girl. Just as they finished, a series of rapid footsteps approached from a distance. Sukan turned towards the sound and saw Lu Wenhao returning, accompanied by a boy who was half a head taller than him. The boy's attire closely resembled Lu Wenhao's, except he wore shoes, indicating that he must be Lu Zhandong's eldest son, Lu Wenyuan. The most formidable antagonist in the original narrative, the young lad appeared to be around 10 years old, with long unruly hair and baggy clothes that hung loosely on his thin frame, a clear sign of malnutrition. However, in contrast, his demeanor was far more composed and mature than Lu Wenhao's. Upon seeing Sukan, his eyes scrutinized her intently. You must be Wenyuan, correct? Sukan struggled to rise, finding it quite challenging due to her corpulent physique. Chapter 5. The delicious tears overflowed seeing the little boy gaze at her fearlessly, his eyes filled with appraisal. Sukan understood that earning the trust of the three children would require time. She was unfazed by their attitudes towards her. You two, wash your hands and faces clean. I bought some mung bean cakes, and those who do not clean up will not get any with that. She led Sweetie back inside. Upon hearing the words mung bean cake, Lu Wenhao let out a loud exclamation and rushed to the basin to wash his face and hands. Lu Wenyuan glanced around the room, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. Brother, hurry and wash, or you will miss out on the mung bean cake. The water in the basin splashed everywhere as Lu Wenhao washed vigorously. Lu Wenyuan, upon hearing his brother's urgency, hurried over to wash as well. Sukan and Sweetie entered the house, unwrapped her bundle, and took out a pound of mung bean cake. She peeled off the outer wrapping and handed a piece to Sweetie. The little girl swallowed hard, glancing at Lu Zhandong on the Kong. Sweetie can eat, and Daddy can have some too. Sukan also took a piece and offered it to Lu Zhandong, glancing at the mung bean cake in his hand. Then back at Sukan. Lu Zhandong's voice was hoarse as he said, Sukan, thank you. Thank you for what? We are family now. You should save this for the children. Such an extravagant treat, how could Lu Zhandong bear to indulge? You are injured and need to replenish your strength. Besides, I bought several pounds of it. Jiang Yurong had somehow acquired many tickets, and before Sukan left the county, she used up all the tickets she could. It nearly caused Jiang Yurong to faint from rage. Hearing her insistence, Lu Zhandong withdrew his hand. Soon Lu Wenhao and Lu Wenyuan entered the room, and upon seeing the mung bean cake in Sukan's arms, Lu Wenhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swallowed repeatedly. Lu Wenyuan remained silent, his little face taut, though his eyes frequently darted towards the mung bean cake in Sukan's hand. Despite being the eldest in the family, he was still just a child. Sukan smiled at the two and handed them each a piece. Lu Wenhao took a big bite. The mung bean cake was soft, sweet, fragrant, and glutinous, making him tear up with delight. Sukan then offered 2 large white rabbit milk candies to Lu Wenyuan. The little fellow, appearing somewhat aloof, managed to maintain a serious expression even when presented with the unfamiliar candy. However, after taking a bite of the mung bean cake, his eyes lit up. It was simply delectable. They had never tasted anything so delightful. It is worth noting that even the basic act of filling their bellies was a luxury for them. Seeing the children savoring their treats brought joy to Sukan, prompting her to indulge in a piece herself. While enjoying the food, she took the opportunity to inquire about their home situation. The second child, Lu Wenhao, became instantly enthusiastic towards Sukan after tasting the mung bean cake, and he dashed over to open the lid of a box. Sukan approached and discovered that the dilapidated wooden box contained all of the family's possessions. Aside from Lu Zhandong's military quilt, there were only some tattered cotton clothes that looked as if they had been worn by others. The rest were a few of Lu Zhandong's military uniforms. Sukan gazed at these meager belongings, feeling profoundly speechless. The total value of these items did not even compare to what she had brought. Sukan longed to ask Lu Zhandong why there was so little, but she ultimately refrained. A man of his stature had fallen to such depths, he must be feeling utterly overwhelmed, yet that was in the past. Now she had arrived. Sukan resolved to dispose of that filthy military quilt beneath him. as it was too soiled and odorous, making it impossible for her to eat in such an environment. Liu Zhendong remained silent this time, feeling immense gratitude that this woman could share food with the children. The three little ones, having enjoyed the mung bean cake, worked diligently, assisting throughout. Although they were merely children, they still managed to contribute. The family worked together to remove the old items, laying Liu Zhendong's military quilt anew beneath him. Su Kan and the two children discarded the tattered cotton quilt outside and then splashed some water on the floor, cleaning it thoroughly. The formerly foul-smelling room now felt significantly fresher. After a while, Su Kan became out of breath and sat down to chat with Liu Zhendong. There were certain matters she needed to clarify. How long have you been the regiment leader? Over 3 years. How much is your monthly allowance? Just over 100. Just over 100. What about your money? Have you not sent any back home while you were in the army? Liu Zhendong's expression turned complex when the three children arrived. I kept a few dollars for myself each month and sent the rest back. Su Kan nodded. Who collected that money? It was always my second brother who went to collect it after your leg was injured. Did the Liu family provide any funds for your treatment? This question rendered Liu Zhendong silent, and he did not respond. In that instant, Su Kan understood, not a single penny. How ruthless. Second uncle is a villain. Grandmother is also a villain, Lu Wenhao, pouting in dissatisfaction, exclaimed, bringing a sharp glare from Liu Zhendong. Liu Wenhao, do not speak out of turn. Lu Wenhao lowered his head in silence, yet it was evident he was unwilling to comply. He noticed how grandmother's family treated their family of 4 and had heard his elder brother say many times that once they grew up, they would become strong enough to show those who looked down upon them what they were made of. How long have you been living here? Over 2 months. Over 2 months. Su Kan admired Liu Zhendong's resilience. It was indeed a miracle that he had survived such severe injuries. However, a thought from the original narrative crossed her mind. Shortly after the original owner succumbed to a grave illness at the edge of Peach Blossom Village, Liu Zhendong seemed to have fallen into a coma, ultimately succumbing to an infection. This meant that his leg injury required immediate treatment. Su Kan nodded, feeling she had grasped the situation well enough. She turned to the two brothers. Wenhao, Wan Yuan, could you take me to the brigade headquarters? Lu Wenhao immediately volunteered. I know the way. Su Kan, what do you intend to do? Liu Zhendong asked, somewhat concerned. Su Kan smiled at him. We are a big family. We cannot rely on others to provide for us every day, can we? But we do not even have a pot at home. I need to think of a solution. Su Kan's reasoning was sound, and Liu Zhendong could only remind her that Uncle Zhou was a decent man and had always taken care of them. Just don't make things difficult for him when you go, rest assured. I have it all figured out. As Su Kan was about to leave, she glanced at Liu Xiaotian. Sweetie, take good care of daddy at home. Auntie will return shortly with something delicious for you. Though the little girl was shy and hesitant to speak, she felt that the chubby aunt was kind for giving her tasty treats. So she obediently nodded in agreement. Su Kan quickly left with the two children. Chapter 6. Encountering a tough challenge. Liu Zhendong sat on the Kong, watching her plump figure through the window. His thoughts swirling, did this woman truly wish to remain with their impoverished family? After Su Kan and the two children walked a distance, ensuring Liu Zhendong could no longer see them, she finally halted. Wan Yuan, Wenhao, your father's earnings were withheld by your grandparents, and now that the family has split, they do not provide us with any grain. Our home is so poor that we do not even have a pot. Would you like to have meals at home like other families? We want to, Lu Wenhao replied loudly. Although Lu Wenyuan remained silent, he nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on Su Kan. They longed for it. They dreamed of it. When we visit Grandpa and Grandma's house, you must listen to me. I promise to cook for you at home, and you will eat your fill. You will no longer have to wait for others to bring you food. Can you two do that? This time, both nodded vigorously. Such a wonderful opportunity. How could they refuse? In a hushed tone, Su Kan confided a few words to the two children, who blinked in response and ultimately nodded in agreement. Taohua village, being rather small, was bustling as noon approached, and as Su Kan accompanied the children towards the village committee, they encountered several villagers. Su Kan's imposing stature stood out conspicuously in an era where everyone struggled for basic sustenance and warmth. Some curious onlookers, having caught wind of her presence, rushed out to see her. Their expressions ranged from inquisitive to bemused, with some stifling laughter behind their hands. However, Su Kan paid them no mind. In her previous life as a bodyguard, she was well versed in handling various situations, including psychological training, rendering these encounters trivial for her. Having indulged in some white rabbit milk candy and mung bean cake, Lu Wenhao walked through the village today with an air of confidence. Brandishing the candy wrapper like a flag, waving it enthusiastically. Su Kan couldn't help but smile at his exuberance. The village head Zhou Changting was a man of considerable esteem in Taohua village. As Su Kan entered, she unexpectedly ran into the elder Zhou, who had provided her a ride in his cart earlier that day. After exchanging pleasantries, she learned that he was actually the elder brother of the village head. He had come to the commune to help Zhou's family by delivering some goods. With Zhou's presence, Su Kan found it much easier to communicate and conduct her business. Uncle Zhou, I have no other requests, but we currently lack even a cooking pot at home, let alone the means to aid Liu Zhendong's leg. I kindly ask you to accompany me to the old Liu family to serve as a witness. As I wish to partition the family estate, such partitions were commonplace in rural areas, and the circumstances of the Liu family were well known throughout the village upon hearing Su Can's intention to partition. Zhou nodded without hesitation. Wife of Jiandong, this matter is settled. I will accompany you gratefully, Su Can replied. Before coming here, Jiandong instructed me to convey his appreciation, as you have been very kind to him and the children. I promise to thank you properly once the partition is finalized. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Jiandong has achieved much in the army, and it pains us to see him treated this way upon his return. I must be honest with you, your agreement to marry him at such a time speaks volumes. Zhou then gave her a thumbs up. Everyone in the village was aware of Liu Jiandong's situation. Yet they too faced their struggles. Supporting his family was no small feat. As Zhou led Su Can to the old Liu residence, he also invited 2 village officials to join them. Meanwhile, Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao busily spread the news of the family partition to their friends along the way, urging them to witness the unfolding events. Taohua village, being small, saw a swift gathering of onlookers upon hearing about the partition, as it was midday and there was no farming to attend to. By the time Su Can, Zhou, and the village officials arrived at the old Liu family home, word had already reached them. The Liu family was incensed to learn that Su Can had come to initiate the partition. Particularly agitated was the old matriarch, who, upon their entry into the courtyard, was seen sitting on a mat in the center, lamenting her hardships in raising multiple children over the years. She accused Su Can of being a harbinger of doom and lamented Liu Jiandong's alleged unfilial behavior. Sobbing profusely, the old matriarch's sons, Liu Hongjun and Liu Hongwu, stood ready in the courtyard, while the head of the family, Liu Shuiyuan, squatted at the entrance, puffing on a pipe. Zhou was taken aback by the old matriarch's antics. Sister-in-law, this is your third daughter. Law.it is only natural for her to seek a partition. Upon hearing Zhou's words, the old matriarch rose, pointing to a nearby tree, and shouted, You murderous lot, who told you she is our daughter-in-law? You can assist her with the partition, but if anyone dares to proceed, I will end my life right here. The old matriarch unleashed another tirade, with some of her words incomprehensible to Su Can. Yet undoubtedly unflattering. It was clear she was facing formidable opposition, but Su Can was not one to be easily intimidated. Having inquired earlier about the layout of the house, she noted a hoe resting in the corner. Rural tools, well used and gleaming, caught her eye. Without hesitation, she seized the hoe and marched towards the large water vat in the courtyard, swinging with all her might. With a resounding crash, the vat shattered, spilling its contents across the ground, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Su Can, robust in stature, scrubbed the dust from her face and arms, revealing a plump visage. Not only the Liu family but even the villagers witnessing her for the first time assumed she was a slothful individual. They believed she lacked strength and, given her recent arrival, thought she would be easily overpowered by the Liu family's uproar. Yet, no one anticipated her sudden display of defiance. The Liu family was taken aback. Throwing the hoe aside, Su Can placed her hands on her hips. You wish to end my life? Very well, if I must perish, let us all perish together, and let me tell you this, if you do not end my life today, I shall report you to the county police for the mistreatment of a soldier and his family. Let the authorities witness the life Liu Jiandong endures, after years of service, saving every penny to send home. Yet look at this child, he doesn't even have a pair of shoes. Observe how they are starving. This is a crime without bloodshed. As Su Can finished her declaration, Lu Wenhao burst into tears. Meanwhile, Lu Wenyuan clenched his small fists, tears streaming down his face. They were young and had never had anyone stand up for them. Anyone who dared to intervene would be met with the wrath of Liu Hongwu's family, who would berate them for days on end. For 3 years since their father had been away on duty, they had not enjoyed a single proper meal. As the old matriarch began her tirade, the courtyard was already crowded with villagers eager to witness the spectacle. Many nodded in agreement as they listened to Su Can's accusations. These children are so pitiful. Have they ever had a full meal since arriving in our Taohua village? Indeed, one cannot be too excessive, or they will face divine retribution. Where did all the allowances that Liu Jiandong sent home go? It was high time someone addressed this. I find this third daughter-in-law commendable. She speaks up for the Jiandong family during such challenging times. If this matter reaches the county police, someone from the old Liu family may well find themselves behind bars, the villagers murmured among themselves. Fully aware of Liu Jiandong and the children's plight, the old matriarch, upon seeing her shattered vat, had intended to wail but faltered upon hearing Su Can's accusations and the threat of police involvement. Sister-in-law, what she says holds truth. Just the other day at a meeting, it was stated that anyone who dares to mistreat a soldier or their family will face imprisonment. Zhou, observing the old matriarch on the ground, earnestly cautioned. We have already partitioned the family. What more is there to discuss? Should you utter another word, believe me, I shall tear you apart today. Liu Hongwu, the second son of the Liu family, clenched his fists, glaring at Su Can, known as a notorious bully in the village. His burly frame intimidated most. His roar sent shivers through the crowd, causing some to worry for Su Can, knowing she was no match for such a man. Very well, come and tear me apart, Su Can retorted, addressing the onlookers. You all shall bear witness today. My uncle works at the county police station, and if he tries to harm me, when he arrives, remember to testify for Liu Jiandong and the children. My life matters little. If my demise can facilitate this partition, it shall be worth it. Her words were not mere bluster. Her marriage to Lu Jiandong was indeed facilitated by the county police chief. A close acquaintance of the young family, despite her mother's attempts to shield her from the outside world, her substantial figure had made her somewhat of a local celebrity, yet, whenever she ventured out, the townsfolk recognized her instantly. Utter nonsense. If your uncle were truly in the police, how could you possibly have married into our humble abode? Lu Hongwu, though somewhat intimidated, was unwilling to concede. Sukan scoffed at his retort. Do you think my size could be maintained by an ordinary family? If my family were struggling, could I afford to be this plump? I married Lu Jiandong because he is a soldier. It was through my father's connections in the army that I came to know him. Her declaration sparked a flurry of chatter among the villagers. As the saying goes, a distant monk can recite scriptures. And Sukan's recent words indeed managed to intimidate some individuals. Reflecting upon her statements, one cannot help but acknowledge their merit. With her plump and delicate physique, it is evident that such a build is not easily supported by an average family. Not only in Peach Blossom Village, but even when surveying the entirety of Guangming Commune, one would be hard-pressed to find a woman of such ample proportions. The very fact of her size suggests that Sukan hails from a remarkably affluent background. Zhao Meixiang, the wife of Lu Hongwu, observed Sukan's imposing presence and discreetly tugged at her husband's sleeve, whispering something to him. Secretary Zhou regarded the Lu family and proclaimed, "It is now time for dinner. If your family is to separate, we shall serve as witnesses. However, if you choose not to, be prepared for the third daughter-in-law to report you to the county police, given the current state of affairs. I must speak candidly, should this case be formalized at the county police station, I cannot vouch for the men of your family, though I cannot say the same for your daughter-in-law." Secretary Zhou then turned his gaze toward Lu Shuayuan, who was squatting at the entrance, smoking a pipe. "Brother Shuayuan, please provide us with clarity. Will there be a division of the family or not? If not, we shall take our leave." Not dividing. Before his father could utter a word, Lu Hongwu shouted, "Are you suggesting we go to jail?" This statement came from the previously silent Lu Shuayuan, who placed his pipe on the stone at the entrance and rose to his feet. Lu Hongwu was momentarily taken aback. Despite his strong physique, the mere mention of imprisonment deflated his spirit. Everyone understood that if he were arrested, his wife and children would forever be shamed. Most importantly, prison is no place for any man. The matriarch, Lu old lady, still harbored some reluctance as she rose from the mat on the ground. Gazing at Lu Shuayuan, he raised his hand to Secretary Zhou. "Then let us separate." Upon hearing her father-in-law's words, Sukan felt a wave of relief wash over her. In truth, she was not particularly afraid of reporting to the county, but the hassle was daunting. As long as the Lu family consented to the division, subsequent matters would be much simpler. In rural areas, such separations are significant affairs, yet with the village secretary and cadres present, Sukan could simply observe. Furthermore, the villagers around, without her prompting, would naturally discuss the important considerations during a family division. And she would absorb a wealth of knowledge just by listening. Eventually, with the villagers as witnesses, the family division was successfully finalized. The distribution yielded over 20 pounds of grain, 2 pounds of cotton, a cast-iron pot, a flour basin, and a plethora of miscellaneous items, filling an entire cart. During the division, Lu old lady was reluctant to part with anything, prompting Sukan to recount the allowances Lu Jiandong had sent home over the years. Without delving into specifics, just the money sent back during the 3 years he had served as a regiment commander amounted to over 3,000 yuan. He had served as a soldier for over a decade before that. One could only imagine the total sum. "And what about the children you have helped raise? Look at how emaciated they have become. I do not ask for much. Just grant me 1,000 yuan. The villagers erupted in astonishment, glancing at Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao. The two brothers. Over 3,000 yuan is no trifling sum in a rural setting. Which family can boast such wealth? Previously they had no inkling, but Sukan's revelations unveiled the hidden affluence of the Lu family. Yet, with such wealth, how could they allow the children to suffer in such a manner? It was a travesty of conscience. With the division reaching this point, Lu old lady had little choice but to acquiesce. Especially since Lu Jiandong was injured, and if no money was provided, he would be left to suffer. The funds had long since been exhausted, and the family could barely muster 300 yuan. "I can give you a maximum of 100, she grumbled. Even that amount pained her, for 100 yuan could procure a bounty of food for the entire family. Sukan retorted with a cold laugh. "So all the money Lu Jiandong sent home has been squandered. Could you enlighten me on where it has all gone? If Lu Jiandong lacks the funds for his leg treatment and succumbs to infection, I shall not hesitate to report you to the county police. At that point, I shall return to the county, and let us see who can outlast whom." It dawned upon her that the Lu family, despite their bluster, were merely paper tigers. Lu old lady's anger swelled, nearly causing her to tear Sukan's mouth apart with her bare hands. Yet, as someone from the county, Sukan was well versed in the ways of the world. If she truly set her sights against the Lu family, life would undoubtedly become difficult for them. Overwhelmed by the murmurs of those around her, she ultimately gritted her teeth and produced 200 yuan. For Sukan, this was a significant boon, although it paled in comparison to the wealth Lu Jiandong had sent. 200 yuan resolved a major issue for her. After the division, Secretary Zhou enlisted a few strong villagers to assist Sukan in pulling the cart back to her home. As she departed the Lu household with her 2 children, Lu Hongwu pointed at her with a venomous expression. "You fatso, just wait." Upon hearing this, Sukan could not help but chuckle, addressing the surrounding villagers. She declared, "Dear uncles and aunts, please serve as witnesses. If anything were to happen to my family in Peach Blossom Village, it would be this second brother who was responsible." With those words, Lu Hongwu's wife hurriedly pulled him inside. On their way home, Lu Wenyuan carried a dozen eggs and a straw hat, while Lu Wenhao cradled a hen, both disappearing in an instant. Sukan understood that the 2 children were overjoyed. In truth, her spirits soared even higher. With no immediate problems concerning the 3 children and with Lu Jiandong's leg poised for recovery, she firmly believed that with the knowledge she had acquired from her previous life, she would thrive in this era. Surviving was the utmost joy as several villagers helped Sukan pull the cart directly to her doorstep, even assisting in carrying the flour basin inside and placing the iron pot atop the stove. Eagerly Sukan entered the house, retrieving a few pieces of white rabbit candy to distribute, 2 pieces for each villager. Though meager, the villagers departed with cheerful countenances, for such treats were rare treasures in the countryside. And the children would be overjoyed to see them. This journey proved fruitful for Sukan. At the very least, with these items, her home began to resemble a true home once the villagers had left. Sukan entered to find Lu Wenhao making silly faces while holding the hen, causing Lu Xiaotian to stifle her laughter behind her hands. Upon Sukan's entrance, the room fell silent. Lu Jiandong looked at her with gratitude. "Sukan, thank you." Hearing from his son that Sukan had ventured to negotiate the family division and returned with a cart full of items, Lu Jiandong felt a profound sense of gratitude toward this woman. Sukan cast a glance at him. "Why do you always feel the need to be polite? We are family now. If you keep thanking me, do you not consider me your wife?" Lu Jiandong gazed deeply at her, rendered speechless. Sukan then pulled out some mung bean cakes, a few more pieces of white rabbit candy, and a jar of milk powder. Wrapping them up, she turned to Lu Wenyuan. "You go fetch some firewood nearby, and I will prepare a delicious meal for you when you return." The little one, not particularly verbose, simply nodded in acknowledgement. Sukan then addressed Lu Jiandong. "You hold on for a moment. I will visit Uncle Joe and be back shortly." "All right, no rush." He recognized her intent to express gratitude to the village secretary. Sukan looked at Lu Wenhao. "Wenhao, carry the hen and come with me to Grandpa Joe's house." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenhao clutched the hen tightly. "This is ours." He misinterpreted her intention. Fearing that this new mother would gift away their hen. Sukan chuckled at his reaction. "Our home currently lacks a chicken coop. We will temporarily place this hen at Grandpa Joe's house. Once we build a coop, we shall bring her back." Relieved by Sukan's explanation, Lu Wenhao relaxed, though his gaze remained fixated on the bundle she held. "Do we still have that in the jar?" He had noticed the milk powder, recalling having seen it at his grandmother's house but only ever having tasted a small crumb that had fallen on the table, which had been delightfully fragrant and sweet. Sukan smiled and nodded. "Yes, this jar is for expressing our gratitude to Grandpa Joe for assisting our family. One must learn to be grateful. When someone lends you a hand, you should sincerely thank them. That way, when you encounter difficulties in the future, they will be more inclined to help you again." "Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Wenhao nodded in understanding. Lu Jiandong silently observed as she and his second son stepped outside, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Though he had only met her that day and did not know her well, he could sense from her words that she was a genuinely good woman. At this hour, families were gathered for lunch, leaving the streets largely deserted, yet Lu Wenhao strutted along with a proud chest, prompting Sukan to stifle a laugh. Among the 3 children, he was undoubtedly the most cheerful. Though if not properly guided, he could easily become the most glib. Thankfully, he was still quite young. The 2 soon arrived at Secretary Zhou Changting's home, and even before entering, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Upon stepping into the main room, they found Zhou and his wife, along with their son's family, preparing to eat lunch. The family warmly invited Sukan to sit with them. "Uncle Zhou, we owe our successful division of the family to your intervention today. I brought a few items from the county. They may not be much, but they are a token of appreciation from me and Jiandong. Please accept them." As Sukan spoke, she opened her small bundle. Upon seeing the contents, Zhou Changting's wife Li Shulan quickly interjected, "Oh dear, these items are quite precious. Your second uncle merely lent a helping hand. You cannot accept this." "Indeed, this cannot be accepted." Jiandong's wife, "I truly have not done anything. To be candid with you, I feel a sense of guilt over how Jiandong has ended up like this. How could I possibly accept anything from you?" Zhou Changting looked at Sukan, unable to restrain his feelings. "Indeed, his sister-in-law, this is something my father ought to have taken care of. Please take your belongings back." Zhou Qingshan, the son of the village head, later learned that he had a close relationship with Lu Jiandong during their childhood. Sukan smiled at the old village head and said, "Uncle, if you refuse to accept these things, it will be difficult for me to ask you for a favor later." Chapter 9, the homestead. Seeing that Sukan had reached this point, the old village head nodded. Alright, I will accept these items. Jeondong's wife, feel free to express any requests you may have. If it is within my power, I shall certainly assist. Sukan nodded, explaining that Jeondong's leg needed to be rushed to the hospital for treatment. She intended to trouble Uncle Zhou this afternoon to use his horse-drawn cart to take Jeondong to the county. This meant she would need to stay in the county for a few extra days. You see, we just divided the household, and we only have one room. I would like to discuss with you the matter of demarcating a homestead. Upon Jeondong's return, I plan to build several rooms, as it is unfeasible for so many of us to continue crammed into a single space. Zhou Changting, upon hearing her words, could not help but give a thumbs up. Niece-in-law, this is no problem, just point out a suitable spot in our village, and I shall allocate it to you. Uncle, I've only just arrived in our village today, and I am not familiar with the area. Could you offer some guidance? Zhou Changting furrowed his brow in thought, and Zhou Qingshan spoke up. Father, actually the place they are currently residing in is quite good. It is convenient for entering and exiting. And there is no need to climb hills. Zhou Changting, hearing his son's words, slapped the table. Niece-in-law, Qingshan is correct. The place where you are living now is indeed quite suitable. It used to be a courtyard. And after houses were built around it, once Jeondong moves in today, it will be unoccupied. You can see that the grass has grown taller than a person. Furthermore, that area is spacious enough to accommodate 6 rooms. And the front yard is also substantial. It is undoubtedly a prime location. Well, then I am immensely grateful to you, Uncle Zhou. You need not thank me so profusely. In the future, if you require assistance, just let me know. You see, my son Qingshan and Jeondong grew up together, sharing a close bond. Zhou Qingshan chimed in. Sister-in-law, if you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Sukan smiled. I actually do have a favor to ask of you. Sister-in-law, what is it? Sukan continued. This afternoon, I will take Jeondong to the county hospital. The items we divided today will be left unattended. So I would like to request that Brother Qingshan stay there for a few nights to help look after the children and our belongings. Such a small matter is no trouble at all. You can rest easy after dinner tonight. I will head over. Sukan then turned to Li Shulan. Aunt, this old hen was part of the division today. I won't be able to care for it in the hospital. I would like to temporarily leave it with you for a few days. You may keep the eggs it lays. Would that be alright? The household has been divided, but she must safeguard the items she received. Li Shulan chuckled. It's no trouble at all, niece-in-law. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. Many rural folks are warm-hearted, and such tasks can be easily managed. Zhou Qingshan took the little one to the chicken coop and placed the hen into its nest. Sukan then looked at Zhou Changting and asked, Uncle, if we were to build a new house, how much would it approximately cost? She needed to have a clear understanding to know how to proceed next. Zhou Changting pondered before responding. That depends on how many rooms you plan to build. Are you considering constructing all 6 at once? That would likely be more expensive. Let us start with 4 rooms. At present, money was tight, and she must act within her means. There is a stone mountain to the west of our village. We typically source stones from there for building houses for 4 rooms. Around 200 yuan should suffice. Li Shulan interjected. Zhang Qingxing's family to the south built 4 rooms with only 50 yuan in hand. However, his relatives helped considerably, providing vegetables and grains, and even sent several people to assist him, which saved him quite a bit. Zhou Changting nodded in agreement. In any case, 200 yuan will certainly enable you to construct the house. If you are frugal, 150 should also be feasible. Sukan stood up. Alright, I now have a clearer picture. Uncle, aunt, please enjoy your meal. I must return to prepare food for them. The children have not eaten since this morning and are quite hungry. Li Shulan stopped her. Niece-in-law, we will not keep you any longer. How about this? Come with me to the vegetable garden at the back and pick some vegetables. Sukan did not expect such a generous offer. As she prepared to leave with her, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhou Qingshan. Brother Qingshan, do you have a razor and shaving supplies at home? Lu Jeondong had not shaved for 2 months, and his hair had grown excessively long. She needed to ensure he looked presentable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingshan understood. Sister-in-law, after dinner, I will go over to give Brother Jeondong a haircut. You need not worry about it. Excellent. Behind the house was a small vegetable garden, filled with an abundance of vegetables. Li Shulan handed her a small bundle of green onions, a few tomatoes, and several eggplants. Had Sukan not said it was enough, she would have picked more if all were homegrown, and in the future, she could come to pick her own. Li Shulan, with enthusiasm, also stuffed a few cucumbers into Sukan's hands. Thank you, aunt. I will head back now. Should you need anything, just come over. Alright. Sukan returned home with Lu Wenhao, filled with joy. Upon entering the small courtyard, she noticed smoke wafting from the chimney of the stove. As she approached, she saw that Lu Wenyuan was boiling water, using a broken ladle to pour hot water into a thermos. All these items were newly acquired today. Previously, they did not even possess an iron pot, let alone such luxuries as a thermos. When the children were thirsty, they could only resort to drinking cool water from the well, and now that they had their first iron pot and thermos, it was an exhilarating experience for the children. Sukan instructed Lu Wenyuan to arrange 5 bowls, filling each with half a bowl of hot water. She then entered the house and retrieved a can of malt extract, remembering how the children had been longing for it when she had delivered it to the village head's family. "Wow, Aunt, are you giving this to us to drink?" Lu Wenhao licked his lips, rubbing his little hands together, staring at the can of malt extract in her hands with eyes that seemed to wish to swallow it whole. "We will have dinner soon. Each of you can have half a bowl first, otherwise, if you drink too much, you won't have room for your meal." Upon hearing this, not only Lu Wenhao, but even Lu Xiaotian beamed with delight. Lu Wenyuan, the elder brother, remained composed, leading his brother and sister to bring in the bowls filled with hot water. Su Can served each of them a spoonful, understanding the principle of moderation. Lu Wenyuan was a dutiful child. After mixing the malt extract in his bowl, he brought the first bowl to their father, Lu Zhandong. Su Can promptly gave him a thumbs up, and Lu Wenyuan, feeling a bit shy, scratched the back of his head. As they enjoyed their sweetened water, Su Can took a moment to rest. Once they finished, she began preparing lunch. Chapter 10, Our Family's Major Affairs. After all, the children and Lu Zhandong had been hungry since morning. However, she did not allow the 3 children to be idle. Wenhao tended the fire, while Wenyuan washed the vegetables and placed them in a basin. At her prompting, the 2 children immediately busied themselves with excitement. Previously, they had seen no hope, but with this robust aunt's arrival, their eyes sparkled with newfound light. Today, they feasted on delicacies they had never encountered even during the New Year: white rabbit candy, mung bean cakes, and malt extract, invigorating every child with enthusiasm. Lu Xiaotian, noticing Su Can's flushed cheeks, willingly fetched her a stool. Su Can sat down and affectionately patted her head. The little girl shyly smiled, her cheeks turning rosy. Lu Wenyuan quickly washed the vegetables, placing them in a porcelain basin before Su Can. Upon seeing the tomatoes, she realized that their home lacked even a cutting board and knife. "Wenyuan, is there anyone nearby who can lend us a cutting board?" Lu Wenyuan, not one for many words, was suddenly the focus of her inquiry. The house where Lu Zhandong resided was surrounded by other families, and she believed that Lu Wenyuan must know which families had better character. Indeed, Lu Wenyuan surveyed the area and pointed toward a household in the southeast corner. "Whose family is that? San Tang's aunt." Su Can smiled. "Then go and borrow a cutting board and knife from San Tang's aunt. We will return them after USE." Lu Wenyuan did not reply but turned and ran outside. "Brother, I will go with you." Lu Wenhao was now filled with excitement, dashing after his older brother like a gust of wind. Watching the 2 brothers' retreating figures, Su Can rose with a smile and entered the house. Lu Zhandong had already lain down, his leg paining him intensely, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing that he was enduring constant torment. Yet, for the sake of the children, he continued to persevere. Upon hearing Su Can's entrance, his features relaxed, as if the previous scene had merely been a figment of his imagination. Lu Zhandong, this is my plan. Su Can approached the edge of the Kong and sat down. Earlier, when she visited the old village head, she had already spoken to him. After lunch, she intended to use Uncle Joe's horse-drawn cart to take him to the county hospital. "Your current leg injury cannot be delayed any longer, lest the wound becomes infected. This evening, the Qingshan brothers will come to help keep watch over the house. You need not worry about the 3 children. Aunt Joe mentioned that during your hospital stay, the children will first dine at their place." As Lu Zhandong listened to her words, a complex expression crossed his face. "If I go to the hospital with this leg, it will undoubtedly cost a considerable amount of money. You need not concern yourself with the financial aspect. Your recovery is of utmost importance." Lu Zhandong's Adam's apple bobbed several times, and certain words lingered on the tip of his tongue unspoken. He wished to express his gratitude to the woman before him, yet felt that thank you seemed too insipid. "There is also another matter. I spoke with the old party secretary regarding the land for the homestead. He mentioned that the location we currently reside in is quite satisfactory. He will allocate us a plot for 6 houses, and the yard will not be small. My initial plan was to build 4 rooms first. However, we will need to wait until you return from the hospital to discuss the details further. What do you think?" Lu Zhandong regarded her in silence for a few seconds, his voice slightly hoarse. "This is not something you should be concerned about. This woman, having only arrived at this household a mere few hours ago, had managed to rekindle hope in this precarious home. I am now a part of this family, so it is only natural for me to worry until you are back on your feet. I shall assume the role of the head of this household." In truth, Su Can could discern that he was filled with gratitude towards her. However, she did not realize that his potential recovery was the most reassuring thought for her. "Let us discuss the matter of the house once I return from the hospital." "All right." Su Can nodded, wishing to spare him any embarrassment. She stepped down from the bed and approached the rickety wooden box. Lifting the lid. "Do you have any clean underwear left? If not, I shall cut a piece from these military trousers for you." It would be utterly unacceptable for him to go to the hospital in such a state. He would surely become the subject of ridicule. Search again. There should be at least one more. Su Can rummaged through the contents of the box once more and, to her delight, discovered a military green bag at the very bottom. Containing a pristine military uniform and a vest, with a pair of military green underwear nestled within. Her face brightened with joy, though seemingly insignificant. Such items were indeed essential. Do you feel the need to relieve yourself? Truth be told, Sue concurrently regarded him merely as an injured man, not as a man she needed to care for in a more personal sense. Otherwise, how could she possibly address such a private matter? Lu Jiandong shook his head. Since last night, he had not consumed a single drop of water, so there was no excess to expel. Then I shall help you pull the underwear up to your thighs. And after that, could you manage to put it on yourself? Being a girl, Sukan felt a flush of embarrassment as she spoke those words. Fortunately, she hailed from a modern society where such discussions were commonplace. Or she might have struggled to voice them. I can do that. Although his legs were immobile, his arms were still functional. Sukan cautiously assisted him in pulling the military green underwear up his legs. Careful not to touch his wound, she supported the area above the injury with her hands as she moved upward. Once past the wound, it became easier, and she left the remainder for Lu Jiandong to manage. Hearing the sound of footsteps in the yard, she stepped to the door and saw that the brothers had returned, with Lu Wenhao holding a cutting board and Lu Wenyuan brandishing a kitchen knife. With these two items, the ensuing tasks would be manageable. You can first chop scallions, then dice the tomatoes and eggplants, and finally crack 2 eggs into a bowl, whisking them into a smooth batter. During the division of property, she had received several kilograms of white flour and dozens of kilograms of cornmeal, so she added a bit more white flour, knowing it was a rare commodity in this era, and mixed in some cornmeal to create a thicker batter, thus yielding a greater quantity. When mixing the dough, she dissolved salt in water before pouring it in and added the diced eggplant. Stirring everything together evenly. Finally, she asked Lu Wenyuan to start the fire, heating oil in the pan. They had only acquired a small bowl of lard in the division of property, and as she ladled a generous spoonful into the pan, both Lu Wenhao and Lu Xiaotian stared in astonishment. Auntie, that is far too much oil. Lu Wenhao couldn't help but interject. Our aunt only uses a little when she cooks. This single bowl of oil could last 6 months. If Auntie continued to use it so liberally, it wouldn't be long before it was all gone. Lu Wenyuan, tending the fire, also peered into the pot, glancing at Su Ken with a look of concern. Chapter 11, Deliciousness that brings tears to one's eyes. Observing the expressions on the 3 children's faces, Su Ken chuckled. Do not worry, as long as Auntie is here, you shall never go hungry. Auntie, what delicious food will you prepare for us? Lu Wenhao, robust and lively, with round, sparkling eyes, looked utterly adorable. You will find out once I am finished. Su Ken teased with a smile. She then poured the prepared eggplant batter into the hot oil, allowing it to spread out evenly, flipping each piece once it had set. Under the sizzling heat, the eggplant cake soon turned a golden brown, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma that made the 3 children salivate. When the first eggplant cake emerged from the pan, the children's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yet she insisted that Lu Wenhao deliver it to Lu Jiandong first. Dad, this is the eggplant cake made by Aunt Sue. You must try it. Lu Wenhao, though ravenous, held back his urge to dive in. Lu Jiandong gazed at the eggplant cake resting in the porcelain bowl, his throat constricting violently, yet he had never anticipated that a woman from the county could be so clever and capable. Have you eaten, Dad? There is more outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wenhao bounded out of the room, his face beaming with delight, revealing just how thrilled the children were. The moment he stepped outside, he spotted 2 more eggplant cakes that had just come off the stove. Knowing that he was starving, Su Ken let the children eat first. Each child tore off a piece, and as they popped it into their mouths, they exclaimed at the heat, with Lu Wenhao grimacing and hopping about, pulling faces that made Su Ken laugh heartily. Lu Xiaotian also giggled as she ate, while Lu Wenyuan, typically taciturn, managed a rare smile. Taking a bite of the eggplant cake, he found it so delicious that it nearly brought him to tears. Throughout his life, he had never tasted anything so delightful. As he savored the fragrant eggplant cake, he cast a furtive glance at the plump auntie beside him, wishing that she could remain with them forever. Auntie, this is amazing, Lu Wenhao exclaimed, his mouth full of eggplant cake, making his words somewhat garbled. Su Ken couldn't help but laugh at his antics and turned to Lu Xiaotian. Sweetie, is it delicious? Lu Xiaotian nodded vigorously. Auntie, it's delicious. Though her voice was soft, it was a rare contribution. Su Ken then glanced at Lu Wenyuan. How about you, Wenyuan? How does it taste? He shyly scratched his head, observing the beads of sweat trickling down Su Ken's cheeks, and simply nodded. After finishing the eggplant cakes, Su Ken placed them all into a porcelain basin, instructing Lu Wenhao to take them inside. Next, she prepared a pot of fragrant tomato and egg drop soup, which looked particularly appetizing. The fire quickly brought it to a boil, and she ladled generous bowls for everyone. The 3 children excitedly carried their bowls into the room. As Lu Jiandong gazed at the rich, oily tomato soup adorned with egg flowers and then at the eggplant cakes, his throat moved several times. He looked deeply at the woman who was slightly out of breath from her labor. Struggling to find words prior to this, he had indeed judged her by her appearance, assuming she would not be able to endure. Who could have imagined that within the span of mere hours, she had breathed new life into this household, filling it with laughter and joy? Given that the house lacked even a table, Lu Jiandong directed the children to stand along the edge of the Kong Placing their bowls on the earthen surface, he reserved the family's sole stool for Sukan to sit upon. As she settled down, she held a small porcelain basin filled with cucumbers, which she had diced and salted in advance to serve as a side dish. Sukan noticed that although the three children were bursting with excitement, they stood in place, refraining from moving, their eyes darting towards her. Apparently Lu Jiandong had already instructed them that until their new mother had moved her chopsticks, no one was allowed to eat, even though they had already sampled the delicious eggplant cakes. They were expected to adhere to the rules during their family meal. Thus, despite their mouths watering, the children patiently awaited Sukan's cue. Recognizing their intention, Sukan picked up her chopsticks and addressed them. "You must be starving, let us eat." As soon as her words fell, the three children eagerly reached for the eggplant cakes. Lu Yuan, being the eldest, stood beside Sukan, first serving a piece to his father. Lu Jiandong, before offering a piece to Sukan, our eldest, is quite polite. "Well done." This praise made Lu Yuan blush with modesty. In the meantime, Lu Wenhao had already taken a hearty bite of the eggplant cake, the enticing flavor making it nearly impossible for him to swallow. Upon hearing Sukan's compliment, he garbled his words, pledging, "Auntie, I will be polite from now on. No more calling you fat auntie." Beside him, Lu Xiaotian shyly raised her hand, indicating her desire to also be a polite child. "Of course, all three of you are wonderful children. Today you have all behaved exceptionally well." Although she had never raised children before, Sukan understood the importance of guiding each child properly. Especially with the three children before her, she felt an urgent responsibility to guide them onto the right path before they made any mistakes in their lives. The lunch they shared was exceptionally delightful and satisfying. For Sukan, who had traversed from modern society, the meal held little significance. However, for this family of four, it was a feast fit for the gods. Concerned that the children might overindulge, Sukan had deliberately instructed them to limit their consumption of the tomato soup. Yet, the soup was so delectable that the children could not resist serving themselves a second bowl. After they finished their meal, Lu Wenhao and Lu Wenyuan busied themselves with washing the dishes. Sukan called for them to pause, as she had something important to convey. As soon Uncle Qingshan would arrive to give their father a haircut and shave, and once they were tidied up, she would take their father to the county hospital. As you have seen, his leg injury is quite severe. Without prompt treatment, he may be left permanently disabled. Lu Wenyuan glanced at his father, Lu Jiandong, then turned to Sukan. "Can Dad's leg really be healed? Will he be able to walk like we do?" Lu Wenhao inquired. Sukan nodded affirmatively. "Of course, if we get him to the hospital now, he will definitely recover. Whatever other fathers can do, he will be able to do it. And even do it better. However, during the days that your father and I are away, I need you to take good care of the household, but fret not, I have already arranged with Uncle Qingshan to stay here with you at night. If anyone from the Lu family tries to trouble you, do not confront them aggressively, as you are still children. Your safety must come first. Before we leave, I will prepare some delicious food for you. Wenyuan, as the elder brother, it is your responsibility to look after your younger siblings. Can you manage that?" "Yes." Chapter 12. A sudden feeling of treasure found not only Lu Wenyuan but also Lu Wenhao, and Lu Xiaotian listened with eyes wide open. Their spirits lifted. They had assumed that their father's leg would never heal, thus each time they heard others call their father useless or crippled, their hearts ached profoundly. They would retaliate with words, and the brothers even got into fights over it. Yet no matter how they fought, they felt deep down that their father was indeed like those people outside, unable to stand again. Little did they expect that their aunt would say their father could stand up. Their joy was beyond measure. Lu Jiandong observed Sukan in silence, having been familiar with her sister, Yang Yali, who was beautiful and eloquent. When he saw Sukan this morning, he realized what kind of person she was. Because of his physical limitations, the Yang family had arranged for Sukan to marry in place of Yang Yali. Initially, he thought her presence was merely a formality, that she would come and go. But he never anticipated that she would bring about such a transformative change in their home. Now all he wished for was to stand on his own 2 feet again, once everything was settled. Sukan busied herself with preparations. She needed to organize the household affairs to ensure Lu Jiandong could be taken to the hospital as soon as possible, lacking the conveniences of modern sanitation. Sukan taught the children a method of cleaning, using the ash from the stove to scrub the dishes, rinsing them thoroughly with clean water afterward, while the 2 children washed the dishes. Sukan retrieved a comb from the box and took Lu Xiaotian to the yard. She filled half a basin with water, adding some hot water before beginning to wash her hair. The child's hair had become matted from neglect, and before heading to the hospital, Sukan had to ensure that this young girl's hair was clean. After washing her hair 4 times, Sukan finally managed to cleanse it completely. As she dried her hair, Lu Wenhao approached, drawn by the fragrant scent. "Wow, it smells wonderful. Auntie, can my brother and I wash our hair too?" In truth, Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao's hair was not much cleaner either. But being summer, they often swam in the reservoir, which kept their hair somewhat tidy. However, in such a household, their cleanliness was far from ideal. Of course you can, but first, fill the pot with water, once it boils. I will make you some pancakes. Before heading to the county hospital, she needed to prepare meals for the 3 children for the next few days. Upon hearing this, the 2 boys rushed to fill the water pot and began to heat it. Once the water boiled, the two boys washed their hair while Sukan mixed some cornmeal to prepare pancakes, skillfully shaping them one by one along the edge of the pot. The original owner of this body would never have accomplished such tasks. But for her as a bodyguard, these were mere trifles. Just as she finished shaping the pancakes, Zhou Qingshan arrived with his barbering tools. Sukan instructed the boys to watch over the pancakes and then went inside to retrieve Lu Zhandong's only pair of military green trousers. After all, they were going to the county hospital, and he could not be seen wearing only his underwear. To avoid the trouser legs brushing against his injury, Sukan devised a plan. She used scissors to carefully open the side seams up to above his knees. Ensuring that the pants would not irritate his wounds, when they returned, she could sew them back together, preserving a good pair of trousers. With a strong man like Zhou Qingshan present, dressing Lu Zhandong became much easier. Once he was dressed, Zhou Qingshan began to cut Lu Zhandong's hair and shave his beard, while Sukan assisted him. Zhou Qingshan worked swiftly, and soon had trimmed Lu Zhandong's hair and cleaned his face. To be honest, before Lu Zhandong's beard was shaved, Sukan had some confidence in his features, knowing he was not unattractive. Yet, when Zhou Qingshan removed the beard, Sukan was taken aback by the man's ruggedly handsome visage. His straight-nosed, deep-set eyes, and sharply defined lips, though slightly gaunt from lack of nourishment, still radiated a strong masculinity that was undeniable. At that moment, Sukan felt a sudden rush of excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Before her traversal, she had been a female bodyguard in the 21st century, and due to her profession, she had always been surrounded by men. Thus, her preference leaned toward those exuding an aura of masculinity. This man's height and appearance matched her ideals perfectly. She was curious about what kind of charisma he would possess once he stood upright again, but that was a concern for another time. Their immediate priority was to get into the hospital. Once Zhou Qingshan had finished tending to Lu Zhandong, the cart driven by old Zhou arrived. To Sukan's surprise, old Zhou had brought his son. Zhou Dongsheng belonged. Given that their journey to the county would take hours and might extend into the night, old Zhou's family was concerned for his safety should he return alone, thus Zhou Dongsheng would stay overnight. Accompanying Zhou Qingshan to the county. Sukan expressed her gratitude profusely. Dear sister-in-law, if you continue to be so courteous, it will feel distant. Now, with Dongxing in this state, I feel ashamed. Previously, Lu Hongwu was a tyrant in the village, and no one dared to intervene with Zhandong. It's thanks to your arrival that we can finally lend a hand to Zhandong. Zhou Qingshan had a good relationship with Lu Zhandong, but in Taohua village, few dared to provoke Lu Hongwu, firstly because Lu Zhandong was his brother, and secondly due to the costs associated with treating his legs, compounded by the responsibility of caring for the 3 children Lu Zhandong had adopted. Even if Zhou Qingshan had the will, he lacked the means. Now that Sukan had arrived, they could finally contribute to Lu Zhandong's recovery. Sukan chose not to elaborate further, keeping this kindness in her heart for future repayment. She pulled out the only military blanket from the box and laid it on the cart. Together, they carefully lifted Lu Zhandong onto the cart, and Lu Wenyuan thoughtfully placed a pillow under his father's head. After Sukan gathered her belongings, she entrusted the 3 Lu siblings to Zhou Dongxing before finally boarding the cart to set off. Before departing, Sukan took Zhou Qingshan aside and whispered a few reminders. Zhou Qingshan nodded, smiling as he replied, Sister-in-law, just take care of everything. As it was now afternoon, the temperature had cooled slightly, and many villagers who had taken a midday nap emerged with fans in hand. Gathering in groups under the shade of trees to chat, many sat along the path. Sukan and the others would take news of Suk and accompanying Secretary Zhou to the old Lu family to divide the estate had already spread like wildfire throughout the village. To describe it as a sensational event would not be an exaggeration. At that moment, villagers spotted old Zhou driving the cart with Lu Zhandong lying atop it, alongside Sukan and Zhou Qingshan, prompting several curious inquiries. Chapter 13, Scheming. Oh Qingshan, where are you headed? Zhou Qingshan sat opposite old Zhou, and when others asked, he let old Zhou halt the cart, his voice booming, taking my brother Dong to the county hospital. My sister-in-law knows people there who can help treat his leg. That sounds splendid. Zhandong is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful wife. Ha, who can argue with that? My sister-in-law is no ordinary person. She has connections in the county, making things easier than for us. However, for the next few days, only the 3 children will be at home, so uncles and aunts, please help keep an eye on them at night. We mustn't allow anyone to take advantage during this time. If any trouble arises and it escalates to the county police station, it would be a disgrace to Taohua village. Don't you agree? Everyone quickly nodded in agreement, some even turning to Lu Zhandong in the cart, saying, Zhandong, you can rest assured and focus on your treatment. The children are in good hands. As long as we're here. If anyone dares to cause trouble for the kids at night, the people of Taohua village will not let them off easily. Exactly, whoever dares to cause trouble at this moment will swiftly find themselves dispatched to the police station. Zhou Qingshan listened to the chorus of agreement from the crowd, smiling as he clasped his hands together. Sukan timely expressed her gratitude to everyone. With a flick of his whip, old Zhou's horse-drawn carriage quickly departed. Along the way, they encountered several groups of villagers, and Zhou Qingshan would always exchange a few more words with each encounter. Once the carriage exited Peach Blossom Village, the words he had spoken seemed to take flight. Spreading far and wide. In truth, Zhou Qingshan's actions were influenced by Su Ken, who had pulled him aside before their departure to impart her concerns. After all, today's discord with the old Lu family had been quite unsettling. She had seen clearly what kind of person Lu Hongwu was. Although the old Lu family had been compelled to part ways under pressure, she could sense that Lu Hongwu, the second son, was far from amiable. Should they leave and Lu Hongwu take advantage of the darkness to trouble the three children, Zhou Dongsheng would be utterly outmatched. Most critically, they were confined to a solitary room, lacking even a surrounding wall, making it all too easy for the Lu family to act under the cover of night. Therefore, before departing Peach Blossom Village, she needed to instill a sense of pressure in the Lu family. Indeed, Su Can's calculations were astute. The Lu family had ostensibly consented to the division of their assets and had even done so in front of the villagers. Old Lady Lu had gritted her teeth to produce 200 yuan. Yet their true intention was to reclaim as much of the distributed goods as possible come nightfall. After all, the dwelling of Lu Jiandong's family consisted of merely one room, and with Lu Jiandong's legs already incapacitated, Su Can, being both a woman and quite stout, was inherently at a disadvantage. The remaining members were merely 3 children, the eldest being only 10 years old. Collectively, they were no match for Lu Hongwu. After the division, with Su Can and the villagers having departed, the old Lu family convened in their main room to discuss their next steps. They were biding their time, waiting for nightfall when Lu Hongwu would venture into the village to recruit a few acquaintances to raid Lu Jiandong's household. After all, it was nighttime. Who would recognize them? Yet, before darkness fully enveloped the village, the old Lu family received disheartening news. Lu Jiandong's new, portly wife had taken him in old Zhou's carriage to the county hospital, with Zhou Qingshan accompanying them. Logically, with the 2 adults gone, it should have been easier for them to act against the children. However, unbeknownst to them, several villagers had voluntarily decided to keep watch over Lu Jiandong's house at night. And even the village militia had been mobilized, all concerned about the safety of the 3 children. Upon hearing this news, old Lady Lu and Lu Hongwu were infuriated. The old matriarch, fanning herself with a large palm fan, glowered with her slanted eyes, feeling as if she were gouging her own heart at the thought of the losses she had suffered that day. That wretched fat woman, I believe she is deliberately opposing the old Lu family. Lu Hongwu's eyes widened in anger. The third son's wife was right. The third son should have been sent to the hospital long ago. Old Lu Hongjun interjected. Old Lady Lu scoffed. Eldest, are you a brainless fool? How long has the third son been lying on that bed? You've seen the state of his wounds. His legs are in utter disrepair. No one from the army has come to see him. Why? Because the third son's legs are beyond repair. You really think that fat woman is here to save him? She merely seeks to extract more from him. Don't forget, the third son is still receiving state aid. Lu Hongjun muttered, Mother, that is your own son. Such behavior is beneath us. He was known as the honest man of the Lu family and typically refrained from speaking out. Yet today, witnessing Su Can's fierce demeanor, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Old Lady Lu glared at him. I see your brain is muddled, isn't it? What is so improper about this? The third son's legs are ruined. If we don't safeguard his money, should we then provide for those 3 debt collectors? Don't forget, those 3 are here solely to collect debts. They have no ties to our old Lu family. They feast on our resources while our third son naively gets fooled. We cannot be made fools of. Lu Hongwu wholeheartedly agreed with his mother. Exactly, eldest brother, that wretched fat woman only came today to divide our family. Even if she truly divides the goods, if the third son dies, and that Su Fatso returns to the county, 1T the things distributed ultimately end up in the hands of those 3 debt collectors? Are they part of our old Lu family? When have you ever been generous enough to raise someone else's children, and to take in 3 at once? Ridiculous, the third brother will definitely not die. Lu Hongjun retorted gloomily. Old Lady Lu shot him a disdainful look. Enough, what could your thick-headed brain possibly comprehend? Just do your work. This remark silenced Lu Hongjun, who furrowed his brows and continued to smoke his pipe. Lu Hongwu's wife Zhao Meishan chimed in enthusiastically. Mother, I heard that when that Su Fatso was cooking at noon today, the aroma wafted 2 miles away. We are frugal, yet this woman and those 3 debt collectors feast at our expense. This cannot go unpunished. The items distributed to the third son's family today had nearly driven her to madness. It was worth noting that aside from the third son, Lu Jiandong, everyone else in the Lu family lived within the same courtyard. With all provisions tightly controlled by the old matriarch, the goods allocated to the third family were essentially taken from their own mouths. How could she not feel resentment? Zhao Meishan turned to her taciturn sister-in-law. Gao Yuzhen, sister-in-law, you must say something too. This matter concerns the sustenance of our entire family. Chapter 14. Su Can ran off with the money. Gao Yuzhen glanced at her husband, who was lost in thought. Before nodding at Zhao Meishan, sister-in-law, you are absolutely right. Those 3 children cannot be supported by our Lu family. However, today they benefited from the goods distributed to them. They are well fed, while our own children suffer. Her husband, typically quiet, was unable to voice his thoughts, but she was not easily silenced. She felt a deep sense of grievance over the items taken by the third family. Her sister-in-law was spot on. Every additional bite they took meant one less for their own children. Zhao Meixiang had never particularly liked her sister-in-law, yet in moments like these, they needed to unite. Old Lady Lu waved her large fan and then pounded her chest. Oh dear. Oh dear, my chest feels so heavy. Eldest son-s, second son-s, I don't care how you handle it, but this Su Can is a calamity for our old Lu family. You must find a way to drive her out of Peach Blossom Village. Lu Hongjun, filled with helplessness, replied, Mother, she is already married. We cannot simply expel her. Furthermore, what? Just shut your mouth. What are you on about? That fat woman is here to ruin our family. Can't you see that? How have you lived over 40 years and still cannot grasp this? What else can you do aside from farm work? With that, old lady Lu began to speak again, and Lu Hongjun resumed smoking. Falling silent given the situation, it seemed the eldest son was of no help. Old lady Lu turned to her second son, Hangwu. Now that they have all gone to the county, tomorrow when you go, seek out the fourth son. He knows the area well, and you two should discuss this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hangwu perked up. Mother, you are right, our fourth son is studying in the county. He mentioned knowing the county magistrate's son during his last visit. Old Lady Lu squinted her eyes in delight. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this? Yes, when the fourth son returned last time. He mentioned it. Tomorrow morning, rise early and head to the county to find the fourth son. Understood. By the way, a second son, there is one more thing. When you go to the county tomorrow, retrieve the third son's allowance for this quarter. That fat woman has caused us enough trouble. We cannot allow her to take that money. Rest assured, Mother, I will ensure the money comes back. Old Lady Lu narrowed her triangular eyes. No, you must go now. It is over 40 miles. If you leave tomorrow morning, it will be too late. Mother, I'll ride our bicycle. I can reach in an hour. Besides, the post office won't be open that early. Alright, then wake up early. Regardless of what happens, we cannot allow that Su Can to withdraw the money. Emerging from Peach Blossom Village, Su Can felt her spirits lift considerably. Her mood was a stark contrast to the one she had upon arrival. As she sat in the carriage listening to the conversation between old Zhou and Zhou Qingshan, she appreciated the scenic beauty surrounding her. The landscape around Peach Blossom Village was indeed quite lovely. The journey from Peach Blossom Village to the county took over 2 hours by horse-drawn carriage. If the route had been flat, it would have been manageable, but the path from Guangming Commune to the county was fraught with ups and downs, making it a strenuous trek for the villagers. However, with summer nights lasting longer, they arrived at the county hospital before complete darkness fell. Su Can was relatively familiar with this place, as the original owner had lived in the county. Registering and finding a doctor left Su Can exhausted, dragging her 200-pound frame, with sweat pouring down her face, but fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Liu Zhandong was swiftly arranged into a hospital room, where the nurse first conducted a disinfection procedure. As he still bore the identity of a soldier, and given the nature of his gunshot wound, the doctors at the hospital treated his case with utmost seriousness. After meticulously examining the wounds on both of his legs, the physician's expression grew grave as he summoned Su Can out of the ward. You family members have been rather negligent. Why was he brought in only now? The doctor, an elderly man with reading glasses hanging around his neck, exuded an air of responsibility. Doctor, it is my oversight. How is my husband's condition? The old doctor replied with a solemn expression. The injuries to his legs are severe. The wounds have begun to fester, and the patient is now experiencing a high fever and unconsciousness. If surgery is not performed soon, he risks losing the use of his legs. However, the cost of surgery for both legs is quite substantial. How do you intend to manage this? Proceed with all necessary surgeries. My husband must recover. Upon hearing her declaration, the old doctor retrieved a bill from his white coat pocket and handed it to her. Remaining silent, Su Can glanced at the document, which indicated a surgical fee of $196. Such a hefty sum, although the nearly $200 was considerable, the gravity of his injuries was unparalleled. Yet, without surgery, his legs would be irreparably damaged. Time is of the essence. You may need to seek assistance from family to borrow some funds. Moreover, he will require hospitalization afterward, and $200 will not suffice. The old doctor observed her in silence, his expression growing even more somber. Come with me to my office. The doctor was clearly preparing to engage her in a serious discussion. After all, it was 1979. And such surgical fees were not easily obtainable for everyone. Zhou Qingshan had gone to the restroom, and upon returning, he overheard the conversation between the two. Seeing Su Can follow the old doctor away, he sighed heavily and entered the ward with a weighty heart. What is happening? Zhou Dage noticed his nephew's troubled demeanor. Zhou Qingshan sat heavily on the edge of the hospital bed, gazing at the now unconscious Lu Zhandong, and sighed. I just heard the doctor say that if surgery is to be done on Dong Ji's legs, it will cost nearly $200. Furthermore, he will need hospitalization afterward, and $200 will not cover it. He understood that for an average family, $200 was an astronomical sum. Most villagers in Taohua village could hardly scrape together even a few tens of dollars, let alone $200. Moreover, the old doctor had stated that $200 would not be enough. During the division of the Lu family's assets earlier that day, Su Can had received $200, which was now in her possession. She could choose to either use that money for the surgery or leave with it, especially considering the necessity of further funds for hospitalization. Jodage was taken aback. Their family could not muster $200. Nor even $50. Zhou Qingshan felt increasingly anxious, particularly since Su Ken was from the county. If she were to return to her family with the money, it would be a simple matter for her. However, after Su Ken had left with the doctor, more than an hour had passed without a return. The longer Zhou Qingshan waited, the more uneasy he became. He scoured the first-floor lobby several times but could not find Su Ken. As he made one last return to the ward, Jodage inquired, "Qingshan, have you found her?" Zhou Qingshan shook his head with a sense of despair. "What are we to do now? Could it be that the third brother's wife truly ran off with the money?" Chapter 15. Trust her. The ward housed 6 patients, each accompanied by a family member, all from different communes. Observing the worried expressions of the elderly and the young, several family members gathered around. $200? Oh my goodness, why are we still here? We can hardly manage even $15. Indeed, we have 38 cents. It's south enough to drive one to despair. Ours is the least, $5.04. If you ask me, she is so plump, she has definitely run off with the money. You two have been swindled. Is this your real older brother? Listening to the cacophony of opinions, Zhou Qingshan broke into a cold sweat and shook his head. We are from the same village. He is not my biological brother. If he is not your biological brother, then you must think carefully before speaking. This is not a trivial matter. Who can produce such a sum as $200? Indeed, Jodage regarded his nephew, uncertain himself. After all, this was no small issue. If it were $10 or $8 they could manage, but 200 was far too much. Qingshan. Zhou Qingshan turned to see the previously unconscious Lu Zhandong regaining consciousness. He hurriedly approached. "Donggu, how do you feel? Your wife, she is not that kind of person." Lu Zhandong, feeling intensely feverish, faintly heard the discussion about Su Ken. "Oh brother, it has been nearly 2 hours. She has likely encountered trouble." A woman from a nearby bed shook her head disapprovingly. Lu Zhandong wished to speak but lacked the strength. He closed his eyes and slipped back into unconsciousness. "You have been deceived. She has surely taken the money and fled. Our village also has a new bride who ran off right after the family division, cleaning out her in-laws' money and never returning. That family is still in despair over it. We have one like that in our village too." As the chatter filled the ward, Zhou Qingshan felt increasingly lost. They had only just met Su Ken that day, now that Lu Zhandong had lapsed back into a high fever and unconsciousness. What would happen if Su Ken did not return? Although they wished to assist Lu Zhandong, $200 was simply too much. After paying the fee on the first floor, Su Ken returned to the old doctor's office. Upon seeing her settle the surgical fee, the doctor promptly scheduled the surgery for 10 o'clock the following morning. Su Ken initially intended to return to the ward immediately, but considering that it was already dark outside and that Jodage and Zhou Qingshan had accompanied her without having eaten a bite, she felt compelled to procure some food for them. Su Ken first went to the hospital canteen, as it was the most convenient place to buy meals. However, upon arrival, she found the line for food to be exceedingly long. With no other option, she joined the queue at the back. Just as her turn finally arrived, she discovered that all the meals had been sold out. The lady serving the food, perhaps feeling pity for her ample figure, informed her about a nearby bun shop that did not require tickets for purchases. Upon hearing this, Su Ken hurried to the bun shop, relieved to find that there were still buns available. At 5 cents each, she noticed there were about 40 or 50 left and decided to buy them all. The owner, seeing her large order, even charged her for 2 buns less. As she passed by a small shop, she stopped in to buy a few other items before hastening back. However, her heavy body made the journey arduous, and she found herself short of breath, panting heavily after only a short distance. Fearing that Jodage and Zhou Qingshan might become anxious waiting for her, she dared not rest for long, and finally returned to the ward. Upon entering, she saw Jodage and Zhou Qingshan sitting with furrowed brows, while Lu Zhandong lay on the bed, eyes closed, appearing either asleep or unconscious from the fever. Is everything all right, Dage Qingshan? As Su Ken stepped in, all eyes in the ward turned towards her, falling silent. Oh, sister-in-law, why have you returned so late? Zhou Qingshan rushed forward, only to notice that Su Ken was carrying several bags of food. Su Ken smiled. "I paid the surgical fee and went to the canteen, but after waiting in line for ages, there was no food left. The lady there informed me about a bun shop outside, and fortunately, they still had some when I arrived, so I bought a bunch." As she spoke, she placed the buns on the bedside table. Zhou Qingshan felt a wave of shame wash over him. "Sister-in-law, I'm truly not a good person. I thought something had happened to you when you were gone. That is my fault. I should have informed you before heading to the canteen." "Dage Qingshan, you must be starving. Let us eat first." Su Ken picked up on Zhou Qingshan's underlying concern and deftly shifted the topic. Unbeknownst to her, her statement silenced everyone in the ward. Just moments ago, they had suspected that this plump woman might have absconded with the money, yet here she was, not only returning but bringing back an abundance of food. Big buns. How many dared to indulge like that in this era? Zhou Qingshan did not hold back, grabbing buns to eat alongside Jodage. Su Ken took a few sips from Lu Zhandong's military canteen, rested for a moment to regain her strength, and then began to eat a bun. Sister-in-law, have you bought too many buns? Zhou Qingshan remarked, though his mouth was full and the taste was delightful. He had never enjoyed such a meal at home. The buns were made entirely of white flour, soft to the touch, and he felt he could easily consume a dozen or more in one sitting. Indeed, dear niece-in-law, please do not purchase so many in the future. Zhou Dage also felt a bit guilty for his earlier assumptions. Dage Qingshan, I apologize for your inconvenience tonight. There are no resting places here. If you cannot finish the buns, please take some home. As Sukan spoke, she produced another small bag containing 4 boxes of Dakianman cigarettes, giving 2 boxes to both Zhou Dage and Zhou Qingshan. Oh dear niece-in-law, you are going to make me faint from embarrassment. Zhou Dage felt guilty about his previous suspicions. Here was a good child, and yet he had doubted her character. Indeed, sister-in-law, we thought you had run off. Who would have guessed you were out buying food for us? Now we feel utterly ashamed. Zhou Qingshan was overcome with remorse, refusing to accept the 2 boxes of cigarettes. Sukan chuckled heartily. Dear Sir Qingshan, rest assured, even if Shandong's leg cannot be healed, I will not abandon him. You should keep the cigarettes. Leave them for me to smoke. I'm just a woman, and I won't be able to finish them all, so please take them back. I am satisfied with just these few. You two can enjoy the rest on the way. The night has grown dark, and you will likely return home in the wee hours. Chapter 16. No longer a soldier. Zhou Qingshan, upon hearing her words, hastily replied, Sister-in-law, how can we return tonight? Tomorrow Donggu is undergoing surgery, and someone must remain here to keep watch. Dear niece Zhou Di concurred with Qingshan, we simply cannot leave. Do we not have a horse-drawn carriage? I shall sleep in the carriage, and Qingshan can make do on the bench outside. Country folk are not so particular. Zhou Di, however, was not in agreement with Sukan's suggestion. Then it seems you shall be inconvenienced tonight. As Sukan spoke, she once again offered them the cigarettes, insisting these must be taken. Leaving them here would only cause trouble. This time Zhou Qingshan accepted without further politeness, taking the cigarettes with Zhou Di. The other men in the ward watched enviously, for in this era, everyone smoked rolled cigarettes, and smoking such premium brands as Dachenmen was indeed a rare privilege. After consuming some buns and acquiring 2 boxes of Dachenmen, Zhou Di cheerfully descended to find his carriage. Zhou Qingshan prepared to rest on a chair in the hospital corridor for the night. After all, it was summer, and he could sleep without covering himself. At worst, he might suffer a few mosquito bites, but that was hardly an issue for people of that time. With time still on his side, he lingered in the ward for a while longer. When Sukan returned, she found an 4 drip hanging at the head of the bed. Initially, she thought Lu Zhandong was merely asleep, but upon feeling his forehead, she realized it was burning hot and quickly rose to find a nurse. The nurse soon followed her back, checked Lu Zhandong's temperature, and reassured her, there is no need to panic. Once this 4 is finished, his fever will subside. Nurse, once he awakens, can he have something to eat? Sukan inquired. As long as the fever has retreated, it will be fine. Very well. Sukan, weighing 200 pounds, had refrained from overeating the buns, yet she still managed to consume 5. She resolved to shed some weight, and a quick trip to buy more buns proved exhausting. As the 4 completed, just as the nurse had predicted, Lu Zhandong's fever indeed abated. He regained consciousness, and, upon seeing Sukan, a shadow of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Donggu, you haven't mistaken her. Zhou Qingshan interjected. Sister-in-law went to buy buns for me and Lu Zhandong glanced at Sukan but remained silent. He could not articulate why he trusted her. He simply felt that the action she had taken in Taohua village indicated she was a good woman. Sukan poured some water and fed him, saying, you had a fever of 40 degrees. Drink some water first, then wait a bit before eating the buns. I spoke with the nurse. You can eat as soon as the fever passes. After drinking a few sips, Lu Zhandong felt significantly lighter. Despite being drenched in sweat, what did the doctor say? He asked, his voice still hoarse from weakness. The surgery is scheduled for 10 tomorrow morning. The doctor assured me you are receiving the best care because you are a soldier. The senior doctor mentioned that our arrival today was timely. Had we delayed another day, your leg might have been beyond saving. What about the surgery fee? Lu Zhandong's expression reflected concern. Sukan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. It has already been taken care of. You also need not fret about the hospital expenses. Lu Zhandong wished to express his gratitude but swallowed the words, recalling her earlier statements. After a few exchanges, Sukan handed him a bun, knowing he needed to replenish his strength before the morning surgery. Lu Zhandong devoured several buns, visibly revitalized. Observing the couple's harmonious interaction, Zhou Qingshan excused himself to find a place to sleep outside. Lu Zhandong turned to Sukan, saying, there is something I have yet to tell you. Go ahead. Actually, I have not yet received my allowance for this quarter. Sukan was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you still a regiment commander? Yes. A smile spread across Sukan's face. That is splendid. Once your surgery is done, I will go collect it. However, the remittance slip will arrive in a few days. But the exact date is uncertain. Regardless, since you are here in the hospital, I will inquire daily. Alright. Sukan pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, we do not have a marriage certificate. How can I prove I am your wife when I go? Lu Zhandong reached into his jacket pocket, producing his seal and officer's certificate, and handed them to her. Just take these tomorrow. Wonderful. With these, the allowance will surely be secured. She paused. By the way, do the Lu family members know that your allowance will arrive soon? They should. Sukan nodded, though she harbored some thoughts she chose not to voice. Rest assured, as long as you complete the surgery tomorrow, I will immediately go to the post office to withdraw the funds. Lu Zhandong regarded her silently for a few seconds, his expression one of hesitation. You can say whatever is on your mind. There is no need to hold back. This may be the last time I receive an allowance. When Lu Zhandong spoke those words, he did not meet her gaze. Sukan's heart sank. The last time, does that mean you will no longer be a soldier? Have you committed some error? Lu Zhandong did not answer her question, choosing instead to close his eyes and respond with silence. Seeing his refusal to engage, Sukan refrained from pressing further. Given the current circumstances, it was likely this man had made some politically charged mistake. Otherwise, with Jiang Yurong's acumen, she would not have arranged for Sukan to substitute Yang Yili in marrying him. Do not worry, even if you have indeed made a political blunder. We will not be afraid. Even if you leave the army, I will ensure our family thrives in these times. However, those were matters for the future. At present, his final allowance was not an insignificant sum. If secured, it would resolve many pressing issues, yet today, due to the division of the Lu family, they would not easily allow her to claim the allowance. Perhaps tonight, the elder Lu family members were already deliberating this matter. But she found herself at a loss. She had to be present for tomorrow's surgery. For now, she could only hope that the remittance slip had not yet arrived and that the Lu family would refrain from coming to the county tomorrow. Of course, even if the worst-case scenario unfolded and the elder Lu family members claimed the allowance, she would never allow Lu Zhandong and the 3 children to go hungry. Chapter 17, Unprecedented Wealth Today. Sukan traveled to Taohua village in the Guangming commune, an event of monumental significance for Jiang Yurong's family. Previously, Lu Zhandong had leveraged connections to purchase a bicycle, sewing machine, and watch for the Yang family, alongside the 200 yuan in betrothal gifts, amounting to a considerable sum. Even if Su can receive 300 yuan, the Yang family would still profit handsomely. The moment Su Can departed, Jiang Yurong hurriedly took her biological daughter, Yang Yili, to visit a well-connected friend. This friend, He Xiuhua, had recently become the vice principal of the county's No. 1 high school. More importantly, it was not her title but rather her father-in-law, a retired senior official, that held weight. He Xiuhua had been informing Jiang Yurong that her father-in-law had a commendable subordinate who had distinguished himself in the recent counteroffensive and had been promoted to deputy division commander. Remarkably, he remained unmarried to this day. The retired senior official was keenly interested in finding a suitable match for his subordinate, and He Xiuhua believed that Yang Yili, with her solid upbringing and pleasing appearance, would make an excellent match. Should this union materialize, Yang Yili would become the deputy division commander's wife, a far superior match compared to the disabled Lu Zhandong. It would be an unparalleled fortune. Naturally, when visiting, one must bring gifts. Jiang Yurong had prepared well. As soon as Su Can left, she took her daughter straight to He Xiuhua's home. Their rapport was further strengthened by familial ties, as they referred to each other as cousins. Jiang Yurong, being a few years younger, affectionately called her cousin. He Xiuhua had already given her father-in-law a heads-up, and upon hearing that the young lady visiting was a potential match for his most capable subordinate, the venerable senior official was quite pleased. When he met Yang Yili, her graceful demeanor and refined manners, combined with her family's favorable circumstances, Jiang Yurong being a workshop director at a textile factory and her husband, Yang Deji, employed in a government office, left the senior official exceedingly satisfied. As He Xiuhua escorted the mother and daughter out of the military compound, she could hardly contain her joy. Yurong, this marriage is a certainty. However, my father-in-law will need to make a phone call to invite the young man over, so I suspect we might have to stay a few more days before Yili can meet the deputy division commander. Jiang Yurong expressed some concern. Cousin, what if the deputy division commander already has a partner? Her greatest fear was precisely this. If the deputy division commander had found a young and suitable match, her daughter's prospects would be jeopardized. Rest assured, I met the deputy division commander a few months ago. He is both handsome and capable. At that time, the senior official indicated he entrusted all decisions to my father-in-law. Thus, as long as my father-in-law approves, this marriage is as good as sealed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yurong's face lit up with delight. Oh, that is simply wonderful. Cousin, if this comes to fruition, I will forever remember your kindness. You have indeed become a benefactor to our dear Yali. He Xiuhua remarked with a smile. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? We are all family here, and family doesn't speak in terms of outsiders. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Cousin, do hurry back. We shall await your call. All right. On the way home, Jiang Yurong and her daughter were in high spirits. Jiang Yurong had even gone out of her way to purchase some delightful treats. Tonight, the entire family would celebrate joyously. After work, Yang Deji heard about the matter and was even more elated. It is worth noting that the young man had been promoted to deputy commander at such a tender age, which is no small feat. It wouldn't be long before he ascended even higher. The Yang family would surely soar to new heights alongside him. Oh my old Jiang, could it be that you might also be transferred to the provincial capital? Upon hearing her husband's words, Zhang Yirong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, just wait and see. Once our Yali becomes the deputy commander's wife, I might gradually rise to the positions of mayor or governor myself. Just thinking about it fills me with hope. Yang Deji seemed to envision a bright future ahead. Currently, he was merely a section chief, and without his daughter marrying a good match, climbing the ranks was no simple task. However, if she were to become the deputy commander's wife and establish a connection with the esteemed General Xiao, his status would instantly elevate several tiers. Oh my old Yang, if Yali truly becomes involved with this deputy commander, wouldn't the county magistrate have to show you respect? Yang Deji straightened his back, raising his wineglass, a rosy hue appearing on his face. Naturally, once our daughter becomes the deputy commander's wife, the county magistrate is of little consequence. Yang Yali chuckled at her father's words. Dad and Mom, rest assured, once I marry him, our family will surely thrive. Oh my, then we shall bask in the glory of our precious daughter. Zhang Yirong's face was beaming with joy at the decision to send Sukan to Taohua village seemed increasingly wise with each passing moment. It now appeared that the troublesome fat man had merely been a hindrance. Thankfully, from this point forward, Sukan would no longer cross her path. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the three of them were reveling in their happiness, a knock echoed at the door. Zhang Yirong hurried to open it, only to find her cousin Hishihua standing there. Cousin, what brings you here? Could it be news about the deputy commander? Observing Hishihua's beaming countenance, Zhang Yirong quickly inquired. Hishihua smiled. Who says it isn't? She said, and turned to praise Zhang Yali. Yirong, I must say, our Yali is truly a blessed child. Oh my, that is simply splendid. Zhang Yirong's heart swelled with joy as she eagerly pulled Hishihua to sit down, quickly sending Yang Yali to brew tea. Hishihua chuckled, waving her hand indicating for the family to sit. I'll keep it brief and then be on my way. My family awaits my return for dinner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yirong allowed her daughter to rest, and the family promptly settled down to listen. Cousin, what exactly is going on? Hishihua smiled and replied, I just received a call from the military. The deputy commander has returned to his hometown for a while. However, he sustained serious injuries during a heroic act and has been admitted to our county hospital. As you know, gunshot wounds are no trifling matter. So the hospital reported it to the county armed forces. To our surprise, it turned out to be the deputy commander himself. Isn't that a stroke of luck? Zhang Yirong could hardly contain her laughter. Oh my! This truly heralds prosperity. It cannot be obstructed. When shall we go pay him a visit? The hospital has scheduled his surgery for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we should arrive early. Let us skip breakfast and meet at the hospital. Chapter 18, The Hero of Battle. Oh my, that is absolutely wonderful. Zhang Yirong's smile was unceasing. Although Yang Yali merely pursed her lips, her joy was unmistakable. Hishihua stood up, and as Yang Yali rose as well, she playfully admonished, Yali, rise early tomorrow and make sure to look your best. Once the surgery concludes, you can stay by his bedside to care for him. Just think, spending time caring for him will surely nurture feelings between you two. He'll remember your kindness for a lifetime. Zhang Yirong nodded vigorously. Cousin, regardless of the outcome, you will forever be our family's benefactor. Yali will always cherish your kindness. Look at you, aren't we all family? After all, you all enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Cousin, allow me to see you off. Although Hishihua protested, the three of them escorted her to the door, only returning home once they saw her safely enter a military green jeep. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhang Yirong joyfully embraced her daughter, Yang Yali, showering her with praise. Oh my precious daughter, you truly are our family's lucky star. Yang Deji, equally delighted, raised his glass and took a hearty swig. Who would have thought that our family, the Yangs, would finally find our footing? Indeed, who could have anticipated that we would have a deputy commander's wife among us? Before long, might we not also be referred to as dignitaries? Zhang Yirong grinned widely. Yang Yali exclaimed with excitement, Mom, does this mean I am a dignitary's wife? My heavens, just the thought of such a bright future filled her with exhilaration, prompting her to cover her face in disbelief. Indeed, let me tell you, not only the provincial capital, but even the capital city may soon be within reach of the more Zhang Yirong contemplated, the more convinced she became that their family's future lay paved with golden opportunities. That night, the trio was so exhilarated they could hardly contain their joy. Early the next morning, Sukan went to the hospital cafeteria to fetch breakfast, since Lu Zhandong was not allowed to eat before surgery. She only bought food for herself and the Zhou family members, concerned that it might be inappropriate for Lu Zhandong to merely watch them eat. Sukan chose to dine in the corridor with the Zhou family. Just as they finished their meal, a female relative from the same ward rushed towards them in a flurry. Mr. Zhou, is your horse by the willow tree in the yard? Yes. Why, you must hurry and check. The horse seems spooked and has run off with the cart. What? Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou dashed outside. That cart was his lifeline. Losing it would be akin to losing his own life. Sister-in-law, I'm going to check it out. I'll go with you. It was only 7:30 in the morning, and Sukan was equally curious about the unfolding situation. However, she glanced inside the room and saw Lu Zhandong peacefully asleep. With the surgery still over 2 hours away, she asked the female relative who had just returned with the news if she could help watch over Lu Zhandong and headed downstairs to investigate. After all, she had grown up in the county town, and if anything were to happen, she could lend a hand. As soon as she exited the lobby, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The yard was filled with soldiers, and a military green jeep slowly approached the lobby. Soldiers were on hand to maintain order, pushing Succumb and other family members to the periphery, uninterested in the soldiers. Succumb was more concerned about Mr. Zhou's cart and hurried toward the willow tree, only to find the cart had indeed vanished. After a moment's thought, she surmised it was likely the sudden appearance of the soldiers that had frightened the horse. However, she had no idea where it had gone. Succumb followed the commotion to the hospital entrance, where she saw Zhou Qingshan already sprinting into the distance, glancing back at the soldiers in the yard. She felt a sense of unease and quickly chased after Zhou Qingshan. A separate jeep brushed past her. Inside, Zhang Yirong and Yang Yali were tightly gripping each other's hands in excitement when they unexpectedly spotted Succumb. The troublesome fat girl, exiting the hospital. Mom, am I seeing things? Did I just spot Succumb? Yang Yali turned to look again, and Zhang Yirong quickly patted her hand. You're not seeing things, it is indeed her. For now, let us focus on what we have to do. Their priority was to present themselves well before General Xiao and the deputy commander. Yang Yali nodded, seeing the vehicle come to a halt. She and her mother quickly exited the car. To be honest, ever since they had arrived at the military district compound and boarded the car, their excitement had been indescribable, standing before the rows of soldiers in the yard. And trailing behind General Xiao and several dignitaries, Yang Yali felt a sense of grandeur she had never experienced before. As she observed the ordinary citizens on the periphery looking at her with envy and admiration, she felt for the first time as though she were the center of attention. Ascending to the third floor behind these influential figures, she noticed the corridor was clear, with armed soldiers stationed at intervals. Zhang Yirong and Yang Yali spotted Director Fong of the county police department standing before a certain ward. Much to their surprise, Yang Yali squeezed her mother's hand, who returned the gesture, signaling her to remain calm. Oh my, General, what brings you here in person? Director Fong quickly approached with a smile, saluting General Xiao with a crisp military salute. He had once served under the esteemed general. General Xiao replied, Zhandong is a promising talent I personally recognized. The military district has been frantic in searching for him. Had it not been for your timely report, I would have remained unaware of the severity of his injuries. What is his current situation? Is he aware of our arrival? The door remains closed, and I have yet to inform him. Knowing that you have come in person, I intended to give him a surprise. General Xiao sighed, saying, this troublesome lad, having sustained such grave injuries on the battlefield, managed to sneak back here all on his own. I've heard that had he not been brought in promptly, he would have lost the use of his legs. Director Fong lamented. Indeed, the director hastily reported the gunshot wounds upon seeing them. It was only then that we learned he had been back home for over 2 months. General Xiao furrowed his brow and declared, regardless of the means you employ, you must ascertain every detail regarding his condition during this period. Why has a war hero not been sent to the hospital for over 2 months after returning home? Certainly, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate and report back to you. Director Fong saluted once more. General Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Open the door. Yes. Just as Director Fong was about to turn, he heard a woman call out from behind. Director Fong. He glanced back at General Xiao and smiled. I didn't expect that Zhandong's fiancée and mother-in-law would also be here. Chapter 19. You didn't die. When Zhang Yirong and Yang Yali heard General Xiao mention the name Zhandong, their legs nearly gave way in shock. They never imagined that the so-called deputy division commander he spoke of was, in fact, Lu Zhandong, the very person they wished to call off the engagement with. Initially, they were filled with doubt, but after listening to the conversation between the general and Director Fong, they were now entirely convinced that the person in question was indeed Lu Zhandong. They had thought him to be a soldier rendered incapacitated. Yet here he was, not only on the mend but also slated for a promotion to deputy division commander. What were they to do now? Yang Yali felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Plummeting from heaven to hell with Succumb now married to Lu Zhandong, had she not relinquished her chance at wealth and prosperity to Succumb? Zhang Yirong was also anxious, but she quickly steadied herself. Seizing the moment while the two men conversed, she whispered to her daughter. Succumb went over on her own accord. It has nothing to do with our family, just make sure you conduct yourself well. This reassured Yang Yali, calming her frantic heart. Yes, where was the proof that Succumb had married Lu Zhandong? She was merely an unattractive overweight girl with skin ailments. Even if she were present, the general could hardly take a liking to her. With her mother by her side, Yang Yali felt a surge of confidence. General Xiao, upon hearing Director Fong's words, looked curiously at the approaching mother and daughter. Xiao Fong, this young lady is someone I intended to introduce to Zhandong. How can you claim she is his fiancée? Director Fong was taken aback by the question and had no time to respond before Zhang Yirong politely bowed to General Xiao, saying, General, I must apologize. My daughter Yali has been searching for Zhandong during this time, but we could not find any trace of him. I had no idea he was your subordinate. When Sister Xihua mentioned he was a soldier with a leg injury, I thought to take this opportunity to see him. Initially, we hesitated to tell you the truth, as we had been inquiring about him for over 2 months without any news. We assumed he must have committed some political error and was hiding away. The engagement between Jiandong and Yali was arranged by Director Fong. If you don't believe me, you may ask him. Director Fong was unaware of Su Can taking Yang Yali's place in marrying into Taohua village. After listening to Jiang Yaron, he chuckled. General, I can vouch for this matter. I indeed facilitated this marriage, and the two got along quite well prior. They sought me out some time ago, but I had no knowledge of Jiandong's whereabouts then. Please do not hold it against them. After all, they are ordinary citizens, and even we could not locate Jiandong. General Shao laughed heartily. It's no wonder they would devise such a plan. It's all Jiandong's fault for being so elusive. I had thought he had perished, for Jiandong had left the battlefield under extraordinary circumstances, having achieved tremendous success in that victorious campaign, yet, when it came time to find him, he was nowhere to be seen. Everyone assumed he had likely perished, considering the lurking foreign threats along the border that could lead to fierce confrontations. Who would have thought he would return to his hometown? What a delightful misunderstanding. Clearly Yali and Jiandong are truly fated. Director Fong felt increasingly pleased with his matchmaking efforts. General Shao nodded approvingly, then gestured. We have gathered sufficient information. Open the door. Yes, though Lu Jiandong lay with his eyes closed. He was still aware of his surroundings. He knew Su Can and the Zhou family had gone to eat in the corridor. Shortly after their departure, several nurses arrived to transfer him to a private room. Explaining it was for the upcoming surgery, naturally, he gave it little thought, but as the nurses left, he specifically instructed them to inform his wife. However, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, he still had not seen Su Can return. When the door opened again, he was surprised to see an unexpected visitor. General, what brings you here? Seeing General Shao enter, Lu Jiandong hastily propped himself up, only to be gently restrained by Director Fong. General Shao approached the bedside, his expression grave as he sat down. Lu Jiandong, do you have any idea how frantically the entire military district has been searching for you? Why did you return without reporting? Lu Jiandong sat up and saluted General Shao. Report. General, Lu Jiandong has committed a grave error, resulting in the sacrifice of Zhao Taizhu and all comrades in the 1st platoon who were protecting me. I initially intended to return home to settle my 3 children before reporting back to face punishment, but my leg, it has been uncooperative. General Shao glanced at Lu Jiandong lying in bed and pointed at him. I scarcely know what to say. Zhao Taizhu. A soldier entered the room and saluted at the bedside. Lu Jiandong looked at the unharmed man and smiled. Zhao Taizhu, you didn't die. Zhao Taiju's voice boomed. Report, Commander, I and all soldiers in the platoon are unscathed. When you detonated the bomb, we had already safely evacuated. When we came looking for you, we found you missing. Only then did a smile grace General Zhao's face. As he looked at Lu Jiandong with admiration, truly, you are one of my finest soldiers. On the battlefield, you struck fear into their hearts. Who would have thought you single-handedly took down over 100 enemies at the border and destroyed their stronghold? Yet, when it came time to clear the battlefield, the hero of the hour was nowhere to be found. You certainly made it difficult for us to locate you. Now tell me, what exactly transpired? Lu Jiandong had commanded excellently at the border, pushing the enemy back relentlessly. Later, when he and Zhao Taiju's platoon went to clear the area, they unexpectedly discovered an enemy secret base. With no time to return for reinforcements, Lu Jiandong instructed Zhao Taiju to scout the terrain. After devising a battle plan, they executed a feint to capture the base. However, once Zhao Taiju and his men entered, they never emerged again. When Lu Jiandong entered the base from another side, he overheard the enemy discussing the fate of Zhao Taiju's men. Realizing they had all perished, in a fit of rage, he charged in alone. Outnumbered by over 100 enemies, he was hit 3 times in the leg. After dispatching all the foes, he fashioned a makeshift bandage from torn cloth to secure his leg wound. Initially intending to go to the hospital, he found that the influx of wounded soldiers had overwhelmed all the hospitals, and not wishing to occupy medical resources, he decided to return to Taohua village to settle his 3 children before facing his punishment in the army. Chapter 20, Su Can's stern expression. General Shao regarded him and said, I scarcely know how to address you. You mean to say you've endured for over 2 months since returning home without seeking medical attention? Lu Jiandong remained silent, though he wished to respond. The Lu family had only seen the allowances he received each quarter. They were hardly inclined to care for him. Not only did they fail to take him to the doctor or hospital, but they quickly moved him and his children to a room in the courtyard. They neither accompanied him nor allowed anyone from Taohua village to assist him, warning that anyone who dared to help would face dire consequences. Yet, he could not voice these grievances. You need not worry about this surgery. The doctors have assured me of a successful outcome, enabling you to stand again. However, there are military protocols to uphold. You were initially slated for promotion, but due to your sudden disappearance, the commendation will be postponed until you recover and report back to the unit. Lu Jiandong saluted. Thank you, General. You have 6 months to recuperate. The sooner you recover, the sooner you can return to duty. Understood. General Shao's expression softened slightly. I also bring you a surprise during this visit. He glanced at Director Fong beside him. Let them in. Yes. Lu Jiandong was initially perplexed by the general's words, But upon seeing Jiang Yirong and Yang Yali walk in, everything became clear. Oh Zhandong, we finally found you. Jiang Yirong, accompanied by her daughter, entered with tear-filled eyes. Zhandong, as soon as Yang Yali spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. General Xiao gazed at Lu Zhantong and remarked, look at you, not even bothering to inform your fiancée, which has caused her to search for you during this time. She even came to me. Lu Zhantong's expression turned serious as he replied, old chief, you misunderstand. I am already a married man. She is not my fiancée. The words left General Xiao and Director Fong momentarily stunned. If she is not your fiancée, then who is Director Fong, a former comrade of Lu Zhantong, was well aware of the marriage arrangement. Lu Zhantong met his gaze and stated, my wife is Sukan, the elder sister of Yang Yali. I am here receiving treatment solely because Sukan made arrangements to bring me here, otherwise, you would never have had the chance to see me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yirong exclaimed to Zhantong, you mustn't speak carelessly. Our Sukan has no engagement with you, how could she be your wife? Besides, she ran away with 300 yuan from our home yesterday. We have been unable to locate her since. How can she be your wife? In truth, the matter of Sukan going to Taohua village was known only to the Yang family. Lu Zhantong chose not to respond to her, instead looking toward Director Fong. Chang Tao, she was just in the corridor having dinner with the gentleman who accompanied me. Since you moved me here, she is certainly worried and cannot find me. Please, could you go out and bring her here? I am quite concerned about her. Given the presence of General Xiao, it was evident that many soldiers had arrived. There was a possibility that Sukan might be barred from entering Rizhantong. How could she, having sneaked away, become your wife? You are being unfair to our Yali. Jiang Yirong's desperation was palpable as she spoke. This matter had to be firmly denied, although Lu Zhantong still held the position of commander. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before he was promoted. Once he recovered, such a prized individual could not be allowed to fall into Sukan's hands. Yang Yali, in tears due to Lu Zhantong's words, lamented to Zhantong, how could you do this? You are a soldier. If I have wronged you, you could simply tell me. You cannot humiliate me like this. Is this how soldiers behave? Her words plunged the room into a brief silence, prompting General Xiao to address the tearful mother and daughter. This is no trivial matter. We must clarify this. You are right, Chief. We must get to the bottom of this. I will send someone to find Sukan, Director Fong declared, turning to leave, but then looking back at the distraught mother and daughter. Sister-in-law, please step outside for a moment. Certain matters required General Xiao to speak with Lu Zhantong in private. Though Jiang Yirong felt anxious, the authority of General Xiao left her no room for dissent. She nodded and respectfully bowed to General Xiao before leading Yang Yali out of the ward. Sukan, burdened by her considerable weight, found herself out of breath after just a few steps. After pursuing the path to the intersection, she realized that neither old Zhou nor Zhou Qingshan could be found. This filled Sukan with anxiety. If old Zhou lost his cart because of her accompanying Lu Zhantong here, it would be her fault. Had she known this would happen, she would have insisted they return last night. After waiting nearly half an hour at the intersection, she finally saw old Zhou and Zhou Qingshan returning, both empty-handed and visibly dejected. Their faces were ashen, revealing their distress. Sukan hurried toward them and inquired, only to learn that old Zhou had mistakenly thought the cart they saw was his, but upon chasing it, he realized it was not. Now that the cart was lost, recovering it would be exceedingly difficult. After all, in this era, a cart was equivalent to a car in the 21st century, a substantial sum of money. The three of them could only retrace their steps back to the hospital. Hoping to inquire with anyone who might have seen it. On the way back, they asked around, but no one had seen a cart leave the hospital. Upon entering the hospital grounds, Sukan spotted a row of soldiers in the courtyard, with a platoon leader at the end of the line. Remembering that it was these soldiers who had caused old Zhou to lose his cart, she approached them angrily. Comrade, may I ask you something? Are you soldiers of the People's Liberation Army? Wu Zhao Taizhu looked at Sukan and nodded earnestly. Yes, madam. How may I assist you? What do you mean, how may you assist me? My uncle's cart was tied beneath that large willow tree, and with all of you here, the horse got startled and ran away with the cart. Now the cart is missing. What do you propose we do? Breathless and overwhelmed by her own weight, Sukan stood with her hands on her hips, her expression fierce. Please, madam, do not be alarmed. Follow me. Zhao Taizhu replied calmly. How can I not be alarmed? That cart is a lifeline. Indeed, there is a cart in the yard. Our soldiers noticed the horse was frightened and took the cart to the backyard for safekeeping. Come with me, and we can see if it is the one you lost. Chapter 21. Parting on good terms. Sukan's eyes lit up at his words, and she quickly waved to Zhou Qingshan nearby, and the two of them followed Zhao Taizhu to the backyard. Upon arrival, old Zhou immediately spotted his cart, and the despondent expression on his face transformed into one of joy. It is my cart, our family's cart. Zhou Qingshan also breathed a sigh of relief. In rural areas, such items were significant possessions. Losing one felt akin to losing a family member. Seeing old Zhou patting the horse's back, Sukan couldn't help but smile. It's not lost. That is wonderful. Qingshan, I must hurry back. Your brother Dong must be worried sick about not seeing us for so long, having been away for at least half an hour. It was only natural for Lu Jiantong to be anxious. Sister-in-law, I will accompany you upstairs. Given the presence of so many soldiers, Zhou Qingshan was uneasy about Su Can going up alone. Alright, the two entered through the back door and walked into the lobby. Climbing the stairs along the way, they noticed guards stationed at intervals, all armed. It was clear that a significant figure had arrived at the hospital. Upon reaching the third-floor ward, they were taken aback to find that Lu Jiantong was no longer in his bed. Another patient occupied it. Su Can quickly inquired with the family of the other patient, only to be met with confusion. Isn't your husband in surgery? What? But it's not time yet. The surgery is scheduled to start at 10 o'clock. And there is still over an hour to go. The ward's occupants expressed their helplessness, and as Su Can searched for her belongings, she discovered her water bottle and bag were missing. Panic surged within her. All of Lu Jiantong's documents and military ID were inside. Just as she was about to leave the ward to find a nurse, she was intercepted by the platoon leader she had seen downstairs earlier. Comrade, are you Su Can, the wife of Lu Jiantong? Su Can nodded. Yes. Did you transfer him elsewhere? Has he done something wrong? Was suddenly recalling that Lu Jiantong was also a soldier and that many soldiers had come to the hospital. She wondered if it was related to him. Rest assured, Commander Lu has not committed any errors. He has merely been moved to a better ward. Please come with me. Hearing this, Su Can felt somewhat relieved and followed Zhao Taizhu to the end of the corridor. As they turned a corner, she spotted two familiar faces. Su Can frowned. She had brought Lu Jiantong to treat his leg injury and did not expect to encounter Zhang Yirong and Yang Yali here. Ah, Su Can, where have you been with the money? Our family has been searching high and low for you, and you ran to find your brother-in-law instead. You even deceived him into thinking you would marry in Yali's stead. How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful daughter? As soon as Su Can appeared, Zhang Yirong seized the moment to launch into a tirade of accusations. Sister, how could you say that? I always saved the best food for you. How could you use my name to go to Taohua village? I know you have always felt inferior because of your weight, but you can't take it out on me. Yang Yali sobbed as she spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks, leaving one to wonder if Su Can had committed some grievous offense against her. Su Can observed the two women's theatrical performance and let out a cold laugh. What act are you two putting on? She began to piece together that Yang Yali had learned about Lu Jiantong being brought to the hospital and realized his leg could be treated, leading her to regret the arrangement for Su Can to marry in her place. Zhang Yirong, indignant, pointed at Su Can. How dare you ask us? You stole 300 yuan from our home and went to Taohua village to tell your brother-in-law that your sister Yali did not wish to marry him. And you would take her place. If it weren't for following Director Fong here, we wouldn't have known about your grand deception. She caught sight of Director Fong approaching, her voice rising. Su Can has arrived. Living in the same compound, Director Fong naturally recognized Su Can. It was impossible not to. Her physique was unmatched in the entire county. Not only was she overweight, but she also had a dark complexion. However, he was taken aback by how much fairer she appeared now. Director Fong, where is Lu Jiantong? Su Can cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. Director Fong smiled at her. Die in the ward. There is no need to rush to see him just yet. I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Upon hearing this, Su Can immediately understood that she was being summoned for an investigation. Do you also suspect that I absconded with money from my home to Peach Blossom Village? Director Fong, look at her. Even at such a moment, she remains obstinate. Zhang Yirong furiously pointed at Su Can. Fong Chengtang turned to Zhang Yirong and said to sister-in-law, there's no need to rush. We will certainly get to the bottom of this matter. Su Can scoffed. Director Fong, there's no need for an investigation. Oh, why is that? Is it not obvious? Your relationship with her is undoubtedly deeper than mine. Whatever she says goes. Before I leave, all I ask is to meet Lu Jiantong. Let us part amicably. Director Fong's smile faded as he responded. Su Can, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Absolutely. Very well, then follow me. Fong Chengtang turned and led Su Can away, prompting Zhang Yirong to call out. Director Fong, she has already admitted her fault. Why are you still taking her with you? Fong Chengtang replied. If we are to part amicably, they must at least meet. Wouldn't you agree? But if she speaks nonsense, do you believe I, as the director, can be easily swayed? Fong Chengtang's expression turned serious, leaving Zhang Yirong momentarily speechless. Despite his casual address of her as sister-in-law, once he became stern, he exuded an air of impartial authority. Please, do not misunderstand, that was not my intention. Fong Chengtang ignored her, striding towards Lu Jiantong's hospital room, with Su Can hurriedly following. Yang Yali's heart sank. Zhang Yirong cast her a comforting glance, saying nothing. The area was rife with guards, and a single misstep could jeopardize the engagement. Upon entering the ward, Su Can glimpsed Lu Jiantong lying on the hospital bed, beside which sat an imposing elder leader. No wonder so many soldiers were present. Indeed, a significant figure had arrived. Fong Chengtang introduced. Sir, this is Su Can. The elder leader assessed Su Can, noting her light gray short-sleeved shirt and deep blue trousers, her round face fair and plump, which was somewhat unexpected given her physique. What surprised him even more was the attitude Lu Jiantong had just displayed towards her. Acknowledging the elder leader, Su Can lowered herself slightly, adhering to the expected decorum. Hello. Fong Chengtang, glancing at Lu Jiantong, remarked in a tone of amusement, Comrade Su Can just expressed outside that she wishes to part amicably. Chapter 22. If you leave, I want to undergo the surgery. Lu Jiandong frowned at Su Ken. Why? Su Ken let out a cold laugh. Your question is rather amusing. Why do you think you've injured your leg? Not lost your sight? Can you not see how Yang Yali looks compared to me? Even a fool would know you choose the one outside. The hospitalization fees were originally a share from the Lu family. So you owe me nothing. Now that I see you have someone to care for you, I can rest easy. As she spoke, Su Ken noticed her small bundle on the cabinet and walked over to retrieve Lu Jiandong's officer ID and nameplate. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, alright, you all carry on. I'm leaving. As for Lu Jiandong, she merely thought he was somewhat handsome. From yesterday until now, she felt no deep affection for him. Besides, she was well aware of her own appearance. Rather than suffer here, it was better to leave decisively. With less than 300 yuan in her possession, she could rent a small room in the county town and find a way to start a business. She believed she could manage on her own. If Jiang Yurong insisted on causing her trouble, she could always relocate to another city. You can, don't you think you're being excessive? As she reached the door, Lu Jiandong's voice boomed, halting her in her tracks. The resonance of his voice startled her. Turning to see him sitting up in bed, his expression dark, he declared, if you leave, I want to undergo the surgery. Su Ken blinked in disbelief, questioning her own hearing. Was this man out of his mind? He wouldn't undergo surgery if she left, for a woman he had known for less than 2 days? Don't be ridiculous, Comrade Su Ken. Please don't misunderstand that no one here wishes to see you leave. The elder leader laughed heartily. Director Fong approached, guiding Su Ken to sit by the bedside. Comrade Su Ken, you are overthinking it. We have already spoken to Jiandong. He claims that regardless of your marital registration, he recognizes you as his only wife. The elder leader nodded. Jiandong informed me that if you hadn't found a cart in the village to bring him to the hospital, he might have permanently lost the use of his legs. You are now his wife, and he is to undergo surgery in an hour. How can you simply walk away? Su Ken glanced between the elder leader and Lu Jiandong, feeling somewhat sheepish. Honestly, I didn't do much. In her previous life, she often turned away when confronted, but if someone appealed to her emotions, she would soften instantly. The elder leader observed her standing up. Smiling, little Su, I entrust Jiandong to you. The army has granted him a 6-month leave to recuperate. However, he will face consequences for this mistake after 6 months. As a couple, you must share both hardships and joys. Having found him, I can now rest easy. Director Fong addressed Su Ken. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am an old comrade of Jiandong's. He must return with the elder leader. Su Ken bowed to both, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your concern, and thank you, Director Fong. As she attempted to escort them out, Director Fong stopped her, saying, your foremost task now is to care for him. Do not worry about formalities. He then closed the ward door behind them. The room fell silent, and Su Ken looked at Lu Jiandong, who still wore a sullen expression as if someone owed him a fortune. Her legs ached from fatigue as she sat beside the bed. Let me tell you, Yang Yali outside is more beautiful and gentle than I am. You will surely regret staying with me. No matter how beautiful Yang Yali is, she cannot compare to you. Su Ken laughed at his statement. Colonel Lu, do you truly believe that? Of course I do. Although Su Ken was somewhat plump, he did not find her unattractive. Su Ken felt a sudden shyness and could not meet his gaze directly. The elder leader mentioned you made a mistake. What was that mistake? I left the battlefield without permission. Su Ken was taken aback. Isn't that desertion? You could face execution. Are you scared? Su Ken blinked, then chuckled. Your elder leader has been laughing the entire time. If you had truly committed such a grave error, he certainly wouldn't have come. She was not so naive. Lu Jiandong rarely smiled, but he was about to speak when Su Ken suddenly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, oh no, I should have had them take me to the post office. What if your allowance is taken by the Lu family? Chapter 23. A significant sum, that was a quarter's worth of money, over 300 yuan. Su Ken felt a pang of regret. After all, once Lu Jiandong returned, there would be many expenses. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Lu Jiandong spoke softly. Look in your bundle. Is there something extra? Su Ken was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in confusion before retrieving the small bundle to inspect its contents. To her surprise, nestled among the neatly folded garments was an envelope. Upon extracting it, she was astonished to find it contained a substantial sum of money. After a brief estimation, she realized it amounted to precisely 2,180 yuan. With a look of delight, Su Ken turned to him and inquired, what is the meaning of this? Because the military had been unable to locate me previously, my allowance for this quarter was not sent. Today, Chief Xiao came to visit and specifically brought this sum of money, hence, the Lu family is unable to claim it. How wonderful, but it seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Su Ken exclaimed, marveling at the amount. 2,180 yuan is an extraordinary fortune. Included within is a 200 yuan wedding gift from the chief and Director Fong, as well as the surgical fee you provided yesterday. Since I will be recuperating at home for 6 months, the remainder consists of medical and living allowances. There is, in fact, a 1,000 yuan military merit award hidden in there, though Lu Jiandong did not mention it. Wow, I must say I feel rather wealthy now. Su Ken swiftly secured the money, relieved that her hospital room was a private one, otherwise, the sight of such a sum would surely provoke envy. She looked at him and questioned, "Aren't you concerned that I might abscond with all this money?" "Not in the slightest." Sukin pondered for a moment. "So, can I use this money as I please?" Of course, splendid, with at least an additional 200 yuan in her possession from her departure from the Young family, and combined with the 2,180 yuan, she now had a total of 2,400 yuan. She felt undeniably affluent. Were it not for the 3 children at home and the need to consider their future, she could easily purchase a house in the county town in this era. Housing prices were reasonable. 1,000 yuan could secure a modest apartment. However, she had to plan for the family's future. Half-jokingly, Sukin remarked, "If only we had some food stamps as well, after all, during this time." Acquiring goods without food stamps involved considerable hassle. "Search your bag. There should be some inside." Sukin hurriedly rummaged through her belongings and discovered a small stack of food stamps wrapped in a handkerchief, all of which were valid nationwide. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as these stamps held significant value. The rations were allocated according to Lu Jiandong's leave over the past 6 months at a rate of 45 jin per month, totaling 270 jin. However, upon counting, she found that 300 jin had been issued. "Wonderful, this means we won't have to struggle to buy food," she exclaimed. Unanticipatedly, she had stumbled upon a small fortune. "Old Master Zhou and Qingshan are still outside. I will go inform them," she said. "Very well." As Sukin stepped out of the ward, she spotted Old Master Zhou and Zhou Qingshan seated on a long bench in the corridor, who promptly approached her upon seeing her. "Old Master, have you secured the horse cart?" "Yes, indeed. The gatekeeper is keeping an eye on it this time. It won't be lost again." Old Master Zhou beamed with delight. As long as the cart was safe, he felt at ease. Sister-in-law, how is Jiandong? Zhou Qingshan asked with concern. "He's doing well. Come, let me take you in to see him." Sukin led the 2 men into the ward, where they found Lu Jiandong occupying a private room. Much to their delight, "Jiandong, this time your uncle has truly opened my eyes to the world. We never anticipated such a large gathering of officials in the hospital was for you." "In my lifetime, I have never encountered such high-ranking officials," Old Master Zhou exclaimed. Zhou Qingshan, now fully aware, added, "Jiandong, you are remarkable. Even the chief has come to visit, and you have such a splendid private room. You are now the envy of our village." He concluded with a thumbs-up directed at Lu Jiandong. Lu Jiandong smiled faintly, casting a silent glance at the nearby Sukin. Only he understood that without this woman, he would not have had the opportunity to undergo surgery in the county town, let alone survive to leave Taohua village. Soon, the clock struck 10, and doctors and nurses entered in droves, preparing to take Lu Jiandong into surgery. Due to Chief Zhao's presence, the hospital placed immense importance on the procedure, with even the director in attendance, reassuring Sukin not to worry, as they had dispatched only the best doctors, ensuring that no errors would occur. With the hospital's earnest attention, Sukin felt a wave of relief wash over her. When Chief Zhao and Director Fang departed the hospital, they took Jiang Yirong and Yang Yali with them. The mother and daughter were reluctant to leave, but before such prominent figures, particularly Chief Zhao, they dared not voice their dissent. Upon returning home, Yang Yali collapsed onto the table in tears, exclaiming, "What am I to do? That fat fool has snatched away all my prospects for wealth and status. I was meant to be the future commander's wife." Frustrated and furious, she kicked the table while crying in that moment. She wished to see Sukin suffer greatly, berating, "Why did she have to come into our lives? She should have starved out there. How can she possibly compare to me? She is ugly and dark-skinned, resembling a rat living in a hole. What gives her the right to be the commander's wife? Is Lu Jiandong blind?" Jiang Yirong watched her daughter with increasing dismay, regretting having sent her to Taohua village in the first place. Who could have foreseen such a stroke of luck for her? "However, Yali, we are not without our opportunities," Jiang Yirong said, attempting to console her. Yang Yali wiped her tears and seethed. "Lu Jiandong has already acknowledged that fat fool as his wife. How can we possibly have a chance? They haven't even obtained a marriage certificate. Lu Jiandong is undergoing surgery today and will surely need time to recuperate. After lunch, I will send someone to inquire about when he will be discharged." Jiang Yirong stated decisively. Yang Yali hesitated, "But what if I go to the hospital to find him, and Director Fang finds out?" Jiang Yirong considered for a moment and replied, "I will first gather information. If we cannot visit him at the hospital, he will eventually return home, and we will track him down there. We will assert that Sukin stole the money to replace you as Lu Jiandong's wife. I am confident we can devise a plan." Yang Yali's spirits lifted slightly. "Mother, you must investigate thoroughly." "Rest assured," Jiang Yirong reassured her daughter. "And now, I must hurry to find Aunt Xiuhua and explain today's circumstances to her to avoid any misunderstandings." "Yes, you should go quickly." Chapter 24, Striking It Rich. Chapter 25, A Helping Hand. Chapter 26, Testing the Waters. Sukin could not help but reflect internally, after a moment of silence. She said, "Your brother has just undergone surgery. It may take several hours for him to awaken." Lu Qingxing's expression turned anxious. "May I see him?" After contemplating, Sukin felt confident that all would be well, especially with Zhao Taizhu present, and nodded, "Very well, follow me." Asa brother, he deserved the chance to see him. Moreover, Lu Qingxing appeared refined and composed, far surpassing his older brothers in demeanor, yet, a thought crossed her mind that something felt amiss. During Lu Zhandong's 2-month stay in Taohua village, no one from the Lu family had come to the hospital. It was inconceivable that his brother would be completely unaware. She cautiously asked, "Were you aware that your brother had not been sent to the hospital during his 2-month stay in Taohua village?" Lu Qingxing paused, then shook his head. "I genuinely did not know, as I have not returned home. My family has not informed me yet." He must have known, for he had returned home once during those 2 months. But it was late at night, and he left early the following day. No one in the village had seen him. Furthermore, when his second brother, Lu Hongwu, picked up the remittance slip, he would always bring him items. Lu Zhandong's situation upon returning home was well known to him. He had heard that treating his leg would incur substantial expenses and had even advised his second brother against any further involvement if the military neglected Lu Zhandong. Sukan nodded, choosing not to press further, and guided him into the ward. Upon entering, Lu Qingxing spotted Zhao Taizhu and Sukan introduced him. Though Zhao Taizhu acknowledged him with a nod, he maintained a stern expression. Harboring no fondness for the Lu family. Lu Qingxing observed Lu Zhandong lying in a state of unconsciousness and turned to Sukan's sister-in-law. "I was unaware of my brother's condition before, but now that I know, I must remain here to care for him. Since it is summer break and classes are not in session, please inform me if there is anything you need." Sukan smiled and declined. "That is not necessary. With squad leader Zhou here, many matters will be more convenient. You should focus on your studies. If you manage to enter university, it will be worth far more than anything else. Missing a few days of school won't set me back significantly. If you send me back now, I won't be able to concentrate on studying anyway. I will wait here in the corridor until my brother awakens. Just call for me." In such a moment, he felt the need to demonstrate his worth. Sukan was taken aback by his unwavering resolve. As a brother, she could hardly object. If he wished to stay, she would allow it. However, once Lu Qingxing exited, she beckoned Zhao Taizhu to the window and whispered a few words to him. Zhao Taizhu nodded and then left the ward. As he closed the door, he noticed Lu Qingxing sitting on a nearby bench engrossed in a book he had somehow acquired. Zhao Taizhu approached him with a stern expression. "Classmate Lu Qingxing, I have several inquiries to make." Lu Qingxing, taken aback by Zhao Taizhu's serious demeanor, hastily rose to his feet. "Please go ahead. It is as follows. Although Lu Zhandong was once my superior, his cowardice in fleeing from the battlefield at the border constitutes a grave mistake. Our commanding officer was infuriated to learn that he returned to his hometown. Aside from myself, the hospital perimeter has also been reinforced with security personnel. Given that you are Lu Zhandong's younger brother, we expect your full cooperation with our mission. Of course, should you assist in his escape, it would amount to a serious charge of complicity." What? What are you saying?" Lu Qingxing's face turned pale, his tongue momentarily faltering. Zhao Taizhu continued with an unwavering seriousness. "I believe my words are quite clear. The day he is discharged will also be the day we escort him away. Previously, our team visited Taohua village, only to find that your family had hidden him away. They have already committed a serious offense. For the next fortnight, I expect you to report to me daily. You must inform me of your arrival and departure times, as well as any conversations you have had with Lu Zhandong. And no, if my brother truly fled in the face of danger, why would your commanding officer come here? Isn't he a war hero?" Lu Qingxing questioned, recalling how he had overheard the doctors and nurses discussing his brother while he was downstairs. Zhao Taizhu's expression hardened as he replied coldly, "A war hero? What are you thinking? What sort of hero retreats home for over 2 months without any word from the army? Do you think the commanding officer brought people here merely because he is a hero? That was merely to prevent any disturbances at this hospital. I am telling you the truth because you are his brother. Henceforth, please cooperate with our efforts." Lu Qingxing swallowed hard and replied, "Comrades of the People's Liberation Army, I will certainly cooperate with your work. That would be for the best," Zhao Taizhu concluded, turning on his heel to return to the ward, standing at attention at the door. Though he was but a single individual, he exuded an intimidating presence. Feeling uneasy, Lu Qingxing took a seat on the bench, glancing at Zhao Taizhu's unmoving posture, his mind racing with the implications of what had just been said. Indeed, if Lu Zhandong were truly a hero, the army would have surely visited their village to deliver good news. Yet he had returned to Taohua village bedridden for over 2 months, with his leg nearly rotting away, and not a single soldier had come to find him. Is this how heroes are treated? Absolutely impossible. If the army did not know where he lived, that would be unfathomable. The platoon leader had mentioned visiting Taohua village to find Lu Zhandong, only to be told by his family that he had been hidden away. But that was not hiding. They had simply driven him and his 3 children into the courtyard unexpectedly. They had inadvertently assisted him once. If Lu Zhandong were indeed a hero, it would be a different matter altogether. But if he truly fled the battlefield, it would be a serious crime. In the past, those who fled the battlefield were shot on the spot. As Lu Qingxing's anxiety intensified, the heat of the season only exacerbated his discomfort, causing him to sweat profusely. After barely 5 minutes, he could no longer sit still. He approached Zhao Taizhu and said, "Comrade of the People's Liberation Army, I have matters to attend to at school." May I leave now? Of course. Zhao Tieju's piercing gaze fixed on him, the intensity of his stare made Lu Qingsheng uneasy, and he nodded quickly before departing. As he exited the hospital, he glanced back with a guilty conscience. No, he needed to return to school immediately to inquire with the county chiefs. It was imperative to uncover the truth of the matter. Unbeknownst to him, Sukan observed him from the window as he rode away on his bicycle. A cold smile creeping upon her lips, she had suspected that if there were any decent individuals in the Lu family, Lu Zhandong would not be in such a state. She found it hard to believe that Lu Qingsheng had not returned to Taohua village during this entire period. Moreover, his eagerness to leave the hospital without even waiting for Lu Zhandong to regain consciousness raised her suspicions about their sibling relationship. Lu Zhandong awoke around 3 in the afternoon, his gaze falling upon Sukan seated beside his bed, which brought him a measure of comfort. After noticing that the 4 drip had finished, she called for the doctor, who confirmed that he was in good health, albeit lacking in nutrition. Once the doctor and nurse had departed, Sukan turned to him with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, it seems I did something quite excessive. What is it? Chapter 27, Beggars, Country Bumpkins, and Vagrants. Sukan recounted how she had frightened Lu Qingsheng away at Zhao Tieju's behest. Lu Zhandong regarded her in silence, yet internally he found himself reassessing her. This woman appeared to be 2 different people. Her exterior did not match her inner self. I merely intended to test him. But who knew he would be so easily frightened? However, if he returns tomorrow, I shall clarify matters with him. Sukan's statement was intended to gauge Lu Zhandong's attitude. He exchanged a meaningful glance with her. No need to explain. In truth, he was aware that Lu Qingsheng had returned to Taohua village more than a month ago, as his 2 sons had seen him while out catching cicadas one evening. Very well. Sukan refrained from pressing for details, and he offered no further explanation. After dinner, she took her clothes into the bathroom. Aside from him, there were 3 empty beds in the ward. Initially, he had not desired such treatment, but the hospital director had informed him that it was a directive from the commanding officer. This room, located on the top floor of the hospital, was rarely occupied, although the director claimed this. Lu Zhandong remained skeptical, yet he was currently immobile and had no authority to refuse. Consequently, Sukan found it much more convenient to rest at night. Not only that, but the room also featured a private bathroom, albeit quite rudimentary. For Sukan, it sufficed to have a secluded place to clean herself. Given the season and her physique, any movement would leave her drenched in sweat. She could feel the areas of her body that had not been washed, the long-standing dead skin from years of neglect now beginning to soak off due to the perspiration of the past few days. Fortunately, the ward provided a basin. She filled it with water and began to scrub herself repeatedly. To her astonishment, the water turned a deep shade of black, causing her to avert her gaze in disbelief. The memories of the original owner began to resurface in her mind. She recalled that at some point, Zhang Yirong had claimed that the original owner suffered from a skin condition that prevented her from coming into contact with water. Initially, the original owner had been skeptical, but after experiencing rashes and discomfort upon contact with water, she became obedient, heeding Zhang Yirong's words. Due to the skin condition, Zhang Yirong forbade her from going outside, declaring her to be exceedingly ugly. Over time, the original owner's personality morphed into one of timidity. Shying away from others, even when she occasionally ventured outside, she was enveloped in fear and anxiety. Since Sukan's arrival, she had discovered that even after washing her hands thoroughly, her body exhibited no adverse reactions. She increasingly suspected that the so-called skin condition was merely a scheme orchestrated by Zhang Yirong. However, the motive behind such actions eluded her comprehension. Sukan spent over an hour washing from head to toe, finally ridding herself of the long-standing grime. The sensation of cleanliness was exhilarating, akin to shedding 20 pounds. The aroma of soap replaced the previous odor, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. Lu Zhandong, observing Sukan emerge with her hair damp, noted that she appeared unchanged yet somehow transformed from the moment he first laid eyes on her. He had found her features to possess a peculiar charm, especially after her skin had lightened. Her eyes sparkled with an alluring brightness. After hanging her freshly laundered clothes in a well-ventilated area, she noted that in this season, they would dry by morning. The sky had darkened, signaling bedtime. The previous night, she had slept with her head resting on the edge of his bed, and now that she had a single room with another bed nearby, she felt utterly exhausted and prepared to rest. Before lying down, however, she ensured that Lu Zhandong took his medication and inquired about any discomfort he might be experiencing. Once she had attended to everything, she finally climbed into bed. This marked the first time since her arrival that she shared a room with another man. Initially, she had anticipated feeling awkward and uncertain of what to discuss, but to her surprise, her body succumbed to fatigue, and she fell asleep almost instantly. Lu Zhandong lay on his bed, listening to the thunderous snores emanating from the adjacent bed. Yet he bore no ill will towards Sukan. He understood that since their visit to Taohua village yesterday, she had not paused for breath. Given her physique, even a rural woman accustomed to labor would feel fatigued by such exertion, let alone her. Meanwhile, Lu Zhandong remained adamant in denying Yang Yali's identity, leaving Zhang Yirong and Yang Yali infuriated. The previous night, however, despite their anger, they still had their duties to fulfill. Early the next morning, Jiang Yirong rose before dawn, first heading to the market to procure chicken and fish, along with some fresh vegetables. She then prepared chicken soup and fish stew, hastily placing the dishes into a lunchbox before transporting them to the hospital with Yang Yali. The greatest advantage now was that Lu Jiandong was hospitalized in the county town. Had he returned to Taohua village, it would have been a considerable hassle. Jiang Yirong parked her bicycle in the backyard and, alongside her daughter Yang Yali, proceeded toward the outpatient building. Just a few steps into their walk, they spotted an elderly farmer tethering his cart beneath a nearby willow tree, while 3 ragged children stood a short distance away, 2 boys and a girl. The trio surveyed their surroundings curiously, perhaps intimidated by their first venture into the county town. One bold child, barefoot and brimming with curiosity, scampered over to take a closer look before dashing back. "Brother, look over there, so many bicycles. Is this the tall building? Brother, it's almost as high as Manta Mountain in our village. The people here are all so beautiful." When he saw Yang Yali walking over, it seemed as if he caught a whiff of something delightful, his eyes fixated on the lunchbox in her hands. Yang Yali felt a twinge of nervousness. This childless attire resembled that of a beggar. Barefoot and filthy, she shot him a disdainful glance. "You little beggar, go away." The boy was infuriated upon hearing her words. "You are the beggar." Nearby, old Zhou had just finished tying up the horse and was about to lead the children into the building when he overheard Yang Yali's remark. His irritation flaring, "Miss, how can you speak like that? They're from the countryside, and yes, their clothes are a bit shabby, but the child has done nothing to provoke you. You shouldn't insult Lu Wenhao without reason." No one would appreciate that. Indeed, the 3 children before them were Lu Wenyuan, Lu Wenhao, and Lu Xiaotian. Today, Zhou Qingshan was at home helping with stonework, so old Zhou had brought the 3 children to the county by himself. Jiang Yirong, witnessing this peasant questioning her precious daughter, immediately wore a look of disdain. "What, dressing like this and still trying to act like city folk? Beggars must adhere to their own rules, and let me tell you, this is not a place for begging. Get as far away as you can." These 4 clearly weren't here for medical treatment. They were all lively and energetic, looking this poor, with their clothes in tatters. The middle child was even barefoot, with mud caked between his toes. TSK, who would believe they weren't beggars? Chapter 28, a resounding slap in the face upon hearing the accusation that his siblings were beggars. Lu Wenyuan's small face tightened in anger. "We are not beggars." "Then you better get lost, it stinks." Yang Yali, with a contemptuous look on her face, pinched her nose and walked ahead, believing that if she lingered any longer, the lunchbox in her hands would be spoiled by these 3 little beggars. Jiang Yirong, equally disdainful, shot a harsh glare at old Zhou and the 3 children before hastily entering the clinic with Yang Yali. Lu Wenyuan watched the mother and daughter, teeth clenched tightly, his expression darkening. "They were the real beggars, not us." Lu Wenhao, with a flushed face and stiff neck, clenched his small fists tightly. Lu Xiaotian bit her lip, casting her gaze down at her tattered clothes and pants, tears welling in her eyes. Old Zhou, feeling both anger and pity, gently patted the children's heads. "It's all right, it's all right, their words don't hurt us. Sweetie, no crying now. Auntie and your father are waiting for you upstairs. They'll be so happy to see you." Though old Zhou tried to reassure them, the fact remained that these 3 children had just been called beggars and country bumpkins, which certainly weighed heavily on their hearts. Trailing behind old Zhou, the 3 little ones felt somewhat dejected. However, it was their first time in such a large building, even if it was a hospital. It was an eye-opening experience for them. The 3 children gazed around, everything appearing extraordinarily novel. As they climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, old Zhou unexpectedly spotted the earlier mother and daughter duo. Confronted by 2 soldiers, "Comrade, I am the mother-in-law of Commander Lu, and my daughter is his fiancée. This is the chicken and fish my daughter prepared for him overnight. We are not bad people," Jiang Yirong explained, hoping to leverage her status as Lu Jiantong's mother-in-law to gain favor, but the soldiers were unimpressed. "Commander Lu's wife is upstairs taking care of him. Where did this fiancée come from? Please leave immediately." "Comrade, I truly am Commander Lu's fiancée. Could you please let me go upstairs to deliver this? I will come right back down," Yang Yali implored softly. She had specifically worn a white collared shirt paired with the latest fashionable floral skirt and styled her hair in the trendiest fashion in the county. She believed that once she spoke, the soldiers would surely let them through, but to her surprise, they not only ignored her but smiled at old Zhou, who was approaching. "Old Zhou, you're here? Hurry upstairs, our commander and his wife are waiting." Old Zhou smiled back at Zhao Taiju and turned to the 3 children, saying, "This is your Uncle Zhao." "Uncle Zhou." Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao exclaimed in unison. While Lu Xiaotian stayed at the back, her big eyes wide open. "You busy? Zhao will head up first." Old Zhou led the 3 children up the stairs. The sight of this elderly man and 3 children being allowed passage by the soldier left Jiang Yirong and Yang Yali utterly stunned. No. This is absurd. Yuan Ti, let us go up, but why allow them? They are beggars, for goodness sake. Yang Yali stammered, pointing at old Zhou and the 3 ragged children, her eyes bulging. Zhao Taiju furrowed his brow and glared. "Who are you calling beggars?" "Those are Commander Lu's children. Didn't you say you were his fiancée? You don't even know this?" Yang Yali's face went pale, her body freezing as if struck by lightning. Lu Wenhao puffed out his cheeks and made a face at her. Just wait. I'll tell my dad that you call us beggars, just wait. With that, the three siblings followed old Zhou away. Zhang Yurong was equally shocked by the children's identities, especially upon hearing Lu Wenhao's words. Her face turned white with fear, and she quickly apologized. Uncle Zhao, I'm so sorry. We spoke wrongly just now, not knowing they are Commander Lu's children. Please let us go upstairs to apologize. It's a misunderstanding. Zhao Tieju's expression turned even colder. Please leave immediately. He said no more. Zhang Yurong pleaded several times, but he remained unyielding. Initially, she had thought of waiting a bit longer, but after witnessing the incident with the three children, she felt panicked and decided not to linger with Yang Yali any further. Leaving in a disheartened manner. This time, Su Can and Lu Zhantong had already finished breakfast. Knowing the three children were coming, she had intentionally bought extra steamed buns and meat dishes. The three little ones were in their growth phase. She must ensure they were well fed from now on. Old Zhou knocked on the ward door, and the three children ran in unison. Dad, Aunt Su. Oh dear, my three treasures are here. Su Can beamed, rising to let old Zhou sit down and poured him a cup of water. Old Zhou took the cup, smiling. These three were so happy on the way here, singing all the while. Su Can looked at the three children and said, Your father's surgery went very well. It won't be long before he can stand up again. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement. If their father could stand, then no one would bully them anymore. That moment, Su Can helped Lu Zhantong sit up, placing a pillow behind him to make him more comfortable. Lu Zhantong, seeing the three children, was genuinely surprised. What brings you here? He truly did not expect them to visit him. Lu Wenhao replied, Aunt Su asked us to come. No one knew how thrilled the children were when old Zhou said he would take them to the county. They had stayed up late last night, excited. Lu Zhantong looked gratefully at Su Can, who smiled back. You just had such a significant surgery. The children must be worried. Now that they see you, they'll be happy. And you will be happy too. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Lu Zhantong nodded, reaching out to stroke his daughter's head resting against the bedside, then patted Lu Wenhao's head as well. The three children beamed with delight. It was evident that they were overjoyed. Old Zhou, did you have breakfast with them? Yes, we did. These three were eager to come see you, munching on some buns along the way. Upon hearing this, Su Can quickly opened 3 lunchboxes she had prepared earlier. Then you must be hungry. Old Zhou, this is what I made for you this morning. It's perfect to eat now. Each lunchbox was filled with meat dishes. And Su Can also pulled out a few steamed buns from a side bag, causing the children's eyes to light up. They had tasted the steamed buns old Zhou brought back before, and they were simply delicious. Old Zhou looked at Lu Zhantong and remarked, Zhantong, you truly married a wonderful wife. Unlike that other girl you were engaged to just yesterday, she was downstairs calling us beggars. How can there be such a difference in people? Lu Zhantong frowned. Old Zhou, are you referring to Su Can's sister, Yang Yali? Chapter 29, Standing Up for Mom. Old Zhou nodded. Yes, that mother and daughter pair who came with the old leader during your surgery yesterday. You both don't know. When I took the 3 children to tie up the animals in the backyard, they went to park their bicycles. The 3 kids probably just glanced at that young whatever and were chased and scolded. Lu Wenhao, having taken a bite of his bun, leaned in upon hearing old Zhou's words. That lady was so mean. She called us beggars, country bumpkins, and even beggars. Sweetie almost cried. Lu Wenyuan's face was tense. They re not good people. Lu Zhandong's expression darkened. As a father, hearing others refer to his child in such a manner weighed heavily on his heart. As you can notice Lu Zhandong's discontent and smiled as she affectionately ruffled Lu Wenhao's hair, reassuring him that it was nothing to worry about, and that a few remarks wouldn't affect them. Moreover, they were aware that they were the children of Commander Lu, and would surely come to regret their words. Grandpa Zhou chuckled, saying, Zhandong, this girl Su Can is truly delightful, plump and rosy, radiating fortune. You mustn't let her down, Grandpa. I'll remember that, Lu Zhandong replied, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he glanced at Su Can. Grandpa Zhou, if you keep showering me with compliments, I'm going to feel embarrassed, Su Can said, quickly guiding Grandpa Zhou to the neighboring bed where the 3 children were gathered for a meal. After a moderately filling breakfast, the children, along with Grandpa Zhou, devoured all the food that Su Can had purchased. Once they had finished, Su Can turned her attention to Lu Zhandong, informing him of her plan to take the children out for a stroll while she would have squad leader Zhao come by to look after him. Lu Zhandong nodded, assuring her that there were nurses present, and there was no need for concern on his part. The prospect of going out filled the children's eyes with excitement, although Lu Wenyuan's expression remained unchanged. Su Can could easily perceive the flicker of light in his eyes. After all, he was nearly 10 years old. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Taizhu, Su Can led the children outside to Grandpa Zhou's horse-drawn carriage served as an excellent mode of transportation. The previous day, Su Can had even requested him to attach a long wicker basket at the back, which could hold a considerable amount of items, having grown up in the county town. Su Can was well acquainted with the area. The street where the hospital was located was already the most prosperous part of the entire county. She first took them to the nearest department store. While Grandpa Joe insisted on inspecting the carriage and did not accompany them inside. As the three children followed Sukan through the entrance, their tattered clothing drew the attention of those around them. Lu Xiaotian, who was naturally timid, felt so frightened that she didn't know how to walk. Sukan took her small hand and gently tousled her hair, saying, "Auntie is going to dress you up beautifully today." Like a little princess. Lu Xiaotian blushed, gazing up at her with wide innocent eyes filled with longing. "Auntie, the floor feels so cool. It's so comfortable." Beside them, Lu Wenhao, barefoot, curiously attempted to slide across the smooth surface of the department store floor. However, what captivated him most were the colorful items displayed at the counters. Lu Wenyuan quietly observed everything around him, inching closer to Lu Wenhao when they reached the glass display cases to discuss the contents within. Sukan led the three children to the children's shoe section. In truth, aside from Lu Wenhao, who was barefoot, Lu Wenyuan and Lu Xiaotian's shoes were hardly in better condition. Each pair had holes in the front, some with 2. Others with 3, and the backs of their shoes were crushed underfoot, a result of being too small. Prior to his injury, Lu Zhandong had only been aware of sending allowances home, yet none of that money had been utilized for the children. By the time he realized this issue, he was already unable to stand. This was, in fact, one of the significant reasons the Lu family had been reluctant to send him to the hospital, fearing he might calculate the costs against the family. When the salesperson noticed Sukan's intention to buy shoes for the children, her demeanor turned cold as she cast a dismissive glance over the trio before leaning in to inspect their feet. "If these shoes get dirty and you don't buy them, we won't be able to account for it. Just look at how ragged these children are. They hardly seem like they can afford shoes." "What if they get dirty? Aren't you here to serve the people?" The salesperson scoffed. "We serve the people, not beggars." At the mention of the word beggar, Sukan felt her temper flare. "Who are you calling a beggar?" "Say it again." Her voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of those nearby. The saleswoman, seeing Sukan's attitude, grabbed a feather duster and began sweeping the area, refusing to engage further. "Auntie, let's go." Lu Xiaotian tugged at Sukan's sleeve, fear evident in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao pressed their lips tightly together, fists clenched, a surge of indignation coursing through their small frames. This was the second time they had been called beggars since arriving in the county town. They were impoverished, yes, but they also possessed dignity. Sukan glanced at the furious children and then down at the anxious Lu Xiaotian, smiling gently. "Sweetie, we conduct ourselves with integrity. We owe no one anything. We neither steal nor rob. We come to purchase with our own money. If others look down upon us, that reflects their narrow-mindedness, not our fault. Do you understand? Who has a narrow mind?" The saleswoman, overhearing, became incensed. "Especially with so many witnesses present." Sukan coldly retorted, "And who are you calling a beggar?" She then turned to the onlookers. "Ask these good folks, is beggar not an insult? What, does your department store consider itself above the rest? Forbidding us poor folks from entering?" Sukan's voice resonated loudly, and her ample figure naturally drew attention. The crowd began to swell. The saleswoman, unwilling to back down, shot back, "Look at you, you're as hefty as a pig. While these children are starving, how can you even question me about calling someone a beggar? Are you even fit to be a mother? I suspect you're a stepmother." The insult was particularly cutting. Yet it resonated with many in the crowd. The sight of the overweight woman juxtaposed against the emaciated children in ragged clothing suggested a cruel stepmother indeed. The saleswoman's remarks shifted the crowd's focus squarely onto Sukan. Sukan thought to reply, "You're not wrong. I am indeed their stepmother." But before she could speak, a loud voice rang out, "She is not our stepmother. She is our new mother. She's only been our mother for 2 days." Sukan was taken aback, glancing at Lu Wenyuan. The little guy's fists were clenched, his face flushed with anger, and the veins on his neck bulged from exertion. "Yes, you are the bad ones. Our new mother treats us well, buys us tasty food, and even brings us to buy shoes. You are the real villains." Lu Wenhao stood resolutely beside his brother, both bearing identical expressions. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaotian, frightened, clung tightly to Sukan's arm, tears welling in her eyes. Though Sukan had only been their new mother for a brief 2 days, in that short span they had experienced warmth that the Lu family had never provided. Moreover, this new mother had taken their father to the hospital. And on the way, Grandpa Zhou had mentioned that without her, their father would never stand again. The children's words prompted the onlookers to re-evaluate their assumptions about Sukan, redirecting their attention toward the saleswoman. "Sukan, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a middle-aged woman pushed through the crowd, smiling as she approached. Sukan recognized her as Lu Yuelan, a former neighbor from her old neighborhood. She worked at the department store as a team leader. In fact, a significant portion of the items Sukan had purchased prior to her trip to Taohua village had been procured through her Zheng auntie. Sukan greeted. Chapter 30, Apologize to my children. Sukan, "What's going on?" Lu Yuelan inquired about the situation. Sukan recounted the events as they had unfolded. Lu Yuelan frowned, first instructing a colleague to disperse the crowd of onlookers. She then turned her stern gaze toward the saleswoman at the counter. "Xiao Gao, your service attitude is unacceptable. If this escalates, you might lose your job." Although Lu Yuelan was only a team leader at the department store, she had extensive connections and could easily link up with many influential figures in the county. The saleswoman acknowledged her mistake and even apologized to Sue. "Can I sincerely apologize, ma'am?" the saleswoman said. Sue coldly replied, "You don't need to apologize to me, you owe an apology to my 3 children." She understood that if the children's dignity was not repaired immediately, the damage to their self-esteem could be profound. Reluctantly, the saleswoman had to apologize to the 3 children, though in her past life Sukan would have insisted on giving the saleswoman a piece of her mind. She decided to let it go for Lu Yuelan's sake. Lu Yuelan arranged for another saleswoman to assist the children in trying on shoes. After expressing her gratitude to Lu Yuelan, she returned to her duties. The new saleswoman was quite accommodating, allowing the children to measure their feet on cardboard and providing them with suitable sandals. The eldest and second children received trendy earth-tone sandals, while Xiaotian received a pair in a lovely shade of pink. The children were overjoyed, especially Lu Wenhao, who paraded around in his new shoes, grinning from ear to ear. "I have shoes now, I have shoes now." The earlier unpleasant episode seemed to have vanished into thin air. After purchasing the sandals, Sukan also bought each family member a pair of yellow rubber shoes, knowing they would need them for work upon returning to Taohua village. Naturally, Lu Zhendong was included, as he had lost his shoes during the 2 months he had been confined to bed. Afterward, she led the children to the children's clothing section. In this era, county department stores typically consist of just a single floor. The commotion caused by Sukan drew the attention of many onlookers, particularly as they witnessed her purchasing 3 pairs of shoes in one swift motion. The clerk selling clothing greeted her with great enthusiasm. Sukan first bought a beautiful dress for Tian, followed by a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of long pants. Realizing that the dress would inevitably get dirty without any change of clothes, she also purchased vests and shorts for the 2 children, along with a trendy navy-striped shirt and deep blue trousers. After settling the bill, she packed the long-sleeved shirt and trousers into her bag, discarding the old garments as they were beyond salvage. The 3 children, now clad in new attire, wore smiles that stretched from ear to ear. Lu Wenhao, the most cheerful and lively among them, dashed around joyfully. Although Lu Wenyuan appeared more composed, it was clear that at 10 years old, he couldn't entirely suppress his excitement. Xiaotian happily trailed beside Sukan, frequently glancing up at her, then over at the nearby counter, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Next, Sukan approached the men's clothing section, purchasing a white shirt and dark trousers for Lu Zhendong. Adhering to his measurements, she also acquired 2 pairs of underwear for him from the section dedicated to men's undergarments. Before departing, she noticed army green backpacks on display and promptly bought 3. Recognizing that all 3 children were of school age, especially Lu Wenyuan, who at 10 had yet to attend school, this realization further solidified her opinion of Lu Qingxing's character, as he was attending high school in the county while his 3 nieces and nephews had been deprived of even elementary education for so long. How could he be so oblivious? As Lu Wenyuan slung the backpack over his shoulder, he gently traced the red star emblem on its flap, his lips pressed tightly together each time he saw other children from the village heading off to school. No one could fathom the depth of his yearning. He often took his younger brother, Lu Wenhao, to peer through classroom windows, mimicking the teachers inside as they read lessons, observing the neatly arranged rows of students. He wished fervently for the day he could join them, yet the family could not afford the tuition. Sukan then purchased a porcelain basin and 2 tea mugs, along with toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other essential household items, not forgetting to include seasonings. Despite having bought a considerable amount previously, she had not anticipated the presence of 3 children at home. This time, she even acquired items like knives, scissors, and needles, as the household was in dire need of numerous supplies. Nevertheless, she refrained from purchasing too much, as space in their single-room dwelling was limited. Yet, necessities could not be overlooked. With the 3 children in tow, Sukan exited the department store, placing their purchases onto the cart. At that moment, old Zhou was smoking and chatting with an elderly man by the wall. Upon seeing Sukan emerge, he cheerfully approached her. "Look, Grandpa Zhou, Auntie bought us new clothes and backpacks," Lu Wenhao exclaimed. Racing over to boast, old Zhou chuckled heartily. "Oh my, all 3 of you are in new outfits, how wonderful! Auntie Su has truly treated you well." His words were sincere, having known Sukan for only 2 days. He had already noted her generous and straightforward manner. The 3 children beamed with delight, their smiles infectious. "And where are we headed next?" old Zhou asked as everyone boarded the cart, which he then drove away. Sukan, familiar with the area, suggested an alternate route. Their next destination was the Xinhua bookstore in the county, where a dictionary was essential for the 3 children, especially with the upcoming school year looming after the summer break. The siblings found themselves captivated by the children's books, and Sukan encouraged each of them to select one. With her finances in good standing, she also purchased the 4 great classical novels. Recognizing that, in this era, unabridged versions were the norm, based on her prior experiences, these literary masterpieces would serve as excellent nourishment for the children's minds. Upon exiting the bookstore, Sukan inquired of old Zhou about any additional items needed for the house. "We can purchase other supplies at the Guangming Commune Market. There are plenty of markets in the surrounding areas we can visit," he replied. "Sounds good, I'll follow your lead," she agreed. As they rode back to the hospital, Old Joe remained downstairs to guard their belongings, while Sukan took the children inside. Upon reaching the fourth floor, she was halted by someone's third sister-in-law. "Where have you been?" Sukan looked closely and realized it was Lu Qingsheng, the man who had fled earlier. "What are you doing here?" she inquired, feigning ignorance. Lu Qingsheng adjusted his glasses in frustration. "Isn't it because of that soldier upstairs? He deceived me into believing my third brother had fled in the heat of battle. After inquiring, I found out that was not the case at all. He had asked the county magistrate's son to investigate, but initially, such inquiries were difficult. Only when posing as a family member did he learn that Lu Zhandong was, in fact, a hero on the battlefield." Fuming, Lu Qingsheng returned to the hospital, only to discover that the platoon leader who had misled him was now denying any involvement. Not only did he refuse to acknowledge the situation, but he also barred Lu Qingsheng from visiting his brother. "Oh," Sukan remarked, leading the children upstairs. "Third sister-in-law, please let me go up with you," Lu Qingsheng insisted. Sukan shot him a glance, finding the situation rather ironic. As their uncle, he had failed to recognize the three children standing before him, indicating that in his rigid mindset, they were still the disheveled kids he once knew. "I cannot assist you with that. I'm merely a family member, and I must follow orders. Please do not put me in a compromising position," she replied, continuing her ascent. Lu Qingsheng trailed behind, but upon reaching the stairway, he was stopped by two soldiers, Zhao's men, who were assigned to ensure Lu Zhandong's leg received proper treatment. Though annoyed, he had no choice but to watch the three children ascend, suddenly furrowing his brow as he grasped Lu Wenyuan's arm. "Lu Wenyuan, why are you dressed like that?" Realization hit him as he looked up, astonished to see that the three children following Sukan were indeed those adopted by his third brother. "You all," Lu Wenhao turned to him with a cheeky grin. "Fourth uncle, didn't you recognize us?" Lu Wenyuan pushed him up the staircase. Meanwhile, Sukan had already reached the fifth floor and looked down at Lu Qingsheng. "What do you think they should wear, uncle?" His mouth twitched as he watched her depart with the three children, his expression darkening as he descended the stairs. Since his brother was a hero, he must have considerable funds, all of which were now in Sukan's possession. How infuriating! Those funds should have rightfully belonged to him, yet that woman had squandered it all on those three little brats, who were now adorned in brand new outfits, 3 complete sets. What an expense! Why should these outsiders be entitled to his family's money? Why should they spend Lu Qingsheng's money? As Sukan approached the door to the ward, she allowed the three children to enter first. "Dad," their bright voices echoed, and Lu Zhandong was met with the sight of his three children, now clad in fresh clothes, rushing toward him. After a moment of astonishment, Joy quickly replaced it. "Dad, do you like my outfit? Look at my sandals. Finally, I have shoes," Lu Wenhao exclaimed enthusiastically, eager for his father to take notice. Though Lu Wenyuan was less boisterous, he still managed to add, "Aunt Su bought these for us." The little fellow attempted to maintain a facade of nonchalance, yet the corners of his mouth were unmistakably turned upward. "Dad, do you think my dress is pretty?" Tian twirled in delight, her smile as sweet as her name, utterly enamored with her new dress. "Beautiful, truly beautiful," Lu Zhandong affirmed with a nod, admiring his children in their new attire, particularly the military green backpacks slung over their shoulders. Sukan had even thought to include those. As she entered the room, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "You took them shopping for clothes?" "Yes, and I also bought some necessities for home," Sukan replied, settling beside his bed. She glanced up at the 4 drip before continuing. "Lu Zhandong, I plan to take the children back to Taohua village soon, with Zhao the platoon leader and the 2 soldiers here. My presence is not essential. Uncle Zhou has already arranged matters regarding the land. He and the Qingshan brothers will assist in constructing our house. We should have 4 rooms built within a month, as we have many children and no proper living space." Lu Zhandong gazed at her intently. "Be cautious once you return home. The Lu family may present you with some challenges." He was well aware of the nature of his own family. She was not merely facing one individual but a collective. "Do not worry, I am well aware of the situation," Sukan assured him, glancing at the 2 little ones beside her, playfully teasing. "Besides, we have 2 brave young men at home. Don't we? They will protect me." Despite being mere children, both boys nodded earnestly, clenching their tiny fists. "Dad, we will protect Aunt Su." Lu Zhandong nodded. "Indeed, our eldest and second son are growing up. I am trained on data up to October 2023. Given her circumstances, marrying a rural farmer would be more fitting. How could she possibly be worthy of you, third brother?" Lu Qingsheng spoke with a tone of agitation, feeling that each of his words struck a chord. Lu Zhandong, expressionless, regarded him and asked, "Do you know what I was like when she arrived in Taohua village?" After a moment of silence, Lu Qingsheng, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Third brother, I'm sorry, I haven't returned in the past 2 months. So I had no idea you would be like this. Did you not claim she was unworthy of me? Yet when she came to Taohua village, I was lying on a bed in the courtyard, unkempt, with a wild beard and hair as unkempt as weeds, in a room that was unbearable to smell. She immediately tidied the place without a single complaint. At that time, I had no faith in her. I thought she must be pretending, yet she did not refute me right before my eyes. She cleaned our home from top to bottom. Furthermore, she even enlisted the help of our old party secretary. Uncle Joe to partition the household. After dividing the assets, her first thought was to take me to the county hospital for treatment. Do you know what the doctor said? If I had arrived just one night later, I would have lost my legs. You just said she is unworthy of you. Third brother, you are mistaken. Had she not gone to Talwa village, you would be looking at a coffin today. You question her worthiness. But tell me, do the members of the Lu family not deserve to be my kin? Lu Qingsheng was left speechless. Third brother, I didn't mean it like that. From now on, she will be your third sister-in-law. Whether you acknowledge that is your concern, but if you dare to speak ill of her in my presence, you will be shown the door. I'm sorry, third brother. Seeing his brother's anger, Lu Qingsheng quickly apologized. Do you have other matters to attend to? No, I haven't returned, and I need rest due to my injuries. Liu Zhandong's face darkened, revealing his displeasure. Liu Qingsheng felt guilty, regretting his earlier intent to shake his brother's faith in that woman. He had anticipated that she would captivate his brother's heart in just 3 days, yet, it shouldn't be. That woman was both unattractive and overweight. Surely, even if my brother were blind, he couldn't have been blinded to such a degree. What kind of enchantment had she cast upon him? Third brother, I wish to stay and care for you. Liu Zhandong glanced at him. Go home. I wish to live a few more years, but I am your younger brother. If I do not care for you now, when will I? No, I must stay. If third brother truly gets promoted, he would certainly benefit from his brother's success. Now was the time to make a good impression. Lu Zhandong fell silent for a moment. Lu Qingsheng, had you shown this kind of dedication to your 3 nephews over the past 3 years, I doubt they would have been called beggars. Now you wish to stay to care for me. Do you think that by performing here, I will consider you a good brother? Look at how emaciated your 3 nephews have become. Do you take me for blind or foolish? Put away your petty schemes. Your third brother is no fool. Lu Qingsheng froze, the color draining from his face. Third brother, but I am just a student. You know our parents' dispositions. I cannot change their decisions. Lu Zhandong's sharp gaze scrutinized him from head to toe. Making Lu Qingsheng's heart raced, he couldn't help but lower his wrist, adorned with a watch. No, third brother, I must dress well at school. Lu Zhandong said nothing further but pressed the call button beside the bed. The door to the hospital room opened promptly, and Zhao Taizhu entered. Third brother, I was wrong before. Please grant me an opportunity to care for you. Liu Qingsheng clung to a faint hope. Liu Zhandong directed Zhao Taizhu to take away the quilt behind him. Lying down and closing his eyes, Liu Qingsheng attempted to approach but was blocked by Zhao Taizhu. With no other option, Lu Qingsheng descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Zhang Yirong and Yang Yali hurried to greet him. Lu Qingsheng, feeling disheartened, looked up and gestured for them to discuss matters downstairs. Zhang Yirong immediately understood and led her daughter Yang Yali down the stairs with her. They found a quiet spot in the backyard, where Zhang Yirong explained that her daughter Yang Yali was Lu Zhandong's fiancée and that Sukan had stolen 300 yuan from her before deliberately marrying into Talwa village. After hearing Zhang Yirong's words, Lu Qingsheng adjusted his glasses, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I said she certainly does not seem like a good person, turns out she is a thief. After saying this, he expected Zhang Yirong, as a mother, to defend her daughter. Considering he was an outsider, she could say it herself, but not allow others to speak ill of her. To his surprise, Zhang Yirong not only did not rebut him but also angrily replied. Qingsheng, let me be honest with you, she is not even my biological daughter. I raised her from a young age, and not only does she lack gratitude, but she also deliberately sabotaged her sister's engagement. How could she possibly be a good person? Qingsheng, let me tell you, she has been a thief since childhood, lazy, greedy, and temperamental. If it weren't for my pity, she would not have survived to this day. Zhang Yirong's words were of course laced with her own ulterior motives. Liu Qingsheng, being Lu Zhandong's younger brother, had a voice that carried more weight than hers. Liu Qingsheng was utterly shocked. Is her character truly so poor? Not only ungrateful but also capable of such heartless deeds. This is simply repugnant. Auntie, what do you plan to do now? Are you really going to let Su Can become my third sister-in-law? How could that be possible? In her current state, if she were to become your third sister-in-law and accompanied the army, when the troops see that the wife of Commander Lu looks like this, being lazy and a thief, who would lose face? Would it be the armies or the Lu families? Lu Qingsheng vigorously nodded in agreement, but she has already returned to Talwa village with the child. It may be challenging to see her again. What? Zhang Yirong and Yang Yali were taken aback by this news. Mom, what should we do if she returns to the village claiming to be Commander Lu's wife? How will I ever marry into the family? Yang Yali was on the verge of tears. After seeing Lu Zhandong yesterday, she was no longer allowed to meet him. Truth be told, she felt quite anxious. Do not panic. You are the rightful fiancée of Commander Lu, arranged by Director Fong. She has merely stolen what belongs to you. As long as we clarify the facts, everything will be clear. Zhang Yirong was also feeling the pressure, her thoughts mirroring her daughter's. Since Lu Zhandong refused to meet them, and they could not go to Talwa village, the chances of this marriage succeeding were dwindling. Lu Qingsheng looked at the mother and daughter duo and said, Actually, I have an idea. Chapter 34, Stun. Chapter 35, Competing for food. Oh, old lady, who are you scolding? Sukan approached Lu old lady with a smile. Showing no sign of anger. Lu old lady, taken aback by Sukkand's sudden appearance, replied, "You good for nothing. Why are you not at the hospital taking care of our third son? What are you doing back here?" Sukkand chuckled, "You are quite amusing, old lady. When Lu Jiandong's legs were in such a terrible state, I never saw you show any concern, and now that he is doing well, you come running over to meddle in his affairs? How thick-skinned can you be? You speak nonsense. Do you dare to rip my mouth apart?" Lu old lady, incensed, stood up from her mat. "Rip your mouth apart? Go ahead and try. I am a military family member. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will make sure to report you to the county. You are full of hot air. You are a military family member, but I am the mother of a soldier." Lu old lady retorted confidently. Sukkand smiled. "Well said. You are the mother of a soldier. Then let me ask you, how have you cared for this soldier? The doctors at the hospital said if he had been sent one day later, Lu Jiandong's legs would have been lost. If you are truly his mother, your heart must be quite ruthless. There is no second like you in Taohua village. Of course, I am his biological mother. Is he some stone that popped out of nowhere? Ha, a biological mother who sees her son in such a state and does not care, knowing that this is the place where her son builds and cooks. You come here to cause trouble. Is that what a mother does? More like an enemy." The villagers watching began to murmur among themselves, their voices rising in a chorus. Lu old lady's reputation in the village had never been great, especially after causing trouble today, making it hard for the onlookers to bear. Seeing the crowd siding with Sukkand, Lu old lady plopped back down onto her mat, ignoring everything else as she began to hurl insults. It was clear that reasoning with her was futile. However, the meal still needed to be prepared. Sukkand first calmed Lu Jianqing's wife, Zhao Jing, and then consulted with several of the leading women cooking. Ultimately, she decided to move the cooking venue to her own yard, though it was a bit rudimentary. Setting up a temporary shelter should not be an issue, and in addition to that, they would need to create 2 new cooking stoves. After all, one stove would not suffice. Without hesitation, they set to work. With Zhou Qingshan's assistance, erecting the shelter and setting up the stoves was a task that required merely a call to everyone. A few wooden beams were planted into the ground, and a roof was quickly fashioned, creating a makeshift tent. The yard in front of the house is quite expansive. Sukkand specifically requested Zhou Qingshan to erect a few additional pillars, atop which straw was laid flat, thereby creating a larger shaded area. This allows everyone to rest and hydrate when they are fatigued from work. Although the setup is somewhat rudimentary, it ultimately proves to be more convenient. Zhou Qingshan then went to the village to borrow several tables and a dozen long benches. Once the shelter was completed, the stove was nearly ready as well. As Zhou Qingshan promptly moved his pot from home, and Lu Jianqing brought over his own pot as well. Since the mud of the newly constructed stove was still damp, they kindled a fire to dry it out. The next task at hand was preparing the meal. One pot was designated for stir-frying vegetables, while 2 pots were utilized for steaming buns. Even so, the buns required steaming twice, given the sheer number of people assisting. Today, while traveling by horse-drawn carriage through Guangming Commune from the county seat, Sukkand purchased a 50-pound bag of flour. Given the crowded carriage, she could not buy more, or she would have done so. Zhao Jing brought some yeast from home, which is used for leavening the dough, essentially the same as modern yeast. With 7 or 8 rural women lending a hand, the task of steaming buns became significantly easier. As long as there were enough supplies, none of the women allowed Sukkand to lift a finger, as she was in charge of all the arrangements. Sukkand circled the foundation of the house while Zhou Qingshan explained the intricacies of constructing such a building, including the precautions necessary when raising the main beams. "Qingshan, are there any carpenters in our village?" "Yes, my brother-in-law Zhao Chang'an is skilled in that area. He crafted the doors and windows for your house." After Sukkand entrusted the details to Zhou Qingshan, specifying only the dimensions for the doors and windows, Zhao Chang'an had not yet paid a visit. Naturally, Sukkand had never met him. "He lives in our village?" "Yes, his home is located on the alley in front of the brigade office. Whether it's furniture or carts, he can craft anything made of wood." Sukkand nodded. "That's wonderful, but what shall we do if we currently lack timber?" "That's an easy fix. Our village has an abundance of elmwood. Practically every household possesses some. However, for furniture, it must be season-old elm beams that have been stored for 3 to 5 years. I'll inquire about it during dinner, and I'll negotiate the price. Dear sister-in-law, I assure you, I won't let you spend a penny more than necessary." "Alright then." Not by 8 o'clock in the evening, the last 2 large pots of buns were finally ready, yielding 2 full baskets, totaling over 200 large buns. It is worth noting that each of these buns is equivalent to 2 or 3 of Sukkand's from her previous life. To be honest, in this era, when buns were steamed in the village during house construction, some cornmeal was often mixed in. Pure flour buns were simply beyond the means of most villagers. Nevertheless, they were still considered delicious. During the dough preparation, an aunt had suggested to Sukkand to mix in some cornmeal to save a bit of money, but Sukkand had declined. She felt that she could not skimp on the food, especially since she could not assist in any other way. Therefore, when the buns emerged from the pot, everyone gazed at the soft, white buns, swallowing in anticipation. Beside them, a large pot of stir-fried green beans simmered. Due to the lack of meat, Sukan had instructed the ants to add extra oil to the dish. Each person received 3 or 4 large buns along with a bowl of green beans. And their eyes lit up with delight. Sukan personally served everyone, and in doing so, she became acquainted with all who had come to help. Eventually, the 3 little ones also approached with their bowls. In less than half a day, the 3 of them appeared completely revitalized, their eyes sparkling, and their backs straighter than before. Although Sukan had not attended to them after returning, she occasionally glanced over and saw them surrounded by village children. And it was evident how proud they felt. "Ansu, they all say my clothes look nice and my shoes are pretty too." Lu Wenhao, the visibly excited one, was the first to approach. Today, he was overjoyed. Having received new shoes, new clothes, and a new backpack, attracting the envious gazes of the village children. Sukan noticed that despite her earlier neglect, his vest was already soiled and his face glistened with sweat. But such is the nature of children. Sukan chuckled. "Did you go flaunting in front of them?" "No, I did not boast at all," Lu Wenhao protested, puffing out his little neck in defiance. Beside him, Lu Wenyuan chimed in. "You told Lu Hu you got new clothes." "I only mentioned it once. That doesn't count." Lu Xiaotian joined in teasing. "You also bragged about your new backpack and new notebooks." "I'm not playing with you anymore." The proud Lu Wenhao clutched his bowl, ready to leave, but after a moment, he ran back. Ansu, what is it?" Lu Wenhao appeared anxious. "Oh no, Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang are here. They must be here to steal our food." Chapter 36. From now on, if anyone dares to insult you again, just beat them back. Sukan was momentarily taken aback. "Who are Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang?" Lu Wenyuan, his little face tense, pointed towards the direction of the shed. "They're from the second uncle's family." With that, he set down his bowl and dashed off. Lu Wenhao, seeing his brother run, quickly placed his bowl down and followed suit. Sukan looked towards the entrance and spotted a group of children entering, led by 2 boys, one tall and the other short, both robustly built. The children belonged to their second uncle, which naturally meant they were Lu Hongwu's offspring. Judging by their stature, they had indeed inherited their father's physique. Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao charged towards them. "You're not allowed in." The 2 brothers blocked the path of several children. They were all too aware of the brothers' intentions to snatch their buns, although the 4 children were of similar ages. Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao often went hungry, and as a result, they were slightly smaller than the 2 brothers. Lu Daqiang shoved Lu Wenhao dismissively, knocking him down. Unwilling to back down, the little fellow scrambled back up and engaged Lu Daqiang in a tussle. Lu Wenyuan found himself grappling with Lu Erqiang. As the 4 children fought, the surrounding adults could not help but intervene. In truth, they were all aware that Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang had been incited by their family to come over and steal buns. As Sukan approached the entrance with Lu Xiaotian, the latter informed her that among the surrounding children were the 3 offspring of their uncle, Lu Wenhu and Lu Wenliang, alongside their sister Lu Xiaoli. The trio merely watched from the sidelines without intervening. The adults nearby were chattering, attempting to mediate, but Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang paid them no heed. Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao were relentless. When Sukan had not been around before, Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang had stolen their food on 6 out of 10 occasions. Sometimes, they wouldn't even spare them any food meant for the dogs. And now they dared to come and snatch their buns? Not a chance. Everyone expected Sukan to step in and mediate, but she merely stood by, observing without intervening. On her first day in Taohua village, she had heard Xiaotian timidly tell Lu Zhandong that Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang had eaten their food, and seeing the children's malnourished faces, it was clear they had been bullied by the Daqiang brothers in the past. In her previous life as a bodyguard, she understood all too well the importance of standing firm against unreasonable individuals. Regardless of whether this fight ended in victory or defeat, she felt it was essential for the children to engage in this confrontation. Lu Daqiang, Lu Erqiang, a not very tall middle-aged man, stepped forward from the crowd, physically separating the 4 children. "All of you, go home." The man frowned, regardless of Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang's protests, and dragged them away. Lu Wenyuan clenched his fists, his little face taut as he watched their departing figures. Lu Wenhao shouted at the top of his lungs towards Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang, unleashing a torrent of insults. Sukan frowned. "Lu Wenhao, don't use foul language." Upon hearing Sukan reprimand him, Lu Wenhao puffed out his cheeks in frustration. "Ansu, they just insulted us. They called us bastards and said we were unwanted wildlings." The last words caused his eyes to redden. Sukan gently stroked his head. "From now on, if anyone dares to insult you, just hit them back. Hit them until they stop." This statement was directed at the brothers but also served as a message to the other children in the village. From now on, no one would dare to bully the 3 children of the Lu family. The brothers nodded solemnly, a sense of security blooming within them. Previously, when their father was absent, no one had protected them in this manner. Ansu was the first. "Alright, now everyone wash your hands and come to eat." The 3 siblings immediately dashed off to wash their hands. Sukan served them their meals, and the 3 siblings happily took large buns to eat. Sukan also dished out her food and sat beneath the shelter, engaging in conversation while dining with everyone. It was then that she learned the man who had just separated the fighting children was none other than Lu Zhandong's elder brother. Lu Hongjun, I saw him laboring over there, she mused. Previously she had seen Lu Hongjun, but at that time, he hadn't spoken like Lu Hongwu, so she hadn't paid him much attention. As she circled the house with Zhou Qingshan, she noticed him diligently working and assumed he was merely a villager helping out. Little sister, your elder brother is honest and dedicated, working tirelessly. Indeed, he is notoriously hard-working. He does the most labor in the Lu family's fields. Yet, his family is the least regarded. It's because he doesn't converse much, but he is genuinely a good person. His wife can't manage the household, so he handles all the firewood, cooking, and laundry. Both of them contribute significantly at home, yet the elder lady berates them daily. Your elder uncle came today to lend a helping hand, feeling somewhat guilty towards Zhang Dong. Moreover, his skill in masonry is truly remarkable. He works meticulously, ensuring that every brick is laid perfectly straight. Every household in need of construction would gladly invite him. He is not particular about food either, even if served nothing but flatbreads with pickled vegetables. He would still complete the task at hand with excellence. Listening to everyone's explanations, Sukin felt a twinge of surprise. Why had he not offered assistance to his own brother earlier? Why did he merely watch as his brother's legs deteriorated? Even though those around him praised Lu Hongjun, Sukin found it hard to comprehend why, if he was indeed a good person, he remained indifferent while his own brother and 3 children endured such hardship. He took care of the youngest the most, yet Lu Hongwu would not permit it. The 2 brothers even had a fight. You could see him limping, a result of Lu Hongwu striking him with a hoe. This incident had caused Su Kan's grandmother to berate him upon waking, scolding him for 7 days and nights without pause. For several days, he was not allowed to enter the house. He was taciturn and, in moments of frustration, would find a place to squat and smoke or else toil in the fields. As she listened to the chatter, Sukin felt an unexpected sense of empathy. She had assumed that no one in the Lu family was virtuous, only to discover that this elder brother was somewhat better. But what of the children in their family? They all took after their father, being quite docile. Despite living together, the eldest family seemed to be perpetually hungry. The old lady was biased. With so many brothers, harmony in the household was unlikely. Sukin interjected. Will he return for dinner tonight? Highly unlikely, came the replying. Even though he helped all day, he will surely face reprimand at home, and whether he gets to eat is uncertain. Observing his gaunt frame, it was evident that he was sustained by little more than skin and bones. At home, he was not held in high regard. Indeed, someone else chimed in. As she absorbed the cacophony of voices, Sukin felt a wave of sentiment. However, having witnessed Lu Zhandong's condition firsthand, she harbored little fondness for the Lu family. The fact that the elder brother had come to assist likely stemmed from a desire to see Lu Zhandong's family thrive. Prompting him to ingratiate himself, Lu Hongjun led the children a short distance away, but Lu Daxiang and Lu Erqiang broke free, bouncing about and cursing. These children regarded their uncle with the same disdain as their father. It was mealtime, and the 2 brothers raced back to the Lu household in a flurry. Luanu, Lu Wenliang, and Lu Shili trailed behind their father, returning home as well, before they reached the entrance. The voice of the old matriarch could be heard bellowing from the courtyard. You good for nothing, you alone are virtuous in this family, are you? You're so eager to help, why not just move in with them? It is not like anyone else has your talents, right? If you want to help, then don't even think about stepping back into this house. The old lady was notorious in the village for her foul temper, spouting insults indiscriminately, berating anyone who crossed her path without a second thought. As Lu Hongjun stepped into the courtyard, he found his mother seated on a mat by the door, angrily berating him. Upon seeing him, her rage intensified, and she directed her vitriol at him with even greater ferocity, unleashing a torrent of profanities without pause. Lu Hongwu, at that moment, perched on a large stone in the yard, holding a bowl of food in one hand and a flatbread with scallions in the other, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, big brother, how many buns have you earned today, after a whole day's labor? Surely you've brought back enough for our family." Lu Hongjun remained silent, entering the dining room only to discover it completely devoid of food. Brother, we don't keep idle hands in this household. If you enjoy helping out at the 3rd brother's place so much, then perhaps mother is right, living there would suit you better. What if someone were to steal at night, as the eldest brother? Shouldn't you keep an eye out? Lu Hongwu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Qiao Yuzhen emerged from the eastern wing to mediate, saying, "Second brother, your elder brother feels guilty towards the 3rd, which is why he's lending a hand. We real family, after all. Of the 3rd brother is your own flesh and blood. Don't take it to heart." Zhao Meishan, Lu Hongwu's wife, immediately chimed in. "Sister-in-law, your words make it sound like we're casting our Hongwu as the villain. He had a falling out with that fat man when we split the family, of the whole village witnessed it. Now that we are separated, why has only the eldest brother emerged as the virtuous one? Are we all to be labeled as the villains?" Gao Yuzhen quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, your elder brother is only visiting today, he won't be going back again." Zhao Meishang scoffed, about to retort, when Lu Hongjun interjected, "Whether I go or not is my own affair." With that, he retreated to the eastern wing to sleep. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongwu descended from the stone, placing down his bowl and approaching the window of the eastern wing. shouting, "Try it tomorrow, and if you dare go, I'll take a hoe to you." Ga Yuzhen, frightened, felt her legs weaken, her complexion paling. "Oh dear, second brother, please don't be angry, your elder brother is merely jesting. He certainly won't go tomorrow." Liu Hangwu snorted in disdain. "You'd better advise him, I am who I am. If he chooses to oppose me, none of you will find peace in this household." With that, he stormed into the main room, bowl in hand. Zhao Meixiang, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "Sister-in-law, do persuade my elder brother. If he fails to be the good man he aspires to be, he may find himself without a home. Those from the county may be wealthy and build houses, but if our mother drives you out, you might find yourself without a place to sleep." Gao Yuzhen glanced at the couple entering the house. Then at the three children peering in with fearful expressions, her eyes reddening as she turned and retreated to the eastern wing, where she began to shed tears over Lu Hongjun. "I must tell you. You heard everything just now, but if you dare go again, we might as well forget living in this house." Liu Hongjun remained silent, offering no response, after returning from the hospital with her daughter Yang Yali. Zhang Yirong first visited Fong Chengtao, the county police chief, who lived in the same compound. Besides their proximity, his youth made it easier to discuss certain matters. However, upon arrival, she learned that Fong had yet to finish work and would not be available until evening. With no other option, Zhang Yirong sought out He Xiuhua, hoping she could facilitate a meeting with the old leader Xiao. After all, he was once Lu Zhandong's superior and would wield considerable influence. Yet, waiting outside the compound for 2 to 3 hours yielded no entrance. He Xiuhua emerged, conveying the old leader's sentiments. "Yirong, it seems that the work with the old leader may not come to fruition. It appears I cannot assist you in this matter." He Xiuhua felt helpless. Zhang Yirong quickly responded, "But Commander Lu is someone he personally promoted. Would the old leader really stand by and watch him be deceived? You know what kind of person Su Can is. If she becomes a soldier's wife, the disgrace will reflect not only on the Lu family but on the entire nation, although Su Can is indeed my daughter. Her character leaves much to be desired. She once stole money and ran to Taohua village. Have you made all this clear to the old leader?" He Xiuhua nodded. "I've explained everything in detail. However, my father-in-law believes in Lu Zhandong's judgment and will not intervene in this marriage." Zhang Yirong grew anxious. "But Lu Zhandong has been lying in Taohua village for over 2 months. How can he have any judgment?" He Xiuhua cast a reproachful glance at her. "This situation arises from the fact that you were not clear with me initially. If Yali was indeed Commander Lu's fiancée, why did you not clarify this from the start? My father-in-law questioned why you had never visited Taohua village if you were continuously searching for Commander Lu. Furthermore, what if when he took you and Yali to the hospital, it was not Commander Lu they met but someone else? You may perceive this as a misunderstanding, but my father-in-law is a seasoned veteran. He has encountered countless individuals." Though she refrained from voicing more explicit words, her meaning was unmistakable. Zhang Yirong should not have misled her in the past, asking for help in introducing Yali to a suitable match, but at that time, we thought Commander Lu had met with misfortune. He Xiuhua waved her hand dismissively. "All right, let us not delve into specifics any longer. I can't assist you in this matter anymore. My father-in-law just reprimanded me, forbidding me from further involvement regarding Commander Lu." He Xiuhua's assertion was undeniably accurate. The old leader was a revered figure in the household, and she dared not show any defiance. Moreover, Zhang Yirong had indeed relayed some troubling information. She claimed to be Lu Zhandong's fiancée while simultaneously stating she had no partner. This inconsistency raised suspicions. "But cousin," Zhang Yirong attempted to explain further. He Xiuhua turned to her. "Why don't you go in and speak with my father-in-law? I certainly cannot intervene." This comment rendered Zhang Yirong speechless, ultimately watching with frustration as He Xiuhua returned to the compound. It seemed her last hope of reaching the old leader had been extinguished, leaving Zhang Yirong to place her final trust in Director Fong. Upon returning to the compound, she learned that Fong Chengtao had also arrived. "Sister-in-law, you must refrain from such actions in the future." I faced a stern reprimand from the old leader today, who claimed I was being deceitful. I had evidently connected your Yali with Zhandong. And yet you all remained oblivious to the troubles that befell Zhandong over the past 2 months. Zhang Yirong quickly defended herself. "Director Fong, you know how far we are from Taohua village. Does distance excuse you from not checking in? For over 2 months, no one took Zhandong to the hospital, and it was only Sukin who saved his leg. Do you know what the doctors at the hospital said? If he had been sent just 1 day later, not only would he have lost his leg, but his life would have been at stake." You all are fully aware that Yang Yali has a fiancé. Yet you feign ignorance and go to the hospital for matchmaking. Now the old leader suspects that you have known about this matter for a long time but chose to remain silent. If you insist on having me intervene further in this issue, I fear that your family's chief Yang's position may not be secure. Chapter 38. Time is of the essence. Fong Qingtao's words left Zhang Yirong utterly shocked. She dared not pursue the matter further and hurried home. However, watching this promising marriage slip away to Su Can left the entire family feeling a deep sense of grievance. "Mom, look at Su Can's wretched appearance. After we've raised her all these years, how can she be allowed to marry Lu Zhandong? How will I ever face anyone again?" Yang Yali lamented, sitting on the sofa and wiping her tears. The thought of that fat, wretched Sukan becoming the wife of a deputy division commander or even the commander's wife filled her with rage. Zhang Yirong, too, was consumed by resentment after years of painstaking effort to raise Sukan into that ugly and unappealing figure. All her hard work now seemed to have borne fruit for someone else. It was infuriating to the core. If Sukan's life were to improve, wouldn't all those years of her toil turn into a laughingstock? Even if the old leader and director Fong do not assist us, we still have a plan. Yang Yali looked at her mother. Mom, are you referring to that idea from Lu Qingsheng, that I should move to Taohua village? Indeed, given Lu Qingsheng's remarks, it seems the entire Lu family holds little regard for Su Ken. If you reside in Taohua village, the Lu family will undoubtedly side with us, tarnishing her reputation in the village and ensuring that those 3 children despise her. When that happens, Su Kan's standing will be compromised, and Lu Zhandong will surely reconsider his engagement to her. Yang Yali expressed her frustration, but I thought those 3 children were beggars, they would surely hate me. Zhang Yirong chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? Being children, they will undoubtedly have their vulnerabilities. When you go, I'll make sure to provide you with plenty of treats to bring along. What delicacies do they have in the countryside? Even if Su Kan brings something, it won't be enough to satisfy their cravings. Besides, as long as the Lu family stands by you, Su Kan won't be able to stir up any significant trouble. Yan Yali remained disheartened, but Taohua village is nothing but a remote backwater. The people there are filthy and foul-smelling. What if I can't bear it? Then consider the position of division commander's wife. Do you truly want it? If you genuinely desire it, you can endure any hardship. After contemplating, Yang Yali, filled with a glimmer of hope, proposed, Mom, why don't you come with me? What are you thinking? If I go, what will happen to my job at the factory? I am the workshop director of the 3rd workshop. So many people are eyeing my position. If I leave, someone will undoubtedly take advantage of it. Zhang Yirong, despite her desire for her daughter to marry into the Lu family, knew she could not accompany her to Taohua village. Her hard-earned position as workshop director was too valuable to relinquish. As it pertained to her lifelong prospects, Yang Diji concurred. Yali, your mother is right. Moreover, it wouldn't be convenient for her to go to Taohua village. I suggest we inquire with Lu Qingsheng's brother to see if he has any sisters who could accompany you. Zhang Yirong added, let us do this, there is still time. We should head to number 1 middle school to find Lu Qingsheng. This matter cannot be delayed. Yes, the longer we wait, the more complicated it becomes. The 3 of them immediately hopped on their bicycles and rushed to number 1 middle school. Although it was quite late, the summer night meant that the gatekeeper was still awake. Upon learning that Yang Diji was a department head in the county, the gatekeeper promptly fetched Lu Qingsheng. After hearing Zhang Yirong's words, Lu Qingsheng immediately responded, Auntie, how about this? I'll ride back home first and discuss this matter with my family. After all, if Yali is to return to our Taohua village, we must ensure that her living arrangements are suitable. Zhang Yirong felt a sense of relief at his words. Qingsheng, you are absolutely right. I appreciate your help with this. As she spoke, Zhang Yirong pressed 20 yuan into Lu Qingsheng's hand, along with 2 bags of snacks and a jar of milk powder she had brought from home, saying, please take these little gifts to your parents as a token of our family's appreciation. Lu Qingsheng was taken aback by her generosity. Auntie, you're being too kind. This is merely our family's affair. Zhang Yirong felt a wave of comfort wash over her at his response. Qingsheng, we are so fortunate to have you, otherwise, we would truly be at a loss. Lu Qingsheng assured her, Auntie, you can rest easy. As long as I and my family are around, it won't be long before Su Kan reveals her true colors. That would be splendid. With that, Lu Qingsheng took the items and swiftly rode back home. The Yang family watched him disappear into the night, feeling a sense of consolation. Zhang Yirong said, Yali needs to go to Taohua village. We must prepare everything promptly. Let us return home. After finishing dinner, Su Kan was well aware of the situation regarding the elmwood beams and had a rough idea of the costs involved in making furniture. During this time, Zhou Qingshan had his child call over his brother-in-law, Zhao Chang'an. Su Kan sought out the children for paper and pens, drawing several blueprints to show Zhao Chang'an. He was already familiar with the dimensions of the commonly used tables and chairs in the village. Su Kan merely sketched 2 wardrobes, a cabinet, and 2 wooden boxes, prioritizing urgent needs. In rural areas, wardrobes were a rarity. The villagers, upon seeing the blueprints, were not surprised, as Su Kan had come from the county and was certainly more worldly than the villagers of Taohua. That night, the villagers divided the work and took turns keeping watch under the shed. Many were eager to help stand guard during dinner, so Su Kan had no worries about theft that night. She led the children to bed early, feeling utterly exhausted. It was the first time the 3 children shared a bed with Su Kan, and they felt no discomfort. Aunt Su had bought them so many delightful things. And upon returning to the village, countless children envied them. As Su Kan lay down, she fell asleep almost instantly, soon accompanied by the sounds of snoring. With such drastic changes occurring at home, the 3 children found it impossible to sleep. Especially after all the children had surrounded them in excitement that afternoon, admiring their clothes, shoes, and new backpacks, and even asking to borrow their picture books. Those who had previously looked down on them were now trailing behind. bringing immense joy to the siblings. Brother, she is snoring, Lu Wenhao whispered, listening to Sukan's snores. That is because she is tired, Lu Wenhao exclaimed, excitedly flipping over on the bed. I know, back when we lived in the old home. Uncle and second uncle would come back from the fields at night and snore. Brother, how long do you think she'll stay with us? Does she think we're beneath her? Lu Wenyuan pondered. I don't think she thinks that. She bought us so many things, he replied. Liu Xiaotian leaned over, pressing her head against Lu Wenhao as she held my hand. She definitely doesn't dislike us. Brother, do you think she will really send us to school? I believe she will, but what if her weight makes us go broke? Don't worry. When we grow up and earn money, we won't go hungry. Brother, when will we grow up? Soon. Chapter 39. An unexpected figure. Sukan slept soundly until around 5 the next morning, abruptly awakened by mosquito bites. With summer mosquitoes abundant, the window in the room was merely ornamental. Thanks to the body she inhabited, she had managed to sleep through the night. Being this overweight, after all the walking she had done, she was utterly fatigued upon opening her eyes and seeing the 3 children still asleep. Dressed in the same clothes, she got out of bed. The creaking of the wooden door startled all 3 children awake. The 2 boys quickly jumped out of bed and rushed outside to wash their faces. Sukan combed her hair and tied 2 braids for Tian Tian. When she stepped outside, Lu Wenyuan had already filled a basin with water, and she joined him to brush their teeth and wash their faces. The water from the well was icy cold, instantly refreshing her. In the yard, Zhou Qingshan, Grandpa Zhou, and Zhou Dongsheng had already arrived, since everyone who came to help with the house construction had eaten breakfast at home. Only a few meals needed to be prepared. Seeing Sukan up, Zhou Qingshan and Grandpa Zhou were about to head home for breakfast, but Sukan stopped them. It's only a matter of adding a few more bowls of water. There is no need for you to make a second trip. Let us conserve our energy for other tasks. Grandpa Zhou, after breakfast, please take me to the market. Will do. Hearing her say this, Grandpa Zhou no longer insisted. There were dozens of steamed buns left over from the previous night, and Sukan decided to make some vegetable soup for breakfast. As she pondered what kind of vegetable soup to prepare, Zhao Jing arrived carrying a basket full of tomatoes and green beans. Sister-in-law, these are from our own garden. I know you didn't buy any vegetables yesterday, so please take these to eat. Zhao Jing said, placing the vegetables on the table under the shed. That is too much. Wait here, I'll get you some money, Sukan replied. The basket Zhao Jing brought was quite large, filled to the brim with vegetables, topped with a small bunch of green onions and chives. Oh dear, this amount of vegetables isn't worth much. Just go ahead and cook, Zhao Jing insisted. I shall take my leave now. Zhao Jing hastily set down the dishes and hurriedly carried away the empty basket. Moving as swiftly as the wind, seemingly anxious to avoid any monetary exchange with Sukan, Grandpa Zhou chuckled and remarked, Niece-in-law, you needn't worry about the money. Jin Sheng's wife is a fine person. She surely did not come merely for those 2 dimes. Upon hearing Grandpa Zhou's words, Sukan ceased her insistence, recognizing that social interactions are not always so rigidly defined. Nevertheless, she etched this kindness into her heart. With vegetables at hand, preparing breakfast became a simple task. Sukan made a tomato and egg soup, adding a touch of raw flour and a little extra water, resulting in a pot brimming with a visually appealing and delectable tomato egg soup. Sister-in-law, I never imagined your culinary skills were so impressive, praised Zhou Qingshan after savoring a sip of the soup. In truth, eggs and tomatoes were not scarce in this era, yet not everyone could craft such a delightful egg soup. Just before serving, she sprinkled a bit of chives, enhancing both the flavor and aroma. Niece-in-law, in my lifetime, I have never tasted such exquisite tomato egg soup. Grandpa Zhou gave Sukan a thumbs up. Grandpa Zhou, Brother Qingshan, it's merely that I added a bit more oil, which makes it taste more fragrant, Sukan replied while glancing at the 3 siblings beside her, who even after their second helping wore expressions of utter satisfaction. Brother Qingshan, after we finish breakfast, I must accompany Grandpa Zhou to the market, otherwise, we shall miss out on lunch with so many people dining. Sukan feared delaying the meal. Alright, we'll wait until you return to discuss it. The beams will still be there when we get back. They won't run away. After finishing breakfast, Sukan circled the house, with Zhou Qingshan promptly following her. The foundation had been completed as many came to help yesterday. Sister-in-law, I reckon the whole village knows about last night's meal. Today, there will surely be many eager to assist, and the main structure will rise more swiftly than before. How long will it take to erect the main structure? Well, with stones, sand, and lime all in place, it depends on how many people come today. Yesterday, we had 40 to 50. Today, it could surpass 100. If that's the case, the main structure could be completed in 2 days. And the courtyard walls might go up even faster. Sukan was taken aback. Can it really be expedited by so many days? Zhou Qingshan smiled. The sister-in-law, you needn't mock me. Many families in our village have never tasted such pure white steamed buns. They usually have pancakes, sweet potato chips, and cornmeal porridge, let alone vegetables. Most meals consist of dumplings and pickled vegetables, and even those are rationed. Now, with a rare opportunity to fill their stomachs, anyone with a bit of strength wants to come and enjoy a hearty meal. To put it bluntly, even the village's renowned idlers have heard of it and wish to lend a hand for a legitimate meal. But didn't you say it would take a month to build a house? Other families only provide lunch, and most of their buns are mixed with cornmeal, so the food is hardly appetizing. The main issue is the quantity. Before the beans go up, we could expect only about 10 people each day. And everyone tends to drag their feet a bit. Now you're providing dinner as well, with plenty of buns and vegetables. Who wouldn't want to come? Sukan nodded, acknowledging the truth of this in such a resource-scarce era. I understand now. Please inform everyone that there's meat and vegetables for lunch, and they can eat to their heart's content. We will have steamed buns for every meal, sister. That will certainly increase your expenses. Jo Chingshan expressed concern. Sukan smiled, but the time frame is shortened. You can also tell them we will provide breakfast. If we do that, we won't have enough chopsticks and bowls, she replied. I'll borrow some more. Alright, I can buy some bowls and basins at the market today. As they walked halfway, they spotted a figure in a deep blue coarse cloth garment quietly working amidst the stone piles. Brother Hongjun has been here for about an hour already, Jo Chingshan pointed out to Sukan. Surprisingly, Lu Hongwu hasn't caused him any trouble. This development took Sukan aback. She had thought Lu Hongwu would not allow Lu Hongjun to assist after yesterday's incidents. Perhaps he arrived early and did not witness the commotion. Rumor had it that last night, the old lady scolded him for half the night and didn't even leave him a bite to eat. Jo Chingshan glanced at Sukan, hesitating to speak. Brother Chingshan, I won't go over. How about this? You take a few buns and a bowl of tomato soup to him, regardless of whether he had once aided Lu Zhandong. He was here to help with her family's house, and everyone who comes to assist deserves a meal. She could not be overly calculative. Sister-in-law, I'll go fetch it now. Jo Chingshan had intended to offer something to Lu Hongjun earlier but hesitated. Fearing Sukan might object due to her feelings about the Lu family, yet he had not expected her to bring it up herself. Watching the silent figure laboring away, Sukan turned back to the courtyard. Chapter 40, a broadened perspective. She called the three little ones into the house and earnestly instructed them, with so many people and children coming to help, they must watch over the family's belongings carefully. In truth, there are many kind-hearted people in the village, but with Lu Hongwu around, the two children he had brought yesterday did not seem like easy targets. She needed to raise the children's awareness of safety. Ansu, we won't go anywhere today, Lu Wenyuan said with utmost seriousness. Lu Wenhao nodded in agreement. Right, Ansu, they're all here for us. We won't go outside. Tian Tian also nodded along. Indeed, after returning from the county seat yesterday afternoon, most of the village's children flocked to their home now. It had become the focal point of the entire village. Previously they were scorned wherever they went, but now they need not step outside, as children came running to them. That's good, Sukan affirmed. After giving her instructions, she shouldered her bundle and stepped outside, where she saw Jo Chingshan returning with buns and a bowl of tomato soup. Shaking his head, Brother Hongjun refuses to eat. He insists he won't. Sukan was somewhat taken aback. Glancing at the distant figure absorbed in his work, she urged, Brother Chingshan, you must persuade him to eat something at noon. Alright, if he feels too shy to come, I'll deliver the food to him. At that moment, Jo Chingshan's mother Li Shulan, along with his sister-in-law, Liang Xiufang, and a group of other women arrived to assist, busying themselves with steaming buns for the midday meal. Sukan briefed them, stating that they should steam the remaining flour into buns, and if there wasn't enough, she would buy more flour later to continue. They would prepare the dishes once she returned with the meat. Subsequently, she set off in Grandpa Zhou's cart. This time, they were heading to the Happy Village Market, which was about 6 miles north of Taohua Village. Upon exiting Taohua Village, Sukan unexpectedly spotted a modern 3-story school built of red bricks. Witnessing such an advanced structure in this backward region filled her with astonishment. This area was known to be the highest and most impoverished part of the entire Guangming commune. Grandpa Zhou chuckled. Niece-in-law, do not underestimate our Taohua village. We are more advanced than many other places. What is that ahead? Sukan inquired as she followed his gaze. As the cart rolled out of the village's northern end, she was astonished to behold a magnificent sight. The southern face of a hill resembling a giant bun was covered with numerous residential quarters. A vast expanse of these quarters displayed white walls and red tiles, with various plants peeking through the red brick walls, and the walls adorned with blooming roses. Such a picturesque scene in this era was genuinely shocking and unexpected. Grandpa Zhou, what is this place? Why are there so many residential quarters? Is there a factory nearby? Grandpa Zhou, while guiding the cart, elaborated on the origins of this location. It turned out that just north of Taohua village lay a chemical factory, which had been approved for construction during Chairman Mao's era. It was said that millions had been invested over the years, and it had just commenced production a year ago. However, the villagers were not entirely clear on what it produced. Sukan chuckled, although our village is nestled in the mountains, I expected it to be isolated. I didn't anticipate it to be so developed. Such factories were scarce even in the county seat. So discovering one of this scale hidden deep within the mountains was indeed surprising. Grandpa Zhou continued, although our village lies against the mountains, it is situated at the northernmost edge of the county, bordering the neighboring county. In fact, this chemical factory belongs to that adjacent county, as does the Happy Village Market we will be visiting shortly. Sukan nodded with a smile, recalling that the original text did mention the existence of this factory. However, it ultimately fell into disrepair over several decades of upheaval. For safety reasons, the factory had separated the residential area from the production zone with a mountain, connected by a tunnel, according to Zhou Qingshan. The residential quarters were well-equipped, featuring dormitories, schools, auditoriums, employee clubs, dining halls, bathhouses, post offices, grain stores, libraries, transportation teams, and even a lighted sports field. They even employed doctors from the provincial capital, who were highly skilled with comprehensive medical facilities. Sukan felt somewhat speechless. Why hadn't Lu's family sent Lu Jiandong here? This would have saved her the trouble of taking him so far away. The amenities there were exclusively available to employees, and people like them, with no connections, could hardly access them. Besides, purchasing certain items from there would be significantly more expensive. The residents of the old Lu family took their allowances from Jiandong with great ease. But when it came to spending, they found it quite challenging to part with a single coin. Grandpa Zhou remarked with a smile. At that time, to extract so much money from the old lady's hands was truly no small feat. If it were someone else, they would struggle to obtain even 2 yuan, let alone 200. Sukan immediately understood. Indeed, in certain factories, internal issues must be resolved before anything else can proceed. The chemical factory even had dedicated vehicles to the provincial capital. Yet they permitted only the family members and employees to ride, all for free. As for us, we had to pay and were denied entry. Sukan nodded, her horizons truly broadened. She had initially perceived Peach Blossom Village as a secluded place, only to discover it housed such a large-scale factory. Her mind raced with possibilities, and suddenly, she felt an enticing whiff of money in the air. Xingfu Village boasted the largest market within 10 miles. And Sukan's primary aim for this visit was to procure vegetables and pork, while also keeping an eye out for other items she might wish to purchase, thus expanding her experience. In this era, pork had to be bought with meat coupons, and one needed to visit the state-run food store at the commune to acquire it. Conveniently, there was one near the market, and Grandpa Zhou led Sukan directly there. Pork was priced at 72 cents per pound, and Sukan purchased 20 pounds of fatty pork, as during this time, many suffered from malnutrition and cherished the richness of fatty meat. Grandpa Zhou was left astonished. My niece-in-law, in summer, this meat is hard to preserve, just a pound or 2 would suffice. It would be a pity if it spoiled. Sukan chuckled. No worries, Grandpa Zhou, I'll render all this meat when I return. In truth, she was merely seeking an excuse. Everyone worked physically demanding jobs, and a bit more meat was essential to bolster their strength. Most importantly, with such a large crowd today, the quality of the meals had to match. While paying, she noticed pig trotters and offal in a nearby basin. These were items others seldom favored, yet they captivated her attention. Upon inquiring about the price, she found them to be only a few cents per pound. And aside from the pig intestines, she bought up all the other offal, totaling over 40 pounds. The vendor packed it into a nylon bag and placed it in the cart's basket behind Grandpa Zhou's horse. With the meat issue resolved, they proceeded to the grain and oil shop. Having consumed more than half of the previous day's flour, which was devoured quickly, Sukan decided to purchase 5 bags this time. After addressing these 2 significant matters, it was time to procure vegetables, eggs, and kitchen utensils. Their cart was filled to the brim before they finally departed the market. Despite the substantial haul, Sukan was efficient in her time management. After all, she had meals to prepare back home and could not afford to dawdle. When exiting the market, she inquired about the time and discovered it was just past 9 in the morning. There was ample time, however. The return journey was uphill, so the cart naturally progressed at a slower pace, and by the time they reached Peach Blossom Village, it was nearly 10 o'clock. After unloading the items, Sukan urged the ants to promptly knead the dough for steamed buns. A quick glance revealed that the number of male laborers assisting today had indeed doubled, in less than half a day. The walls and main structure had risen by half. It was as if she were witnessing the building grow before her very eyes. Niece-in-law, something has happened to the old Lu family. Li Shulan suddenly pulled Sukan aside and said. Sukan was taken aback. Aunt, what has happened? Several ants gathered around, chattering animatedly about the incident with the old Lu family. It turned out that early in the morning, Lu Hongjun had come to help with the house construction. And since he arrived early, Lu Hongwu had not yet risen. When Sukan and Grandpa Zhou went to the market, Lu Hongwu learned of his elder brother Lu Hongjuan's presence and, armed with a stick, angrily sought out his brother. The 2 brothers clashed upon meeting. Lu Hongjun, being smaller and weaker, stood little chance against Lu Hongwu. Had it not been for the villagers intervening, Lu Hongjun might have suffered far worse. As it was, he ended up with a bruised face, several cuts on his head, and his feet swollen from being struck. Despite this, Lu Hongjun refused to back down and returned to work after getting back up. Due to the numerous people trying to break up the fight, Lu Hongwu, in a fit of rage, went home, after which old lady Lu ordered her second son to expel Lu Hongjuan's entire family from the old house. All their bedding was tossed out, and nothing else was spared. Lu Hongjuan's wife Gao Yuzhen knelt in tears, pleading for mercy, but the old lady simply shut the door. Lu Hongwu stood at the entrance, threatening that anyone from their family attempting to re-enter the old Lu family's home would be met with violence. In the end, with no other choice, Gao Yuzhen had to take her 3 children and return to her parental home. Sukan felt a surge of anger. Is there no one to intervene? Li Shulan sighed, as the saying goes, a clear official finds it hard to resolve family matters. Who would dare to meddle? Besides, you have no idea how domineering Lu Hongwu is in the village. Had it not been for your arrival from the county when you went to divide the family property, you would have found it impossible to claim your share, the other aunts chimed in. Who would dare to get involved? If you did, he'd be cursing you for 3 days and nights. Indeed, last time he got drunk at the southern end of the village when he returned home and found the lights off at Zhang San's house. He assumed they were deliberately targeting him and raged outside their courtyard until dawn. As you can gradually piece together the situation, Lu Hongwu was nothing short of a village bully. No wonder Lu Zhandong had fallen into such dire straits. With a brother like him blocking the way, who would dare to lend a helping hand? Previously, she had thought Lu Hongjun might be trying to take advantage of the situation, but now it seemed she had misjudged this elder brother. Where is my elder brother now? He should be at his second uncle's. His face is bleeding profusely. It looks quite alarming. Alas, I fear the Hongjun family is on the brink of collapse, without access to the old Lu family's home. They have nowhere to live. Sukan fell silent for a moment. Where is my sister-in-law's family located? Is it far from here? Quite far, actually. From Xingfu village where you went to the market, it's still 6 miles north. However, her family is impoverished as well, with several brothers to support, taking 3 children back. Goodness knows if they'll even have enough to eat. Seeing the others shake their heads continuously, Sukan turned to Li Shulan. Aunt, why don't you take me to see my elder brother? Since he was Lu Zhandong's elder brother, she felt it necessary to ascertain the situation. To her surprise, everyone waved their hands in protest. Niece-in-law, you are already quite busy here. Besides, the old Lu family is in a furious state. It would be better for you not to visit Hongjun, but if you went, it would only exacerbate the situation. Then let Qingshan go and check on him. This way she could feel reassured, as today's events were inherently linked to her. Zhou Qingshan soon approached sister-in-law. I will go see the situation, don't worry too much. Sukan set aside her concerns, for there were numerous tasks awaiting her attention. She entrusted the donating to the aunts, and as she took out the meat, the eyes of those around her sparkled with delight. Goodness, niece-in-law, you are truly generous. Li Shulan gave Sukan a thumbs up. Sukan smiled. Today, we have over 100 guests. We will need to prepare a great deal of food, perhaps 10 pounds of meat for lunch and another 10 for dinner. For over 100 people to share 20 pounds of meat, especially divided into 2 meals, would yield meager portions, yet everyone felt it was abundant, reflecting the scarcity of meat in this era. Very well, we shall follow your lead. Li Shulan handed the meat to her daughter-in-law and urged the younger ones to swiftly begin cutting it. Sukan had purchased 2 steel-topped pots, 3 basins, and some new bowls and chopsticks, all of which she laid out. Additionally, there were the 40-plus pounds of pig offal. When these were revealed, everyone was somewhat taken aback. None knew how to prepare them, so no one was inclined to take on the task. Sukan recognized this, and thus she assumed responsibility for all of it. She had bought enough Sichuan pepper and spices at the market, even acquiring some white liquor. With so many people, she wanted to ensure everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. Zhou Qingshan returned promptly, relaying the situation at the Lu family. Lu Hongjun had sustained a laceration on his head from being struck by Lu Hongwu, but the village's barefoot doctor had treated him. The injuries were mostly superficial and not serious. Hearing this, Sukan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Due to the crowd, there were insufficient tables and chairs for dining, so Zhou Qingshan organized the construction of 2 additional shelters and borrowed some tables and benches. Upon hearing that there would be an abundance of dishes and meat for lunch, everyone worked with renewed vigor. During lunch, Sukan finally transformed all that pig offal into delectable meat dishes. Many dishes featured chili, incorporating boiled pig liver, lungs, and heart. However, when it came time to serve, everyone tentatively tasted the offerings, mainly due to past experiences where such dishes had been overwhelmingly pungent, causing diners to feel nauseous. Yet, what Sukan prepared was both fragrant and spicy, some even boasting rich broth, leaving a lingering taste that was utterly delightful. The 8 or so bowls of cold meat dishes were devoured completely. By the time Sukan sat down to eat, she was thoroughly drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, gazing at the wall that had risen halfway, she felt that her efforts today were truly worthwhile. The number of helpers was extraordinary, and with things progressing at this pace, the structure would likely reach the beam level by tomorrow afternoon. The house was truly rising as if propelled by a rocket. Aunt Su, Lu Wenhao rushed in like a gust of wind to Sukan's side, his small face glistening with sweat. Unlike his brother Lu Wenyu, who had silently assisted in the yard since her return, this little fellow had dashed out as soon as she arrived home. Have you come back because you were hungry? Lu Wenhao squatted before her, his round eyes wide as he exclaimed, Aunt Su, my 4th uncle has brought that wicked aunt back to the village. Your 4th uncle, Lu Qingsheng? Lu Wenhao nodded vigorously. That day when we accompanied Grandpa Zhou to the hospital, we ran into that nasty aunt who called us beggars, the one who was a country bumpkin. She's now living at my grandmother's house. My grandmother even had Uncle Air set off firecrackers. Many people came to watch, saying that wicked aunt is actually my father's new wife, destined to be our new mother. As the little fellow reached the end of his statement, his lips quivered, threatening to burst into tears. Aunt Su, I won tea, let you leave. Chapter 42. Slander. Lu Wenhao's words made both Lu Wenyuan and Lu Xiaotian tense. Their gaze fixed intently on Suk, and that aunt who called them beggars was universally disliked. Although Aunt Sue had gained some weight, she was genuinely kind to the three siblings, observing the anxious expressions on the children's faces. Sukan quickly smiled. How could Aunt leave? Aunt still needs to raise you into adulthood, to witness your growth. Aunt will prepare delicious food for you and teach you knowledge. I will never leave this home. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenhao, his tears still unshed, broke into a grin. Aunt Sue, you said it yourself. Sukan chuckled as she tousled his hair. Of course, Aunt always keeps her promises. In the future, don't easily believe what others say. Come back and ask Aunt in person. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. Meanwhile, Lu Wenyuan, silent beside them, suddenly sprang up and dashed towards the doorway. He had to check what was happening at the old house. Seeing his elder brother run off, Lu Wenhao leapt up to follow. Sukan glanced at Lu Xiaotian beside her, taking her hand. Tian, go see what your brothers are up to, and if anything happens, come back to tell me. Okay. The little girl hurried after her brothers. Yang Yali had come to Taohua village riding a bicycle with Lu Qingxing, dressed in a light pink shirt and a floral skirt. She had placed her suitcase on the back of Lu Qingxing's bicycle, with bags hanging from the handlebars. Her own seat was laden as well, for she was preparing to stay for a while. Ensuring that all necessities were ready, and never having visited Taohua village before, the journey had exhausted her, especially the uphill climb from Guangming commune. More than once, she thought that if it weren't for Lu Zhandong, she would never have ventured to such a desolate place. Upon entering Taohua village, Lu Qingxing seized the opportunity to introduce Yang Yali to the villagers, when they learned that she was Lu Zhandong's new bride. The villagers were astonished. There's already one at home, and now another. Lu Qingxing's introductions quickly spread throughout the village. By the time they reached the entrance of the old Lu's house, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. With no television in the house and hardly a radio in the village, the villagers naturally relished the chance to watch the commotion. Furthermore, Lu Hongwu had somehow procured firecrackers, which were typically only available during the new year. As soon as the firecrackers went off, the idle villagers flocked over. Lu Qingxing pushed the bicycle into the yard, followed by Yang Yali, then took out a pound of white rabbit candy to distribute to the onlookers. While sharing the sweets, he introduced aunties and uncles. This is our true third sister-in-law, well-educated and polite. A genuine young lady. Her kindness allowed that Sukan to take advantage and pose as my third brother's wife. Coming to our Taohua village. We will need your help to drive that impostor out of our village. The wife of Lu Erk remarked. I knew it. How could such a fine young man like Zhandong fall for a big, fat woman? Look at her, she waddles like a duck. This remark elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. If she were indeed an impostor, it would be quite disgraceful. However, Zhandong was revered as a hero. It didn't matter if she was a big woman or even beautiful. Many would wish to marry into the old Lu family. As the villagers chattered in agreement, Zhao Meixiang, Lu Hongwu's wife, emerged, her face beaming as she approached Yang Yali. Oh dear sister-in-law, we've been waiting for you. Yang Yali smiled back and greeted her. Hello, second sister-in-law. Goodness, the third brother's wife is truly beautiful, Zhao Meixiang exclaimed, calling over her three children. You three, why didn't you share the candy with your third aunt? Lu Daxiang and Lu Erqiang, having faced embarrassment at the new house, stood tall now, shouting in unison, hello, third aunt. Yang Yali smiled and ruffled their hair, producing two picture books from her bag and handing them over. The boys' eyes lit up, snatching them with grins. Now they too had what Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao possessed. Seeing the situation settling, Lu Qingxing asked Zhao Meixiang to lead Yang Yali inside, addressing the villagers. Aunt 7 and 2, why don't you come in and sit for a while? You can all return home to rest. After lunch, we can play. Very well. It was lunchtime, so the villagers refrained from entering the old Lu's house. Yang Yali was surrounded as she entered the Lu family yard and stepped into the main hall, where old lady Lu and Lu Shuayuan awaited her at the Eight Immortals table. Beaming upon seeing the lovely girl, Yang Yali greeted the two elders politely, and Zhao Meixiang quickly invited her to sit down. The third brother's wife is truly beautiful. Our Zhandong is fortunate to have you, old lady Lu remarked, contrasting her with that big fat woman, who was ugly and mean-spirited, only knowing how to bully the old Lu family. Speaking of Sukan, old lady Lu clenched her teeth in hatred. Yang Yali sighed softly at the elder's words. Aunt, to be honest, she is actually the daughter my mother adopted. She was brought home out of pity when she was young. Who would have known that over the years she would turn out this way? Upon hearing this, old lady Lu slammed the table with her large fan, exclaiming, oh my dear heavens, look, isn't this just as I said? That Su person looks like no good. Just look at how arrogant she was upon entering our Taohua village. Oh dear sister-in-law, you don't know, she broke one of my water jars the moment she stepped into our home. This thought caused old lady Lu considerable distress. The loss of that large water jar had troubled her greatly, keeping her up at night. Chapter 43. Greed. Yang Yali had already heard of this incident but still expressed her shock. My goodness, couldn't someone have managed her? Lu Hongwu snorted dismissively. She has an uncle in the county's public security bureau who threatens to imprison us, saying he would arrest the Lu family. Turning to Yang Yali, he inquired, by the way, a sister-in-law, since you're here, I must ask, is it true that she claims the head of the county's public security bureau is her uncle? Yang Yali chuckled. We live in the same residential compound as Director Fong. We know each other casually, but now there might be more of a connection, you wouldn't believe it, but Director Fong of the Public Security Bureau is a close comrade of Brother Jiandong. Lu Hongwu slapped his thigh exclaiming, I knew it, how could she possibly know the head of the county's Public Security Bureau, so it turns out she only knows him through our third brother. We cannot allow her to remain in the old third S house anymore. He stood up abruptly ready to confront her second brother. Wait, Yang Yali quickly called out to him. Liu Qingxing pulled Lu Hongwu back into his seat. Second brother, why the rush? Can't you let my sister-in-law finish speaking? Lu Hongwu squatted in his chair, seething. I'm just filled with frustration. I can't hold my head high in the village anymore. How has your second brother endured such humiliation in Taohua village all these years? Zhao Meixiang nodded in agreement. Exactly. I heard she bought 20 pounds of meat and many other things at the happiness market today. Once the money from my three brothers reaches her hands, it will be squandered. Living like this will surely ruin the third brother. Madame Lu expressed her resentment, exclaiming, humph, she must have taken the third son's allowance for this quarter. It's a sum of 200 to 300 yuan, otherwise how could she possibly afford to build such a grand house? That wretched woman is here solely to bring ruin upon our Lu family. Upon returning to Taohua village, every move of Su Kan was meticulously observed by the members of the Lu family. Initially, they steamed large buns made with cornmeal, and today, she bought 20 pounds of meat, along with a cartload of vegetables and other goods. When Madame Lu heard this, her fury reached a boiling point, and when she spoke, it felt as though her words dripped with the taste of blood. Listening to the Lu family's denouncement of Su Kan, Yang Yali felt an unprecedented glimmer of hope. It appeared that winning the hearts of the Lu family would secure a significant advantage in their favor. Lu Jiandong, being a soldier, would never forsake his parents, no matter how much he trusted Su Kan. Right, mother, second brother, let us allow third sister-in-law to finish speaking before we respond. Please, do not rush, interjected Lu Qingshang. Indeed, let us first hear what the third brother's wife has to say. Madame Lu nodded in agreement. Madam, regarding the Director Fong of the County Public Security Bureau, we cannot simply expel Su Kan from Taohua village at this moment. Why not? The genuine article is present. Why should this impostor continue to linger here? Upon hearing this, Madame Lu's anger flared once more. Yang Yali felt slightly aggrieved, because it was Su Kan who took Brother Jiandong to the county hospital in the first place. He now acknowledges her as his wife. While at the hospital, she must have informed Director Fong about this matter. If we force Su Kan out of Taohua village, it would only be detrimental to our interests. Upon hearing this, the members of the Lu family fell silent for a moment. Liu Hongwu, with a tense expression and a stiff-necked gaze towards the door. Madame Lu, wielding a large fan, struck the table. At that time, we did not wish to send the third son to the hospital. The second son had already arranged a vehicle to take him to the county hospital. In front of the third sister-in-law, she would naturally refrain from admitting that the Lu family had failed to take the third son to the hospital. After all, how could they preserve their dignity? Lu Qingxing understood this all too well but still nodded in agreement, that Su Kan merely seized an opportunity. We had everything prepared, yet she reaped the rewards. Sister-in-law, with your arrival, our family has finally glimpsed a ray of hope that Su Kan is now squandering my third brother's money and spreading rumors to tarnish our Lu family's reputation. Zhao Meixiang concurred. Now that the third sister-in-law is here, we must devise a way to expel Su Kan. Moreover, we must ensure that the three brothers do not harbor any resentment towards us. Yes, exactly, Lu Qingxing affirmed. Mother, my sister-in-law and I are still hungry. Let us dine first and discuss as we eat. Also, sister-in-law should be shown to her accommodations by second sister-in-law. Yes, indeed, second brother's wife should take the third sister-in-law to the east wing and ensure everything is in order. Given that many guests are expected in the coming days, we must be cautious, as some may be prone to stealing. Upon Madame Lu's directive, Zhao Meixiang promptly led Yang Yali to the east wing. This room had previously been occupied by Lu Hongjuan's family, and as soon as they departed, the Lu family hurriedly cleaned it, providing fresh bedding and pillows. Aware that city dwellers appreciate cleanliness, Zhao Meixiang even assisted Madame Lu in pasting newspapers on the walls. Lu Qingxing and second brother Lu Hongwu brought in all the items Yang Yali had brought. Yang Yali presented gifts of 4 pounds of pastries, 4 pounds of white sugar, 4 pounds of fruit candy, 2 cans of malt extract, 20 boxes of Dachenmen cigarettes, 4 pieces of polyester cloth, and 4 bottles of white liquor, among other things. Upon seeing such a bounty, Madame Lu was utterly dazzled and couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Lu Hongwu and Zhao Meixiang were equally delighted, knowing that their family would receive the largest share of these gifts, as they were currently living with the elderly couple. Sister-in-law, do not worry, as long as your second brother and I are here, that fat Su Kan will not cause any significant trouble, Lu Hongwu declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Indeed, we will handle matters concerning you and the second brother. Zhao Meixiang promptly expressed her resolve. Madame Lu, beaming with joy, instructed her daughters-in-law and sons to take the items back to their respective rooms. Mother, Lu Hongwu's 3 children rushed in from outside. Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao are outside. Madame Lu snorted. They've come to see that we have delicious food, haven't they? The second brother's wife, give the children a couple of pieces of candy to entice them. Zhao Meixiang quickly handed out candy to the three children. Yang Yali hastily interjected, Auntie's second sister-in-law, I believe we should first win over the three children. If they are on our side, the likelihood of expelling Sukan will increase. Liu Qingxing nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law is right. We must first draw the children to our side if we wish to proceed smoothly. Madame Lu frowned. Those three are mercenaries. They are not even of the Lu family bloodline yet continue to consume the resources of the Lu family. Mentioning the children brought a frown to Madame Lu's face. Mother, once my third brother and sister-in-law's matters are resolved, they will take the children with them to the army, and the three kids will still depend on our Lu family in Taohua village. Won't they? When the time comes, they will still be at our mercy, Liu Qingxing pointed out, making his intentions clear. Madame Lu waved her hand dismissively. Let them come in then, let us give them a little taste of our hospitality. Upon hearing that Lu Wenyuan and his brother could enter, Lu Daxiang and Lu Erqiang dashed outside. They had felt quite aggrieved these past few days as Lu Wenyuan and his siblings flaunted their delicious food and beautiful clothes, along with their picture books, causing envy among the village children. Liu Daxiang, being one of the three siblings, had drooled countless times with the arrival of their glamorous third aunt from the county who had brought them so many delightful gifts. Their cravings intensified. Liu Wenyuan, Lu Wenhao, look, we have candy too, and it's even better than yours. Lu Daxiang waved a piece of red fruit candy in front of them. Liu Erqiang fanned the air with a picture book. We have picture books too. Gifted to us by our third aunt. Take that, take that. Lu Erqiang stuck out his tongue at the brothers. We have it too. We don't care about your shabby toys, Lu Wenhao retorted, his face flushed. Lu Wenyuan remained silent, coldly eyeing Lu Daxiang and his siblings, pulling Lu Wenhao away. Noticing that his sister, Lu Xiaotian, was standing still, he called out to her, and she hurriedly followed, seeing the siblings attempt to leave. Lu Daxiang and Lu Erqiang rushed to block their path. Grandma is calling for you. Lu Wenyuan stiffened his face. We must go home. Yes, we are not going, Lu Wenhao shouted at the top of his lungs. No, you must come. Lu Daxiang seized Lu Wenyuan's clothing, while Lu Erqiang grabbed hold of Lu Wenhao's. The four boys, each unwilling to yield, immediately began to tussle. Liu Xiaotian, frightened, stepped back, while Lu Tingting turned and ran back into the courtyard. In no time, the Lu family emerged. Yang Yali was among them. Liu Qingxing and Lu Hongwu stepped forward to separate the four children, with Lu Hongwu yanking Lu Wenhao somewhat harshly, causing the sturdy lad to tumble to the ground. The little one immediately burst into tears. Yang Yali seized the opportunity to rush forward and help Lu Wenhao up, asking gently, Did you hurt yourself? Let us sit in the courtyard for a while. And auntie will get you some candy and snacks. Alright. She aimed to speak in the gentlest tone, hoping to reverse the unflattering image they held of her as the woman who had called them beggars. However, just as she finished speaking, Lu Wenyuan pulled Lu Wenhao away. Liu Wenhao, auntie is talking to you. Don't you have anything to say? Lu Qingxing blocked the siblings' path, adopting an authoritative uncle's demeanor. Liu Wenyuan shot him a glance but remained silent. She is a wicked aunt. We won't pay her any mind. Lu Wenhao blurted out, this aunt, no matter how beautifully she dresses, is the one who insulted us as beggars. She is truly vile. Yang Yali quickly stepped forward to apologize to the three children. Auntie did not know you were Zhanong's children. Had I known, I certainly would not have treated you that way. I made a mistake that day. Will you give auntie another chance? Lu Wenhao puffed up his cheeks, staring at her. So, are you here to be our new mother? Lu Wenyuan looked at her as well. Sweetie remained tight-lipped. Liu Qingxing did not allow Yang Yali to answer the question. Lu Wenyuan. Lu Wenhao, Lu Xiaotian, listen closely. That fat Su Ken is a thief who ran to Taohua village after stealing 300 yuan from our home. She is not only a thief but is deliberately pretending to be your new mother. She is a truly wicked woman. This beautiful aunt here is your real new mother. Do you understand? Zhao Meixiang chimed in. What your fourth uncle says is correct. That fat woman merely seeks to deceive you. Have you considered her size? If she were truly your new mother, would you not starve to death? Seeing that the three children remained silent, Yang Yali crouched down, maintaining her gentle demeanor. In fact, there is something you do not know. The Sukan auntie currently in your home is my sister. That night, she eavesdropped on my intention to take your father to the hospital, which prompted her to stealthily take money from the household and run over here. You are still young and do not comprehend the grievances between adults. But she is a thief after all. Do you truly wish for a thief to become your new mother? Zhao Meixiang continued to intimidate them. Indeed, stealing from others is an act that should warrant arrest by the police. If she is caught and imprisoned, what will become of the three of you? Let me tell you, if you do not accept this new mother, you will have no place in the old Lu family. Your father is in the army, and with Sukan apprehended, how will the three of you survive? We will not starve. Aunt Su will definitely take care of us. She is not a thief. Lu Wenyuan suddenly spoke up, firmly believing that Aunt Su was a good person despite the many disparaging remarks about her. Yes, you are the thieves. You are the thieves. Aunt Su treats us the best. She would never abandon us. Even Lu Xiaotian, who had remained silent, had tears in her eyes as she defended Aunt Su. Liu Hongwu, lacking in patience, instantly clenched his fists upon seeing the children's expressions. His eyes wide with fury. "You little rascals, do you think you deserve a beating?" The moment Lu Hongwu made his menacing appearance, Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao quickly grabbed Lu Xiaotian and fled. Yang Yali was left speechless. Lu Hongwu was nothing short of a brute, achieving nothing and causing more harm, scaring the children away just as they were on the verge of being swayed. Lu Qingxing looked at him and said, "Second brother, you should not have come out. We need to win over these 3 children first. How can you expect to convince them when you threaten them like that?" Lu Hongwu frowned. They are clearly 3 ungrateful little wolves. Did you not hear what they said? You will never be able to persuade them. Exactly, those 3 will never be convinced, no matter how much we explain. They simply refuse to believe us. At such a moment, Zhao Meixiang naturally defended her husband. Lu Qingsheng glanced in the direction the children had fled inside. "Fine, let us just go back and have dinner." Fortunately, there was no one on the street at that time, and no one witnessed the scene of the second brother intimidating the 3 children. Chapter 45, all bought off. The 3 children ran to the Lu family. And Sukan could hardly eat her lunch. Yang Yali's arrival in Taohua village was unexpected for her. Upon hearing of her presence, the events of the morning when the Lu Hongjun family was ousted from the old Lu family suddenly made sense. It seemed that Lu Hongwu had likely seized this opportunity to expel the eldest brother's family from the old Lu family and then allow Yang Yali to move in. However, given Lu Hongwu's reckless nature, she doubted it was his idea. Since Lu Qingsheng had returned with him, it was likely his plan. The question remained, how long would Yang Yali stay here, until she was driven out of Taohua village? It seemed that her intentions were far from benign. After waiting for a quarter of an hour without seeing the 3 children, Sukan could no longer sit still. She asked Zhao Jing to watch over things here and stepped out towards the old Lu house. Not 10 steps out the door, she spotted the 3 little ones rushing back from afar. As they approached, Sukan scrutinized them. "Are you 3 hurt?" Lu Wenyuan replied. Second uncle threw Wenhao to the ground. Lu Wenhao immediately lifted his shirt to show Sukan where the skin was red and sore from the sweat. Sukan noted the minor abrasion but was still angered by Lu Hongwu's treatment of the children. "Listen closely, you 3, stay away from second uncle in the future. If he dares to lay a hand on you again, run immediately. Do you understand?" The 3 children nodded earnestly. "Alright, I imagine you must be quite hungry. Let us go eat first." News of Yang Yali's arrival in Taohua village spread like wildfire, and by afternoon, many townsfolk came to inform Sukan. Listening to the gossip from the local women, she gleaned some information. Yang Yali was staying in the east wing of the old Lu family's house, and Lu Qingsheng had arrived with numerous suitcases, indicating a long-term stay. Lu Qingsheng intended to remain at home for an extended period during the holidays to help Yang Yali establish herself in Taohua village. Of course, in addition to this, the most circulated rumor in the village was that Sukan was an ungrateful adopted daughter and a thief. Upon hearing this, Sukan felt no anger. Instead, she wanted to laugh. This only indicated that Zhang Yurong and her daughter had suffered a setback with Lu Zhandong, and unable to find a solution, had come to Taohua village with Lu Qingsheng. Lu Zhandong's belief in himself was what pleased her most. She wished to focus on building her house first, but her intentions did not prevent others from pursuing her. Around 4 in the afternoon, there was a commotion at the courtyard entrance. Lu Wenyuan and his brother were the first to rush over to inform Sukan that the Lu family had brought Yang Yali. Looking over, Sukan saw the crowd parting to make way, soon spotting Lu Qingsheng leading Yang Yali toward her. If it had been Lu Hongwu, someone might have tried to stop him, but no one dared to interrupt the stylishly dressed and beautiful city girl. "Sister, how is everything going here?" Yang Yali approached Sukan with a gentle smile, exuding grace and elegance. Sukan remained seated, returning her smile. "Just as you see it. What brings you to Taohua village to visit me?" Yang Yali chuckled lightly, then addressed the onlookers. "Sister, you truly have a sense of humor. This is my and Zhandong's new home. Naturally, I had to come. You must be exhausted from working on the house for me and Zhandong these past few days. Now that I am here, you can return to the city and rest well." Sukan, taking her words to heart, stood up. "You make a valid point. I am indeed quite worn out. It is time for a proper rest." She then turned to the 3 siblings. "Wenyuan, Wenhao, Tian, would you like to accompany me to the city to see your father?" "All right," the 3 siblings responded with serious expressions, hearing her mention going to the county to visit Lu Zhandong. Yang Yali felt a twinge of anxiety, prompting Lu Qingxing to interject. "Sukan, are you not being a bit too brazen? My sister-in-law has refrained from confronting you out of sisterly affection. The Yang family has raised you for so many years, yet you show no gratitude, instead choosing to impersonate your own sister and marry into our Taohua village. Not only that, you even stole 300 yuan from the household. How can you be so heartless? Aunt Su is not a bad person. That lady is the villain, calling us beggars and telling us to scram. She is a wicked aunt," Lu Wenyuan shouted at the top of his lungs, eliciting gasps from the villagers. "She is a scoundrel. Grandpa Zhou witnessed her calling me a filthy beggar." As soon as his brother spoke, Lu Wenhao joined in, his neck veins bulging. "You 2 little rascals. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Lu Qingsheng was furious. These 2 little brats were truly asking for it. Meanwhile, Yang Yali felt increasingly uneasy under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd. She wiped her eyes with her hand and With a choked voice spoke, "You must have mistaken me. How could I ever do such a thing? Sister, you cannot educate the children like this. Your treatment of them is truly detrimental." Liu Qingxing raised his hand to point at Su Ken. "Exactly. You fat woman have gone too far. You are clearly a thief and an ungrateful person, yet you dare to slander my sister-in-law. How can you be so malicious?" Lu Er's wife clicked her tongue. "This woman is so fat. She looks like she has a heart of darkness. We cannot harbor such a black-hearted woman in Taohua village," Li Shulan remarked. "I do not believe my niece-in-law is wicked." "Uncle, did you not take the 3 children to the county hospital? Please tell everyone what truly happened." Yes, Grandpa Zhengxing certainly knows." Grandpa Zhou, who had been pushed to the back, finally made his way to the front. Upon seeing him, Lu Qingxing quickly interjected, "Everyone in Taohua village knows that these past few days, Grandpa Zhou has been taking her to buy groceries and to the hospital. He must have been bribed by this woman." You cannot trust his words. Yang Yali had already informed him of the previous events, so he naturally could not allow Grandpa Zhou to speak. "Qingxing, you must not believe what I say, but what of these 3 children? Children do not lie." Grandpa Zhou was furious, his beard trembling. He had witnessed everything clearly. These 3 children followed this fat woman every day, and with a little treat, they were completely lost. Do you think their words can be trusted? Lu Qingxing maintained his conviction. Nearby, Zheng Sanwang's wife chimed in. "I agree with Qingxing. These 3 children have followed her for so long, they have long been duped." Chapter 46, completely exposed. Lu Wenyuan was so enraged that his face turned crimson. "We did not speak falsely. She indeed insulted us. She called us country bumpkins and told us to get lost. Yes, she insulted us." Lu Wenhao echoed, his face flushed like his brother's. "You 2 little rascals, be quiet." Lu Qingxing was beside himself with anger. He had not anticipated Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao to be so obstinate. Su can frown at him. "Try scolding them again." Lu Qingxing snorted coldly. "What is wrong with scolding them? I am indeed their 4th uncle. Such ungrateful little rascals deserve to be scolded." The elders and youths of Peach Blossom Village all know that they are children raised by the old Lu family. Yet now they stand alongside an outsider like you. Tell me, should these 2 little rascals not be reprimanded? A voice from the crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, they are still children of the old Lu family. After all. Su can sneered, glancing at the 2 brothers with their tense expressions. Wenyuan, Wenhao, lift your shirts." The 2 little fellows, unsure of Su Ai's intent, nevertheless complied and lifted their vests, revealing their gaunt bodies. With each rib glaringly visible, the onlookers were filled with dismay. Su Can looked mockingly at Lu Qingxing. "This is what your old Lu family has raised. Just behold how emaciated they have become. When I arrived, they were dressed like beggars, and Wenhao didn't he even have a pair of shoes? Lu Qingxing, take a look at what you're wearing. That Shanghai brand stainless steel watch on your wrist costs $120. If not for the allowances your 3rd brother sends home every quarter, could you afford such luxuries? You accuse me of being ungrateful while you spend your 3rd brother's money. Tell me, what have you done for them? It seems to me that the truly ungrateful one is you. Do not spout nonsense here. I assure you, I had no knowledge of my 3rd brother's injury. I have not returned home in the past 2 months since he came back." Lu Qingxing asserted with feigned righteousness. "You did come back. That night when I went with the 2nd brother to catch cicadas, you rode your bicycle back." With Su Ai backing him, Lu Wenyuan found his courage. "Yes, my brother and I both saw it. Even my father was aware." Lu Wenhao shouted loudly, "You 2 are talking nonsense. When did I return?" Lu Qingxing's expression shifted. Though feeling guilty, he stubbornly denied it. Su Can coldly remarked, "Whether you returned or not, just ask your elder brother to find out." Upon hearing this, many villagers around nodded in agreement. "Yes, just ask Hong Jun, and the truth will emerge." Lu Qingxing felt increasingly uneasy. He certainly wouldn't confront his elder brother. After all, the entire family was dining together that night. How could they not know? Moreover, now that his elder brother's family had been cast out of the old Lu family, it would be foolish to inquire at this juncture. "Wouldn't he it? My elder brother is merely trying to curry favor with your family now that you are doing well. Do you truly believe he would speak kindly on our behalf?" Lu Qingxing, ask those helping here whether your elder brother has ever drunk a sip of my water or eaten a morsel of my food. The surrounding villagers responded straightforwardly, "No, indeed, they couldn't even be called over." Watching Lu Qingxing's increasingly strained expression, Su Can continued to press, "Lu Qingxing, you must share in the blame for driving your elder brother's family out of the old Lu family, right, just to allow her to move in so that your whole family could bask in the glory." Correct, she was, of course, referring to Yang Yali. Lu Qingxing could no longer maintain his composure. He glared fiercely at Su Can. "You're talking nonsense. That is my biological brother. How could I do such a thing? You still recognize him as your brother. The moment the old Lu family expelled your brother's family, Yang Yali moved in right after. How did you know there was a house available, wherein you absent during this period? The east wing is occupied by your elder brother, and the west wing by your 3rd brother. Where could you possibly have let Yang Yali stay?" Su Can's words pinpointed every flaw in Lu Qingxing's statements, causing his face to flush with alternating shades of red and white. The most unexpected was Yang Yali. She hadn't anticipated moving into the Lu family under such disreputable circumstances, yet at this moment, She could not confront Lu Qingxing and instead turned to Su Can to shift the topic. As sister, regardless of what has transpired in the old Lu family, you should not impersonate me to marry into this family. Nor should you steal the $300 from our mother. This accusation had to be pinned on Su Can. It is well known that stealing is universally despised. Su Can coldly laughed at her words, her piercing gaze making Yang Yali hesitant to meet her eyes. Yang Yali, do you not find yourself quite ridiculous? Initially, upon hearing that Lu Zhandong's leg had rotted, you adamantly refused to marry him. However, our mother took Lu Zhandong's betrothal gifts and was unwilling to return them, thus compelling me to take your place. That $300 was given to me by our mother, yet you accuse me of theft. If I truly had stolen it, then pray tell, how did I fill 2 large boxes with purchases over 2 days in the county town without you knowing, in this day and age? Purchasing requires tickets. Have you forgotten that when I went to the department store our mother even spoke with Aunt Jiang from the staff quarters? Elder Zhou nodded in agreement. At that time, the daughter-in-law happened to run into me at the Guangming commune. Those 2 large boxes were brought back on my cart. Many villagers saw it that day. I find it hard to believe that such large items could be moved out of the house without the family noticing. Li Shulan chimed in, I believe what Zhandong's wife said is true. Surely there are people living in the staff quarters who would have noticed her purchases. Just ask around, and the truth will be revealed. Yang Yali Henti anticipated that Su Can's words would turn the tide. The surrounding villagers began to regard her with disdain, and she felt her face burning with humiliation. This was because on the day she arrived, there had been no one at home, which is why she had sneaked in. Someone even retorted, but where did she borrow the tickets to buy these items? Exactly, she stole $300 from home. Yet bought 2 days' worth of goods without anyone knowing? Is that even feasible? Zhou Qingshan chuckled. If I had stolen $300, I would have made a hasty escape. A moment's delay, and that money would no longer be mine. The villagers erupted into laughter. Once analyzed, it became clear that the accusation against Su Can was utterly baseless. Sister, I shan't bicker with you. We shall see how long you can maintain this charade. Yang Yali, no longer wanting to linger, turned on her heel and left. The third sister-in-law was right. You woman are full of nonsense. We won't lower ourselves to your level. Just you wait, we shall see when you reveal your true colors. Lu Qingsheng shot Su Can a fierce glare before hastily following after her. Chapter 47. 2 adorable little ones. Once they departed, Zhou Qingshan turned to Su Can. Sister-in-law, do not worry about this matter. Brother Zhandong has long told me in the hospital that he only recognizes you as his wife. He then addressed the gathered villagers. You may not know why Yang Yali came to Peach Blossom Village. If she had gone directly to the county hospital to find Brother Zhandong, wouldn't that have been an easier solution? In reality, she tried to see him several times, yet Brother Zhandong refused to meet her. Left without options, she resorted to coming to our Peach Blossom Village. TSK. It seems that Zhandong's wife was right. It must be that she felt Zhandong's leg was beyond saving, which is why she was compelled to marry him. Yet when Zhandong's wife brought him to the hospital, discovering that the leg could indeed be treated, she must have regretted her decision. Who says otherwise? They even accused her of stealing $300. How blind must they be to believe such nonsense? Zhou Qingshan addressed everyone. Alright, no matter how much we discuss this, we must hasten to build Brother Zhandong's house. Once he returns, everything will be clarified. Yes, let us get to work. The crowd dispersed entirely. Su Can looked at Zhou Qingshan and his mother, as well as Elder Zhou. Brother Qingshan, Elder Zhou, Auntie, thank you. Daughter-in-law, you are being too modest. This matter is clear to any discerning eye. Sister-in-law, rest assured, with so many of us here, they will think twice before coming to trouble you. Daughter-in-law, put your mind at ease. We are all well aware of the situation. Su Can gratefully nodded, responding affirmatively. Once everyone returned to their tasks, Su Can led the 3 siblings aside, pulling the timid Lu Xiaotian into her embrace, then gently ruffling the heads of the 2 little boys. Our family as 2 young men have grown up. Knowing how to protect Suai now, you did excellently today. Upon receiving praise, Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao straightened their little waists, their faces glowing with pride. Suai, will they come back again? Lu Wenhao inquired. Su Can smiled. If they come, we need not fear. We act with integrity and transparency, having wronged no one. Suai, I'm not afraid, Lu Wenyuan declared earnestly, clenching his small fist. Wenyuan is a brave young man. Suai, I'm not afraid either. Lu Wenhao chimed in, eager to match his brother's spirit. Su Can smiled and nodded. Yes, our Wenhao is also a brave young man. The little ones immediately grinned widely. On her way back, Yang Yali wore a displeased expression, and after walking a distance, noticing fewer people around, she turned to Lu Qingxing. Why didn't you inform me beforehand that you had driven your elder brother's family out? How do you expect the villagers to perceive me? She had only just learned that Lu Hongjuan's family had been expelled from the old Lu family. Had Lu Qingxing informed her earlier, she could have prepared herself mentally. Third sister-in-law, it's all that Su Can's fault. My elder brother went to help her family build a house. They claim it's to help, but isn't it merely to secure a good meal from her family? But why were your sister-in-law and children also expelled? Where do they reside? They have returned to their maternal home. And where is your eldest brother? I heard he is at my second uncle's house. However, the matter of driving them out truly has nothing to do with me. I originally intended for you to stay in the West Wing, but it was my second brother who expelled the entire family of my elder brother. Yang Yali, feeling utterly disheartened, remarked that you must first bring your elder brother back. Liu Qingsheng expressed his helplessness. Third sister-in-law, I genuinely cannot make this decision without consulting my mother. Deep down, he was reluctant to have his elder brother's family return, as he would be the one to suffer the most. Furthermore, the incident of his return over a month ago could hardly be concealed any longer. Yang Yali lamented, had I known it would turn out this way, I would not have sought her out. You all failed to inform me of the actual situation, leaving her to catch me off guard. How can we proceed from here? Third sister-in-law, you absolutely cannot back down. Currently Su Can is relying on the village's secretary to support her, which is why she is so brazen. Yang Yali was taken aback. The village secretary? Which of those people just now is the village secretary? Among those people earlier, there was no village secretary, but the elderly man driving the cart is the elder brother of the secretary, and the one who spoke in favor of Su Can. Zhou Qingshan is the secretary's son. Additionally, a rather neatly dressed aunt is the secretary's wife. Indeed, even the secretary's daughter-in-law was there helping with the cooking. Yang Yali's eyes lit up. Since Su can win over the village secretary, surely we can do the same. If we can sway the secretary to our side, we need not worry about driving Su Can out. Third sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. The village secretary was home alone before dinner. We should seize this opportunity. That sounds splendid. In recent days, everyone in the family has gone to assist Su Can, leaving only Zhou Changting and his grandchildren at home for dinner. Just as the hot pancakes and porridge were served on the table, they heard someone calling for him from the courtyard. Moments later, Lu Qingxing entered the room with a well-dressed young lady, both carrying items in their hands. Uncle Zhou, we are having dinner, Lu Qingxing greeted with a smile. Placing the gifts on the table, Zhou Changting smiled back. Aren't you supposed to be studying in the county? Where did you get the money to buy these things? Seeing Zhou Changting's pleasant demeanor towards him, Lu Qingxing replied, these items were not purchased by me. They were all bought by my sister Yali. She came specifically to visit you tonight. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Yang Yali greeted with a warm smile, displaying her politeness and grace. Zhou Changting looked at her, then turned to Lu Qingxing, puzzled. When did your family acquire an elder sister? In fact, he was already well aware of who this young woman was. Taohua village is not large, and the Lu family had been celebrating with firecrackers and candies. It was impossible not to know. Moreover, the two had caused quite a scene at Lu Jiandong and Su Can's new house that afternoon, and it was said they left in disgrace. However, he did not expect them to target him. Liu Qingxing chuckled. Uncle, to be frank, she is not my sister. In reality, she is my third sister-in-law. Zhou Changting's expression darkened slightly. Qingshang, I see you may have lost your wits studying in the county. Isn't your third sister-in-law busy building her house? How could another third sister-in-law suddenly appear? Lu Qingxing sighed. Uncle, to be candid, that Su Can is my third sister-in-law's sister. Seeing my sister-in-law marry such a fine husband, she grew envious. She stealthily took 300 yuan from home and ran to our Taohua village. You are the backbone of our Taohua village, and now the villagers have been swayed by a few meals from Su Can. You must stand up for our Lu family. After speaking, Lu Qingxing took out 5 10-yuan bills from his pocket and placed them before Zhou Changting. Chapter 48. She does not wish to bear this blame this time. Lu Qingsheng and Yang Yali came here, having invested a significant amount. Liu Qingsheng understood that the village secretary's family was likely swayed by Su Can, who had sent some fine gifts on the day of the division. Thus, they not only brought gifts but also 50 yuan. He believed that no matter how generous Su Can was, she could not possibly offer such a sum to the Zhou family. The saying goes that people die for wealth and birds perish for food. He could not believe that Zhou Changting would remain indifferent in the face of such money. Oh, Qingsheng, what are you doing? Zhou Changting glanced at the bills on the table and smiled at Lu Qingxing. Seeing Zhou Changting smile, Lu Qingxing felt hopeful. Uncle, you are the cornerstone of our Taohua village. Everyone listens to you. My third sister-in-law is too honest. Even though she was engaged to my third brother with a bride price paid, and it was the county's police chief who mediated the match, she has now been replaced by her sister. My third brother is a soldier. Marrying a thief would be a source of ridicule for him, wouldn't it? Don't you agree? Zhou Changting did not respond directly but instead countered. Qingsheng, what is it you seek from me? Lu Qingsheng leaned forward slightly. Uncle, that Su Can is not only a deceiver but also a thief. She has remained in Taohua village building a house in my third brother's name. The whole village believes she is my third sister-in-law. As the village secretary, you cannot allow such a villain to remain in our village, nor can you permit her to tarnish my third brother's reputation. I hope you can take the lead in driving Su Can out of Taohua village. Zhou Changting exhaled slowly. If what you say is true, and she truly is a deceiver and a thief, I will indeed expel her from Taohua village. However, this matter requires the involvement of all parties. What parties? Your third brother, Qingxing. Do you expect me, the village secretariat, to believe you based solely on one side of the story? Such matters must involve all parties to ensure fairness and justice. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Qingxing's expression changed. Uncle, you do not trust me. As Zhou Changting slammed the table, his expression suddenly stern. Lu Qingxing, I truly do not believe you. Do you think you can buy me off with these items and money? He pointed at Yang Yali. The woman you call your third sister-in-law was at the county hospital, cursing with 3 children. Can I trust the words of such a person? Moreover, why was your elder brother's family expelled from their home this morning? Do you have any awareness of that? Lu Qingxing's face flushed with embarrassment, and Yang Yali felt equally awkward. Uncle, my elder brother's situation has nothing to do with me. You know my second brother's temper? Enough, Zhou Changting waved his hand impatiently. In our village, I'm going to be candid with you. Over a month ago, when you returned at night, I was fully aware back then you were oblivious to having a third brother. Now that you know, you are suddenly aware. I have no desire to speak harshly. Just take your things and money and leave. In recent days, he had been informed of all that transpired in the county. The moment he saw Lu Qingxing enter, he understood the purpose of their visit. Lu Qingxing's expression darkened to the extreme as he realized Zhou Changting was no longer paying him any heed. He knew further discussion would be futile, so he took his belongings and money and left with Yang Yali. Yang Yali was utterly despondent. Upon reaching a secluded spot, she asked Lu Qingxing, why does everyone in your village side with her? What are we to do now? Lu Qingxing was equally distressed. Isn't it because that plump woman has a bit of money and has lost her sense of direction? The delicious meals she prepared have bought over all those greedy souls in the village. This situation cannot continue. Should we resolve the matter regarding your elder brother first? Let's go home and discuss it further. Upon returning to the old Lu family, they recounted their visit to Zhou's home, causing Lu Hongwu to explode in anger. That wretched woman, tonight, I shall break her legs. Let us see how she continues to act brazenly. Yang Yali was left speechless. If her second brother truly dared to act thus, would he not be apprehended by the county police the next day? At the very least, he would face a 20-year sentence. This man had truly had enough. Apart from his brute strength, he possessed no wit. Zhao Meixiang quickly interjected, your second brother is merely speaking out of anger. Sister-in-law, do not take it to heart. He is simply incensed by that plump woman. Old Lady Lu ground her teeth in fury. What has happened to the people in our village? The truth is as clear as day, yet they side with that impostor. They are all blind. Yang Yali cautiously suggested to the old lady, Auntie, now the villagers believe it is because I came to Taohua village that you expelled my elder brother's family. Why not retrieve them first? This situation had left her feeling particularly vulnerable. She did not wish to bear this blame, but Lu Hongwu was the first to disagree. Absolutely not. Lu Hongjun eats from our Lu family yet runs to build a house for that wretched woman. I cannot swallow this grievance. Zhao Meixiang chimed in. Exactly. Lu Hongjun wants to play the good Samaritan while our entire family bears the brunt of the blame. I dare say, even if we were to bring them all back now, my elder brother would still go to help the third family. Do you believe that? In that case, we would only be shooting ourselves in the foot. Mother, do you not agree? At such a time? She was undoubtedly on her husband's side. Old Lady Lu nodded. The eldest is as stubborn as a mule. Even if you bring him back, he will still assist that impostor in building her house. Lu Hongwu clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, furrowing his brows and glaring. If he dares to go again, I will break his legs. Observing the evident disdain the members of the Lu family held towards Lu Hongjun, Yang Yali dared not continue her discourse. It seemed that to alter the situation, alternative strategies must be sought. The following morning, Su Kan was awakened by the clamor outside. She hurriedly rose and opened the door, discovering several villagers gathered in the courtyard, all gazing intently in one direction. Upon closer inspection, Su Kan realized a scuffle was underway. Sister-in-law, you must take a look. Lu Hongwu was at it again with his brother. Upon hearing this, Su Kan rushed towards the commotion, and from a distance, she could see Zhou Qingshan and several others pulling Lu Hongwu away. As she approached, she overheard Lu Hongwu hurling profanities at his elder brother with a voice that echoed in fury. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Lu Hongjuan's visit today to assist Lu Zhandong with construction had provoked this altercation. Brother Qingshan, release my elder brother. Is he intent on killing him? Allow him to unleash his wrath. But if he so much as lays a finger on my brother, I shall promptly report him to the police. Chapter 49, Delusion. Chapter 50, Possession. Zhou Qingshan quickly responded, Sister-in-law, please, do express your concerns. Su Kan turned her gaze towards a figure diligently working in the distance. Please speak to my uncle and ensure he stays here for meals from now on. I cannot assist with accommodations at the moment, but meals are certainly within my means. Today, she had discerned that Lu Hongjun genuinely wished to help, especially when he had rushed to protect Lu Hongwu despite being kicked to the ground. Such selflessness was a rarity. Zhou Qingshan nodded. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I shall convince him today. It should pose no problem. He previously refrained from dining here out of concern for burdening you. As the construction progresses upwards, his skills are increasingly essential, and he is acutely aware of this, which explains his presence today despite his swollen legs and feet. That is far too perilous. He cannot ascend the scaffolding in such a state. Sister-in-law, fret not, he is accustomed to this kind of labor and knows his limits. Hearing this, Sukan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Very well, you must persuade him, agreed. Lu Hongwu was carried back to the old Lu household by two robust villagers. For his towering stature of nearly 6 feet made him quite heavy. At that hour, the members of the old Lu family had yet to rise. Zhao Meixiang, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly descended to open the door. The sight of her husband being laid upon the bed, his forehead and shin swollen and bruised, left her bewildered. What on earth happened? The villagers who had brought Lu Hongwu back offered no explanation and hastily departed. What transpired? Who was responsible for this? Zhao Meixiang, anxious and astonished, could hardly comprehend the situation. For years, no one in Taohua village had dared to strike Lu Hongwu, as none could match his strength. Lu Hongwu, in pain and fury, gritted his teeth. It was that fat woman, wasn't it? Fat woman? Which fat woman? Zhao Meixiang was utterly perplexed. She had assumed her husband, injured so severely, must have been assaulted by a formidable man. Who would have thought it was a woman? However, Lu Hongwu's next revelation left her even more incredulous. It was that fat woman married to the third brother. Zhao Meixiang's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean Sukan? At that moment, she questioned whether her ears were deceiving her. How could she possibly hear Sukan's name? Who else could it be? Almost instinctively, Zhao Meixiang reached out to touch Lu Hongwu's forehead. Concerned he might be feverish, why else would he be speaking nonsense? This earned her a scornful glance from Lu Hongwu. Hurry and call our family over. All right, I will go get them right away. Zhao Meixiang quickly summoned everyone in the household, and Yang Yali, roused by the commotion, also emerged. The Lu family resided in the southern wing, and upon hearing of Lu Hongwu's beating, Lu Qingxing appeared furious. Brother, tell me, who did this to you? We shall seek retribution. Elder Lu matriarch sat on the edge of the con, observing her second son's swollen legs, particularly his left leg, which was notably more inflamed. Unable to restrain her anger, she exclaimed, which scoundrel dared to do this to our second son? Has the old Lu family ever been so humiliated? Speak up, who is responsible? Lu Hongwu, writhing in pain and sweating profusely, furrowed his brow in annoyance. Who else could it be? It was that fat woman. What did you say? Elder Lu matriarch was taken aback. Zhao Meixiang interjected angrily. Mother, Hongwu went to the third brother's house to find his elder brother, only to be beaten to this state by that Sukan. Elder Lu matriarch shot a sidelong glance at her daughter-in-law. He must be delusional. You two are in on this madness? That impostor can barely walk without gasping for breath. Hongwu could easily overpower her with a single finger. Continuing to scrutinize her son, she pressed. Hongwu, tell your mother the truth. Who truly assaulted you? I shall confront them immediately. Lu Hongwu, visibly impatient, retorted, Did I not tell you? It was that fat woman who struck me with a stick. Brother, has your head been injured? How else could you be speaking such nonsense? Though Lu Qingxing harbored disdain for Sukan, he found his brother's claims hard to believe. How could someone of her stature inflict such damage? Even if she were capable of violence, it seemed implausible that she could best his robust brother. Believe it or not, Zhou Qingshan and the others bore witness to the entire scene. Lu Hongwu turned to Yang Yali. Why did you not inform us that your sister possesses martial skills? This statement left everyone in shock, and Lu Qingxing gaped. Brother, are you saying Sukan knows martial arts? Impossible. I have known her since childhood. She has never shown any martial prowess. She spends her days lazing about at home. Do you truly believe she could? The Lu family was astonished, and Yang Yali found it equally unbelievable. She had grown up alongside Sukan. If Sukan had any martial skills, she would surely be aware. Lu Hongwu frowned. Then what is the explanation? I never laid a finger on her, yet she reduced me to this state. If you claim she lacks martial abilities, I refuse to accept that. He was undoubtedly the most formidable fighter in the village, having fought numerous battles not just in Taohua village, but also in neighboring areas, and no one had ever triumphed over him. Thus, it was inconceivable that someone of Sukan's build could have inflicted such injury upon him. To suggest otherwise was preposterous. Elder Lu matriarch finally regained her composure. So, you truly were beaten by that impostor? Lu Hongwu snapped back impatiently. Mother, why would I deceive you? There were so many witnesses. Unbelievable, that woman hardly seems capable of such feats. This is utterly bizarre. Lacking first-hand knowledge of the incident, Lu Qingxing remained skeptical. I swear, she is absolutely incapable of martial arts. If it were truly Sukan who did this to you, it could only mean one thing: she must have been possessed. Yang Yali vehemently disagreed. Having grown up with Sukan, she knew her character all too well. She had always been meek and easily bullied. As she spoke, Elder Lu matriarch gasped. I understand, she must have been possessed. That courtyard has a history of tragedy. The matriarch glanced at Lu Shuayuan by the door. Do you remember, dear husband, that Yang Erwanzi's father was gored to death by a bull at the southern end of the village? Chapter 51. A clever plan. Lu Shuayuan nodded solemnly. His name was Yang Dainio, and he indeed possessed some skill. It happened during the summer while the production team was drying wheat at the third brother's yard. The bull went berserk, and no one could restrain it. He, being tall and strong, attempted to subdue the bull, only to be gored through the abdomen. He died on the spot, before they could even get him to the hospital. Lu Shuayuan, usually taciturn, recounted this tale with clarity. You see, Yali is right. Sukan has never displayed any martial prowess. Her sudden transformation into someone so formidable must be due to an evil spirit. Elder Lu matriarch, always superstitious, was now thoroughly convinced. Mother, do you truly believe this could be the case? Lu Qingxing, however, remained dubious. Elder Lu matriarch turned to Yang Yali. Is it possible? Ask Yali if that impostor possesses any martial skills. Lu Qingxing gazed at Yang Yali, who immediately shook her head, insisting, absolutely not. I have known her since childhood. Not only has she never exhibited any martial prowess, but her newfound eloquence is also astonishing. In the past, she never uttered a word when scolded at home, and outside, she would scurry along the walls to avoid any confrontation. But look at her now. Her tongue is as sharp as a razor. She feels like a completely different person to me. This heartfelt confession from Yang Yali resonated deeply. In recent times, she had found Sukan's transformation perplexing. The girl she had once known was nowhere to be seen. Listen, Yali grew up with her. If she says that, then that impostor has undoubtedly been possessed by young Dainio. Madame Lu was once again resolute regarding this matter. No one in the Lu family dared to oppose her. As they could find no alternative justification. Liu Hongwu's leg pain had intensified, leaving him to groan in discomfort while lying in bed. The Lu family, preoccupied with their own troubles, could not afford to confront Sukan. And they were hesitant to do so until they fully understood the situation. They decided to fetch a carriage to take Lu Hongwu to the county hospital. Yang Yali perceived this as an opportune moment to draw closer to Lu Shandong. Furthermore, her familiarity with the county hospital and her acquaintances among the doctors and nurses made the Lu family eager to have her accompany them. In Taohua village, only Zhou Changsheng owned a horse-drawn cart. But since the old Lu family had fallen out with him, they felt embarrassed to ask for a favor. Thus, Lu Shuayuan borrowed a donkey cart instead, after assisting Lu Hongwu onto the cart. Madame Lu insisted on accompanying them. I must inquire about the third son. Has he truly forgotten me, his own mother? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingsheng raised both hands in agreement. Mother, your idea is splendid. If he refuses to see me and third sister-in-law, he will certainly meet you. Yang Yali also considered this a wise plan. After all, Madame Lu was Lu Zhandong's biological mother. If he refused to meet her, it would certainly reflect poorly on him. Lu Qingxing and Yang Yali rode their bicycles ahead to wait for them at the hospital. During breakfast, Sukan finally spotted Lu Hongjun among the crowd. The morning meal here included provisions, attracting a considerable number of visitors. Within the span of that breakfast, news of Lu Hongwu's injury spread throughout Taohua village like wildfire. Many who had previously suffered at the hands of Lu Hongwu, particularly those who had lent a hand in building, came forward to commend her. Even the more reserved individuals observed her from a distance. You can recognize that this incident would undoubtedly stir some commotion in the village. Yet she paid it little heed. As long as Lu Hongwu did not seek trouble with her, that was all that mattered. With the collective strength of the people, the courtyard wall and the latrine could be completed by that morning. The main structure of the 4 rooms was set to reach the beam level, and they planned to install the beams early the next morning. Thus, today she needed to accompany old Zhou to Guangming Commune for the market. They needed to purchase firecrackers, offerings, and some red paper. Before departing, Sukan saw Zhou Qingshan stopping her with a villager in tow. Sister-in-law, this is our village's electrician, Zhao Daliang. He has come to pull the electric wires. He had been helping in other villages for the past few days, which was why they had not yet connected the electricity. Sukan was elated and promptly expressed her gratitude. Zhao Daliang replied, Sister-in-law, when you go to the market today, buy a few light bulbs. Our village's electricity comes from the chemical plant in the north, and it doesn't cost anything. You can easily get a 100-watt bulb. What a remarkable benefit, Sukan exclaimed, surprised. This village was indeed increasingly fascinating. It was a place that thrived on its resources, yet in some aspects, it seemed far more advanced than others. Zhou Qingshan explained with a smile. This is because the chemical plant in the north occupies a part of our village's forest, which can be seen as compensation. Besides, our village is not large, and the electricity costs are negligible for the chemical plant. Understanding this, Zhao Daliang quickly went back to work while Zhou Qingshan briefed Sukan on the items scheduled for delivery today. Besides 2 beams and 28 purlins, there would also be reeds and wheat straw necessary for the beam installation. All the earth, sand, and lime had already been prepared. Hearing from Zhou Qingshan that the roof would be completed tomorrow, Sukan felt a surge of excitement, envisioning how pleased Lu Zhandong would be upon returning to see the finished house. After instructing Li Shulan and Zhao Jing about the lunch preparations, Sukan boarded old Zhou's cart to head to Guangming Commune for the market point. One of the advantages of rural life was the abundance of markets scattered across 10 or 8 villages. The best part was the variety and affordability of goods. However, this time the journey was a bit longer, as Guangming Commune was 12 miles away from Taohua village, and due to the distance, few villagers ventured there. Fortunately, with old Zhou's cart, this concern was alleviated. With flour running low at home, Sukan purchased 5 more bags. Meat and pig offal were, of course, indispensable, and vegetables were a given. In addition to these essentials, Sukan bought a large rooster, a fish, and some peach crisp pastries, all intended as offerings for the beam installation the following day. She also picked up 2 bundles of firecrackers upon arriving at the market. Sukan did not pause. Thankfully old Joe was familiar with the area, so whenever she needed something he would guide the cart directly to the vendor and load the items onto the cart. Once they finished shopping, old Joe directed the cart toward the market exit, leading back to Tawa village. Old Joe, Sukan heard someone calling from behind. She turned to see a rural-looking woman hastily approaching with a child. Assuming it was a fellow villager seeking a ride, she instructed old Joe to stop. The woman, panting and out of breath, paused to catch her breath before speaking. During this moment, old Joe turned to Sukan and introduced her. This is the eldest daughter of the old Lu family. The eldest daughter of the old Lu family. Sukan immediately realized that among Lu Jiandong's 6 siblings, this must be his eldest sister. Lu Hongying. Old Joe, what a haul you have today, Lu Hongying remarked as she peered into the cart, even reaching out to rummage through the goods. Old Joe, you must be striking it rich. As she spoke, she scrutinized Sukan with a few judgmental glances, likely disapproving of her figure. These are not my purchases. I am merely running errands for someone else, Sukan clarified. Lu Hongying smiled. Old Joe, how are my parents doing? They're well. Hongying, do you need something? If not, we must be on our way. Oh dear. Old Joe, why the hurry? Since we've met, I won't trouble you to take me to. I just need to borrow 10 yuan for a while. You can collect it from my mother later. Old Joe waved his hand dismissively. I'm as broke as a church mouse. I have no money to lend you. Then whose cart is this? Lu Hongying said, glancing at Sukan again. This young lady must be a bride from Taohua village, am I right? Sukan maintained a stoic expression, feeling particularly disinclined to engage with her upon learning she was from the old Lu family. Especially when she saw Lu Hongying carelessly pawing through someone else's belongings, her disdain only grew. I am indeed a bride from Taohua village, but I have spent all my money, she replied firmly. Old Joe, let us hasten back. Those working on the house are waiting for their meal. Very well, Hongying, we shall take our leave. Oh my. Old Joe, why the rush? Lu Hongying interjected, gripping the cart's edge, since you are from Taohua village. And with all these goods, you surely cannot use them all. Allow me to take a bag of flour. You can collect the money from my mother afterward. Seated at the front, Sukan was taken aback by how swiftly the woman acted. Before she could even respond, Lu Hongying had already seized a bag of flour and cradled it in her arms, disregarding the flour that spilled onto her clothes. Sister, just go to the old Lu family for the money. I assure you, my mother will pay you. She has money. With that, she hastily departed. Sukan was left speechless. This series of events left her utterly dumbfounded. The audacity of the old Lu family was beyond her expectations. Aside from the eldest brother Lu Hongjun, and the third son Lu Jiandong, the rest of the family members were increasingly brazen. What shall we do, daughter-in-law? Old Zhou, standing beside the cart with the whip in hand, watched Lu Hongying scamper away, feeling powerless. Let her take it. We should return and discuss it later, Sukan suggested. Agreed. On the return journey, Sukan learned from old Zhou about some of Lu Hongying's past. Years ago, Madame Lu was fervently determined to marry her eldest daughter off to a man from Guangming Commune, enlisting numerous matchmakers to find the most suitable suitor. The chosen one was said to be a coal miner earning a decent monthly wage. And his parents had built a new house in the village. They lacked nothing except for a bride. The initial bride price was set at 100 yuan, which made Madame Lu exceedingly proud. Boasting to the entire village, however, upon marrying, it became apparent that Lu Hongying had wed a notorious pauper, not a coal miner at all. The new house belonged to someone else, and they had merely borrowed it for the wedding. The four siblings and their in-laws lived in 4 dilapidated rooms, with windows that let in the wind and a leaky roof. Upon discovering the truth the following day, Lu Hongying returned home in tears, only to be beaten by her new husband. Days later, she fled back to Taohua village. When the old Lu family learned of this, Lu Hongwu, accompanied by Lu Qingxing and several of their cousins, sought out her husband in Guangming village and left him incapacitated for weeks. From that day forward, he dared not lay a hand on Lu Hongying again, but the marriage had already been solemnized. Madame Lu retrieved the 100 yuan bride price and helped her eldest daughter build a new home. Over the years, whenever Lu Hongying encountered someone from Taohua village at the market, she would borrow money, instructing them to demand repayment from Madame Lu. However, on several occasions, both Madame Lu and Lu Hongying would deny the arrangement, prompting the villagers to refrain from assisting them further. Unless it was another member of the Lu family, they were unlikely to lend a hand. Did she know about Lu Jiandong and the 3 children being driven into the courtyard? It was certain that during the 2 months since Lu Jiandong's injury, his eldest sister had returned home several times and was undoubtedly aware of the situation. The old Lu family possessed but a single courtyard, yet within the west wing 4 members were conspicuously absent. To claim ignorance of this would be sheer folly. Everyone was well aware, however. Aside from the eldest, Hongjun, no one seemed to concern themselves with the affairs of the third son. It was evident that those who might have intervened were rendered powerless. Just look at Hongjun's leg, limping painfully as a result of being beaten by Lu Hongwu, and still, he was forced to toil in the fields. Despite Lu Hongwu's robust physique, all the labor on the Lu family farm was undertaken by his elder brother and father. both of whom were equally honest and hardworking, much like their patriarch. Sukan nodded thoughtfully. Did he not have a sister? Why had he not seen her in Tawa village? You mean Homsha, she is in the county town. Purportedly having found a wealthy suitor. Rumor has it he is a relative of our county chief. Quite impressive indeed. They are set to marry in the autumn. A relative of the county chief? Surely that cannot be true. How old is this sister? Lu Qingxing is still in high school. How could his sister possibly be on the verge of marriage? This matter left him somewhat perplexed. Old Zhou remarked, that lad Qingxing is no child. He must be 26 this year. Peers of his age already have children aged 6 or 7. Goodness, Sukan was taken aback. 26 and still in high school. In her past life, that would have been a source of ridicule. The Lu family had been impoverished before Zhandong enlisted in the army. He had joined precisely because the family could not afford to raise so many children. In those days, Qingsheng was academically gifted. Yet poverty had delayed his studies for several years. Eventually Zhandong began sending remittances home, and at that time, 3 additional children had yet to arrive. Zhandong's mother, who favored her youngest son dearly, allocated funds for Qingxing to resume his education, which accounted for his advanced age. Thus it was only through the remittances sent by the third brother that he had the opportunity to study, yet Qingxing's current behavior was nothing short of ingratitude. When Su Kan and old Zhou returned to Taohua village, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The aunts who had come to assist with the cooking had steamed the buns and were simply awaiting Su Kan's return with the meat to prepare the meal. As the cart entered the courtyard, Su Kan observed that aside from the 2 sides of the main gate, the surrounding courtyard walls had been fully constructed. The main structure of the dining room was also complete, awaiting the installation of rafters alongside the main house the following day. Although 4 rooms had been built, the courtyard itself was spacious enough to accommodate 6 rooms, giving it an impressively ample appearance. Su Kan's spirits soared with delight. In stark contrast, the mood of the Lu family was decidedly grim. Old Lady Lu sat upon the donkey cart, cursing throughout the journey, causing Lu Hongwu's head to throb with pain. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the county hospital, where Lu Qingxing and Yang Yali had been waiting at the entrance. They had already registered in advance, and Lu Hongwu was promptly taken for examination. Old Lady Lu had initially intended to seek out her third son, Lu Zhandong, immediately, but Lu Qingxing intervened. He suggested they wait for the results of his brother Lu Hongwu's examination before approaching Zhandong. Believing it would carry more weight, after a moment's contemplation, the old lady acquiesced to her youngest son's reasoning. Approximately 15 minutes later, the results of Lu Hongwu's examination were revealed: a fracture in his left calf, accompanied by various contusions elsewhere. That wretched woman, how could she be so brutal? Old Lady Lu seethed, nearly grinding her back teeth to dust. As Lu Hongwu was wheeled away for treatment, Lu Qingxing felt obliged to accompany him, prompting old Lady Lu to instruct Yang Yali to take her upstairs to find her third son, Lu Zhandong. Chapter 53, Is Your Mind Clouded with Glue? Yang Yali felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what she had been hoping for. As before, when they ascended to the 4th floor, they were intercepted by 2 soldiers. Old Lady Lu, pointing at them, exclaimed in anger, "How dare you stop me without knowing who I am? The man residing above, Lu Zhandong, is my son. Are you implying that the People's Liberation Army forbids a mother from seeing her own child?" The 2 soldiers exchanged glances. They had seen Yang Yali before, but this was their first encounter with the old lady. While they could challenge anyone else, they had to report to their superior regarding the mother of Commander Lu. "Madam, please wait a moment while we confirm." One of them replied, turning to seek approval. "What is there to confirm? Lu Zhandong is my son," old Lady Lu retorted, her displeasure evident. Yang Yali quickly interjected, "Madam, let us wait patiently. We mustn't trouble brother Zhandong." "Right," old Lady Lu patted Yang Yali's hand reassuringly. Look, our Yali is the best." Before long, the soldier returned, granting old Lady Lu permission to ascend the stairs, though Yang Yali could not accompany her. "What nonsense is this? My son is a commander. I am his mother. Why can't you allow my companion to come along? Is she an enemy or a spy? If she is, present your evidence. If not, let us pass. I am over 60 years old. If you provoke me into a fit, none of you will escape unscathed." Old Lady Lu, leveraging her age and her son's rank, attempted to exert her influence. She had always been unyielding in the village, and in the face of her son's subordinates she refused to be cowed. The 2 soldiers, lacking other options, had to inquire further, while they could deny others. The fact that she was the commander's mother was sufficient to warrant special treatment. Just as one soldier turned to leave, he spotted Zhao Taizhu approaching. "Let her through," Zhao ordered, and the 2 soldiers stepped aside. Yang Yali promptly assisted old Lady Lu upstairs. At this time, they were smoothly ushered into Lu Zhandong's hospital room. "Mother, what brings you here?" Lu Zhandong was the first to speak. Old Lady Lu shot him an irritated glare, huffing as she approached the bedside. "Oh, look at you, Commander, your airs have grown quite grand. I must seek permission from the Liberation Army just to see my own son." Her words dripped with resentment, leaving Lu Zhandong somewhat bewildered as he glanced at Zhao Taizhu. In truth, Zhao Taizhu had only sought confirmation once, ensuring that this old lady was indeed his mother. However, he held little regard for Yang Yali and had not reported to the commander. Opting instead to block her entry before Zhao could speak, Lu Zhandong interjected, "Mother, there are individuals posing as our family members during my hospitalization, so they must be strictly vetted before being allowed in." "Please do not blame him," old lady Lu sighed in exasperation. "Zhandong, do you know why your mother, a mere peasant woman, has come to the hospital today?" "I do not." Old lady Lu gritted her teeth. "It is that impostor of a woman. Look at her physique. She not only beat your second brother black and blue but also fractured his left calf. Oh, what a calamity." As she spoke, her frustration manifested in emphatic slaps upon her thigh. "Mother, are you sure you're not mistaken? You're saying my second brother's injury was inflicted by Su Kan?" Lu Zhandong questioned incredulously, doubting whether he had misheard or if his mother was unjustly accusing Su Kan. "Old lady Lu sire only grew. Yali, you must explain to Zhandong what truly happened." Finally, Yang Yali seized the opportunity to speak, though she tempered her demeanor, presenting herself with poise. She addressed Lu Zhandong. "Brother Zhandong, it was indeed my sister who struck him with a stick. His forehead is bruised, his body covered in contusions, and though his right leg remains unbroken, it is severely swollen. The left leg, however, has a broken bone. We had to borrow a donkey cart from the village to bring him here, and the doctor is still attending to him." Lu Zhandong furrowed his brow. "Since you've come, who is with him?" "Your brother Qingxing is with him." Old lady Lu pounded her hand upon the edge of the bed. "See, this is the chaos brought about by the woman you've chosen to marry. You have no idea what havoc she has wreaked in our household these past few days. When purchasing flour, she buys it in quantities of 5 bags. For meat, it's 50 to 60 pounds at a time. Is this how one lives? This is sheer wastefulness. She is not aiding you, she is harming you." "Zhandong, our Lu family cannot accept such a wicked daughter-in-law." Yang Yali believed Lu Zhandong would heed his mother's words. Considering she was his own flesh and blood, however, as she listened to old lady Lu's vehement accusations against Su Kan, Lu Zhandong's expression remained calm, and once his mother paused, he spoke. "Mother, how many people are helping to build the house?" "She has steamed white buns and prepared meat dishes. Who among us enjoys such splendid meals? Anyone with a semblance of strength would certainly seize the opportunity for a free meal. If she claims to be your daughter-in-law, I have yet to see her bring a single bun or bowl of food to our family. Had it not been for my second brother's pity, would he have sought her out?" Lu Zhandong maintained a placid demeanor as he nodded. "According to your reasoning, there must be at least 100 people helping from our village. I am currently injured and unable to assist Su Kan. She can only ensure everyone enjoys a good meal as a means of expressing gratitude to these fellow villagers. Mother, I believe she is doing the right thing." Old lady Lu was immediately incensed. "Are you under her spell? What sort of potion has she concocted to ensnare your mind? She lacks both figure and beauty, and her temperament is atrocious. Let me ask you, what quality does she possess that could possibly compare to our Yali? While you have yet to formalize your union, you must swiftly rid yourself of that rotund woman. Our Lu family cannot accept such a daughter-in-law. I recognize only one daughter-in-law, and that is our Yali." Yang Yali stood obediently beside old lady Lu, her lips tightly pressed together, casting an expectant glance towards Lu Zhandong. She could not fathom why, despite her evident superiority over Su Kan, he should not prefer her. Especially after Su Kan had brought him to the hospital. Lu Zhandong's expression remained stern, not sparing her a glance. "Mother, Su Kan is already my wife. I have no interest in anyone else. I hope you can show her some respect and kindness. Oh, so you want me to treat her kindly? Have you lost your senses? She severely injured your second brother. How am I supposed to show her any goodwill? If you can't confront this situation, perhaps you should send that soldier to check on your brother. She truly meant to harm him. Does she consider us family? This is nothing short of treating us like enemies. What purpose do you have for someone like her?" "Mother, I find it hard to believe that Su Kan could injure my brother. This situation is utterly shocking. He is a soldier and knows what Lu Hongwu's physique entails. A towering man over 6 feet tall, while Su Kan struggles to catch her breath even while walking. How could she possibly have hurt Lu Hongwu? Let me enlighten you. Do you know why she was able to injure your brother so severely?" Before Lu Zhandong could respond, the old lady slapped the bed, causing it to rattle. "She is possessed by that young Dania from our village, that very young Dania who met his demise in the courtyard. Gored by a bowl of this impostor you are marrying not only tarnishes our family's reputation but has brought misfortune upon us. If you choose to live with her, mark my words, within 6 months. You will meet your end because of her. At night, she will undoubtedly siphon your life force. Even if your leg heals, it will be of no use. She will eventually be your downfall." Zhao Taizhu could no longer contain himself. "Aunt, you can't be the biological mother of our regiment leader, can you?" Old lady Lu shot him a glare. "Who says I am not? Go to Taohua village and inquire. See if our regiment leader is not the offspring of this old woman." Zhao Taizhu looked perplexed. "But you certainly do not appear to be his mother. I've been caring for our leader for several days now. In this hospital, many mothers accompany their injured sons, regardless of their stature. Since you arrived, I have yet to hear you inquire about our regiment leader's leg injury. They say a mother and son are connected at heart, but I firmly believe you are not his biological mother." You must be an imposter. He knew that this old lady Lu was indeed the biological mother of the regiment leader, yet her disregard for her son's injury and her demeanor towards the daughter-in-law made it seem as though she wished to tear her apart. When her second son broke his leg, she rushed to the hospital immediately, yet for her third son, who had been injured for over 2 months, she did not even bother to take him to the hospital. Allowing his wound to fester, he wondered what kind of mother this was. Old lady Lu, infuriated, retorted, "I am here, and you question my purpose. Did I not come to see my son? Ojandong, look at the company you keep. Hurry and send him away. I do not wish to see him." Though she was merely a rural matron, she was well aware that her son held a higher position than Zhao Taizhu. Before the regiment leader could speak, Zhao Taizhu hurriedly apologized to old lady Lu. "Oh dear, please do not be angry. I do not doubt you. It's just that you truly do not resemble our regiment leader's mother. How about this? I will go downstairs to check on your second brother to see if his injuries are genuine." Old lady Lu waved her hand dismissively. "Go ahead, but if I am lying, may the heavens strike me down." Zhao Taizhu glanced at Lu Zhandong, who nodded in agreement. Old lady Lu's face was contorted in displeasure, her expression sour as she lamented the treatment she received from a soldier of the People's Liberation Army. "How can he treat me, the mother of the regiment leader, with such disdain? What sort of nonsense is this? Ah, so you do acknowledge me as your son. Do not think that this soldier's doubts about your identity are unfounded. I myself feel as though I am no longer a part of the Lu family, otherwise how could the entire family watch as my leg deteriorated?" Old lady Lu was momentarily silenced, but her thick skin allowed her to brush off such remarks. "We were ignorant before. Believing your leg was beyond repair. By the way, old 3, could you arrange a position for your second brother in the army?" "Certainly, but you must prepare for the possibility of him not returning." The old lady was taken aback. "Why, when the army investigates his actions after I was injured and returned to the village, he could very well end up in prison." Old lady Lu gulped in fear. "Then let him stay in the village." Yang Yali found herself at a loss for words, bewildered by the old lady's line of thinking. Observing her son's icy demeanor, the old lady returned to her original demands. "Let me make this clear, regardless of the circumstances. You must divorce that overweight woman at home. Your leg is injured now, and as long as you give a nod, I will ensure she is expelled from Taohua village. I guarantee she will be out in no time. If you dare to chase her away, I will ensure Lu Hongwu ends up in prison." Old lady Lu, exasperated, pointed at him. "What possessed you to choose such a wretched woman? What merits does she possess? She saved me. Without Su Kan, would I be here treating my leg? She is not only my wife but also my savior. I advise you not to entertain any thoughts against her, otherwise I won't hesitate to send Lu Hongwu to prison." The old lady's face reddened with anger, her breathing becoming labored. "What do you mean she is your savior? I tell you, the night before she brought you to the hospital, your elder and second brother had already arranged for a donkey cart, intending to take you to the hospital first thing in the morning. She merely seized the opportunity. Do you understand?" Lu Zhandong regarded her coldly. "Su Kan arrived in Taohua village well past noon. Had the Lu family truly intended to take me to the hospital, Su Kan would have had no chance to see me." Old lady Lu was momentarily stumped, realizing that her previous assertions were mere fabrications. As Yang Yali was about to intervene, a group of doctors and nurses entered, announcing that they needed to conduct an examination on Lu Zhandong and requested the family to wait outside. Old lady Lu, with a grim expression, rose with Yang Yali's assistance and took a seat on a bench outside. "I see this old 3 has truly lost his mind, cherishing an ugly, overweight impostor as though she were a treasure. How could a man who has attained the rank of regiment leader be so blind?" Old lady Lu could not fathom why her son would obstinately persist down this path, and I believe Zhandong is still angry that the Lu family did not bring him to the hospital for treatment. He appeared quite displeased earlier. If you continue to pressure him, he will not heed a single word. I think it might be best if you show him genuine concern, ask about his leg injury, and let him feel the warmth of family. Perhaps then he might be moved by you." Old lady Lu scoffed. "I am his mother. What mother bows to her son? Besides, even if I had not taken him to the hospital, so what? I am the one who bore and raised him. My nurturing is greater than the heavens. And what about those 3 children he adopted? If it weren't for the old Lu family, they would have starved to death long ago." "Yali, rest assured, I will see to it that this matter is resolved. That impostor will not remain in Taohua village for long." Yang Yali felt a deep sense of frustration. This stubborn rural matron was not one to be easily swayed. However, if this standoff continued, it would only lead to further suffering for herself. "Aunt, let us go downstairs to check on the second brother. We can return later. After all, Zhandong won't be going anywhere." "Very well." Old lady Lu, still burdened by thoughts of her second son's injury, was assisted down the stairs by Yang Yali. As they descended, they encountered Zhao Taizhu. "Aunt, you were right, he has indeed sustained severe injuries." Old lady Lu shot him a disapproving glance. "Is that even necessary to mention?" Zhao Taizhu did not linger, hastily ascending the stairs. Upon entering the ward, he found the doctors and nurses had already departed. "Ojuzi, are Lu Hongwu's injuries serious?" Zhao Taizhu nodded gravely. "His forehead is bruised, and his right calf is quite swollen, but those are minor injuries. I inquired with the doctor. His left calf has been broken, but rest assured, the doctor has already treated it. Lu Jiandong's expression darkened. Do you think it was a woman's doing? That is hard to determine. But I honestly doubt it was your sister-in-law. Given Lu Hongwu's physique, it seems unlikely she could have injured him. Moreover, she was exhausted just climbing the stairs while in the hospital. How could she have been the one to inflict such harm? Taizhu, go to Director Fong and borrow a vehicle. I need him to take me back to Taohua Village. Lu Jiandong felt restless, knowing that if Su Kan had indeed injured Lu Hongwu, she must have sustained injuries herself. He could not allow her to bear this burden alone. Zhao Taizhu grew anxious. That is out of the question. Commander, you just underwent surgery 4 days ago. Your wounds are still healing. What if you were to contract an infection? If the old chief were to hold me accountable, I cannot shoulder that responsibility. Could you arrange for him to take me back for a brief visit before returning? That would put my mind at ease. It pains him deeply to leave that woman to face everything alone, especially given the severity of Ergo Lu Hongwu's injuries. He remains uncertain about Su Kan's condition. What if her injuries are even worse than his? Zhao Taizhu listened, his face a mask of concern. Commander, the superior has instructed me to ensure your safety. If anything were to happen, how could I explain it to him? Please call Director Fong and request his presence. I will speak with him personally. Very well. Contacting Director Fong was not a daunting task given that Lu Jiandong was currently the most closely monitored patient in the hospital. The director had previously mentioned that if a call needed to be made, it should be done from his office. However, before making the call, he sought out the doctor to discuss Lu Jiandong's wish to return home for a visit. He was met with a stern refusal. Do you wish to lose those 2 legs? This is not merely a single gunshot wound, there are 3. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu felt emboldened. Doctor, my words may lack persuasion. Could I trouble you to speak with him directly? Very well. The doctor promptly visited Lu Jiandong's ward and reprimanded him. Only after Lu Jiandong agreed to properly recuperate did the doctor relent. During the doctor's admonishment, Zhao Taizhu made his way to the director's office to call Public Security Director Fong Chengtang. After Yang Yali assisted the elderly Lu matriarch down the stairs, the doctor had already stabilized Lu Hongwu's leg with a splint and transferred him to the ward. Upon entering, the elderly matriarch was greeted by a room filled with over a dozen patients and their families, easily amounting to more than 20 people. Celebration, your second brother cannot remain in such a chaotic environment. Your third brother resides in a single room on the 5th floor, and there are 3 empty beds available. Have your second brother moved there? The noise and commotion in the ward were overwhelming. Naturally, Lu Hongwu was eager to comply. Mother is right. Qingsheng, go and inform the third brother that I must relocate to his room. It's far too chaotic here. Besides, I was injured by his wife. He ought to take responsibility. Lu Qingsheng felt somewhat helpless. Mother, if I approach him, he will surely refuse. It will require your intervention. If the second brother could indeed move upstairs, it would be exceptionally beneficial. Very well, I shall speak with him. The elderly matriarch was confident in this regard. After all, her second son's injuries were inflicted by Su Kan. If Lu Jiandong did not take responsibility, who would? Since Lu Qingsheng needed to remain to care for Lu Hongwu, it was again Yang Yali who assisted the elderly matriarch upstairs. The over 60-year-old woman, with her bound feet, found the previous ascent exhausting. And now, on her second climb, she moved even more slowly. Upon finally reaching the 4th floor, they encountered 2 soldiers stationed at the staircase. Upon seeing the elderly matriarch, they promptly blocked her passage. Are you blind? I just came through a moment ago. Do you not recognize me? The elderly matriarch, hands on her hips and in evident discomfort, grew increasingly irate at being halted. Madam, we are merely following protocol. Please wait a moment while we report, and you will be allowed to proceed. One of the soldiers turned to relay the message. The elderly matriarch rolled her eyes in exasperation. However, feeling breathless from exhaustion, she was in no rush. Moments later, the soldier returned, granting them permission to ascend. The elderly matriarch grumbled. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? I can't even see my own son. Yang Yali, standing beside her, attempted to soothe her. Madam, such regulations are standard in the military. Please do not be upset. Clutching the staircase railing, the elderly matriarch climbed slowly, 1 step at a time. As they neared the final step, they heard a soldier behind them call out, Director Fong. Yang Yali immediately turned around and halted. Director Fong, what brings you here? The elderly matriarch also turned, spotting a uniformed officer behind her. Fong Chengtang replied, I have come to discuss some matters with Jiandong. Yang Yali quickly introduced, Director Fong, this is Jiandong's mother, who has come specifically to see him. Madam, this is our county's public security director. From a distance, Zhao Taizhu remarked, your deception is so convincing that those unaware would take it for truth. But who is Director Fong? Oh, so you are Director Fong. I hear you and our Jiandong are good comrades. Previously, Su Kan had mentioned knowing a public security director, and now she found herself face to face with him. The elderly matriarch was overjoyed, her eyes crinkling with delight. Fong Chengtang raised a hand, gesturing for the three to ascend before continuing their conversation. Yang Yali promptly assisted the elderly matriarch up the final step. Fong Chengtang approached, offering a gentle smile. When I first saw Zhandong's severely injured leg, I assumed he was an orphan. I had no idea he had family. What a misunderstanding this had turned out to be. The elderly matriarch, not lacking in awareness, caught the underlying implication in the public security director's words. Director Fong, rural life is filled with complexities. I have 6 children, each with their own families. It is a tangled web to manage. The elderly matriarch sought to justify her circumstances as Fong Chengtang nodded in understanding. I comprehend your situation. However, we must truly thank your daughter-in-law Su Can. Without her, Zhandong would undoubtedly be in a far worse state. I have urgent matters to discuss with him, so I will speak with you later. Fong Chengtang did not allow the elderly matriarch to continue. Maintaining politeness as he raised a hand and turned towards Lu Zhandong's ward, the elderly matriarch snorted in displeasure. Now that I have met this public security director, I am eager to see if that impostor will dare to speak of having the public security director apprehend Hangwu again. Meanwhile, Yan Yali felt a sense of unease. After all, Fong Qingtong's earlier words had not been particularly reassuring. The implication that Lu Zhandong was perceived as an orphan spoke volumes. One could glean from Fong Qingtong's expression that he was not inclined to engage in further conversation with Lu Zhandong's mother. In the ward, Fong Chengtang took a seat by Lu Zhandong's bedside. Before Lu Zhandong could speak, Fong Chengtang smiled. Do you think you are made of steel? You wish to return home just 4 days post-surgery? Lu Zhandong frowned. My family situation is exceedingly complicated. She is already struggling to care for 3 children alone, and now she must also manage the construction of a house, purchase groceries, prepare meals, and oversee everything at home. I must return to check on her. Otherwise, my heart will be restless. Just arrange for someone to take me back. As long as I see her safe, I will return. Chapter 56. Do they truly believe our commander is made of clay? Fong Chengtang jested. Oh, you are not even officially married yet you are so concerned for her. Lu Zhandong's expression turned serious. My second brother has a fractured left tibia, and my mother claims it was Su Can who injured him. But my second brother is over 6 feet tall and as strong as an ox. If he can sustain such injuries, do you think Su Can is unharmed? This prompted a grave change in Fong Chengtong's demeanor. That girl Su Can, when in the county, not only avoided fights but would walk with her head down against the wall, speaking in a voice barely louder than a mosquito. But if your second brother is that hurt, then Su Can's condition is indeed worrisome, so you must promptly inform the director. Let Taiju take me back for a visit. I just need to see that Su Can is alright, and I will be at peace. Fong Chengtang nodded. Calling out towards the door, Zhao, come in. Zhao Taiju, stationed outside, entered immediately. Fong Chengtang instructed him to close the door. Zhao, have you seen the condition of Lu Hangwu? Director, I have seen it clearly. His forehead is bruised. His right calf is severely swollen, and his left calf is fractured. The doctors have already treated him. Do you think it resembles the work of Su Can? Zhao Taiju shook his head resolutely. Absolutely not. Fong Chengtang pondered for a few seconds before addressing Lu Zhandong. You wait here for a moment. I will speak with the director. However, we must agree. If the hospital permits your return, and as long as you see that Su Can is safe, you must come back. No problem. Very well, just wait here. Fong Chengtang stood. Leading Zhao Taiju out, they soon spotted the elderly matriarch and Yang Yali seated on a nearby bench. Upon noticing the two, they rose and approached. To Fong Chengtang smiled gently at the elderly matriarch. Madam, may I ask you something? Director, please do not hesitate. Feel free to ask. Fong Chengtang nodded, smiling. I would like to inquire how your son Zhandong's second brother was injured. This question provided the elderly matriarch with an outlet for her grievances. It was that fat fool Su Can. She struck my Hangwu with a stick, breaking his leg. How could someone be so cruel? Oh, her heart is wicked, more poisonous than snakes or scorpions. Not only did she beat him, but she also stole 300 yuan from our home. And when she came to Taohua village, she squandered Zhandong's money as well. She purchased flour in bulk and bought dozens of pounds of meat. How can we survive in such hardship while she squanders our resources? I hear you are Zhandong's comrade. Director Fong, I wish to file a complaint. She has done this to my Hangwu, so please ensure she is arrested and imprisoned. We must not allow her to harm our family any further. Listening to the elderly matriarch, Fong Chengtang nodded. Madam, rest assured, we will conduct a thorough investigation. If the situation holds true, we will certainly not let a villain escape, nor will we wrongfully accuse an innocent person. Old MRS.Lu believed her previous remarks to be effective. And with a smile, she exclaimed, as expected of Zhandong's comrade, your words and actions are indeed impactful. You must act swiftly. Ideally, bring her here immediately. She was eager for Su Can to be imprisoned at once, as that would alleviate her pent-up resentment. I shall be busy now. Fong Chengtai nodded slightly and went off to find the dean. Old MRS.Lu grinned widely, then patted Yang Yali, who was assisting her, her face brimming with pride. Yali, it seems your good days are fast approaching. The old saying rings true. There are individuals in the city who can easily ascend to positions of power. Just look, it truly is the case. I shall wait and see how Director Fong's men handle that fat swine once he is taken to jail. I wonder how those in Taohua village who support her will react. Yang Yali, however, did not share her optimism. Auntie, but once we reach Taohua village, if everyone speaks up for Su Kan and Director Fong does not believe us, then what shall we do? Moreover, he is Zhandong's comrade. If Zhandong speaks in favor of Su Kan, I fear this situation may not bode well for us. The third son is in the hospital. He has not witnessed the conditions in the village. So how could he speak on behalf of that fat one? You should rest easy. Regardless, Zhandong's second brother is currently lying in the hospital. That is an undeniable fact, is it not, if they act without discernment? I will not spare them. Enough talk, let us head inside to find Zhandong. Very well. Zhao Taiju stood at the door of the ward, watching as old MRS.Lu and Yang Yali approached. Surely they would inquire. Old MRS.Lu shot him a glare. What is the matter with you, soldier? This is my own son inside. Do you mean to prevent me from seeing my own child? Auntie, I am merely ensuring the safety of the regiment leader. Zhao Taiju replied, please understand. Saying this, he opened the door for them. Old MRS.Lu walked into the ward with a stern expression. Zhandong, I just visited your second brother. Oh my heavens, your second brother's injury. His bones are fractured. He is currently in a ward with over 10 patients, not to mention those accompanying them. There are 20 or 30 people in one room. Do you think that sort of environment can facilitate proper healing? Look at this place, it is so tranquil, with 3 beds still available. I just came to greet you. I will have Qing Sheng find someone to carry your second brother here, that way he will have a place to stay. And you can converse with your family. It is rather dreary to occupy such a large room alone. Wouldn't you agree? Alright, it's settled. I will have Qing Sheng bring your second brother here right away. Old MRS.Lu paid no heed to whether her third son agreed or not. She made the decision unilaterally. Auntie, this cannot be allowed. This is a room specifically arranged for our regiment leader by the hospital. It is meant for him to recuperate in peace, without disturbance. What you are doing is against regulations. Zhao Tieju's voice rose in urgency. He had long held no fondness for the Lu family, especially after hearing of Lu Hongwu's mistreatment of a woman, and now they were brazenly attempting to occupy the regiment leader's ward. You are bullying someone's wife. I truly do not understand what goes on in your minds. Do you think their leader is made of clay? Upon hearing Zhao Tieju's dissent, old Mrs. Lu's expression soured. What is the matter with you, soldier? I am the regiment leader's own mother. What business do you have intruding on our conversation? What rank are you? Are you of higher standing than your regiment leader? Zhao Taiju responded with steadfast composure. Auntie, you and our regiment leader are indeed mother and son. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Zhandong. Zhao, please step outside for a moment. Zhao Taiju, feeling anxious, replied, leader, just step outside. Lu Zhandong reiterated. With no other option, Zhao Taiju exited the ward, feeling disgruntled the moment her son spoke up for her. A smile returned to old Mrs. Lu's face. She turned to Yang Yali, saying, Yali, did you see that? Our Zhandong is truly filial. Yang Yali chuckled in agreement. Lu Zhandong's support for his mother had indeed taken her by surprise. Mother, you can allow my second brother to move into this room. However, it would be best for Qing Sheng to inquire first. The hospital fees for this room are quite steep. If my second brother can manage the costs, he can move in at any time. Chapter 57, Holding a Breath. Chapter 58, Sweet has been kidnapped. Su Kan entrusted the task of steaming buns and cooking to Li Shulan and Zhao Jing while she continued to handle the pig offal. Just as she had the day before, however, this time a few young brides actively came over to assist her. After cleaning, they busied themselves with chopping and boiling. Due to the time constraint, it was impossible to cook everything at once. The courtyard soon filled with delightful aromas. Ansu. While Su Kan was immersed in her work, she spotted Lu Wenhao rushing over like the wind, followed closely by his elder brother, Lu Wenyuan. The two brothers were panting, their little faces flushed, yet their expressions bore an air of tension. Seeing their demeanor, Su Kan smiled and asked, what has happened? Lu Wenhao, breathless, pointed towards the entrance. A car has arrived. Lu Wenyuan continued his brother's thought. The people in the car took Sweet away. What did you say? Su Kan quickly set down her work, instructing those nearby before hurrying after the two brothers towards the entrance. As she passed by, she picked up a sturdy stick lying on the ground. Others who had heard Lu Wenhao's words also began to follow. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Kan saw a jeep slowly coming to a stop in front of her. Gripping the stick tightly, she stood ready, watching the rear window of the vehicle. The curtains were drawn, obscuring the identities of those inside, yet the military green color led Su Kan to believe that the occupants were likely from the army. At that moment, inside the vehicle, Fong Chengtai observed Su Kan standing at the forefront of the crowd and smiled, remarking to Lu Zhandong beside him, by the looks of it, she seems to be unharmed. It appears she has come out to confront us after hearing about Sweet's abduction. Lu Zhandong frowned. She has already endured so much, why tease her further? Look at how concerned you are. Alright, I won't tease her any longer. Fong Chengtai opened the car door, stepping out with a smile, only to close it again. Upon seeing him, Su Kan was momentarily taken aback. Director Fong, what brings you here? Ah, I originally intended to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to greet me with a stick. Fang Qingtai's words lightened Su Can's mood, prompting her to hand the stick to someone nearby with a smile. Saying, welcome, welcome, I truly did not expect you to come here. Fang Qingtai chuckled. I am not the main character today, I have brought someone back for you. With that, he opened the car door. Su Can's eyes widened as she caught sight of Lu Zhandong in the back seat. Lu Zhandong? How did you come back? Are you disregarding your leg? Lu Zhandong said nothing, merely scanning her from head to toe to ensure she was unharmed, which allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Dad. Upon seeing Lu Zhandong, both Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wenhao exclaimed excitedly, their little mouths agape. Lu Wenhao even jumped up and down several times in sheer joy. Fang Qingtai smiled and said, Su Can. I made arrangements with the hospital's doctors to bring him over today. Since Lu Hongwu was injured, he insisted on seeing you, fearing you were hurt even more. Rest assured, the doctors have already granted him leave. That's wonderful, Qingshan, please assist in helping your brother Zhandong out of the car. Zhao Taizhu had already prepared a wheelchair. Upon hearing that the person in the car was Lu Zhandong, Zhou Qingshan and several villagers immediately gathered around the car door. Working together to lift Lu Zhandong into the wheelchair, Zhao Taizhu then pushed him into the courtyard. Fang Qingtai surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, wow, this place is bustling with activity. Su Can had no opportunity to respond. As Zhou Qingshan and the villagers naturally became her spokesperson. Sister-in-law is truly capable. In just a few days, the family has undergone a tremendous transformation. Indeed, there was no courtyard here before, just a dilapidated house with a leaky roof. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and there wasn't even a place to cook. The third son's wife has managed to hold this family together all on her own. She is incredible. Lu Zhandong, seated in the wheelchair, gazed in astonishment at the dramatic changes in the courtyard, listening to the older and younger villagers chattering excitedly about the recent transformations at home. Their words brimmed with admiration for Su Can. In truth, during his days in the hospital, he had not slept soundly, yet he was most aware of what his family was like, particularly his mother and second brother, who were notorious for their unreasonable behavior in the village. Today, hearing about his second brother Lu Hongwu's injury and hospitalization only heightened his worries for the family. For a woman who had married into the village from the county, raising 3 children and establishing a foothold was no easy feat. What surprised him the most was that Su Can appeared spirited and composed. In just a few days, the changes in the 3 children's faces were evident. They looked healthier and their eyes sparkled with life. This woman is even more capable than he could have imagined. Due to certain areas in the yard still being unkempt, with piles of stones and earth, Lu Zhandong found his wheelchair to be quite inconvenient. Under Zhou Qingshan's guidance, Fang Qingtang and Zhao Taizhu took a stroll around before returning to sit beneath the shed, engaging in conversation with the villagers. Naturally, the topic soon gravitated towards the incident this morning involving Lu Hongwu's injury. Upon learning that the man before them was the head of the county police department, the villagers regarded him as no ordinary official, particularly since his role was to apprehend wrongdoers. Fang Qingtang inquired about the details surrounding Lu Hongwu's altercation with Su Can earlier that day, confirming one crucial fact: Lu Hongwu's injuries were indeed inflicted by Su Can. Upon receiving this revelation, both Fang Qingtang and Zhao Taizhu instinctively cast glances towards Su Can, especially Zhao Taizhu, who had witnessed the extent of Lu Hongwu's injuries. The severity was hard to believe. The villagers began to chatter animatedly about the circumstances leading to the incident. If it hadn't been for Lu Hongwu attacking his elder brother, would Zhanzhong's wife have dared to strike him? Indeed, just look at Zhanzhong's elder brother's leg, so severely crippled, and yet Lu Hongwu still attempted to beat him. How could one be so ruthless? That was his own elder brother, and he truly beat him mercilessly. Just a few days ago, when the Red Army came to build a wall for Zhanzhong, Lu Hongwu, upon learning about it, had beaten him to a bloody pulp without letting him eat a single bite. He even drove Lu Hongwu's entire family out of the Lu household. Hearing that his elder brother had been expelled, Lu Zhanzhong's expression turned grave. Qingshan, where are my elder brother and sister-in-law staying now? Zhou Qingshan sighed. It is said that they were thrown out with just 2 tattered quilts. Your sister-in-law cried for half the day, yet was not allowed to enter. At that time, Lu Hongwu threatened them, saying that if they did not leave, he would beat them one by one. With his physique, who would dare to stay? Eventually, your sister-in-law had no choice but to take the 3 children back to her parents' home. Your elder brother is now staying at your second uncle's house. Lu Zhanzhong furrowed his brow. When did my elder brother's leg become crippled? He had never been aware of this matter. Chapter 59. And so it was, swish, 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 old Master Zhou interjected. It was after you and the 3 children were driven into the courtyard that your elder brother's leg became crippled. Not long after. You know your elder brother's character, stubborn and inflexible. He never knows how to take a detour in anything. Lu Hongwu wouldn't let him go to the courtyard to take care of you, insisting he work in the fields instead. When your elder brother refused, Lu Hongwu raised a hoe and struck his leg, and at that moment, your elder brother collapsed nearby. People shook their heads. I've never seen such a wicked person. If it were someone else, it would be one thing, but that's his own brother. How could he do that? Lu Zhanzhong clenched his fists. I had no idea about this. How could you know? At that time, Lu Hongwu was guarding the courtyard entrance, wielding a large stick. If he could lay hands on his own elder brother, who would dare to tell you, "My mother didn't take my elder brother to the hospital to have his leg checked?" The people around chuckled, their laughter laced with sarcasm. Do you think she would even show your elder brother's leg with the allowances you send back? Certainly not, once the money enters her pocket. You can forget about retrieving a single coin. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanzhong fell silent. The Lu family was merely an ordinary household. If it weren't for the allowances he sent back, their living conditions would hardly differ from those of others. He originally intended to improve the family's circumstances with the money he sent home, never anticipating the current state of affairs. He had always been puzzled as to why his honest and kind elder brother would abandon himself and his 3 children at their most vulnerable time. Only now did he realize that shortly after his elder brother and the children moved to the courtyard, his leg had been shattered. By the way, Zhanzhong, do you know who moved into the East Wing after the Red Army's family was expelled? Zhou Qingshan suddenly asked him. Is it Qing Shang? Zhou Qingshan shook his head, and someone nearby chimed in. It's your previously betrothed fiancée. What was her name again? Yang Yali. Yes, yesterday, your younger brother Qing Shang brought her here to cause a scene. Claiming that Su Can had stolen $300 from their home and fled to our Peach Blossom village, they insisted she should leave quickly, saying this was her and your new home. Zhanzhong, you've returned now. Do tell us, how come there are suddenly 2 fiancées? Which one is truly yours? Hearing this, Lu Zhanzhong looked at Su Can beside him and declared, I, Lu Zhanzhong, have only one wife. And that is Su Can. Yang Yali came here because she couldn't find me in the hospital, so she set her sights on this place. Do not believe anything anyone from the Lu family says other than me. The crowd erupted in murmurs of understanding. So that's how it is, this woman has quite the audacity. When Zhanzhong showed no interest, she came to trouble her sister-in-law. What is she thinking? Indeed, Zhanzhong, you wouldn't know. But when she arrived, your second brother and Qing Shang were setting off firecrackers and distributing sweets. It was quite a commotion. Lu Zhanzhong frowned upon hearing this, not expecting such events had unfolded. Sensing his discomfort, Su Can shifted the topic. Director Fong, when do you plan to return? Fong Chengtang chuckled at her words. Are you afraid we'll linger here over a meal, eagerly wishing for us to depart? Su Can laughed in response. How could that be? If you stay for lunch before leaving, I must attend to my tasks first, otherwise, everyone will be waiting for their meal. Lu Zhanzhong regarded her, wishing she could take a moment to rest. Yet there were indeed so many people working on site. He felt a pang of guilt for this woman, who had been tirelessly tending to every detail since her arrival at his home. Fong Chengtang smiled and said, then we must stay and sample your culinary skills. If you require assistance with anything, do not hesitate to ask Captain Zhao. Su Can waved her hand. No, now that we're in Peach Blossom Village. How could I let Captain Zhao do the work? You all should just sit here, drink water, and chat. While we'll be serving lunch. Very well, you go ahead and be busy. Su Can bid farewell to Lu Zhanzhong and headed to the stove. After the pig entrails were boiled, they needed to go through several more processing steps, a task that only she could manage. Once she departed, the older and younger men who had come to rest quickly resumed their work. Under the shed, only old Master Zhou and Zhou Qingshan remained with Lu Zhanzhong. Zhou Taizhu wandered into the yard to see where assistance was needed. Qingshan, with no one else around, tell me truthfully, was it really Su Can who injured my second brother this morning? To be honest, as a soldier, he still couldn't fathom how someone with Su Can's physique could break Lu Hongwu's calf. Zhou Qingshan nodded emphatically. Of course, you don't know. At the time, your sister-in-law was constantly provoking your second brother. She told Lu Hongwu, if you don't take me down today, you're a coward. Just think about your second brother's temperament. Could he tolerate such provocation? When he was about to strike, Red Army brother stepped in, saying he would no longer help out here. And guess what happened next? Lu Hongwu's wicked streak flared up, and with one kick, he sent Red Army brother flying several meters away. Thankfully, there was a pile of dirt behind him. Otherwise, he would have surely been injured again. Then he charged at your sister-in-law. We were all terrified. Who would have known that she would grab a stick? I tell you, her speed was astonishing. Lu Hongwu couldn't react in time. The first blow struck his forehead, the second jabbed his chest, and the third landed directly on his leg. You can't imagine how shocked we were. Even your second brother was stunned at that moment. He refused to back down and charged again, only to be met with a blow to his calf, falling to the ground in agony. Tsk. I've lived in Peach Blossom Village all my life, and I've never seen anyone bring down your second brother. Your sister-in-law is the first, Zhou Qingshan concluded, giving an admiring thumbs up. Chapter 60. Look. Inadvertently beginning to show off, Lu Zhanzhong's gaze fell upon the busy figure in the distance. Even after hearing the confirmations from so many people, he still could not associate the woman who had effortlessly brought down the robust Lu Hongwu with a few strikes, with the woman before him. This was not merely an accomplishment of physical strength, it required speed, power, and reflexes, yet, it seemed that none of these attributes were within Su Can's capabilities. It was truly unfathomable. Qingshan, could you summon my elder brother? Lu Zhandong inquired. Although he did not see his brother's figure, he was aware of his limp and felt concern for him. Zhandong, I think it's best not to, Qingshan advised. Given Hongjuan's temperament, you won't extract any information in front of so many people. Besides, he is here to contribute more. I can tell he feels guilty towards you. Such honest individuals are like that. They do not express their feelings through words, but their actions speak volumes. Liu Zhandong did not insist. For Qingshan was right, his elder brother possessed such a disposition. His second brother, Lu Hongwu, had always been domineering and strong-willed, often bullying the frail Liu Zhandong during their childhood. Whenever food was served, Lu Hongwu would invariably snatch from others. Especially from Liu Zhandong, who frequently went hungry. Their elder brother would share half of his portion with him and sneak him extra food after meals. Once, when Lu Hongwu caught him in the act, he insisted on taking it back. At that time, their elder brother was slightly taller than Lu Hongwu and raised his arm high. Unable to reach it, Lu Hongwu resorted to punching and kicking him, even clawing at his face. That time, their elder brother's face was badly scratched, yet he did not retaliate. This had been his way since childhood, never fighting back or retorting. However, it was precisely this trait that drew extra disdain from their mother, who often called him a blockhead. To Fong Chengtao and the two children soon emerged from the leaky roofed room, noticing Sukan scooping meat from a pot into a basin at the stove not far away. He approached and was taken aback to find it was all pig offal. Sukan, can these be eaten? He asked, surprised. In this era, no one wished to consume such things due to their strong odor. Sukan smiled at his inquiry. Director Fong, you'll find out shortly. Then I must savor it properly. I guarantee after one bite, you will crave another. Haha. Fong Chengtao laughed heartily, yet his gaze toward Sukan was filled with significant meaning. He then glanced around before returning to the shelter. Once the pig offal was cooked, it was time to chop it into pieces. Fortunately, there were many helping hands, allowing Sukan to focus on seasoning the chopped ingredients. Despite it being summer, her clothes were drenched with sweat. Once everything was seasoned, the men began to gather for their meal. Steamed buns, meat dishes, and cold salads were all served generously. Fong Chengtao and Zhao Taizhu received the same fare as everyone else. When the dishes were laid out, Fong Chengtao curiously tasted the cold salad. One bite was enough. It was indeed as Sukan had described, so delicious that he yearned for more. Zhao Taizhu was even more enthusiastic. Being a lover of spicy food, he found the fragrant and spicy salad to be just to his liking. Due to his leg injury, Liu Zhandong could not eat spicy food yet, so Sukan only served him a bowl of meat. Watching Fong Chengtao and Zhao Taizhu relish their meal, he too felt an urge to taste the flavors. Before he could reach for Fong Chengtao's bowl, the latter swiftly removed it, insisting, "Today, the doctor has repeatedly cautioned you. The quicker your recovery, the sooner you can return home. Be ye patient." Liu Zhandong glanced at the food in his bowl and retracted his chopsticks, yet, the man leaned over, taking a large bite and savoring it in front of him, exclaiming, "Oh, how does Sukan make such delicious food? It's so fragrant and spicy, utterly delightful." Liu Zhandong cast him a sidelong glance. "Once I recover, there will be plenty of opportunities." Fong Chengtao turned to Sukan with a smile. Sukan, look at this, inadvertently beginning to show off. Sukan was amused by his words. This lunch was particularly satisfying, showcasing Sukan's culinary skills to the three men, who were all astonished. Most surprising was her ability to organize the house-building efforts so fervently. Although the assistance of the villagers was crucial, it was Sukan's generosity that encouraged everyone to lend a hand. Not long after lunch, Sukan urged Fong Chengtao to take Liu Zhandong back to the hospital. After all, it was chaotic and busy here, and she had no extra time to attend to them. Most importantly, returning to the hospital would be the best for Liu Zhandong's injured leg. Liu Zhandong was reluctant to leave. He wished to witness the raising of the beams tomorrow and to remain by Sukan's side. After all, he was the man of the house, and it was unprecedented for such a significant task as building a house to be entrusted to a woman in Taohua village. However, he understood that his presence would only burden her. Liu Zhandong, take your elder brother to the hospital for a checkup, Sukan suggested. Observing Uncle Lu Hongjun struggling with his lame leg, she felt this matter could not be postponed. In this situation, do you think your elder brother would agree to go? Given the current chaos at home, she knew he would refuse. Wait here, I'll find Qingshan, Sukan said as she sought out Zhou Qingshan. Though she was not close to Lu Hongjun, Qingshan could persuade him. Upon hearing that Sukan wished for Lu Hongjun to ride in the jeep to the county hospital for treatment, Qingshan promptly sought him out. In less than 5 minutes, he returned to Sukan shaking his head. Sister-in-law, Hongjun refuses to go. When he gets stubborn, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Upon hearing this, Sukan temporarily abandoned the idea and relayed the situation to Liu Zhandong. The man responded, I knew it would turn out this way. Once I'm discharged, I will persuade him, being his own elder brother. He could not abandon him in such a time of need. Very well, you two should return quickly. Staying here is too cumbersome. Hearing Sukan's words, Liu Zhandong silently regarded her, before he could speak. She continued, after the beams are raised, Brother Qingshan mentioned that the next steps involve plastering the interior and leveling the ground. The doors and windows aren't even ready yet, and it will take many days to complete. So you should rest well in the hospital. As you can see, there's no need for you to worry at home. With Brother Qingshan and so many villagers around, I will certainly not suffer. Just put your mind at ease. Once everything is settled at home, I will bring the children to the county to pick you up. Until then, you must not return. Do you understand? Chapter 61. You must do me a favor. Liu Zhandong looked at her in silence for 2 seconds. Alright, suddenly Sukan remembered, by the way, Lu Hangwu and the others went to the county hospital. They won't cause you trouble, will they? But given the nature of the Lu family, she thought it improbable that they would refrain from creating a scene. Don't worry about me, I can handle it. If any issues arise at home, Qingshan can come to the county hospital to find me, rest assured, even if there were some troubles before. Now that you are back, they are all resolved. Although Lu Zhandong had not done anything during this visit, the mere presence of the jeep at the gate signaled to everyone that she was under protection. The previous rumors in the village had all been effectively dispelled. Lu Zhandong nodded and turned to the three children surrounding him. Wen Yuan, Wen Hao, you two are boys and the men of the family. During this time, you must listen to Aunt Su and not give her any worries. Understood, both children nodded earnestly. Lu Zhandong was soon lifted into the jeep, with Zhou Qingshan and several villagers coming to see him and Fang Chengtao off. However, he did not see his elder brother Lu Hongjun at all. According to Zhou Qingshan, he was busy working on the house. He refused to come and send Lu Zhandong off. The jeep soon started and departed, and as it turned a corner, Fang Chengtao glanced back at Su Kan at the front of the crowd. His expression inscrutable. Speak your mind, Lu Zhandong remarked, having noticed that Fang Chengtao had been holding back a lot since his arrival. Fang Chengtao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do you think a person can truly change so dramatically just by being in a different place? Are you speaking of Su Ken? Fang Chengtao nodded. To be honest, I lived in the same staff compound as her parents. We usually see each other but never interact. Su Ken was not like this at all. What was she like? Introverted, insecure, and hesitant to speak with others. Her physique was quite stout, making it nearly impossible not to draw attention when she walked outside. Wherever she went, people would point and whisper. Thus, she rarely ventured out. Even when she did, she would avoid greetings. When I used to talk to her, her responses were so soft they could barely be heard, akin to a mosquito's buzz. How is it that after marrying you, she has become so cheerful? Moreover, it's truly astonishing that the injuries on Lu Hangwu were inflicted by her. Given his build, even a full-grown man would find it hard to defeat him. However, she remained utterly unscathed. Do you not find that rather peculiar? Lu Zhandong cast a fleeting glance at him. Are you suggesting that she has indeed been possessed by some vile entity? Such a notion is preposterous in his eyes. That is not what I mean. I simply find it strange that Su Kan's transformation could be described as nothing short of earth-shattering. On the other hand, consider it entirely reasonable. Previously, in the county town, everyone looked down upon her, but on her very first day in Taohua village, she discovered individuals whose plights were far more tragic than her own. And one of them was her husband. If she does not rise to the occasion, this household is certain to crumble. As for the incident involving Lu Hangwu, I find nothing particularly odd about it. She seldom ventured out in the county town and was often subjected to disparaging remarks. Perhaps she had pent up frustration with no outlet. Fang Chengtang chuckled at his words. Never mind, I suppose this matter is beyond clarification. Nonetheless, I am genuinely pleased for her that she has transformed into her current self. Most importantly, she saved your life. He recognized that this matter was fundamentally inexplicable. A person's transformation may be influenced by their environment. Regardless, it is a positive development. Lu Zhandong nodded, unconcerned about Su Kan's transformation. However, you, my friend, shall indeed enjoy some culinary delights in the future. I must admit, Su Kan's culinary skills are quite remarkable, judging by her current demeanor. She must have been quite industrious at home, only to be unfairly labeled as lazy by her mother. At this juncture, Fang Chengtang abruptly changed the subject. By the way, upon your return, your mother and second brother must have moved into your hospital room. I shall request the director to assign you a different room. Such matters are trivial. You must assist me with a favor. What favor? Just tell me. Since the Lu family relocated to Lu Zhandong's special hospital room, they have been exceptionally joyous, particularly the elderly matriarch, who sat cross-legged on one of the beds, fanning herself with a large fan she had brought from home while singing merrily. And now, you must all remain vigilant and take this time to engage in some earnest persuasion with the third child. Mother, rest assured, we are fully aware of our responsibilities. Lu Qingxing reclined on the bed, resting his head on a stack of hospital blankets, his legs crossed and toes wiggling. Mother, you think the third child's family will bring us some delicacies upon their return? Right, Lu Hongwu's leg pain had diminished considerably by this point. The matriarch chuckled. Naturally, the third child is now a war hero, a figure of great merit, destined to be promoted to deputy division commander. Do not let her county town origins deceive you. She must be eager to curry favor with us. Lu Hangwu, still in considerable pain, remarked. At this moment, we cannot afford to be too demanding. Let us first ensure that the rotund individual is expelled from Taohua village. Lu Qingsheng grasped this reasoning quite well. Eldest brother, would you be so kind as to check on the situation? Is she attempting to starve us? Does she still wish to marry into our family? Lu Hangwu, already irritable from his leg pain and hunger, grew increasingly agitated. Second brother, let us wait a little longer. The Lu Qingxing uttered this, he too was ravenous. It was already past 12:30, and after cycling such a distance and carrying Lu Hangwu, it was no wonder he was starving. After a moment's hesitation, He rose, donned his shoes, and prepared to step outside, unbeknownst to the family. At that very moment, Yang Yali and Zhang Yirong stood in the corridor just outside the door. The door was ajar, and every word exchanged within was crystal clear. Leaving the mother and daughter with expressions that were anything but pleasant today, Zhang Yirong happened to have a day off, and Yang Yali, having arrived early at the hospital, had already returned home to inform Zhang Yirong about Lu Hongwu's hospitalization. Naturally, Zhang Yirong wished to make a good impression on the Lu family, so she busied herself at home, preparing chicken and fish for half the day, eagerly awaiting her daughter's return to deliver the meal. Little did they know, upon reaching the door, they overheard the conversation between the matriarch and her two sons. Chapter 62, an ominous premonition. Zhang Yirong turned to leave, only to see the door to the hospital room swing open from within. Third sister-in-law, Auntie, why are you not coming in? Lu Qingsheng had not anticipated the mother and daughter standing at the threshold. Zhang Yirong, being a workshop manager accustomed to interacting with workers and leaders, possessed a robust psychological fortitude. The moment she laid eyes on Lu Qingsheng, her face broke into a broad smile. Oh, I just arrived at the door, intending to knock. Lu Qingsheng caught a whiff of the delectable aroma of food and quickly stepped aside with a smile. Auntie, please come in, my mother has been mentioning you. Yes, that's so, then we must have a good chat. Zhang Yirong entered the room, her face aglow with warmth, while Yang Yali could not match her mother's composure. Her teeth clenched as she dug her nails into her flesh. Lu Qingsheng hurriedly introduced his mother to Zhang Yirong. Oh my, I thought Yali's mother was about my age. How surprising that you are so youthful. If you did not mention it, one might mistake you for sisters. Zhang Yirong laughed heartily. Oh, dear sister-in-law, you flatter me too much. I am not that young. You are exceedingly youthful. You appear younger than our eldest daughter-in-law. Ah, dear sister-in-law, your words are quite charming. No wonder you have raised such an outstanding son as Zhandong. As Zhang Yirong continued, she inquired about Lu Hongwu's injuries and then produced the food she had brought: chicken, fish, and braised pork, with only a modest amount of vegetables. The matriarch's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, sister, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. We must taste it right away, the matriarch hastily instructed her youngest son, Lu Qingsheng, to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Eager to serve the meal, Zhang Yirong addressed the matriarch. Dear sister-in-law, please enjoy your meal. I will take Yali home briefly to change clothes and freshen up. You can have a nice afternoon nap after you finish eating. That sounds fine. We will not see you off. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yirong and Yang Yali departed the hospital room. The moment they stepped outside, Zhang Yirong's expression darkened considerably. Naturally, Yang Yali's mood was not much better. The mother and daughter returned home, seething with frustration. Upon entering, Zhang Yirong slammed her bag onto the table. What is this? If it were not for her son being a soldier, would I serve that family? Yang Yali was even more incensed. They truly believed themselves to be of such importance. Back when I was in Taohua village, I thought they genuinely considered me family. I never expected such a repugnant display. But daughter, do not be too anxious. Once you marry Lu Zhandong, none of them will be able to benefit from you. Yang Yali scoffed coldly. Let them benefit? I will ensure Lu Zhandong never returns to that wretched place. I will see what they can do. Yes, let him never go back. It infuriates me. After working for 2 or 3 hours, I have not even had a bite to eat. And everything is wasted. Zhang Yirong gritted her teeth in anger. Mother, what shall we do now? Do not reveal anything yet. I will be back to work tomorrow, and I will have no time to cater to these ingrates. Let them fend for themselves at the restaurant downstairs. Good. The matriarch and her two sons relished their lunch, enjoying a meal unlike any they had ever experienced before. Oh my mother, this is exquisite. You must have a good talk with the third child's family. Since I have injured my leg, I need proper nourishment, and they should send us meals daily. Lu Hongwu, taking advantage of his status as an injured party, indulged the most, still contemplating his next meal after feeling full. Rest assured, she is eager to curry favor with us. The moment I give the word, she will undoubtedly prepare delicious food for us every day. Lu Qingsheng remarked with a smile. I see the Yang family is quite affluent. When they visited our village, just look at the things they purchased. My third brother is truly something. How could he not see the opportunity? If they were to formalize their relationship now, how much benefit would we reap? The matriarch grumbled. Who can say otherwise? It is indeed that wretched Fatso's fault. However, this time things are different. She is formidable, is she not? Now our entire family is here with the third child. Once she constructs her house, it will be time for her to depart. Lu Qingsheng glanced at the door, puzzled. Mother, second brother, do you not think my third brother's examination is taking an excessively long time? Why has he not returned yet? Do not frighten me. How could he possibly have a serious illness? Lu Hongwu, resting his head on his hands, replied. Mother, could it be that the third child is afraid of the costs associated with the hospital room and has quietly switched rooms? If we are to stay here, it will surely be expensive. Lu Qingsheng, feeling somewhat anxious. No, I must go and inquire further. He was uneasy, for Lu Zhandong had been absent for far too long. They had finished their lunch, yet he had not returned. Lu Qingsheng approached the staircase, where 2 sentinels still stood guard, while the platoon leader he had always found disagreeable had mysteriously disappeared. He intended to inquire with the 2 soldiers about the whereabouts of his third brother. But his questions were met with blank stares. Unable to glean any information, he descended the stairs and wandered about, yet after 2 or 3 laps, he still failed to catch a glimpse of Lu Jiandong. Ultimately feeling dejected, he retreated back to the hospital room. "Mother, I couldn't find him, but I sense that the situation is rather dire." Lu Qingsheng harbored an uneasy premonition. What could possibly be wrong? After all, I am his biological mother. We shall stay here peacefully. I am eager to see which doctor would dare to evict us. If anyone tries to remove us, I shall raise a ruckus at the county police station. With that, Lu old madam lay down and fell asleep. Observing his mother's words, Lu Qingsheng found them to be quite reasonable. No matter how much Lu Jiandong attempted to evade them, he could not sever their blood ties. Whatever, he thought to himself when Lu Jiandong, seated in a wheelchair, was wheeled back to the ward by Zhao Taizhu. The room was filled with the cacophony of snoring, particularly Lu Hongwu's snores were thunderous, akin to a tempest. Follower Fong Chengtao furrowed his brow. Before he could voice his thoughts, he remarked to the accompanying doctor, "With such snoring, how can anyone else find rest? Commander Lu, perhaps we should arrange a different ward for you." "No need, I am fine here," Lu Jiandong replied. Having already been accorded a private room as a special favor from the hospital, he felt it inappropriate to request a relocation due to his family's snoring. "Who permitted you to occupy that bed?" Zhao Taizhu glowered at the prime location now claimed by Lu Hongwu, incensed by the audacity of the Lu family in bullying the commander during their trip to Taohua village. "What the hell are you shouting about?" Lu Hongwu, abruptly awakened, glared at Zhao Taizhu and began to curse. Chapter 63, Frightening Tension. Zhao Taizhu, a battle-hardened veteran, glanced at Lu Hongwu, his expression tense, his fists clenched tightly. Had this been an enemy before him, he was certain he could deliver a blow that would knock out their teeth. "Oh, so you're quite formidable, aren't you? No wonder you can treat your elder brother so harshly." Fong Chengtao chuckled at Lu Hongwu's demeanor. In his wheelchair, Lu Jiandong appeared gravely somber. This second brother had always been one to bully others. His actions revealed the extent of his tyrannical behavior in the village. Lu Hongwu's loud outburst roused both Lu Qingsheng and Lu old madam from their slumber. The old lady sat up, irked, ready to express her displeasure, only to find Fong Chengtao standing beside her third son. Lu Jiandong, while Zhao Taizhu loomed near the bed of her second son, doctors and nurses trailed in their wake. "Oh dear, Director Fong is here. Third son, why has your examination taken so long?" Lu old madam chuckled as she rose from her bed. While Lu Qingsheng hastily followed suit. Lu Hongwu remained motionless, resolute in his claim to the bed, eager to see who would dare to evict him. Lu Jiandong, however, did not engage with him, instructing the doctor to proceed with his examination. Lu old madam felt no concern, believing they were all family, and which bed they slept in was inconsequential. As the doctor attended to Lu Jiandong, Fong Chengtao approached Lu Hongwu's bed, looking down at him. "You must be Lu Hongwu, correct?" Lu Hongwu feigned indifference. "Yes, what of it?" "Well, in order to investigate the circumstances surrounding your assault, my third brother and I made a trip back to Taohua village." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongwu's expression shifted. Lu old madam leaned in. "What, you went back to Taohua village?" Lu Qingsheng tensed up as well. Fong Chengtao's demeanor grew serious. "Auntie, did you not previously express a desire to file a report? Since you wish to do so, as police officers, we must conduct a thorough investigation. However, during our inquiry, we uncovered a new case, Lu Hongwu's unwarranted assault on Lu Hongjun, resulting in his leg being injured and permanently disabled. Lu Hongwu, your actions constitute a serious violation of the law, and we will conduct a rigorous investigation into this matter." Lu Hongwu's face paled at the pronouncement. Lu old madam was horrified. "Oh dear. Director Fong, I was merely speaking in jest, please do not take it to heart. Besides, the eldest is his biological brother. Any disputes between them can be resolved within the family without troubling the police." She had not anticipated that her earlier threats would be taken seriously by the head of the police. Fong Chengtao gazed at her, his expression stern. "Auntie, filing a report is not something to be taken lightly. Moreover, during our visit to Taohua village, I uncovered the reason why Comrade Jiandong was not sent to the hospital for such an extended period. You just mentioned that Lu Hongjun is his biological brother. May I ask, is Lu Jiandong your true son? Are the conditions in the courtyard where he resides unknown to the Lu family? Are you unaware of how starved he and his 3 children have been? Do you not realize that your actions have already constituted abuse of a soldier and his family? Such a crime carries severe penalties, no? We only thought to provide them with a better life." Lu old madam stammered, genuinely frightened. Even she, despite her ignorance, recognized the authority of the police chief before her. "I do not share that view. When I visited the dwelling where they lived, it was evident to anyone with a semblance of conscience what their situation was. And now, looking at you all, this room has been specially arranged for him by the hospital in consideration of his status as a soldier, yet you insist on forcing Lu Hongwu into it. One can only imagine the state of affairs when they were in Taohua village. You have brought the chaos from the village here to the hospital, haven't you? Hurry and nurse that leg injury back to health. Prepare yourself for imprisonment." Fong Qingtao's words were delivered with a grim countenance, reflecting the complexity and weight of his feelings from his visit to Taohua village. Had it not been for Su Kan, Lu Jiandong's very survival in leaving Taohua village would have been in jeopardy. Note Director Fong, we were wrong Wu Jiandong, this is your biological second brother. Quickly plead for leniency from Director Fong. Lu old madam, terrified, turned to Lu Jiandong with desperate eyes. Third brother, we shall not stay here any longer. Please do not take this to heart. We indeed acted wrongly. Lu Qingsheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily joined in. Yes, we will leave Wu Jiandong, for the sake of your mother who gave you life and raised you. Spare your second brother. Noticing Fong Qingtao's dark expression, Lu old madam urgently pleaded before her third son. Lu Hangu, ignoring his leg pain, sat up abruptly and bed. Lu Jiandong turned to Fong Qingtao, stating, Director Fong, they are all my family. I shall not pursue this matter further. You may choose not to pursue it, but the state must, Fong Qingtao replied, causing Lu old madam's legs to weaken at his words. Though he continued, let us see how you behave moving forward. Now return to your respective wards. Yes, we shall leave immediately. Lu Qingsheng rushed to gather their belongings, while Lu old madam hurried to pack her small bundle. Initially, Lu Qingsheng dreaded the task of carrying his heavy second brother down, but unexpectedly, Lu Hangu stood up, leaning on his shoulder, limping toward the door with a dark expression. Lu Qingsheng. The others. The trio swiftly exited, leaving the room in a sudden silence. Fong Qingtao approached the doorway, ensuring their departure before returning to the room. Zhao Taizhu had already made the bed that Lu Hangu had occupied. And with Fong Qingtao's assistance, they moved Lu Jiandong back onto that bed. Thank you for today, Director Fong. Of Fong Qingtao sighed, you truly possess an extraordinary capacity for patience. Rest well, I shall take my leave. Alright, even in a foul mood, after lunch, Yang Yali made her way to the hospital. She had no choice. After all, Lu Jiandong was poised to be promoted to Deputy Division Commander. As soon as she entered, she was intercepted by Lu Qingsheng. Sister-in-law, we have moved back to the original ward with second brother. Why? Lu Qingsheng recounted the events of their trip to Taohua village alongside his third brother. Lu Jiandong, Yang Yali's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He returned to Taohua village, then my own return to Taohua village must be known to my third brother as well. Indeed, he is certainly aware. And there is a rather troubling matter for which I must request your assistance. What matter? Chapter 64, Plans. Chapter 65, a good idea even after relocating to a ward accommodating over a dozen patients. Lu old madam visited her third son, Lu Jiandong, daily to chat for a while. She was genuinely fearful that her second son, Lu Hangu, might be incarcerated. That was prison, after all, no matter how tyrannical Lu Hangu was. He feared that initially Yang Yali accompanied the old lady upstairs, but this time the sentinels refused her entry, permitting only the old lady having experienced the earlier events. Lu old madam was cautious and did not press the matter. Yang Yali was left waiting on the fourth floor. In truth, on the very first day, Lu Jiandong had assured Lu old madam that he would not hold the Lu family accountable. After all, they were family. He could not bring himself to be that ruthless. It was merely Fong Qingtao who, unable to tolerate their behavior, sought to intimidate them a little, hearing that her third son would not be held accountable. Old lady Lu let out a sigh of relief. In the following days, she visited daily to lament her hardships in raising several children during their childhood, recounting her struggles with such emotion that tears flowed freely. Mother, I have assured you that I will not pursue second brother's responsibility, so you need not worry any further. Old lady Lu wiped her tears. You may not pursue it, but Director Fong insists that the state will still hold him accountable. As an elderly woman, I must bear the weight of this entire family, only to watch your second brother end up in prison. My life is so wretched. Oh, my dear mother, please open your eyes and see. What purpose does my existence serve anymore? As she spoke, she suddenly sank to the ground, weeping with a profound sorrow that echoed in the air. Outside, Zhao Taizhu heard the commotion and hurriedly pushed the door open, only to find the old lady sobbing uncontrollably on the floor, leaving him somewhat speechless. Lu Jiandong pinched his brow and seized the moment when she paused to catch her breath, saying, Mother, I have informed Director Fong that we will not pursue second brother's responsibility any further. Surely that will suffice. He understood that his mother's intentions were to prevent Director Fong from holding Lu Hangu accountable. Old lady Lu, determined as ever, declared, if you truly wish to resolve this, have him come here and state it before me. As long as the police chief remained steadfast, she would not relent. Lu Jiandong turned to Zhao Taizhu, please call Director Fong and ask him to come over. Understood. After a phone call, Fong Chengtang indeed arrived at the hospital. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he encountered Yang Yali, who was waiting there. Uncle Fong, she greeted him with a smile. Fong Chengtang nodded, unexpectedly smiling. Why aren't you going up to see Jiandong? Yang Yali, taken aback by his amiable demeanor, glanced at the two soldiers blocking the stairs, who prevented her from ascending. She assumed Fong Chengtang would offer to escort her upstairs, but instead he replied, in that case, I can't be of assistance. I shall head up first. Alright. Fong Chengtang smiled at her and proceeded upstairs. If he hadn't visited Taohua village beforehand, there were certain matters he would have liked to discuss with Yang Yali. However, after witnessing Su Kan and the fervent scene there, he felt that further words would be superfluous. As Fong Chengtang entered the ward, he beheld old lady Lu sitting cross-legged beside Lu Jiandong's bed, her expression dark and brooding. Fong Chengtang smiled. "Oh dear lady, who might you be angry with?" Old Lady Lu glanced at him. "I wouldn't dare be angry with you. After all, you are the county's police chief. What if I were to provoke you and find myself arrested?" "Oh, my dear lady, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on Jeandong's mother. You are the one who bore him. How could I possibly imprison you? I was merely distressed by the state of his legs before the surgery." Fang Chengtang held a great deal of dissatisfaction towards the old lady. He was well aware of the condition of Lu Jeandong's legs before the operation, even if all the ideas had originated from her. He could never bring himself to imprison the mother of his comrade. He merely sought to intimidate them a little. Old Lady Lu fixed her gaze upon him and continued, "If you dare not arrest me. Does that mean you intend to apprehend my sons?" "Dear lady, regarding the incident involving Lu Hongwu assaulting your eldest son, it ultimately rests upon your eldest son's wishes. If he chooses not to pursue it, we shall not apprehend Lu Hongwu." "Is that truly the case?" Fang Chengtang smiled. "Of course, as a police chief, would I dare to deceive you? Then that is good." Upon hearing Fang Chengtang's words, Old Lady Lu promptly swung her legs over the side of the bed and, without uttering another word, tiptoed out of the ward, making her way downstairs with Yang Yali to her second son's room. Hearing that Fang Chengtang had personally promised that as long as her elder brother Lu Hongjun did not pursue responsibility, the matter would be considered resolved. Lu Hongwu snorted disdainfully. "Mother, do not expect me to apologize to that wooden-headed blockhead. He had never bowed his head in his life, and his elder brother was nothing but a spineless coward. How could he ever apologize to such a person? No way." Old Lady Lu turned to Lu Qingxing. "Fourth, you must take me back on your bicycle. I shall confront the eldest. But mother, it's over 20 miles back to our village from here. Moreover, the journey is filled with steep hills. How could my frail body manage it? Besides, he currently has no place to stay, and his wife and children have returned to her family. He is surely in a foul mood. What if he hides from you?" Old Lady Lu gritted her teeth. "Does he dare? Previously he might not have, but now he has the support of third brother and that hefty fellow, this one do. Nor will that. What do you suggest we do?" Lu Qingxing frowned, remaining silent. Yang Yali interjected, "Dear lady, I have an idea, but I fear it may anger you." Old Lady Lu raised her hand. "Speak freely, third family." "I assure you, I shall not be angry." Yang Yali then proposed, "I believe we should bring the eldest brother's wife and 3 children back from her family. That way, the eldest brother will naturally return home. He will not hold a grudge over previous matters, and you can persuade him afterward, resolving everything. As for that room, if there isn't a place for me to stay, I can return to the county." Her suggestion was also a test, as they couldn't directly ask Lu Qingxing to move out of the west wing. "Third sister-in-law, this plan is excellent. However, you need not vacate. I shall sleep in the main room instead." Lu Qingxing rarely displayed such generosity. As long as this matter was resolved, they could attend to other concerns afterward. Old Lady Lu patted her thigh. "This idea from the third family is splendid. Qingxing, you and Yali should go together. Your sister-in-law is a woman, and there are some matters you may not be able to discuss. Let Yali speak with her. Depart at once. If we can bring them back today, that would be for the best." Understood. Chapter 66. Veiled criticism. As Yang Yali and Lu Qingxing left the county town, she made a point to stop by the department store to purchase some items. Lu Qingxing claimed he was a poor student, and all his money had been spent on medical expenses for second brother Lu Hongwu. Thus, it was only natural that Yang Yali financed these purchases. Having accompanied his elder brother to his sister-in-law's family in Changlu village when he was younger, Lu Qingxing was familiar with the area. They rode their bicycles for over 2 hours to reach their destination. Upon arriving at the entrance of Gao Yuzhan's family home, they heard voices from the yard cursing and scolding. "You dog-begotten wretch, all you do is give birth. You've had 3 pups in one go. Do you even know how poor we are? You had to come to our house to give birth. Why don't you just starve to death?" A woman's voice echoed from the yard, followed by the pitiful cries of a dog being beaten and a cacophony of sound. "Get out! What are you doing here? Take your 3 little pups and scram. I can't afford to raise you all." The barking grew louder. Yang Yali and Lu Qingxing exchanged glances, and Lu Qingxing stepped forward to push open the gate, calling out, "Sister-in-law." The moment he spoke, the cursing ceased abruptly. Yang Yali followed Lu Qingxing into the yard and saw a woman dressed in coarse cloth, one hand gripping a stick and the other on her hip. One of her eyes was cloudy, while the other was squinted, her face slightly turned as she looked at them. "Who are you?" The woman's expression softened as she regarded the newcomers. "Sister-in-law, I am Lu Hongjuan's younger brother, here to take my sister-in-law and 3 children home." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately tossed aside the stick and, eyeing the bundles in their hands, broke into a smile. "Oh, so you are Yuzhan's younger brother, and this must be your wife." No, sister-in-law has misunderstood. This is my 3rd sister-in-law visiting from the county." Lu Qingxing deliberately emphasized that Yang Yali had come from the county, fully aware that the woman before him was rather materialistic. "Oh, from the county? Come in, quickly." The woman's face brightened with joy as she eagerly invited them inside, following her into the main room. Lu Qingxing glanced at the adjacent small west room and inquired to sister-in-law, "Where are my brother and the 3 children, 4th uncle?" Before the woman could respond, Lu Wenhu and Lu Wenliang rushed out from the dilapidated door of the west room. The brothers were clad in filthy clothes, their hair a tangled mess, and their faces smeared with dirt. Yang Yali felt a wave of nausea at the sight of them. Their clothes reeked not only of sweat but also of an indescribable odor. However, they paid no mind to that at the moment. Luanhu, Lu Wanliang, where is your mother and Xiaoli? As soon as Lu Qingxing finished speaking, his sister-in-law Gao Yuzhen emerged from the room alongside her daughter. Lu Xiaoli, both mother and daughter appeared no better off, looking utterly disheveled, especially Gao Yuzhen, whose lips were chapped and blistered. Qingsheng, what brings you here? Gao Yuzhen spoke weakly. Let us go inside, we can talk in there. The earlier woman had been eyeing the bundles Yang Yali carried, clearly believing that such a well-dressed woman must have brought good things. However, Lu Qingxing and Yang Yali were entirely oblivious to her thoughts. Sister-in-law, what happened to your face? Are you unwell? Yang Yali inquired, regarding Gao Yuzhen with concern. Gao Yuzhen swayed slightly, observing her sister-in-law not far away as her lips moved, yet she dared not utter a word. Yuzhen had just returned and, struggling to acclimatize with her children, found it nearly impossible to eat. You two, please step inside and sit down. We should have a proper conversation, her sister-in-law urged once more. Lu Wenliang moved closer to Lu Qingxing and said, "Fourth uncle, we haven't eaten anything today, my mother is hungry." His words instantly drew several disdainful glances from the woman. "Child, how can you speak without a shred of conscience? When has our family ever lacked for your food? If we hadn't fed you, would you have survived until now? You would have starved to death long ago." Yang Yali, perceiving the situation, interjected, "Sister-in-law, we have come today to escort you and the children home. It's getting late, let us converse on the way back." "Yes, indeed, let us return," her sister-in-law affirmed. Wenliang, help your mother, we must go home." Lu Qingsheng was even less inclined to linger. After speaking, he turned to the woman and said, "Sister-in-law, we appreciate your hospitality these past few days. We shall take our leave now." Initially, he had intended to share some of the provisions he brought, but given the circumstances, he felt no desire to leave behind even a morsel. "Oh, do you truly think you can visit your relatives like this? Once you leave today, don't come back. We cannot afford to support you." The woman's demeanor shifted abruptly as she realized they intended to leave without leaving anything behind. Gao Yuzhen's expression grew awkward. She noticed the items in Yang Yali's hands but felt it inappropriate to request their retention. Yang Yali smiled at her words. "Sister-in-law, please do not be angry, the items we brought are quite modest and not worth showing off. Since you haven't eaten, I shall leave half of it." Currently, the priority was to take them away, and as she spoke, she had Lu Qingsheng hold the bundle while she unwrapped it, revealing a pound of pastries, a pound of fruit candies, and a can of malted milk originally intended for Gao Yuzhen's maternal family. Upon witnessing her and the children's plight, Yang Yali decided to alter her intentions. "Who says they haven't eaten? Don't spread falsehoods, they were well fed this morning." The woman approached without hesitation and snatched the items, stuffing them into her bosom. Then, glancing at the remaining contents of the bundle, she remarked sarcastically, "Yuzhen, tell me, when you arrived, you had not a single penny, you didn't even buy your mother a nutritional supplement. Do you not think you should at least show some gratitude?" Gao Yuzhen's complexion darkened as she nodded. "Sister-in-law is right, Qingsheng, perhaps we should leave these items for my mother." Lu Qingsheng did not insist. "Sister-in-law, I shall go inside to see grandma." He was not foolish. If he gave these items to the woman, he suspected no one else would receive a single piece. The woman hurriedly interjected, "She has a contagious disease, it would be best if you kept your distance from her room." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingsheng naturally refrained from pressing further. He had no blood ties to Gao Yuzhen's parents and felt no emotional connection. His purpose in coming to retrieve her and the children was merely to prevent his elder brother, Lu Hongjun, from pursuing matters concerning his second brother. "Since that is the case, we shall not enter." Sister-in-law, please ensure these items reach grandma. The woman's expression brightened. "Rest assured, I will make sure she receives them." As she spoke, she had already gathered everything into her arms and turned to stride into the main hall, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. Chapter 67. Disdain. The three adults in the yard exchanged glances. And Gao Yuzhen sighed. "Qingsheng's sister-in-law, let us return." She had long anticipated the arrival of the Lu family to escort her home. With 4 brothers, only the eldest had married, the other 3 were still bachelors. The family was so impoverished that they could hardly afford a meal. Her return with 3 children foreshadowed a dismal reception. The past few days had dragged on interminably, yet, as Lu Hongjun did not come to retrieve her, she found it difficult to lower her pride and return. Now that Lu Qingsheng had come, she felt compelled to leave at once. Although the Lu family labored extensively, at least the children and adults would not go hungry. As the 3 adults led the children out, noticing Gao Yuzhen's weary gait, Yang Yali remarked, "Sister-in-law, you are not ill, you are merely hungry, are you not?" Gao Yuzhen nodded in agreement, confessing that since her return, she had managed only 1 meal a day, sometimes even going without. She felt faint and weak from hunger, struggling to walk. The 3 children were equally drained. "Fourth uncle, do you have anything to eat?" Lu Wenliang tugged at Lu Qingsheng's sleeve, his eyes pleading as he scanned Lu Qingsheng from head to toe, hoping to find hidden food. The other 2 children mirrored his anticipation. Lu Qingsheng turned his pockets inside out. Everything had been snatched away by that insufferable woman, leaving no food behind. Wan Liang, step away from me, you reek. Sister-in-law, look at you all. After visiting your maternal family, you smell as if you've emerged from a sheep pen. How can you return in such a state without inviting ridicule? By the end of his tirade, Lu Qingxing's face displayed clear disdain. He genuinely could not fathom how the women and children had become so odorous in just a few days. His words caused Gao Yuzhen to awkwardly twitch her mouth, her face flushing with embarrassment. Indeed, the room on the west side had quite a stench. We had kept a few sheep there, and after our return, we drove them out and set up a bed. Now it makes sense. Lu Qingxing's expression became even more contemptuous. Sister-in-law, I do not mean to criticize, but even if you had a quarrel at home and returned to your maternal family, you have previously supported them, how could you be treated so poorly upon your return this time? Your maternal family must think little of you. How did you find yourself in such a predicament? Gao Yuzhen lowered her head, at a loss for words. What could she say? Without a support system and burdened with 3 children, she had returned to face the daily scorn of her sister-in-law. She could neither eat nor sleep well, yet had nowhere else to turn and could only endure. Qingsheng, you have brought sister-in-law and the 3 nephews home. She will forever remember your kindness. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxing's spirits lifted. Sister-in-law, is that truly what you mean? That was precisely the affirmation he sought. Gao Yuzhen nodded earnestly. Of course. Sister-in-law, I now have a request that requires your assistance. Qingsheng, speak freely. I will do whatever is within my means. Lu Qingsheng recounted the incident in which his second brother, Lu Hongwu, had struck their elder brother, Lu Hongjun. Rest assured, once I return, I will ensure he does not pursue your second brother's responsibility. For Gao Yuzhen, regaining her place in the Lu family was paramount, and this matter seemed trivial in comparison. Lu Qingsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, his sister-in-law was reasonable and understanding. Very well, let us return home. Once we arrive, we shall ensure you and the children have a hearty meal. Agreed. Though she spoke thus, Gao Yuzhen and her children had suffered from hunger these past few days and walked with little strength. Continuing in this manner was untenable. The distance from here to Xingfu village was 5 li, and beyond that lay another 6 li uphill. At this pace, how could they ever reach Teohuican? Brother Qingsheng, I noticed there is a restaurant in Xingfu village. Let us take them there to eat something first. Lu Qingsheng immediately thought of the financial aspect, but I have no money on me. No worries, I have some. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingsheng finally allowed the 4 women to distribute the provisions. He carried his sister-in-law while the eldest child sat on the front beam, and the other 2 children rode in Yang Yali's cart. The 4 women bore a distinct odor of sheep dung. Although Lu Qingsheng had grown up in the countryside, Yang Yali felt nauseated throughout the journey of finally reaching Xingfu village the moment the cart came to a halt. She dashed aside to vomit. Lu Qingsheng turned to Gao Yuzhen. Look at our third sister-in-law. She comes from the county and is so clean, while you all nearly suffocate her with your stench. Gao Yuzhen felt mortified. She too was acutely aware of her unpleasant odor and instinctively pulled her children closer to her. Lu Qingsheng found a steam bun shop, and Yang Yali went inside to purchase some buns. The women and children devoured the food ravenously, nearly choking several times. Lu Qingsheng's expression turned sour. Could you eat any slower? Bringing you all out has truly embarrassed the Lu family. Had it not been for the need to prevent his second brother, Lu Hongwu, from languishing in prison, he would never have made this trip. Despite retrieving the 4 women, he held them in low regard, thinking them foolish and lacking any sense. They deserved to be in such a predicament. Gao Yuzhen was oblivious to his grievances. After days of starvation, she could not help but indulge in the delightful buns before her. Lu Qingsheng managed to eat 4 buns, while Yang Yali, normally able to consume 2, found it impossible to swallow due to the overwhelming odor emanating from the 4 of them. Yet Gao Yuzhen and her children truly felt satisfied observing them choking on their food. Yang Yali even requested that Lu Qingsheng fetch a bowl of water from the bun shop for them to drink. She felt it imperative to establish a good image before Gao Yuzhen and her children, for they might prove helpful in the future. It had become clear to her that relying on old lady Lu and Lu Hongwu was futile. The old lady was sharp-tongued, and Lu Hongwu was nothing more than a brute. The only one who could potentially assist her was Lu Hongjun and his family. She must make Gao Yuzhen feel profoundly grateful towards her. Only by bringing her to her side can subsequent matters be handled with greater ease. While displaying disdain on Lu Qingxing's face, she must endure the discomfort and feign amiability, when she can no longer suppress her feelings. She hastily offers an apology to Gao Yuzhen, which surprisingly makes Gao Yuzhen feel somewhat embarrassed. The journey back from Happiness Village consists entirely of uphill paths, rendering the use of bicycles impractical. Thus, the group must walk. Yang Yali seizes this opportunity to cultivate a closer rapport with Gao Yuzhen along the way. Gao Yuzhen, already indebted to Lu Qingxing and Yang Yali, feels increasingly appreciative as Yang Yali converses with her throughout the journey, leading her to regard this third sister-in-law as exceptionally amiable. Upon learning that Su Kan's construction endeavors have yielded no benefits for the old Lu family in recent days, their grievances towards Su Kan intensify. In Chapter 68, Gao Yuzhen scoffs, recalling how when Su Kan had just returned, the 3 children had visited the courtyard. She never offered them even a single piece of candy, showing utter disregard for her elder brother. Isn't that the truth? You have no idea. When my elder brother first began working for her, he didn't even eat a morsel from her home. Not if it weren't for Sukan would my elder brother have fallen out with the second brother? It is this woman who has been meddling. Lu Qingxing fans the flames of discontent. Yan Yali feigns a sigh, saying, as for my sister, she is fully aware of my visit to Taohua village and deliberately seeks to provoke the Lu family. Whoever treats me kindly she opposes. Alas, third sister-in-law, do not be disheartened. If she dares to cause trouble upon my return, I shall ensure she has no peaceful days ahead. She only behaves this way because she has a few coins from the third son. Without a single cent, do you think she could survive in Taohua village? Gao Yuzhen's words suddenly illuminate Lu Qingxing's eyes, and he glances at a few large stones by the roadside before halting his steps. We've walked for a while, let us rest over there. Very well. After securing the bicycles, Lu Qingxing deliberately keeps the three children at a distance, leading the adults to sit on the large stones nearby. Elder sister, third sister-in-law, I believe Sukan still has plenty of money left. Elder sister, your earlier words hold merit. If she were to possess not a single cent, I estimate she would be forced to leave our village within days. Wouldn't that resolve our issues entirely? The Gao Yuzhen nods in agreement. Fourth brother, your reasoning is sound. However, we cannot simply rob her of her money. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qingxing grins mischievously. Elder sister, I have an idea. However, its success hinges on your cooperation. Fourth brother, do share. Sukan originally planned to take Uncle Zhou's cart the following morning to bring back her elder sister and the three children. She had been tirelessly occupied these past few days, hardly resting her feet, and had not been able to attend to them. With her tasks now mostly concluded, she could finally retrieve them. However, while preparing dinner, she spotted the boisterous Lu Wenhao rushing back. Aunt Su, my aunt, and Wen Hugu have returned. Having just extinguished the fire in the stove, Su can notice Lu Wenyuan nodding at her as he followed closely behind. Did they return to your grandmother's place? This unexpected turn of events caught her off guard. Lu Wenhao shook his head, pointing towards the front gate. Aunt, and the three of them are by the gate. They smell terrible. That he pinched his little nose for emphasis. Following his gesture, Sukan looked towards the gate and saw three little heads peeking out, all with anxious expressions as they observed the courtyard. She rose and approached the gate, immediately met with the disheveled and woeful sight of Gao Yuzhen and the three children. Gao Yuzhen's hair was in disarray, and an indescribable foul odor emanated from her, detectable even from several meters away. The children were no better, their clothes filthy and reeking, appearing utterly pitiful. Elder sister, please come inside. Without asking any questions, Sukan understood that the four had likely been driven away by Zhao Meixiang. Gao Yuzhen and the children entered the courtyard, but the stench was unbearable, knowing they had nothing. Sukan instructed Lu Wenyuan and his brother to boil some hot water. When she had taken the three siblings to the county town, she had bought each of them 2 sets of clothes. Now each had one set that roughly matched the height and size of Gao Yuzhen's children, which she brought out. After all, in a few days, she would take the 3 children to the county town to fetch Lu Zhandong. And she could buy them new clothes then. She did not mind this matter. As the water boiled, Sukan asked the 4 to wash their hands and faces first, then retrieved a pound of pastries from the house. She had purchased these during a recent market visit, and judging by the appearance of the 4, they had undoubtedly suffered greatly in recent days. Upon seeing the pastries, the children's eyes sparkled, and they eagerly devoured them. Although they had eaten buns at noon, these were pastries, something they had never tasted before. The sweet and fragrant peach crisps were utterly delicious. Lu Wenyuan even volunteered to pour hot water for them. By this time, Gao Yuzhen and the children had long been empty in their stomachs. The pastries were particularly delightful, and after finishing one, Gao Yuzhen looked at Su Ken with a pitiful expression. Third sister-in-law, is there any more? This delicious treat is something I have never had the pleasure of eating at my Su Ken promptly handed out 4 more pieces, distributing 1 to each. Observing their eager consumption, she remarked, elder sister, once we finish eating, let us wash our hair and freshen up, then I will provide the children with some clothes. My garments are somewhat oversized, if you do not mind. You may wear mine for the time being. I do not mind. I do not mind. Gao Yuzhen nodded vigorously. After finishing the pastries, with the water still not boiling, Sukan inquired about their recent experiences at her maternal home. Gao Yuzhen recounted her misfortunes with tears and snot, detailing the hardship she had faced. Her elder sister was unfilial, not only neglecting her but also disparaging Gao Yuzhen's own mother daily, even living in the sheepfold. They experienced constant fear, barely managing to eat 1 meal a day. It was only out of desperation that they returned home. However, upon arriving at Taohua village, Zhao Meixiang scolded them at the gate, leaving Gao Yuzhen with no choice but to seek refuge with Sukan. Elder sister, you may stay here at ease. Our house has just been built, and we now have a place to live. Do not worry, we will ensure you have food to eat in the future. You shall not go hungry. Gao Yuzhen's eyes brimmed with tears. Third sister-in-law, you have been so kind to us despite my elder sister never having helped you before. Aren't we family? When I was building the house, my elder brother also helped here considerably. After the water boiled, Sukan instructed the children to mix the cold water with hot water, allowing those who needed to wash their hair to do so. and those who wished to bathe to take their baths, with walls now surrounding the courtyard. She locked the gate to avoid interruptions. After Gao Yuzhen cleaned herself and donned Su Kan's clothes. Though slightly oversized, they were clean. The 3 children also washed up and changed into clothes belonging to the Lu siblings. After dinner, the 6 children played in the courtyard, and Gao Yuzhen called Su Kan into the dilapidated room. Expressing a desire to speak with her privately. Su Kan secured the door, only to turn around and find Gao Yuzhen kneeling before her. In Chapter 69, "Oh dear, elder sister, what are you doing? Please get up." Su Kan rushed forward to help Gao Yuzhen rise. To her surprise, Gao Yuzhen resolutely remained on the ground looking up at her. "Third sister-in-law, you have seen the situation previously because your elder brother assisted in building your house. Our family was driven from our hometown. Now, we have nowhere to live. I know you are kind-hearted, taking in me and the 3 children. However, we cannot continue like this. Moreover, your elder brother's leg needs urgent treatment. If not addressed promptly, he will surely be crippled for life, but you know him, he is too honest to speak up. Therefore, I must gather the courage to plead with you, elder sister. Let us discuss this while standing. You are risking my longevity this way." Su Kan again tried to help her up, but Gao Yuzhen remained steadfastly kneeling. Given Su Kan's current physical condition, it was nearly impossible for her to lift Gao Yuzhen from the ground. She could only gaze at her and say, "Elder sister, speak your mind. I assure you, as long as it is within my capability, I will grant your request." Gao Yuzhen replied, "Then I shall be bold in asking. Elder sister, I hope you can help us secure a plot of land from Uncle Joe in our village to build a house, just as you did so swiftly. However, we have no savings. And we need to treat your elder brother's leg. All these costs add up to a significant amount. Third sister-in-law, I know you have some money. Your 3 brothers are soldiers and receive a decent allowance each month. Today, I am shamelessly asking to borrow 1,000 yuan from you. If you cannot, let it be as if I have never asked." As she spoke, tears streamed down Gao Yuzhen's face. Su Kan quickly interjected. All right, 1,000 it is, elder sister, I will lend you the money. Now please rise." Gao Yuzhen could hardly believe her ears. After expressing her request, Su Kan had agreed without a moment's hesitation. You truly are willing to lend it to me? Elder sister, please stand up." Su Kan finally helped her up, allowing her to sit on the edge of the con. Looking at her, he said, "I happen to have some money on hand. 1,000 yuan is not a burden for me. I've calculated the expenses for the house, which total just over 400. If you are to take your elder brother to the hospital for his leg, it's essential to have some funds. Furthermore, we need to purchase furniture and other necessities for daily living, so that 1,000 yuan won't last long. After completing the new house, she still has 2,000 left. This recent construction cost over 400. And when Lu Zhandong was in the hospital, his surgery alone cost over 190. Liu Hongjun's leg has been injured for quite some time, and the treatment will likely require a significant amount as well. Most importantly, they need to have some savings for their livelihood." The reason she agreed so readily was that she realized that in the old Lu family, this elder brother and sister-in-law were quite reliable. She did not wish to see honest people being bullied and hoped to enable them to lead a better life, just to spite those who bully others. Gao Yuzhen sat on the edge of the con, still unable to believe that Su Kan would so readily lend her money. 1,000 yuan, her acceptance was far too swift, wasn't it? "Third sister-in-law, you wouldn't be trying to fool me, would you?" Observing Gao Yuzhen's incredulous expression, Su Kan smiled and replied, "Sister-in-law, am I that kind of person? I will get you the money right now." She genuinely regarded this sister-in-law as family, which allowed her to lower her defenses and, in front of her, opened her trunk to retrieve a neatly bundled stack of cash wrapped in a scarf. As Su Kan counted out the bills, Gao Yuzhen's eyes were glued to the money. Swallowing hard several times, this was the first time in her life she had seen such a large sum. Su Kan handed her 1,000 yuan and, after putting the remaining money back in the trunk, even thoughtfully found a handkerchief for her. "Sister-in-law, please count it, in case I made a mistake. No need, I trust you." As Su Kan counted, Gao Yuzhen followed suit, one by one, each bill perfectly accounted for. When she wrapped it in the handkerchief, her hands trembled slightly. "Third sister-in-law, please don't laugh at me. It's my first time handling so much money. It's quite overwhelming." Su Kan chuckled. "Sister-in-law, just keep the money safe. How about this? I'll take you to Uncle Joe's later to inquire about the land allocation. What do you think?" Gao Yuzhen was taken aback but then nodded. "All right." As she watched Gao Yuzhen secure the money, Su Kan instructed the children at home to keep an eye on things while she and Gao Yuzhen headed to Zhou Changting's house. Upon learning that Gao Yuzhen, the eldest daughter-in-law of the old Lu family, also needed land allocation, Zhou Changting readily agreed. After all, one doesn't just look at the monk's face but also at the Buddha's. Su Kan was a good person, and now that Lu Hongjuan's family was close to her, he would certainly support them. "There's a piece of land at the north end of our village, estimated to accommodate 4 to 5 rooms. Have Hongjun write an application when you return. As long as the cadre and the brigade agrees, I'll take it to the town for approval. Once approved, you can start building." Su Kan was somewhat surprised by Zhou Changting's words since she had never gone through such procedures before. Zhou Changting smiled. "Zhandong is a soldier. Qing Shan will help with the application." Plus, since you're from the county and unfamiliar with the local situation, we'll report directly to the town government, which is very supportive. It was then that Sukan learned of some underlying circumstances, filling her with renewed gratitude towards Zhou Changting's family. After leaving Zhou Changting's home, Gao Yuzhen said, "Third sister-in-law, I'm going to find your elder brother. He must know about this land allocation since he is the man of the house." Sukan nodded. "Alright, go ahead." After parting ways with Gao Yuzhen, Sukan returned to her new house. As she left Zhou's, she took with her an old hen that had been raised at Zhou's after the division of the family. The hen had been well cared for during this time, and Li Shulan had even packed some sorghum for her, instructing her on how to feed the hen upon her return. Sukan brought the hen home, where those who had come to help had already enclosed the henhouse. Now, all that remained was to place the hen inside. Lu Wenhao happily exclaimed, "Aunt Su, can I name it?" Sukan smiled and nodded. "Of course, what do you want to name it?" "I want to call it Chicken Mama." Pfft. Sukan burst into laughter. Beside him, Lu Wenyuan remarked, "That's not a name, all hens are called Chicken Mama." "How can Mama be a name?" Lu Wenliang suggested. "Let us call it Fatty." Lu Wenyuan immediately pouted. "You're the fatty." Lu Wenhao joined in. "Yeah, you're the fatty." Tian Tian also furrowed her brow, glaring at Lu Wenliang. Recently, the older kids in the village had taken to calling Aunt Su Fatty, a nickname the three siblings despised. Chapter 70. Suicide. Sukan was amused by the antics of the three siblings. Lu Wenliang hadn't meant any harm, had he? Lu Wenliang timidly nodded. He truly hadn't intended to offend, it was just that the nickname had been thrown around so much lately that he had said it without thinking. Moreover, he didn't dare to deliberately offend the third sister and law. I in the old Lu family, despite being the children of the eldest branch, the three kids had always been bullied growing up, hence they had all developed somewhat timid personalities like Lu Hongjun. They wouldn't be bullied here with the third sister-in-law, which is why Lu Wenliang blurted it out, not realizing he had misspoken. Sukan continued, "See, Wenliang didn't mean it, now let us keep thinking of names." Lu Wenhao's eyes twinkled as he spotted the bright stars in the sky. "Then I'll call it Mighty Star." Sukan gave him a thumbs up. "That's a great name. From now on, it shall be called Mighty Star." Lu Wenhao jumped with joy, while Lu Wenyuan pursed his lips, and all the children began to laugh. Sukan, seeing him so delighted, said, "Since you named it, how about you take responsibility for its care from now on?" Lu Wenhao's eyes shone like stars. "Really, of course, but you must take good care of it, Aunt Su." "I will definitely take good care of it." Sukan took the children on a tour of the new house, where a bright 100-watt bulb illuminated the space. As they exited, Gao Yuzhen hurried back. "Third sister-in-law, your elder brother knows we've returned and insists that I and the children stay at the old Lu family." This news surprised Sukan, but can second sister-in-law allow you in? Currently only Lu Shuiyuan, the old patriarch, along with Lu Hongguo's wife Zhao Meixiang and their three children, remained in the old Lu family. However, Zhao Meixiang, much like her husband Lu Hongguo, was used to being domineering at home. It's because the old patriarch is home. He asked your elder brother to bring us back. Tonight, I'll assess the situation and make sure your elder brother writes an application for the land allocation. Discussing our plans for the house, your elder brother, he only talks to me, and to others, he can't even muster a proper response to, he's certainly one to come here. Sukan nodded. Gao Yuzhen's words were entirely reasonable. Even if Zhao Meixiang did not wish to let them back in, if Lu Shuiyuan were to become angry, she would undoubtedly have to comply, regardless of whether old lady Lu would eventually drive them out. It was indeed necessary to discuss the house construction and treatment for the leg with the couple tonight. "Alright, sister-in-law, you take the children back to sleep, then I'll take the children back." Good. As Gao Yuzhen led the three children away from the door, the sound of the door closing and locking echoed behind them. Taking advantage of the night, she raised her hand to touch the bulging spot in her bosom, where 100 crisp bills lay. Even now, her heart raced with excitement. From the moment she acquired the money, it was impossible to say she hadn't been shaken. However, recalling what Lu Qingsheng had said, that once Lu Zhandong recuperated, he would return to the army, she knew that their family would still have to rely on the old Lu family. Gao Yuzhen was merely a rural woman, lacking foresight. She understood that living in Taohua village, she could not rely solely on Sukan, an outsider. What if one day, she too took her children to Lu Zhandong's unit, leaving her family to continue life in Taohua village? Above all, Lu Qingsheng and Yang Yali had brought her and her three children back from her family. She felt an obligation to repay that kindness. After much contemplation, she firmly believed she must stand with the old Lu family. That night marked the first time, after the new house was completed, that only Sukan and the three children occupied the home. Once the door was shut, the three little ones joyfully rushed into the new house. With such a spacious and bright new dwelling, the old dilapidated house suddenly seemed uninviting. "Aunt Su, can we sleep here tonight?" Lu Wenhao, the eager one, rubbed his small hands in excitement. Lu Wenyuan's eyes also shone with anticipation. For some time, the four of them had been sleeping on that earthen kong, feeling somewhat constrained. Now that they had a new house, even if the walls and floor were still damp, they were eager to sleep inside. "No way, it's still quite wet inside. Besides, the doors and windows aren't installed yet. There will be mosquitoes at night, and who knows what bugs might crawl in. Aren't you scared?" Lu Wenhao puffed out his chest. "Not scared, I'll stomp on those little bugs. Lu Wenyuan also chimed in, Aunt Su, the walls are no longer damp, they've dried out. As you can listen to the words of the two individuals. Extending his hand to feel the wall surface, then crouching down to touch the ground. It was the height of summer, and the blazing sun outside made the interior of the house dry at an astonishing pace. Though it had not yet completely dried, Aunt Su, please let us sleep here. I beg you. Lu Wenhao gazed at her imploringly, glancing at Lu Wenyuan beside him. Sukan smiled and nodded. All right, if you are not afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes. You may sleep here tonight, but what will you lay on the ground? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenhao dashed out of the room, soon returning with a tattered piece of plastic sheeting. He spread it out on the floor. Seeing their determination, Sukan could not simply stand by. She stepped outside to the yard and fetched some dry grass, laying it atop the plastic. Then she brought out the only small mattress they owned, placing it on top, and finally draped a sheet over them for warmth. As Sukan returned to the old house with Lu Xiaotian, she heard the two brothers joyfully exclaiming in their new home. Sukan smiled in response. It was indeed a wonderful experience for boys to have such memories during their childhood, which would surely fill their future recollections with happiness and joy. Today, Lu Hongjun was preparing the Kong in the new house. Having made arrangements with Zhou Qingshan the day before, and now that the main door was in place, they had to fend for themselves at dawn. Perhaps due to some lingering concern, Sukan awoke early that morning. She planned to take Uncle Zhou's horse cart to the market, as she had refrained from purchasing certain items previously due to a lack of space. Now that there was a courtyard wall and the new house was built, she felt free to shop without restraint. She first checked on the two little ones in the new house, finding them sleeping soundly, one to the east and the other to the west. Not wanting to disturb their slumber, she proceeded to brush her teeth and wash her face. By the time she finished preparing breakfast, the children had awakened. During the meal, she cautioned the three kids that she would be going to the market alone today, while Lu Hongjun and Zhou Qingshan would come over to prepare the Kong, urging them not to wander off. Just as they were finishing their breakfast, a loud banging echoed at the door. Hearing the commotion, Sukan walked over to remove the door latch and opened the door, only to find Lu Wenliang sobbing uncontrollably. Whoa, my mom jumped into the reservoir. Chapter 71, This woman, how could she be even more foolish than I? Sukan was taken aback. Repeat that, who jumped into the reservoir? She wondered if she had misheard. Just last night Yao Yuzhen had borrowed 1,000 yuan from her. It was unimaginable that she would jump into the reservoir. Lu Wenliang, with his mouth agape, continued to wail, my mom jumped into the reservoir. Was she rescued? Lu Wenliang nodded. Then wait for me a moment. Sukan initially intended to instruct the three children to stay home and guard the house, but reconsidered, thinking it better to have them accompany her given their young age. She sent Lu Wenyuan back to fetch the lock and key, secured the main door, and then led the children towards the reservoir. To the southwest of Taohua village lay a large reservoir, constructed during a previous movement. Whenever it rained, the reservoir would invariably hold some water, and after a few consecutive days of downpour, it could nearly reach capacity. At that moment, the water level was not particularly high, yet it posed a drowning risk. On the way, Sukan could not comprehend the situation. Lu Wenliang seemed utterly clueless, only aware that his mother had jumped into the reservoir in a fit of despair. Encountering several villagers along the path, Sukan felt that since Gao Yuzhen had been rescued, it was best not to spread the news. She needed to ascertain the full story first. Sukan, being of ample build, struggled to keep pace with the seasoned laborers. By the time she arrived breathless, she discovered that Gao Yuzhen had already been rescued. She leaned weakly against a stone by the reservoir, drenched and appearing feeble. A villager stood nearby, drenched and holding a hoe, evidently the one who had saved her. Although Sukan did not know him, she immediately expressed her gratitude as he trudged away. Gao Yuzhen's three children squatted beside her, filled with fear and anxiety, their faces streaked with tears. Clearly they were traumatized. Sister-in-law, I am so sorry for you. Upon seeing Sukan, Gao Yuzhen uttered only this, falling silent when Sukan pressed for details. The villagers, noticing she was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. They wished to inquire about the cause but were met with her tight-lipped silence. Ultimately, it was Sukan who suggested taking her back to her home, at which point she reluctantly agreed to be assisted back. Appearing utterly drained upon reaching the village's edge, she sat beside a cornfield, refusing to move. Sister-in-law, I need to speak with you. Upon hearing this, the others naturally dispersed. Sukan directed her three children and Gao Yuzhen's three children to play a distance away. Once they were alone, Gao Yuzhen attempted to kneel before Sukan, but Sukan swiftly caught her. Elder sister-in-law, what are you doing? Please, tell me what happened. There is no fire mountain we cannot overcome together. Gao Yuzhen resumed her seat on the stone, looking down at the ground. Sister-in-law, the 1,000 yuan you lent me yesterday, I lost it. Upon finishing, she burst into tears. How could I be so foolish? 1,000 yuan, that was my lifeline. How will I survive? Sukan furrowed her brow but did not lose her temper. Elder sister-in-law, think carefully. When did you lose the money? Gao Yuzhen choked back her tears. I don't know. I specifically placed it under my pillow while sleeping, but this morning it was gone. Have you asked the second sister-in-law? I did, but she said I was joking and questioned if I had gone mad thinking about money because of my poverty. Gao Yuzhen clenched her fists and pounded her chest. How could I be so foolish? I truly deserve to die, I really do. Seeing her in such despair, Sukan grasped her hand comfortingly. Elder sister-in-law, money lost is lost. Consider that 1,000 yuan is simply having slipped from my own grasp. Do not be disheartened, money can be earned again, but your health is paramount, Yao Yuzhen cried. But without money, how will our family manage in the future? I still have 1,000 yuan on hand. How about this? I will lend you 500 for now that we can prioritize building your house. I heard from the Qingshan brothers that constructing a house should cost less than 300 yuan. As for your brother-in-law's leg, we can wait for Zhandong to return, and the two of them can discuss it. Don't be upset. Yao Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback by Su Kan's words. She had merely spoken casually before, never expecting Su Kan to not only dismiss the 1,000 yuan but also offer her another 500. This woman, how could she be so much more naive than herself? You can truly lend me another 500, Su Kan smiled. Of course. We are not devoid of funds, rest assured, as long as I am here, your house will surely be built, your brother-in-law's leg will be treated as well. 1,000 yuan was indeed a considerable sum in this era, yet Su Kan did not regard it with such weight. After all, she had come from the 21st century as a bodyguard and believed she could earn much more. Observing Yao Yuzhen's vacant stare, her mouth moving several times without uttering a word, Su Kan sensed her lingering sorrow and helped her to stand. Elder sister-in-law, you and the children have not had breakfast yet. Come, let me prepare something delicious for you. Yao Yuzhen, supported by Su Kan, took a few steps before shaking her head. No. It's unnecessary, I must return to search again, perhaps I can find it. She paused. By the way, sister-in-law, your elder brother-in-law is still unaware that I borrowed money from you, rest assured, I promise not to tell him. Then, I shall head back. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Su Kan ultimately escorted her to the entrance of the old Lu family home. Watching as she and her 3 children entered before leading Lu Wenyuan and his siblings back home. As they approached the entrance, they spotted Uncle Zhou at the gate with his horse cart. Accompanied by Zhou Qingshan and Lu Hongjun, it appeared that Lu Hongjun was still unaware of his wife Yao Yuzhen's plunge into the reservoir. You 3 listen closely, under no circumstances are you to tell your uncle about your aunt jumping into the reservoir. Understood. The 3 siblings nodded in unison. Su Kan handed the key to Lu Wenyuan, instructing the brothers to run ahead and unlock the gate. However, as Lu Wenyuan reached the entrance, he suddenly turned back. Aunt Su, our gate is open. Su Kan furrowed her brow. How did it open? I don't know. A sense of foreboding arose within her. The key was in her possession, and the 3 children had been with her the entire time. Who could have opened the gate? She quickly walked to the entrance, where Zhou Qingshan's expression appeared grave. Sister-in-law, you should go inside and check. The gate was open just now, and we thought you and the children were home. Zhou Qingshan's words sent a chill down Su Kan's spine. Without a moment to spare, she rushed into the courtyard, followed closely by the others. Chapter 72, disappeared without a trace. Chapter 73, a clever move. Let us address the matter directly. In this incident, have you truly done nothing at all? It was your sister-in-law who borrowed the money. Technically, after borrowing it, she is under no obligation to return a single cent to us. This morning's incident at the reservoir was also her doing. Now, asking you to take 100 without cause is merely a favor done in light of your brother's standing. Do you not understand this? Zhao Meishan gritted her teeth in frustration. Fine, 100 it is. After all, once Lu Hongwu returns, she would ensure that some of the remaining funds were reclaimed. Liu Qingsheng handed her 10 large bills, and Zhao Meishan, clutching the money, stormed out with a loud bang. Deliberately slamming the east wing door behind her, Yao Yuzhen gazed at Lu Qingsheng and said, Qingsheng, you have shown our family such immense kindness, this favor will forever be etched in my heart. Though she lacked formal education, she understood the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Liu Qingsheng pointed out that he had kept 200 for himself and handed her the remaining money, saying, Sister-in-law, you are treating me as an outsider. We are now family, so rest assured that if you or big brother ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. As long as I have a morsel to eat in this household, I will ensure that you 4 do not go hungry. Yao Yuzhen was profoundly moved by his words and handed him 100 yuan, saying, Qingsheng, I'll give you another 100. This kind-hearted younger brother truly treated her with such generosity that she felt somewhat guilty accepting such a sum. Lu Qingsheng graciously accepted. Sister-in-law, since you insist, I shall take it. I am indeed in need of funds in the county these days. However, you can rest easy. Once second brother returns, I will take big brother to the hospital. His leg cannot be delayed any longer, and now, I must hurry back to the hospital. I need to inform mother about your and the children's return to avoid any further disturbances. You must speak well of me and your brother. She urged. Do not worry, sister-in-law, he reassured her, but before I leave, I should go calm down second sister-in-law, as she is quite upset at the moment. I would not want her to trouble you after I depart. Qingsheng, your kindness overwhelms me. I truly do not know what to say. Aren't we family? He replied. You stay inside. I will go speak with second sister-in-law. Very well. Zhao Meishan returned to the south wing and immediately began to vent her frustrations. Throwing things and hurling insults, even before Lu Qingsheng entered, he could hear her tirade, but he remained unperturbed. As he entered the south wing and closed the door, he cast a glance at the east wing door. Second sister-in-law, why can't you remain composed? Lu Qingxing remarked, his voice low. Zhao Meixiang shot him an irritated glare. How can you be oblivious? Your second brother treats you so well, bringing you gifts every time he visits the post office. You are ungrateful, second sister-in-law. Whether I am ungrateful or not, you will know once you hear me out, he replied. Zhao Meixiang sulkily settled on the edge of the Kong. Fine, then speak. I am curious to hear your explanation. Lu Qingxing craned his neck and looked outside through the window before continuing in a hushed tone. Second sister-in-law, do you really think I handed her 700 yuan? What do you mean by that? She inquired. You gave her the money, so why question its authenticity? Oh, Zhao Meixiang rolled her eyes at him. Lu Qingxing leaned closer, lowering his voice further. Consider this, the money was borrowed by her, and she was the one who jumped into the reservoir this morning. If I do not elevate her status a bit, she will certainly feel shortchanged. Thus, I intentionally allowed her to take 700 yuan, but it will merely pass through her hands. As long as we devise a plan, she will not retain a single cent. Zhao Meixiang's eyes sparkled with interest. What do you propose? Just think about it. If she possesses this 700 yuan, she will inevitably, like that Rotun Su, run off to build a house. Once she is living her leisurely life, she will cease to care about this family's welfare, won't she? I see your point, Zhao Meixiang nodded, but why allow her to take that much money in the first place? That was a mistake. Lu Qingxing smiled. You do not understand. I let her take that much to silence her. She is quite a handful, and from now on, if any issues arise, they will be her own concern, not ours. Oh, you are being so convoluted. Just tell me plainly what you mean, Zhao Meixiang exclaimed, growing impatient. My meaning is simple. Once I reach the county, have the children send sister-in-law away, and then take that money for yourself, leave not a single cent behind. At that point, she will be left with nothing to say, nor will she dare to complain. I in this household, she will continue to serve, and how you choose to utilize her will be entirely up to you and mother. Zhao Meixiang's face lit up with delight. You clever rascal, you have quite the cunning mind. This plan is excellent. Rest assured, I will execute it adeptly, leaving no trace for her to grasp. Second sister-in-law, I knew you would be the most reliable. I must hurry back now. Second brother requires my assistance. Do not think I pocketed this 100 yuan. It will all be spent on him in the county. As for that 700 yuan, keep it for yourself. I will not breathe a word to anyone. Naturally, Lu Qingxing would not mention the additional 100 given by Gao Yuzhen. Zhao Meixiang, upon hearing this, smiled. Old forth. I feel embarrassed for second sister-in-law. How about this? Just keep that 100 for now. When he stated that he would not take the 700 yuan, Zhao Meixiang readily produced the 100 she had just received. Even so, she would still be left with 600. Most importantly, she feared that Lu Qingxing might end up with nothing while also informing the elder matriarch about the 700 yuan. Lu Qingxing accepted it without hesitation, pocketing it. Second sister-in-law, in this family, only second brother, and you have treated me well. I am fully aware of that. This 100 is not for my personal use. I must see to it that second brother recovers swiftly. That Rotun Su has built a new house. You and second brother should use this money to build one as well, just to spite her. Zhao Meixiang beamed with joy. Oh, Qingxing, your kindness to me is truly touching. You can rest assured that I will never treat you unfairly in the future. I knew I could count on you. Second sister-in-law, now, I must take my leave. Be sure to consider your actions carefully before proceeding. Yes, don't worry. I guarantee it will go smoothly. Lu Qingxing swiftly departed from Taohua village on his bicycle. The road ahead was all downhill, and as he approached the entrance of Lujiakan, he encountered a stretch of flat ground. He stopped at the bend, noticing two bicycles parked there and two men crouched in the cornfield, one of whom waved at him. Lu Qingxing glanced around to ensure no one was watching, parked his bicycle by the roadside, and jumped into the cornfield, quickly making his way to where the two men were hiding. Where's the money? Lu Qingxing asked impatiently. The two men were Lu Dazhuang from Lujiakan and Qian Gaosheng from the next village, notorious rascals in their respective communities. This morning, they had stolen 1,000 yuan from Su Kan's family. Lu Dazhuang rummaged in his pocket for a while before producing a thick wad of cash and handing it to Lu Qingzhang. Lu Qingxing quickly counted it, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why is there only 400? We had originally agreed that I would take 600, and you two would each take 200. Qian Gaosheng scratched his head. Qingsheng, but you didn't lift a finger throughout this whole ordeal. We worked hard to make this happen. You have no idea how frightened we were on our way back. Our hearts are still racing. Lu Qingsheng shot him a disdainful look. Racing hearts? Spare me that nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of your previous escapades? You two have been pilfering from others for ages. Why does it suddenly become a first for you with me? Don't try to fool me. I am telling you, that money belongs to the Lu family. If I take nothing, I will report you to the authorities, and then let us see who gets even a penny. You won't get a cent. And you'll end up in prison for at least 10 years. The two men panicked at his words. That won't do. You were the one who encouraged us to do this. How can you report us? You claim I encouraged you, so tell me what benefits I received from this. If I hadn't cooperated with you, would you have been able to steal this much money? Enough of this nonsense, either give me 600, or I will take nothing. Lu Qingsheng was resolute. He would not let them con him out of his share. Seeing their expressions, Lu Dazhuang and Qian Gaosheng exchanged glances and finally relented. Each of them handed him another 100, and only then did Lu Qingsheng's expression lighten. Now that is what I call cooperation. If you two had tried to pull a one-time scheme, I would have ensured neither of you would benefit. I in the future, if anything like this occurs again, I will be the first to approach you for collaboration. Lu Qingsheng glanced around. You two should hurry back. Do not leave together. I must leave first. If anyone asks, you have never seen me, understood? Qingsheng, do not worry. We won't be that foolish, then we are in agreement. Lu Qingsheng quickly emerged from the cornfield, riding away on his bicycle, elated. He had not anticipated that this operation would unfold so smoothly. Moreover, he had not expected that Su Can would possess such a substantial sum of money. The thought that she was now left with nothing while he had gained 1,000 yuan filled him with glee. The previous day, while resting by the roadside, they had devised this plan. Afterward, he and Yang Yali did not return to Taohua village. Instead, they headed to Xingfu village, where Yang Yali took the national road to the county. He, on the other hand, took a lengthy detour to the bank in Lujiakan. That fat fool had been causing trouble for the Lu family since arriving in Taohua village. Now, he had become a pauper overnight. Lu Qingsheng was eager to see how that woman would maneuver next. As Su Can rode out of Taohua village in Grandpa Zhou's cart, she caught sight of the family cemetery nestled against a small hill. Bathed in sunlight, the rare sight of red brick houses was a rarity in this era, particularly a cluster of them. Grandpa, do we have any vendors who come here to sell things? Grandfather Zhou chuckled softly. Us farmers, what do we have to sell to them? It's more likely we'll be the ones purchasing from them. Such occurrences had never transpired in the village. Primarily, the employees residing in the family compound were far more knowledgeable than the villagers. Lacking for nothing. To the north of the mountain, there was a supply and marketing cooperative where villagers could indeed procure goods, yet they were prohibitively expensive. How could we humble farmers afford such prices? If I were to enter and sell some rare items, how could I gain access to the family compound? Although every street in the compound led directly to the road in the center of the village, each street was guarded by a gate, making entry seemingly difficult. One would need to be acquainted with someone inside. However, there was a cave ascending from the family compound, which the workers used to commute. Perhaps selling items at the roadside there could be feasible. Grandfather Zhou had never entertained such notions, nor had anyone in the entirety of Peach Blossom Village. After all, there was hardly anything of value to sell. Su Can nodded, choosing not to delve further into the discussion. Presently she had merely over 40 yuan left to her name. She could not afford to sit idly and await her fate. She first visited the state-run grocery store to purchase all the pig offal available, along with 2 jin of meat, then acquired a scale before requesting Grandfather Zhou to escort her to Chanlu village, which was the maternal home of Gao Yuzhen. Upon entering the village, she inquired and located a household near the hillside. Before even reaching the entrance, the pungent scent of goat droppings wafted through the air, accompanied by the incessant bleating of goats. The front door was wide open. Su Can approached and called out a few times. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman with a slight vision impairment emerged. One of her eyes resembled a glass orb while the other squinted, giving the impression that she was gazing elsewhere. Upon meeting Su Can's gaze, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, sister-in-law. Is this the home of Gao Yuzhen?" Upon hearing this, the woman clasped her hands together. "Yes, are you here for Gao Yuzhen? She was taken away yesterday." Su Can chuckled softly. "Sister-in-law, that can't be true. I am Gao Yuzhen's sister-in-law. Our family sent me to bring her back. You say she was taken away yesterday. Nothing unfortunate has happened to her, has it?" The woman grew irate at this. "That is impossible. Yesterday morning, the child's 4th uncle and the 3rd sister-in-law of your Lu family came and took all 4 of them away. Let me make it clear. Do not think of coming to our home to claim anyone." With her temperament, bringing along 3 burdens back to her maternal home without even a token of gratitude. How miserly, eating and drinking from our home and leaving without even a thank you. Now, what, coming here to demand someone back? "No, you'd best leave." The woman, seeing Su Can empty-handed, grabbed a broom from the corner and began sweeping the ground vigorously. Su Can understood that she was being shown the door. Sister-in-law, perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. "You carry on. I shall take my leave now." With that, Su Can exited the small courtyard. Initially, she had intended to bring some gifts, hoping to offer snacks and malted milk powder to the elderly, should the woman's demeanor be amiable, but given the current situation, she thought it better to take those items back to her 3 children instead. The moment she stepped through the gate, her expression darkened. The child's 4th uncle, the 3rd sister-in-law of the Lu family. It was immediately clear who those 2 were, Lu Qingsheng and Yang Yali. It seemed her suspicions had indeed been confirmed. Chapter 75. The mad dog. Gao Yuzhen had lamented to herself that it was her maternal family that had returned home, yet the truth was that she had been taken away by Lu Qingsheng and Yang Yali that very morning. Both had ridden bicycles. Even if they had walked back to Peach Blossom Village, they ought to have returned before nightfall. However, Lu Qingsheng and Yang Yali had not returned to Peach Blossom Village last night. indicating they had merely offered Gao Yuzhen advice before returning to the county town. Thus, whatever predicament befell the Lu family would not concern them. It appeared that whether it was borrowing 1,000 yuan or jumping into a reservoir, those suggestions originated from Lu Qingxing and Yang Yali. Can let out a cold laugh, chiding herself for having lowered her guard and placed too much trust in Gao Yuzhen. Nonetheless, this incident proved that Lu Qingxiang was indeed unscrupulous. Calculating against her, was he? Very well, she would not hold back in the future. Around noon, Su Can and grandfather Zhou returned to Peach Blossom Village. Before they even reached their doorstep, she was inundated with news. Zhan Dong's wife. The Lu family is at it again. The elder and second branches are at each other's throats. This time, Gao Yuzhen has gone mad. Who would have thought she could be so fierce? Indeed, I've never seen her like this, fighting like a wild animal and beating Zhao Meixiang mercilessly. Isn't that the truth? Previously, Zhao Meixiang seemed so formidable, but when it came to blows, she was no match for Gao Yuzhen. Truly bizarre, what could have triggered such a sudden altercation? The villagers, while aware of the fierce brawl between the sisters-in-law, remained oblivious to the cause. Upon hearing this, Su Can immediately grasped the situation. Gao Yuzhen had likely realized she had been duped but was left unable to voice her grievances. Grandfather Zhou cautioned Su Can, niece-in-law, do not involve yourself in this quarrel. It's merely trivial matters that cannot be clearly articulated. Su Can nodded. Uncle, I shall heed your advice, regardless of how fierce the fight became. Neither party was virtuous. Su Can unloaded the pig offal, placing it into the basin she had previously purchased. In the courtyard, Zhou Qingshan and Lu Hongjun were busy making mud bricks, and grandfather Zhou went to assist them. Su Can began to clean the pig offal. First, she drew 2 buckets of water from the well, then took a small stool to start processing it. Lu Wenyuan entered the courtyard with Lu Wenhao and Lu Xiaotian. The 3 siblings gathered around Su Can, eager to report the gossip they had heard. Aunt Su, this morning, Lu Dezhuang from Lu family village came to our village. Someone saw him, and the moneylender Chang Shang also arrived. Aunt Su Wenhu said the 4th uncle returned last night too. Su Can paused. Lu Laosi, so that means your aunt was at home when she jumped into the reservoir. Yes, Wenhu said so. When did he leave? Lu Wenyuan pondered. Before you went to the market. Su Can continued her work while inquiring. I heard your aunt and second aunt got into a fight. What exactly happened? Lu Wenhao leaned in. Aunt Su, it was quite a fierce fight. The formidable second aunt was brought to tears. And your aunt, at home, I suppose. Su Can glanced at Lu Hongjun, who was working alongside Zhou Qingshan, and it seemed he had not bothered to check on the situation even once. Whether out of disdain or exhaustion, she remained silent for a moment before choosing to approach him. Elder brother, I heard from the children that sister-in-law and second sister-in-law are fighting. You should go check on her. Lu Hongjun continued his work, barely pausing to respond. No need. Zhou Qingshan interjected. Sister-in-law, don't bother with those women, they can turn the smallest of matters into a ruckus. If something truly significant were amiss, they would have come running over. Su Can nodded, refraining from further persuasion. The process of cleaning the pig offal proved laborious. After rinsing it once, she set it aside and went to the dining area to prepare lunch. The 3 siblings naturally followed her, lighting the fire and washing vegetables. Aunt Su, when are we going to see my father? Lu Wenhao asked, his round eyes filled with anticipation. Su Can smiled. In a couple of days. Once we've tidied up the house a bit more, Aunt Su will take you to the hospital. Then not be why that time, we might even bring your father home directly. Really? The 3 siblings stared at Su Can, their eyes sparkling with hope. Of course, once the new Kong is set up and the windows installed, we will go fetch him. All right. Their faces beamed with joy at her words, their eyes shining brightly. Gao Yuzhen never anticipated that the 600 yuan she had just acquired would be snatched away so swiftly. Shortly after Lu Qingxing departed, she hurried to find a place to hide the money. After all, a 600 yuan was quite a thick stack, and in the summer heat, it was all too evident if concealed on one's person. That woman Zhao Meixiang was undoubtedly burning with envy. She had to hide it well. Previously, the earth Kong in the east wing had been constructed by Lu Hongjun, who had left a small hole beneath the wall, roughly the size of a pillow, covered by a wooden board. Whenever the family had a bit of money, Gao Yuzhen would stash it there. She would cover the board, lay down a straw mat and Kong bedding on top, rendering it nearly invisible. After securing the money, her father-in-law, Lu Shuiyuan, instructed her to fetch some water from the well, as the newly purchased water jar was empty. When she left, she even locked the door behind her. Little did she know that upon her return, the 600 yuan hidden in the Kong hole had vanished. Summoning the children to inquire, she learned that they had been sent to work shortly after she left. At that moment, her father-in-law had gone to the east wing to retrieve something. So the children had handed over the key, yet only Gao Yuzhen was aware that her father-in-law, Lu Shuiyuan, had no knowledge of the 600 yuan. Now that the money was missing, it could only have been stolen by Zhao Meixiang. Such a substantial sum. The moment Gao Yuzhen stepped outside, she charged at Zhao Meixiang without uttering a word. Zhao Meixiang, once brimming with a boisterous and formidable demeanor, found herself utterly outmatched by Gao Yuzhen's relentless ferocity. The 2 women exchanged blows in a fierce confrontation, and after numerous rounds, Zhao Meixiang emerged battered, with her face marred by scratches, strands of hair torn from her scalp, and her clothes in tatters. Her legs and body bore the brunt of the assault as Gao Yuzhen, resembling a rabid dog, initially faced resistance from Zhao Meixiang, who eventually found herself too weak to retaliate, witnessing Gao Yuzhen in a frenzied state. Her eyes ablaze with rage, Zhao Meixiang was gripped by fear and fled in haste. With no one to back her at home, she borrowed a bicycle and made her way to the county town. Chapter 76. A spectacle awaits. Zhao Meixiang traversed mountains and valleys, pedaling for over 10 miles, but had only covered half the distance when she encountered the returning Lu Laotai and Lu Hongwu in a horse-drawn cart. Followed by Lu Qingxing and Yang Yali on bicycles. Zhao Meixiang, who marred your face? Lu Hongwu inquired, glaring with his bovine eyes. Lu Laotai furrowed her brow and exclaimed, you've been assaulted, haven't you? Who dares lay a hand on our Lu family's daughter-in-law? Lu Qingxing and Yang Yali were equally perplexed, especially Lu Qingxing, who had just departed the village only to discover Zhao Meixiang in such a disheveled state upon his return. Their inquiries prompted Zhao Meixiang to break down in tears. Recounting the harrowing events, upon learning that her injuries were inflicted by Gao Yuzhen, everyone was taken aback. That wretched woman seems intent on causing chaos in our family, now that my mother-in-law is away. She's clearly seeking trouble. She may have appeared docile, but like the eldest, she's just as obstinate. Wait until I get home to deal with her. Lu Laotai, who had always favored her second daughter-in-law, was incensed to learn it was the eldest daughter-in-law who had attacked. Lu Hongwu's rage surged. That dog of a woman has dared to bully my family. They are impoverished, yet she accuses you of theft. She's lost her mind. Let's return home. I want to see just how brazen she is. Having suffered humiliation at Su Can's hands, Lu Hongwu had been seething for days, and now that Gao Yuzhen had assaulted his wife, he could hardly contain his anger. The group made their way back, with Lu Qingxing intentionally lagging behind to walk alongside Zhao Meixiang. Once they were a safe distance from the cart, he asked, sister-in-law, did she catch you when you were handling money? Zhao Meixiang, exasperated, replied, how could that be? Our father sent her to fetch water, and I had the children watching at the front gate the entire time. Who would have known she would claw at me when she couldn't find the money? You wouldn't believe it. I've never seen her act like that. She was truly like a rabid dog. And the money, you didn't return it to her, did you? Zhao Meixiang huffed. If I had returned it, would I have endured all this pain for nothing? I shall not give a single cent to that woman. Lu Qingxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, you make a valid point. Why are you all back so soon? Can your second brother's leg handle it? The doctor said he could recover at home. Staying in the hospital would just incur unnecessary costs. Besides, we have that fat woman at home, and no one feels secure. That fat woman surely has little money left. Didn't a thief break into her house this morning? They ransacked the place, claiming nothing was lost, which means she must be broke, right, if she had money. Would the thief have left empty-handed? Lu Qingxing nodded. I suspect she does feel robbed but wouldn't dare admit it. How many people have been envious of her house-building endeavors lately, if word got out that she lost money? Others would surely mock her. She'll have to swallow her pride. Hearing this, Zhao Meixiang's spirits lifted. So she is now utterly destitute. Oh, how I wonder how she will manage now. Rest assured, she must be out of money. Now we can sit back and enjoy the show. Splendid. Yang Yali, having gleaned the situation from Zhao Meixiang and Lu Qingxing, understood the unfolding drama. The previous morning, she and Lu Qingxing had brought Gao Yuzhen and her 3 children from Changlu village. Lu Qingxing had suggested borrowing 1,000 yuan from Gao Yuzhen, and upon hearing Zhao Meixiang mention the theft at Su Can's home, she pieced together the events, although she envied the substantial sum of money. She was acutely aware that it would not find its way into her hands. Her primary concern was expelling Su Can from Taohua village. However, with Su Can now financially strapped, she was curious how Gao Yuzhen would account for this to Lu Zhandong and whether she would continue to treat her 3 children with the same affection. Given her hefty frame, one could surmise she would hoard any delicacies for herself. Regardless, it seemed that a captivating spectacle was on the horizon, bringing some relief from the grievances endured. By the time the group returned to Taohua village, it was past lunchtime. The oppressive heat had lulled the villagers into slumber, leaving the streets nearly deserted. The cart had been arranged by Lu Qingxing the day before for a mere 1 yuan. He carried Lu Hongwu into the house, followed closely by the others into the courtyard. Upon entering, they found Gao Yuzhen sitting dazed at the entrance of the eastern room, her hair disheveled, and her clothing in tatters. The 3 children crouched beside her, rising nervously to their feet as they spotted Lu Laotai and the others, pressing against the wall in trepidation. Mother Hu, why have you returned? Upon seeing Lu Laotai's fierce demeanor, Gao Yuzhen stood up, trembling with anxiety. You truly deserve a beating. Who permitted you to enter this household? If you come back, you ought to behave and see how you've tarnished the face of the second family. Are you a rabid dog biting at will? After all these years, how have you become more beastly? Lu Laotai, seated on a large stone, unleashed her tirade upon Gao Yuzhen. Gao Yuzhen's face flickered between red and white, but she could not swallow the matter of the 600 yuan. Mother, I never intended to strike her. It was she who stole my money while I was fetching water. Silence. Zhao Meixiang stole your money? How much could you possibly have, after all these years in the Lu family? Do you think you've amassed a fortune? With your meager savings, would Zhao Meixiang even bother? You resemble the eldest, stubborn as a mule. Muddled in your thoughts, dreaming of wealth and madness. If you're insane, go outside and act out. Do not bring your chaos to the Lu family. Gao Yuzhen was left speechless, realizing that even if she revealed the 600 yuan incident, no one would believe her. From the inner room came Lu Hongwu's furious bellow. Mother, we cannot harbor such a mad dog, let her go where it's cooler. The Lu family cannot afford to maintain such a big spender. They should leave immediately. Lu Shuayuan, squatting at the entrance, interjected. If they leave the Lu family, where will they go? I have heard of the treatment the eldest daughter-in-law received when she returned to her mother's home. If we cast them out now, they might not even be able to return to their family. They can go wherever they please, but not here. They act like rabid dogs, biting everyone. Who knows when they might endanger us all? And as for my leg, if it weren't for Lu Hongjuan's meddling, would I have suffered such an injury? Lu Hongwu, seething with hatred for his elder brother Lu Hongjun, thought, had he not insisted on aiding that fat woman with her house, would his leg be in such a state? Chapter 77. A break in relations. Hearing Lu Hongwu's words, Gao Yuzhen trembled in fear. Leaving this household meant her family of 4 would no longer have a place to shelter from the storm. Previously, they could return to her maternal home, but now they would be forced to live in a sheep pen, enduring a wretched existence and daily scolded by her sister-in-law. Such a life was one she would never endure. As her second son spoke, Lu Laodai chimed in. The eldest and Hongjun are now wealthy, aligning themselves with that hefty woman, and our Lu family can no longer accommodate your family of 5. Hurry up and leave, you're becoming an obstruction here. Lu Qingsheng added, sister-in-law, when I and the third sister-in-law brought your family of 4 back, it was with the intention of allowing you to live well. But who could have foreseen that upon your return, you would engage in a brawl with the second sister-in-law? Look at the state she is in. I cannot assist you if you continue to act madly. However, isn't your elder brother now on good terms with that fat woman? Perhaps you and your children should seek refuge with her. Gao Yuzhen could hardly believe Lu Qingsheng would suggest such a thing. Staring at him incredulously, Qingsheng, all these ideas were yours, you cannot abandon us. Lu Qingsheng's expression darkened. Sister-in-law, how can you speak such nonsense? What have I done to help you? Gao Yuzhen disregarded her words. Pointing at him, you were the one who urged me to borrow 1,000 yuan from the third sister-in-law, to feign jumping into the reservoir and claim that the money had been stolen. You, the second family, and I divided the money in the eastern room. I took 700, while you two took 100 each, and we gave 100 to our parents. These events transpired just this morning. You cannot deny them, these were indisputable facts, but no sooner had she finished, Lu Laotai spat in her face. Shut your mouth. Did a trip to your maternal home muddle your brain? Why are you speaking such nonsense? You are indebted to that rotund individual for 1,000 yuan. Why don't you venture outside and speak with the villagers, and see if anyone believes you? You're merely babbling nonsense with your mouth agape. It is utterly ridiculous. Hurry along, Qingsheng, keep a vigilant eye on them. If they refuse to leave, use the fork to usher them out. Old Madame Lu entered the hall, her petite feet barely making a sound. Her expression stern. Gao Yuzhen, holding on to a glimmer of hope, turned to Lu Qingsheng. Qingsheng. But as soon as she spoke, he furrowed his brow and waved her off impatiently. Enough, just go. I have already shown you more kindness than you deserve. Previously he had contemplated keeping his elder brother's family around to toil for him, but now he believed that expelling them entirely, causing trouble for Su Can, would be the best outcome. Gao Yuzhen's face turned ashen as she trembled, her lips quivering. Qingsheng, please, help me one more time, leave at once, Lu Qingsheng replied, leaning closer to her, lowering his voice. You've sold me out entirely. And you still expect my assistance? Gao Yuzhen, are you dreaming? Lu Qingsheng turned to Zhao Meixiang beside him. Second sister-in-law, I'm starving, let us prepare a meal. He had just glanced into the pot and found it empty. Zhao Meixiang initially hesitated to cook, but seeing Gao Yuzhen's state, her mood lifted. I'll start cooking right away. Lu Qingsheng took Yang Yali to the main hall, and as he closed the door, old Madame Lu's voice echoed behind them. Qingsheng, has that person left yet? Mother, not yet. Rest assured, if she dares to stay, I'll make sure to puff up her face. Meanwhile, Su Can had not rested since finishing her lunch. She had cleaned the pig offal she had purchased and began to marinate it. During her previous trip to the market, she had bought 4 steel pots specifically for this purpose, with dozens of pounds of pig offal. She would be kept busy for quite some time. The 3 children, too, were not napping. They busily assisted her. Zhou Qingshan went home to take a nap after lunch, while Lu Hongjun had nowhere else to go and silently molded mud bricks in the yard. Previously he had stayed at one family for 2 days, then moved to another, lacking a stable residence. After finishing with the pig offal, Su Can wanted the 3 children to take a nap, but unexpectedly, Lu Wenhao dashed out towards the front door. Lu Wenyuan, upon seeing this, also chased after him. Lu Wenhao soon returned, exclaiming, Ansu, Ansu. Su Can sat on a bench, watching him rush towards her like a whirlwind. Smiling as she asked, what is it? Lu Wenhao pointed towards the door. Aunt and Lu Wenawei have come again. Su Can lifted her gaze and saw Gao Yuzhen, disheveled and with tear-streaked cheeks. Entering, third sister-in-law, Su Can's expression grew cold as she observed Gao Yuzhen approach her. Just as she was about to speak, Gao Yuzhen suddenly knelt before her. Third sister-in-law, I am not a human being. Scold me, strike me dead. Sukan regarded her silently before turning to Lu Wenwei. Wenwei, 1 yuan, go and secure the front door. Yes, the two children swiftly ran to close the door and fasten the latch. As they returned, Lu Hongjun set down his tools and approached Yao Yuzhen. What trouble have you caused? Upon seeing her husband, Yao Yuzhen burst into tears, trembling uncontrollably for a long while. She could not utter a word. Sukan glanced at the children. Wenwei, 1 yuan, you all play outside. No one is allowed to enter the house, understood? The children nodded solemnly, sensing that the situation was far from favorable. After issuing her instructions, Sukan turned to Gao Yuzhen on the ground. Sister-in-law, let us discuss this inside. Without offering assistance, she turned to enter the old room. Gao Yuzhen, dazed and disoriented, glanced at Lu Hongjun before stumbling in after her. Lu Hongjun did not inquire further but followed her inside, shutting the door behind them. Gao Yuzhen knelt once more before Sukan. What have you done to wrong the third family? Lu Hongjun furrowed his brow at Gao Yuzhen. Something must have gone terribly amiss for his wife to act in such a manner. Sister-in-law, you had better stand and speak. Sukan took a seat on a stool. Gao Yuzhen shook her head vehemently, tears streaming uncontrollably. Third sister-in-law, I am so sorry. I am not human, she sobbed. Lu Hongjun, with a grave expression, stood by. Speak quickly about what transpired. Gao Yuzhen wept. Third sister-in-law, it was actually Lu Qingsheng and your sister Yan Yali who brought me and the three children back from my maternal home yesterday. We were so hungry that our stomachs were pressed against our backs. They bought us buns to eat, and I thought they were good people. Who would have known? Upon returning, Lu Qingsheng suggested I borrow 1,000 yuan from you. I thought it was necessary for building a house, treating your eldest brother's leg, and for future living expenses, so I truly needed that 1,000. Lu Hongjun's face turned ashen. You truly borrowed from the third sister-in-law? Chapter 78, Bloodshed. Gao Yuzhen nodded, gasping through her tears. I never thought you would actually lend it to me. Where is the money? Yao Yuzhen looked at her husband's forehead, veins bulging, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Last night, after the third sister-in-law lent it to me, I took the money home. The fourth brother suggested that I pretend to jump into the reservoir early this morning. I hurried over, and even had Wenliang specifically call the sister-in-law. Who could have imagined, when the sister-in-law went to the reservoir looking for me, a thief broke into our home? Sukan regarded her coldly. Even if a thief broke into my home, you still had 1,000 yuan in your possession, did you not? 1,000 yuan can accomplish many things, yet you come here weeping. What does that signify? She would not be swayed by a few tears from this woman. Gao Yuzhen wiped her tears and snotted crying. At that moment, Lu Qingsheng, Zhao Meixiang, and I sat on the Kong in the east room dividing that 1,000 yuan. Lu Qingsheng insisted I take 700. While he and the second family each took 100, and our parents also received 100, I thought he was being really kind to me, and I even secretly gave him 100. Who would have thought? As soon as Lu Qingsheng left, my father sent me to fetch water, and when I returned, all the money had been stolen by Zhao Meixiang. I sought her for the money, but she outright denied it. So you couldn't contain your anger and beat Zhao Meixiang severely. The Gao Yuzhen nodded through her tears, bowing repeatedly before Sukan. Third sister-in-law, I have wronged you. I have wronged you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Sukan quickly stepped forward to stop her, but as she raised her head, she struck her forehead against the ground, drawing blood. The ground was hard, and she truly had knocked herself. Yao Yuzhen, you will accompany me to find Lu Qingsheng. Lu Hongjun's face turned a deep shade of purple as he grabbed Gao Yuzhen, intending to drag her towards the door. Elder brother, wait a moment. Sukan stepped forward to block Lu Hongjun. We have yet to clarify this matter, and there is something I must ask the sister-in-law first. Hearing her words, Lu Hongjun released Gao Yuzhen with a frown. You had better spill every detail without omission. Yao Yuzhen collapsed on the ground. At this point, she had nothing left to conceal. She recounted how upon returning from the Lu family, Lu Qingsheng had outright denied any knowledge of the money. Sukan's expression remained icy. No, there is still something you have not disclosed. Gao Yuzhen was taken aback. Sister-in-law, I have revealed everything. There truly is nothing else. Sukan's sharp gaze pierced through her. Then tell me, how did our home end up ransacked by a thief this morning? I lent you 1,000 yuan, and still had 1,000 remaining. Do you realize that the 1,000 yuan was stolen by the thief? Lu Hongjun furrowed his brow, shooting a glance at Sukan. Gao Yuzhen immediately shook her head. Sister-in-law, I have told you everything I did, but the thief incident has nothing to do with me. After I returned from your place last night, Lu Qingsheng inquired about the circumstances of the loan, and without thinking, I revealed the location of your hidden money box to him. Good heavens! What have I done? As she reached this point, Gao Yuzhen suddenly realized, her regret overwhelming. Lu Hongjun clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. This time, he refrained from dragging his wife, instead turning to leave. He needed to assist Sukan in reclaiming the money. Elder brother, can you not be so hasty? The situation has yet to be clarified, and if you rush to find Lu Qingsheng now, do you think he will admit to anything? Sukan called after him. Lu Hongjun, fists clenched and face taut, replied, there are witnesses to confirm his actions. Zhan Dong is his biological brother. How could he possibly scheme against you? I must confront him and ascertain whether he still possesses any humanity. Not only was Lu Jiandong Lu Qingshang's biological brother, but Lu Hongjun was also his elder brother, yet this very younger brother had plotted against both the elder and third families. Was this still human? What good were witnesses? Elder brother, you should have Gao Yuzhen go tell the villagers of Taohua that I lent her 1,000 yuan. How many people do you think will believe her? And regarding the thief, the person who stole the money is neither Lu Qingshang nor was the loan made by him. When the time comes, what will you say? Will you claim he stole that 1,000 yuan? Or that he informed the thief? Who can prove it? Su Can's words rendered Lu Hongjuan's complexion particularly unpleasant. 2,000 yuan had simply vanished. Sister-in-law, if you can swallow this anger, I cannot. 2,000 yuan, such a sum could construct 4 houses in Peach Blossom Village. Enough to build 10 homes. With so much money, he had never imagined he would possess such wealth in his lifetime. I have no intention of swallowing this grievance. However, we must not act impulsively regarding this matter. It is quite evident that the old Lu family is eagerly awaiting our downfall. If you and your sister-in-law return now, aside from being scolded, you will likely become the subject of ridicule throughout the entire Peach Blossom Village. Others will think you both have gone mad with dreams of wealth, and they will seize the opportunity to revel in my misfortune due to my losses. The more you seek them out now, the more delighted they will be of the way the Lu family treats themselves now. They will undoubtedly repay it in the future. It is simply not the right time. Lu Hongjun wore a tense expression, remaining silent, for every word Su Can spoke was undeniably true. Yao Yuzhen, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, Sister-in-law, I will accept any punishment you deem fit, even if you send me to the police station. I am the one at fault. When you offered to lend me money, I accepted it. Later, when you saw me jumping into the reservoir, you were willing to lend me another 500, I was blinded by foolishness. Believing their deceptive words, I truly am not a decent person. Woe is me. She was filled with deep regret. It was only when Lu Qingsheng revealed his true nature that she realized she had fallen into someone else's trap. Su Can remained silent, allowing her to sob there. Once her tears had subsided, she spoke, Sister-in-law, if you had not come to find me today, I would never forgive you for the rest of my life. She approached to help Gao Yuzhen to her feet. Stand up. Gao Yuzhen shook her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at her. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I will go to the police station by myself shortly. But my 3 children, who will take care of them in the future? How dare you even mention that? Lu Hongjun bellowed, cutting her off before she could finish her sentence. She trembled, shrinking back, unable to speak through her tears. She managed to rise from the ground, looking at Su Can, bending slightly. I will go to the police station to confess now. With that, she turned to grab the door latch. All right, come as Su Can stepped forward, grasping her wrist and leading her to the edge of the Kong. Realizing that confessing to the police might still offer her a chance at redemption, Gao Yuzhen looked at her in confusion. Chapter 79, No one has ever cared for her this way. Su Can looked at her and said, Sister-in-law, to be frank, today when I went to the market with old Zhou, I visited Chamlu village. Gao Yuzhen was even more bewildered. Third sister-in-law, at that moment, I heard your sister-in-law mention that you and your 3 children were taken away yesterday morning, and I immediately understood what was happening. Normally, you do the most work in the old Lu household, washing and cooking, yet you have no money to speak of. Suddenly coming to borrow 1,000 yuan seemed utterly strange, but I lent it to you, genuinely hoping that you and your brother could move out of the old Lu family and live your own lives. Afterward, we could get your brother's leg treated. While it may not be a prosperous life, at least you wouldn't have to endure the disdain of the Lu family members. Gao Yuzhen wept openly. I am so sorry. I truly am sorry. Su Can's words filled her with deep shame and embarrassment. Sister-in-law, you indeed made a mistake in this matter, but the fact that you can recognize and seek to correct your error brings me great joy. You need not go to the police station. The old Lu family is currently waiting to see our misfortune. If you go and get arrested, they will be laughing at our expense, but if I don't go to the police station, I won't be able to recover the 2,000 yuan. 2,000, it wouldn't even be worth selling our entire family. 2,000 yuan, after marrying into the old Lu family for over a decade. She now had less than 5 yuan to her name. Su Can chuckled lightly. The way you phrase it, let alone you and your brother, even those 3 children are treasures. We certainly won't sell for 2,000 yuan. Alright, sister-in-law, let this incident serve as a lesson for us. They want to see us falter, but we shall strive to live better. As for that 2,000 yuan, fret not, it will merely pass through their hands, and I will reclaim it in the future. While at the market today, I bought some pig offal, and once it's prepared, I plan to have old Zhou help me sell it at the chemical factory in the north. You can lend me a hand. We now have a new house. If you and your brother do not mind, you can stay in this old house for the time being. Once we save enough money, we can build a new house in the village. What do you think? But, can pig offal earn money? Gao Yuzhen, being a rural woman, had never considered such business matters. Of course, when you weren't here a few days ago, the pig offal I prepared was quite popular in our village. Gao Yuzhen immediately nodded. Third sister-in-law, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I will do. From now on, our entire family will serve you. Sukan smiled at her words. We are family, there is no need for such talk. Nearby, Lu Hongjun clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. He could not express his gratitude in words, but he would remember this kindness in his heart. Brother, this afternoon the glass installers will arrive. You and Qingshan just need to oversee the installation. Lu Hongjun nodded. Sukan turned to Gao Yuzhen. Sister-in-law, you and the children haven't had lunch yet. Have you? Gao Yuzhen shyly shook her head. It's fine, I'm not hungry. You may not be hungry, but the children are. Sister-in-law, go wash your face first. We have many children in our family. Regardless of who asks about this matter, do not tell them anything. When Qingshan and old Zhou arrive to help, act as if nothing has happened. We cannot allow anyone to see us humiliated. Sister-in-law, can you manage that? Her words made Gao Yuzhen's tears flow again. Sister-in-law, I truly have been foolish. You have treated our family so kindly. Previously, she had not been valued in her family of origin. And upon marrying into Peach Blossom Village, no one had ever treated her so well, especially after her recent visit home. Upon returning, the old Lu family had plotted against her. Who would have thought that after all this, the one who truly cared for her was the very person who had been wronged? Then from now on, please assist me diligently. Let us work together to improve our lives, shall we? Gao Yuzhen nodded earnestly. Sister-in-law, from now on, I will follow your lead. I may lack education and cannot match others in cunning, but I still have the strength to work. Sister-in-law, I will listen to you in everything very well. If you are to follow my direction, then first tidy your hair and wash your face. Once you are ready, help me keep an eye on the pig offal while I prepare a meal for you and the children. After Sukan spoke, she glanced at Lu Hongjun. Brother, we can finish one Kong today, correct? Indeed, then will it be ready for sleeping tonight? Once we finish, we can light a fire, by the time night falls. It should be nearly done. Sukan nodded. That's splendid. Go ahead and busy yourself. I will have a few words with Sister and Law. Lu Hongjun looked at his wife, then turned and exited the door. Watching her husband leave, Gao Yuzhen anxiously looked at Sukan. Sister-in-law, what do you want to tell me? She was still tense and uneasy. Sukan smiled. It's nothing serious. I feared that if I went out, brother might become angry and take it out on you, so I asked him to go work first. Lu Hongjun had kept his fists clenched the entire time, and Sukan could imagine how furious he was. Gao Yuzhen's tears flowed uncontrollably once more. Sister-in-law, no one had ever cared for her in such a manner before. Sukan gently patted her shoulder. Alright, let us stop crying, you should fix your hair. I've already lit 4 stoves outside, and I'm counting on your help. Stepping outside, Sukan noticed 6 children squatting in a circle on the ground, seemingly engaged in conversation. Aunt Su, upon seeing her emerge, the boisterous Lu Wenhao rushed over first, followed by Lu Wenyuan and Tian Tian. The 3 siblings, Lu Wenhu, Wenlian, and Shelley, stood nervously in place, unsure of what to do, having just witnessed their mother kneeling before the third aunt. They understood that something unfortunate had transpired, and that their mother had wronged the third aunt, thus, they dared not approach the fire in the stove. Hasn't he gone out, has it, due to insufficient cookware during the house construction? She had arranged for a few makeshift stoves, which were both convenient and effective. No, Sukan smiled. Good, you did well. She waved to the 3 children standing not far off. Wenhu, Wenliang, Shelley, come here. The 3 children hesitated for a moment before timidly approaching. Their lips pressed together in apprehension. Having grown up in the old Lu household, they were often looked down upon due to their parents' lack of affection, resulting in their timid and submissive demeanor. Only the second child, Lu Wenliang, was a bit more lively. As the children gathered around, Sukan sat on a stool and addressed them. Wenhu, Wenliang, Shelley, you are aware of the fight that occurred between your mother and second aunt today? Correct. All 3 children nodded timidly. Chapter 80. Opening a business. The house at Grandma's will no longer be available for you to stay in, but no worries. Starting today, you and your parents will all live at third aunt's house. And you will never go hungry again. As she spoke, Sukan turned to her own 3 children. Wenyuan, Wenhao, Tiantian, you 3 have also experienced hardship. From now on, you 6 must get along well, and no fighting or bullying one another. Can you do that? Absolutely, the 3 children responded with bright enthusiasm. Sukan chuckled softly. Wenhu, you 3 haven't had lunch yet, have you? The 3 children timidly nodded, their lips tightly pressed together. Just hold on a moment. I will prepare lunch for you. You all take care of the stove and make sure the fire doesn't go out. After saying this, Sukan rose and made his way to the newly constructed dining area. The door to the room was not fully closed, and Gao Yuzhen overheard Sukan's words. She tidied her hair and, under the watchful eyes of the children, went to wash her face. Then, she called her 3 children over. Dear ones, today I have done something that may upset your third aunt, but she neither scolded nor struck me. Instead, she has allowed our family of 5 to reside here in the future. You must remember, as you grow up, that even if you are unfilial to your own parents, you must still show respect to your third aunt and uncle. Do you understand? The 3 children nodded in understanding. Wenhu, go and open the front door. Okay. Lu Wenhu turned and ran to open the door, with the other children following suit. With so many children of similar ages, it was easy for them to play together. Sukan quickly prepared a pot of noodle dumplings. The house was well stocked with flour and vegetables, making it quite simple to whip up lunch for the 4 of them. First, she sought some chopped green onions. Then added in some diced vegetables to stir fry, and finally poured in a pot of water. Once it boiled, she poured in the prepared dough mixture, and when it came to a boil again, a fragrant pot of noodle dumplings was ready. Yao Yuzhen and the 4 children looked at the dumpling soup on the table, unable to suppress their salivation. Growing up, aside from the baozi they had eaten yesterday, they had never tasted such delicious food. Elder sister-in-law, please eat quickly. We still have work to do afterward. Sukan, fearing that her mother-in-law and the others might feel hesitant, went to tend to the 4 small stoves. Zhou Qingshan and Old Man Zhou soon arrived. Upon seeing Gao Yuzhen with her 3 children dining here, they said nothing. The news of her altercation with Zhao Meixiang had already spread throughout the village by noon. And hearing that Lu Hangu had returned home from the hospital, it was evident he had been driven out by the Lu family once more. Just a short while after the 2 entered, the delivery of glass arrived. Zhao Chang'an had brought over the doors and windows he had prepared, and with Zhou Hongjun and Zhou Qingshan around, there was no need for Su Kan to worry. The pig offal had been boiled sufficiently, and she ladled it all into a basin. Gao Yuzhen and her 3 children each had 2 large bowls, eating until they were full. After washing the dishes, she hurried to help. Gao Yuzhen was quite adept at household chores, always efficient and capable. As she cut the pig offal, her speed, and still surprised Su Kan. Su Kan had divided the pig offal into 2 types, one spicy and one mild. After seasoning it to her liking and tasting it, she found it to be exceptionally good. Third sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This was the first time Gao Yuzhen had tasted Su Kan's pig offal, and she was utterly astonished by the flavor. Su Kan smiled and replied, only by obtaining a factory can we truly know how good it is. There will surely be buyers. It's just too delicious. If she were a worker at the factory, she would undoubtedly buy it. Given the large quantity, they had to use Old Man Zhou's cart, as the 4 steel pots were filled to the brim, and Zhou Qingshan and Lu Hongjun helped to carry them up. Su Kan and Gao Yuzhen rode on Old Man Zhou's cart to the chemical factory located north of the village. The intersection where the factory met Taohua village was a T-junction. After crossing it and going up for 3 minutes, one would reach the tunnel that connected the family quarters to the factory on the mountainside. On the other side of the T-junction, heading down, lay the family quarters, while to the south was Taohua village. Having scouted the terrain beforehand, Su Kan chose to stop by the roadside at the tunnel entrance. This was a thoroughfare for workers after their shifts, making it an ideal spot to attract business. Directly across from the tunnel entrance was a red brick office building, according to Old Man Zhou. This was where the factory's leaders resided. The large iron gates were tightly shut, but a small iron door was ajar, with a security guard stationed there. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and there was not a soul in sight at the tunnel. Su Kan filled a bowl with the mild braised pork and walked towards the guard post, before she even reached him. The guard, Liang Dei, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma from afar. Such scents were rare in this era. He stepped out from his post, and Su Kan greeted him with a few friendly words. Mentioning that she intended to offer the bowl of meat to him, Liang Dei was somewhat taken aback, initially wanting to decline, but the meat smelled so good, and his family was not well off. Such delicious meat was a rare treat. If you find this meat delectable, please help me spread the word, Su Kan suggested. I truly feel embarrassed. Liang Dei ultimately retrieved a food container from his post and poured the bowl of meat into it. Once the meat was accepted, the conversation flowed easily. Liang Dei not only informed Su Kan of the factory shift times but also shared which days the leaders would be holding meetings at the office building. Today was particularly fortuitous, as many factory leaders were present, and a meeting was set to conclude in just 15 minutes. Thanking Liang Dei, Su Kan returned to the cart, true to his word. About 15 minutes later, voices began to echo from the yard. Liang Dei unlocked the large iron gate, and as the people emerged, he seemed to say something to them before pointing in Su Kan's direction. At that moment, Su Kan lifted the lids off the 4 steel pots, and a wave of fragrant steam wafted toward her. Not only had Liang Dei spread the word, but even without his endorsement, many were drawn in by the mouth-watering aroma. Isn't this pig awful? Can it be eaten? Some furrowed their brows, displaying expressions of distaste. Gao Yuzhen felt her heart ache at the sight, hearing their comments. Su Kan smiled and said, Dear leaders, we offer samples before purchase. If it doesn't suit your palate, you needn't pay. This pot is spicy, and these 2 are mild. Please do give it a try. Upon hearing that they could sample before buying, a crowd grew curious. However, some still wore faces of disdain, as the strong smell could evoke past unpleasant experiences. Oh my, how did you prepare this? It's simply delightful. The dish was fragrant and tender, lingering on the palate, leaving one wanting more. Indeed, the spicy one is even better. This flavor surpasses that of our cafeteria meals. Absolutely, it's delicious. Someone exclaimed, How much are you selling this for? As Su Kan finished frying the dishes and preparing the porridge, he noticed that Gao Yuzhen had already cooked a considerable number of pancakes, all neatly stacked together. Approaching them, he was greeted by a delightful aroma of flour that made the children salivate. To Su Kan's satisfaction, despite the tempting sight, none of them rushed to grab the food. He tore 2 pancakes into 6 portions and allowed them to indulge a little. The little ones, upon receiving their share, gleefully devoured them, their eyes sparkling with delight, jumping up with joy for them. There was no need to accompany the pancakes with dishes or porridge. they relished the simple pleasure of eating them as they were. However, with so many mouths to feed, those few pancakes were hardly sufficient. Yao Yuzhen instructed Sukan on how to roll out more pancakes, and she set about kneading another batch of dough. Working together, their pace quickened considerably. Once the pancakes were nearly ready, Sukan dished out rice for the adults who had been laboring. With the glass and doors all installed, he took a moment to admire the progress. Feeling immensely satisfied that night they would be able to sleep in this room. Dinner consisted of pancakes and meat dishes, and those who had worked were enjoying their meal heartily. It is worth noting that such pancakes were a rare luxury in most households. The eldest brother, who was helping with the glass installation and hails from a neighboring village, was experiencing the exquisite flavors for the first time and, unable to contain himself, consumed 15 pancakes in one sitting. Yao Yuzhen felt a pang of sympathy for him. 15 pancakes. Back at the old Lu family home, their entire family had never been able to indulge in such a treat, even if the old lady had generously allowed her to make pancakes once. There would never have been enough for her and her children. Liu Hongjun was never one to snatch food, so he too had missed out, yet now, Sukan was so generous to outsiders. By the time Sukan and Yao Yuzhen finished making the pancakes, Zhou Qingshan and the others had already eaten their fill. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their leave. Liu Hongjun, unable to sit idle, set down his bowl and chopsticks and went back to making mud bricks. As there was still a Kong to be built, the 100-watt bulb Sukan had purchased illuminated the courtyard brilliantly, allowing them to work without hindrance. Once Sukan and Yao Yuzhen had completed the pancakes, they finally sat down to eat with the children. The 6 little ones sat in a row, each clutching a thin pancake, savoring it with meat dishes and sipping porridge, the meal so delightful it brought tears to the eyes. Yao Yuzhen, who had enjoyed a bowl of dumpling soup with 3 of the children at noon, found herself unable to hold back tears once again at the sight of such delicious pancakes for dinner. Previously, whether at her parental home or the old Lu family, she had been treated like a beast of burden, and when no longer of use, discarded like a worn-out rag, with no regard for her family's well-being. She had never known that life could be lived in such a manner, being provided with a home, delicious food, and spoken to with smiles and consideration, never once berated. Had the matter of 2,000 yuan occurred with the old lady Lu, she would have been scolded incessantly instead of enjoying a meal. After dinner, when Sukan attempted to clear the dishes, Yao Yuzhen would not allow her to lift a finger, insisting she do no such thing. With no other option, Sukan sought out Lu Hongjun to discuss the Kang's construction. When they had built the new house, she had made 2 doors in the room on the west side, knowing that with both a boy and a girl, they could not all share one room. However, the Kong they had initially planned was too small. Now that the number of children had doubled, they needed a larger one. In the end, they decided to create a Kong running from south to north, leaving space for doors and pathways, with the remainder being Kong. This arrangement would allow for easy access during heating, with a temporary curtain to separate the middle. They would later ask Zhao Chang'an to make a wardrobe for storage. Once Yao Yuzhen had finished tidying up, Sukan along with the couple moved their boxes and belongings into the new house. That night, the couple slept on the old Kong, while none of the children wished to stay in the old house. So Sukan allowed the 4 boys to sleep on the floor. She and the 2 girls, Lu Xiaotian and Lu Xiaoli, settled onto the newly arranged Kong after a long day of labor. Sukan fell asleep almost immediately. Fortunately, the children had all outgrown the age of needing nighttime supervision, which likely contributed to her deep slumber. In contrast, Yao Yuzhen and Lu Hongjun found it difficult to rest. Yao Yuzhen recounted the day's events at the chemical factory, including Sukan's offer of money. "You did well not to take the money. Our sister-in-law has been so kind to us. If we were to accept it after everything, it would be as if we squandered our lives," she said. Liu Hongjun wholeheartedly agreed with his wife's reasoning. "How is it that our sister-in-law is so kind? After what I did, she didn't scold me at all. If this had happened with our mother, we wouldn't have seen a moment of peace." Henceforth, they resolved to treat her with the utmost respect. "During this time I've realized that Yang Yali is not a good person. Zhandong saw through her long ago, which is why he didn't want her. If she tries to win you over, don't fall for it." "Rest assured," Yao Yuzhen replied. "She moved into the East Wing right after we were expelled, and she's aware of the 2,000 yuan matter, yet she hasn't uttered a word. She is utterly unreliable." Yang Yali was the one who had gone with Lu Qingxing to fetch her from Chanlu village. She was present when the idea was conceived, yet, when things took a turn for the worse, she remained silent throughout. Even if she were foolish, she should have recognized that Yang Yali was not a person of good character. After Yao Yuzhen's family was expelled from the old Lu household, the Lu family had been eagerly anticipating the misfortune of Sukan and Gao Yujian. Lu Daqiang and Lu Erqiang made numerous trips to inform the Lu family that Gao Yuzhen had taken the children to Sukan's place. However, they had not been turned away. Furthermore, at around 4 in the afternoon, Sukan had taken Gao Yuzhen to the northern chemical factory to sell pig offal. Whether they were successful in their endeavors remained unclear. Old Lady Lu scoffed. "With such trivial items, does she really think she can make a fortune? Just wait, the old family has 5 mouths to feed, plus the 3 burdens from the 3rd branch, making a total of 9. The fat one has no money, It's a wonder she isn't starving. She turned to her fourth son, Qingsheng. You should head back to the county today and have a good talk with your third brother. After all, we are still family. As long as he lowers his head, the old Liu family won't ignore him and his 3 children. As for that fat one, let her go back to where she came from. Mother, you're no longer there. My third brother surely won't want to see me. I think it would be better to wait a couple of days and see how things unfold when Su's fat one is truly starving. I'm sure she will come crawling back to beg for mercy, because Liu Zhandong had not treated him well in the county previously. Liu Qingsheng was now reluctant to return. He now held 1,000 yuan in his hands. Making him a bona fide wealthy man, he had no desire to revert to his former state of begging, and, if Qingsheng mentions my sister's money situation, Zhandong will certainly seek help in the county. That would complicate matters for us. I suspect my sister still has 10 or 8 yuan left. Zhandong won't be returning anytime soon, and with 9 people to feed here, I think we should wait a couple more days. Her money will likely run out soon. Yang Yali opposed Liu Qingsheng's trip to the county as well, since Su Ken is now on a dead end. Watching her downfall would be much more satisfying. Mother, I agree with my sister-in-law. If I go to the county, my third brother will definitely look for money, and that would mean assisting them. Liu Qingsheng concurred with Yang Yali's assessment. Yes, I think they are right. Let us just wait. That fat one will be left with no money. What can she do? Sooner or later she will starve to death in Taohua village. I actually hope my third brother returns later. The later, the better. Liu Hangwu lay slouched on the Kong. His healthy foot allowed him to walk now, and with a crutch provided by the family he had grown restless in the south wing after his nap. Hence his visit. Well, that makes sense. Let's just wait and see. We'll wait until they are on the verge of starvation before they come pleading to us. The next morning, Su Ken was awakened by the commotion in the courtyard. The children were still in deep slumber as she dressed and descended. Upon opening the door, she found that Lu Hongjun and Gao Yuzhen were already up. Gao Yuzhen was busy preparing breakfast while Lu Hongjun had tidied up the entire courtyard, making it look brand new. Sister-in-law, you're awake. Breakfast isn't ready yet. You should sleep a little longer. Gao Yuzhen said hurriedly, stepping out of the kitchen upon seeing Su Ken. Big sister, why are you and big brother up so early? You are quite diligent, Su Ken remarked. Gao Yuzhen blushed slightly. I'm embarrassed to say, but your brother and I were so excited last night that we couldn't sleep and chatted until quite late. We feel as though life is finally looking up, but we accidentally overslept previously. At the old Liu household, all the chores fell solely on her shoulders, and she and her husband were always the first to rise, one cooking and the other fetching water. Su Ken smiled. I'm quite heavy. If you and big brother wake up early, just knock on the window to call me. Gao Yuzhen nodded. Alright, I'll call you then. She merely said that out of courtesy. She would never truly go and wake her. As Su Ken washed up, the children began to stir. It then dawned on her that she hadn't taken out towels or anything for her brother and sister-in-law. Opening the box, several little heads peeked. Su Ken had previously bought 10 towels, and now they were finally coming in handy. However, there were only 4 new towels, one for each of the 3 children and the last for Gao Yuzhen and her husband. Though it was just a towel, the children were overjoyed, jumping with excitement at the sight of the brand new towels. Gao Yuzhen was so touched that she was at a loss for words. Sister-in-law, these towels are far too new. Let us save them for when we need to cover dry rations. She is but a rural woman. What right does she have to use such fine towels? Sister-in-law, we specifically purchased dry rations today, and it did not cost much. Younger sister, why are you not concerned? Since our arrival, you must have spent quite a bit. Su Ken smiled and replied, what is there to be concerned about? Are we not family? Besides, have you not heard the saying, many hands make light work? With your presence, my earnings become much easier to achieve. Do not be shy. I am merely contributing some labor. The accounts are beyond my reckoning. Your contribution, however, is something I can hardly find. Sister-in-law, do not overthink it. Since I have invited you to stay, I assure you we will manage well. We shall spend wisely where necessary and save where we can. Younger sister, I will heed your words. After Su Ken finished washing up, Gao Yuzhen's dough had risen, and the children went to stoke the fire for boiling water, while the sisters-in-law began kneading steamed buns. They needed to steam these buns before leaving, otherwise there would be no food upon their return at noon. Once the buns were steamed, Su Ken realized that with 9 members in the household, the resourceful Gao Yuzhen had prepared only a single bowl of vegetables. Chapter 84, Heartache Beyond Measure. Chapter 85, Liu Zhandong returns home. Sister-in-law, the Kong is finished. The remaining work on the new house can be completed by brother Hongjun at a leisurely pace. I shall not come by tomorrow, but do not hesitate to seek my assistance if needed. Su Ken felt immense gratitude towards Zhou Qingshan. Since arriving in this village, the Zhou family had been her greatest support. Sister-in-law, do not mention it. I grew up alongside brother Zhandong, so such formalities are unnecessary. Very well, I shall seek you out if needed, then I shall take my leave. How can that be? A dinner will be served shortly. No need, I have other matters to attend to this evening. Zhou Qingshan felt embarrassed to impose further, having found the afternoon's work quite easy. Alright then, I shall not insist. Su Ken escorted Zhou Qingshan to the gate before returning. When she went to the chemical factory to sell marinated pork, she had set aside 2 large bowls. Since Zhou Qingshan would not be dining with them, she intended to deliver 1 bowl of meat to the Zhou family. As thunder rumbled in the sky, Sukan looked up to find raindrops landing on her face. The clouds had begun to blanket the sky, signaling an impending downpour. Her first thought was of the 4 clay stoves. All sealed with mud, if they were to be drenched, they would be rendered unusable. She called for Lu Hongjun and Gao Yuzhen to move the stoves into the dining room. The dining room, larger than those of typical households, had drawn some remarks in the village, but Sukan had insisted on the spaciousness, which now proved to be quite useful, once the stoves were moved inside and the steel pot brought in. A torrential rain began to fall outside. "Aunt Su, does this mean we cannot go to the county to see father tomorrow?" Lu Wenhao asked, somewhat dejected. Lu Wenyuan beside him remarked, "Tomorrow will surely be rain-free." He too longed to see their father. Sukan smiled at their eager expressions and reassured them, "Do not worry, if it rains tomorrow, we shall go the day after, the sun will shine again." That evening, the children finally had a Kong of their own, albeit without bedding. They could only lay some wheat straw atop, but nevertheless, the children were exceptionally joyful. Gao Yuzhen and Sukan retrieved the coarse cloth they had purchased. And now that they had materials, Gao Yuzhen planned to sew a mattress overnight. The living room, spacious with 2 rooms worth of space, was perfect for making quilts. Sukan wanted to help, but her size hindered her. Apart from holding the fabric corners, she was of little assistance. Gao Yuzhen worked with remarkable speed, not resembling the person often bullied in the past. Sukan saw a spark of determination in her eyes. It was undeniable that Gao Yuzhen's sewing skills were exceptional. She threaded the needle with remarkable swiftness, producing neat and orderly stitches. When Sukan awoke the next morning, she discovered that Gao Yuzhen had stayed up late to make 3 mattresses. Early in the morning, she went to the dining room to prepare breakfast. Stepping outside, Sukan found the rain had ceased. As she prepared to wash up, a knock sounded at the door, prompting her to hurry over and open it. To her surprise, a military green jeep was parked at the entrance, and Zhao Taizhu had already disembarked. Upon seeing her, he greeted her with a smile. "Good day, sister-in-law." "Hello, what brings you here?" Sukan inquired, noticing him open the back door of the vehicle, revealing Lu Zhandong seated inside, causing her expression to shift to one of astonishment. "Lu Zhandong, what brings you back?" Lu Zhandong smiled faintly at her words while Zhao Taizhu interjected, "The commander has been worrying about the family situation daily. Longing to return, after the doctor examined his leg injury and confirmed he could recuperate at home, he finally agreed to discharge him. So that means no more hospital visits. The medications prescribed for the commander will be delivered periodically. As long as he takes proper care and avoids straining his legs, he should encounter no significant issues." "That is wonderful. Please wait. I shall go call everyone." Sukan turned to summon Lu Hongjun, her voice inadvertently waking the children, who rushed to the door. Lu Wenyuan, Lu Wenhao, and Lu Xiaotian were the most exuberant, bouncing with joy. "Father is back. Father has finally returned," with the help of Lu Hongjun and Sukan. They carefully assisted Lu Zhandong onto Zhao Tieju's back, carrying him inside. Hearing the commotion, Gao Yuzhen emerged from the dining room, and they gently laid Lu Zhandong onto the Kong. The new mattresses that Gao Yuzhen had sewn the night before were immediately put to use, and Lu Zhandong felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as he reclined on them. From the moment he stepped through the gate, he noticed the changes around the courtyard. The new house was fully constructed, and the yard was neatly organized. It required no guesswork to understand that all of this was the result of this remarkable woman's efforts. After Zhao Taizhu handed over the medications to Sukan, he took his leave, aware that he had important matters to attend to. Upon learning that Lu Zhandong had not had breakfast, Sukan went to wash up. The children followed her out. After freshening up, Sukan returned to find Lu Zhandong sitting up against the wall, with Lu Hongjun having placed the other 2 mattresses for his support. It seemed that during his recuperation, this man's complexion had significantly improved. His face had gained color, no longer gaunt and hollow, but rather filled out, making him appear even more handsome than before. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns and meat dishes accompanied by 2 plates of marinated pork mixed with cucumber, 1 spicy and 1 mild. Lu Zhandong was somewhat taken aback by the abundant spread laid out before him. The meal was certainly more substantial than usual, yet he trusted Sukan would have her reasons for it. With Lu Zhandong's return, Sukan planned to continue purchasing pig offal, as funds were tight and the entire family needed to be supported. She called for Lu Wenyuan and Lu Wentao, instructing them to inform old Zhou that she would be going to buy pig offal as usual. After Sukan left, Lu Zhandong learned from his brother and sister-in-law about the 2,000 yuan that had gone missing, as well as the reason why his brother's family was living there. No wonder Sukan was in such a hurry to buy pig offal. The circumstances had become clear. That 4th brother, despite my kindness towards him, how could he commit such an act? Lu Zhandong's brow furrowed as his fists clenched involuntarily. If not for his current mobility issues, he would have been the first to confront Lu Qingsheng. The only reason his brother had the opportunity to study was due to the savings he had sent back after joining the military. After all these years, he had unwittingly nurtured a thankless wretch. Chapter 86. Have you become a spirit of brother? Summon the 4th brother here. I wish to confront him directly. Sukan could not postpone this matter. He could not pretend to be unaware. 3rd brother, given your leg condition, it may be best to let it go for now, but he is agile. If you confront him, he will likely dismiss you. Seeing his brother's expression, Lu Zhandong did not press the matter further. Very well, I shall defer to you. Liu Hongjun quickly went out to work, while Lu Zhandong called over Lu Wenhao, instructing him to fetch Lu Qingsheng from the old Lu family. Simply stating that his third brother had returned, the little one eagerly took Lu Wenli along and dashed out. At that moment, the old Lu family had already heard of Lu Zhandong's return. And Lu Qingsheng, supporting old Madame Lu, was preparing to leave when he encountered Lu Wenhao and Lu Wenli. Upon hearing the news, old Madame Lu urged Lu Qingsheng to bring Yang Yali along. Excited by the prospect of Lu Zhandong's homecoming, Yang Yali could hardly contain her enthusiasm. Fourth brother, I suspect your third brother may have learned about the missing money, and he can no longer hold back. Prompting the children to summon us. Mother, I share your sentiment. If he heard of such a significant loss, it would be surprising if he remained calm. Lu Qingsheng soon helped old Madame Lu through the new house's entrance. Taking in the tidily arranged courtyard and the 4 striking new rooms, old Madame Lu was nearly beside herself with disbelief. Such a fine house, and it is to be occupied by that glutton? Absolutely not. While Yang Yali looked at the pristine courtyard with envy, she felt that Sukan had squandered the money. Instead of building a new house, they could have purchased a home in the county. Approaching the door, they spotted Gao Yuzhen busily sewing in the living room. Upon seeing old Madame Lu, she stood up in alarm. Humph, you certainly know how to enjoy life. Madame Lu cast her a scornful glance. As Gao Yuzhen looked at the elderly lady, it suddenly dawned on her that she was no longer in the Lu household. Sukan had informed her that in the future, she need not fear the Lu family as she once did. After all, she owed them nothing. With this thought, she settled back down, resigned to the fact that they had no place to stay and could only endure their current circumstances. Madame Lu shot her another disdainful look before entering the eastern room. Ah, the third son, you have returned. This time, you won't be leaving, will you? Mother, what brings you here, you silly child? I knew you were back. Could I not come to see you? Look quickly, who has come? Madame Lu exclaimed. Pushing Yang Yali in front of her, Yang Yali immediately spoke in a soft voice. Zhandong, how is your leg? Lu Zhandong appeared to ignore her words, his gaze instead fixed coldly on Lu Qingsheng. Lu Qingsheng, are you planning to have Director Fong from the county investigate this matter, or will you take the initiative to return the 2,000 yuan? Lu Qingsheng was taken aback by the harshness of the inquiry. A hint of panic flickered across his face. Third brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. You and Yang Yali deliberately made a trip to Changlu village to bring back your sister-in-law and her 3 children. Then you coaxed your sister-in-law into borrowing money from Su Kan, and while Su Kan was at the reservoir looking for her, you orchestrated for the moneylenders, Go Shang and Lu Dazhuang from Lu village to steal the remaining 1,000 yuan. Ultimately, you intentionally gave the borrowed 1,000 yuan to your sister-in-law, only for it to be taken from her moments later. If I am not mistaken, you currently have at least 1,000 yuan in your pocket. Do you not? After listening to the elder brother and sister-in-law recount the entire sequence of events, Lu Zhandong swiftly pieced together the general outline of the situation. Lu Qingsheng's complexion grew anxious. He never anticipated that Lu Zhandong would articulate the matter with such clarity, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Third brother, you must not wrongfully accuse me. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. You have been good to me these years. How could I possibly do such a thing? As he spoke, Lu Qingsheng struggled to articulate his words. You were lying. If you genuinely knew I had treated you well, why would you bring this woman here? If you recognized my kindness, you would not scheme against your own sister. Law. Lu Qingsheng, do you truly believe that I am powerless simply because I am bedridden? I am offering you a chance for redemption. Confess your wrongdoings. If you return the money in full, I can persuade Su Kan not to pursue this matter further. Third son, what is the matter with you? We hurried over to see you upon hearing of your return, to see if you needed any assistance. Why do you immediately lash out at your brother? What has he done wrong? Madame Lu pointed at Gao Yuzhen, who was busy with needlework in the living room. Is there a single truth in her words? You trust such a person? Lu Zhandong's expression darkened. Mother, it would be wise for you to advise the fourth son. Do not blame me for lacking brotherly compassion later. At this point, it seems there is little left of our brotherly bond. If there is nothing further, you may leave. How dare you? Third son, I see you have grown wings. Have you? You would even cast me, your own mother, out. In a fit of anger, Madame Lu plopped down onto the bed, resolutely refusing to leave. You are my mother. Of course, I cannot cast you out. However, Lu Qingsheng and Yang Yali are unwelcome here. Yang Yali's face turned a shade of deep embarrassment, while Lu Qingsheng's expression was no better. Yali, fourth brother, you two should return home. I will remain here today. I am curious to see how he will deal with you. Upon hearing the elder lady's words, the two of them decided not to linger any longer. It was clear that this mother alone could manage Lu Zhandong and Su Kan when Su Kan returned. She found Madame Lu leisurely fanning herself in the courtyard. After unloading the pig entrails, several children rushed over to excitedly recount the events to her. Su Kan remained unperturbed, producing a pound of fruit candies and distributing 2 pieces to each child, who then scampered off joyfully to play. Madame Lu rolled her eyes in exasperation, scolding her for being a spendthrift. As Su Kan passed by Madame Lu, she paused, smiling at her. Elder lady, this is my newly built house. What brings you here? Madame Lu scoffed. Is this your home? Without my son, would you have the right to enter? What a delusion. I am Lu Zhandong's mother, and from today onward, I shall reside here. I am eager to see how you will deal with me. I truly cannot deal with you. After all, you are an elder. However, I cannot speak for others. Madame Lu snorted. What? Have you become so clever? Sukan offered no response. This old woman was too formidable, and there was no winning a verbal spar with her. Entering the room, Sukan noticed Gao Yuzhen had prepared a quilt, which she neatly folded and placed on the bed where Lu Zhandong lay. She then reminded her to wash the pig entrails thoroughly, instructing her on how to cook them once they were clean. Sister-in-law, are you going out? Having tasked her with these chores, Sukan felt she had something pressing to attend to. Chapter 87, A Frightening Encounter. Sukan nodded. Yes, I will be stepping out. If anyone asks, tell them I have gone to the chemical factory. Alright. Gao Yuzhen did not press further. Sukan returned to the room to greet Lu Zhandong, informing him of her visit to the chemical factory. Lu Zhandong thought little of it, responding okay, then hurry back. He wished to discuss how to retrieve the 2,000 yuan with her. Stepping out of the house, Sukan made her way directly to the village head Zhou Qingting's residence, borrowing a bicycle from Zhou Qingshan before riding out of the village. Initially she had intended to wait until she had nearly earned the money before confronting Lu Qingsheng about the debt. However, with the old lady now on her doorstep and refusing to leave, she felt compelled to act. She could not betray her identity as a bodyguard of the 21st century. The route from Taohua village to Guangming Commune was mostly downhill, requiring little exertion. However, beyond Guangming Commune, the terrain became a series of ups and downs, leaving Sukan drenched in sweat. Fortunately, during the construction of the house, her body had adapted to the high-intensity labor. After approximately an hour and a half, Sukan finally arrived in the county town. She had no intention of visiting anywhere else, heading straight to the police station to seek out Feng Chengtao. After Sukan explained her purpose, Feng Chengtao slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, 2,000 yuan, this is a serious case. We must investigate thoroughly, regardless of Lu Zhandong being his comrade. Such a significant sum would have caused a stir even if a common citizen reported it. Feng Chengtao made a phone call, and within half an hour Zhao Taizhu arrived. Upon learning that Sukan had been swindled out of 2,000 yuan, Zhao Taizhu was instantly incensed. He had long harbored grievances against the Lu family, and this was the last straw. Feng Chengtao brought along two subordinates, and Zhao Taizhu drove a jeep, placing Sukan's bicycle in the trunk before heading to Taohua village. However, before proceeding to Taohua village, they first visited the moneylender in Lu village, capturing both Go Shang and Lu Dazhuang. Both men were cowards. Once handcuffed, they quickly confessed. As Sukan had suspected, Lu Qingsheng was indeed the mastermind. After escorting the two to the Guangming Commune police station, they proceeded to Taohua village. This time, after dropping Sukan off, the jeep did not linger but headed directly to the old Lu household. When Sukan returned from returning the bicycle, she heard heart-wrenching cries echoing from the courtyard. She rushed in, only to find Gao Yuzhen sitting on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The 4 steel pots atop the makeshift stoves had all toppled over, their contents of pig entrails spilling across the ground, broth seeping everywhere. Madame Lu sat leisurely in the courtyard, fanning herself and singing a carefree tune, while several children stood frozen in fear before the stoves. Lu Hongjun stood nearby, his face ashen. Sister-in-law, what happened? Sukan approached and helped Gao Yuzhen up from the ground, with tears streaming down her face. Gao Yuzhen stammered, the pig entrails I cooked, she pushed them all over. How could she be so wicked? There was no need for her to specify. Sukan knew all too well that the wicked old woman was the culprit. Don't slander me, I merely walked past, and they toppled over on their own. How can you blame me? Hearing Madame Lu's words, Sukan smirked coldly. Elder lady, did you come here to vent your anger, knowing something unfortunate would occur today? At first, Madame Lu did not grasp the underlying implication of her words. Yes, I do enjoy throwing fits. What can you do about it? Wait, what did you just say? Realizing the gravity of the situation, she suddenly focused her gaze on Sukan. Sukan raised an eyebrow. I believe it is imperative for you to return home and check if your 4th son is in trouble. You fat fool, what nonsense are you spouting? My Qingsheng is perfectly fine. Why do you speak such filth? Whether he is well or not, I believe it would be wise for you to go home and see for yourself. No sooner had Sukan's words fallen than Lu Daxiang shouted from the entrance, Grandma, hurry home, my mother, 4th uncle, and Aunt Yang have been taken away by the police. What did you say? Madame Lu's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly scampered out. Once Madame Lu departed, Sukan and Gao Yuzhen drew water from the well and thoroughly cleaned the spilled pig entrails, though it required some effort, as long as they were cleaned properly. There was no significant issue. After tidying everything up, as she entered the eastern room, Lu Zhandong looked at her with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, with such a mother, he felt utterly helpless. Sukan smiled. You did not commit any wrongdoing. Why do you apologize? Lu Zhandong patted the spot beside him, indicating for her to sit down next to him. In broad daylight, it would be rather inappropriate to be seen by others. At present, Sukan was still not entirely accustomed to being close to this man. Lu Zhandong gazed at her directly, questioning, aren't we husband and wife? What issue could there possibly be in asking you to come a little closer to me? Sukan's cheeks flushed slightly. Upon reflection she realized he had a point. Her reluctance was somewhat petty, thus she positioned herself at the edge of the Kong, inching closer to him. Since you married into our family, you have been perpetually occupied, whether it is constructing houses or striving to earn money. You have never paused. Most importantly, my family has not treated you well. As your husband, I have been utterly ineffectual, and I deeply regret that I have not been of any assistance to you. Though she had been in this household for less than half a month, her presence had instigated a profound transformation. Yet, he, as the husband, had contributed nothing but lying in bed. Given your words, if you had not provided me with such substantial funds, could I have constructed this house? In truth, I have not accomplished much. The primary assistance came from the villagers, both young and old. Moreover, Uncle Zhou, and the Qingshan brothers have all been of immense help. Surprisingly, she did not feel fatigued or particularly distressed. In her previous life, to become the most exceptional female bodyguard, she had endured true hardship alongside men. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak, Lu Zhandong replied, observing her intently. We must recover the 2,000 yuan that was lost. Although Lao Si is clever, he has squandered his intelligence on unworthy pursuits. If we do not correct his course promptly, he is bound to stray further. I would like to request that you journey to the county and summon Director Fong to address the matter of the 2,000 yuan. This issue cannot simply be brushed aside. Then allow me to inform you of something, she interjected. Go on. This morning, I borrowed a bicycle from the Qingshan brothers and went to the county, where I reported the incident directly to Director Fong. On our way back, he apprehended the moneylender, Go Shang, and Lu Dezhuang from Lu family village, and afterward returned me home. He has just taken away Ersaw, Lu Qingsheng, and Yang Yali. You have done well. Unexpectedly, this woman had outpaced him. You do not blame me. After all, he is your own brother. This is a good thing. If we do not teach him a lesson this time, he will inevitably take a wrong path in the future. Alright, if you do not blame me, then I shall feel relieved. Upon returning home, old lady Lu learned that Fong Changtang from the Public Security Bureau had brought 2 officers to the Lu residence. Thoroughly searching both the west wing where Lu Qingsheng resided and the east wing where Yang Yali stayed, not only did they uncover 1,000 yuan, but they also took all 3 individuals away. Oh dear, what are we to do? Old lady Lu sank helplessly to the ground, her complexion paling significantly. Chapter 88. All confessed. Chapter 89. Exposing Zhang Yurong. Chapter 90. Reclaiming the betrothal gifts from Lu Zhandong during this time. The memories within her mind awakened entirely, and she became aware of the past. She understood the appalling life that Sukan had once endured. As Sukan's words escaped her lips, the surrounding villagers erupted in commotion. Pointing fingers at Zhang Yurenji. No way, is she really from the county? How could one raise a daughter in such a manner? I suspect she is not even her biological child, need it even be said? It is evident she is not, just look at her guilty expression. My heavens, Sukan's previous life was indeed quite miserable. Who could argue otherwise? Although Taohua village is somewhat impoverished, it does not raise children in this fashion. Is this not a disgrace? If her biological parents were to find out, how heartbroken they would be. Zhang Yurong's face shifted from pale to green, reaching an extreme of ugliness. She had never anticipated that Sukan would have developed such eloquence. Prior to her arrival in Taohua village, Sukan would never have dared to retort against her. She had always believed that Sukan would never divulge her past, even if given the chance. For she lacked the courage. Under her upbringing, Sukan had always been somewhat slow-witted. You speak nonsense. In this moment, Zhang Yurong could only resort to flimsy arguments. Am I speaking nonsense? Sukan countered. Do you dare allow me to summon Director Fong and confront him face to face? Let him see for himself the coffin room where I reside. Zhang Yurong, feeling increasingly uneasy, particularly under the scrutinizing gazes of the villagers, who had shifted from admiration to disdain, she held her head high, declaring, regardless, I raised you. Even if you are not my biological daughter, what difference does it make? Your birth mother abandoned you and left you in my care. You can inquire around, who would raise another's daughter? Regardless, you have grown up. Is this how you repay my kindness in raising you? Li Shulan shook her head at these words, exclaiming, just a moment ago, you claimed she was your biological mother, and now you say otherwise. What exactly is your relationship with Lu Zhandong's wife? Her daughter-in-law chimed in. Indeed, what a rapid change in your stance. How can one be so inconsistent in their words? Nearby, someone remarked, we have so many eyes watching. Are you not merely speaking with your eyes wide open? Zhang Yurong's complexion fluctuated between red and white, her anger boiling within her. Why were the people of this wretched Taohua village siding with Sukan? What was so special about her? Sukan's voice remained cold. Very well, I can repay you for your nurturing, but you must disclose the whereabouts of my biological parents in front of everyone. Once I locate them, not only will I express my gratitude, but I will bring my entire family to thank you for your upbringing. Zhang Yurong retorted, how would I know where they are? You just claimed my biological mother abandoned me and left me with you, but if you are raising another's child, surely you must know where her family resides. Sukan's voice turned sharp. Zhang Yurong, I now have reason to suspect that you deliberately took me from my biological parents. Zhang Yurong's expression shifted dramatically. You are insane. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would be so idle as to steal another's child? Then why are you so anxious? What are you afraid of? I do not know where your parents are, I do not recognize them, I found you next to a garbage bin. Upon hearing this, the villagers were relentless. Oh my, how can you contradict yourself so? Just a moment ago, you claimed her parents abandoned her, and now you say you found her beside a garbage bin. I suspect you are indeed a child thief. Perhaps you were envious of other people's good fortune and deliberately stole their child. This person is insincere, speaking without any consistency. Just look at her attire and that mouth. TSK. Zhang Yirong was seething with fury. Yet she had to suppress her anger while on their territory. Finally, Yang Deji, who had remained silent until now, spoke. Sukan, regardless of our past, we once were a family. Could you not, for my sake, extend a letter of understanding to Yali? Hearing Yang Doji refer to her as Sukan made her feel disgusted. At such a moment, do not pretend to be kind. How dare you call me Sukan? I have not forgotten that it was your suggestion to buy the lock for my room, and after every beating from Zhang Yirong, you would come before me pretending to be the good guy, advising me to remain silent in that household and avoid provoking her anger. I was foolish enough to believe you were a good person, yet now I realize that your heart is far more malicious and vicious. While Zhang Yirong is openly cruel, you present yourself as benevolent while stabbing me in the back. You think I owe you a favor? Do you have any standing with me? Yang Deji's face turned ashen from the ridicule. Leaving him speechless, Zhang Yirong was on the verge of exploding with anger, but considering her daughter's situation, she managed to suppress her fury. This cannot go on like this. What will it take for you to write a letter of understanding? I can write a letter of understanding for you, however, we must clarify certain matters before addressing the letter. She would not let a single one of them off the hook today. Zhang Yirong steeled herself. Fine, speak. Before we proceed, I have one question. Am I currently Lu Zhandong's wife? Zhang Yirong, her face taut, reluctantly replied, yes. Sukan nodded. Excellent. Since I am now Lu Zhandong's wife, should you not return the betrothal gifts he once exchanged with Yang Yali? Those were given willingly. You are mistaken. He was previously unable to retrieve them due to his leg injury. Now that I am his wife, it is only natural that I assist him in reclaiming everything. However, I am aware that you have likely used those items. I do not wish to take them back, therefore, let us settle the matter with cash at the current market price. I have calculated it already. The radio is 32 yuan. The Shanghai brand stainless steel watch is 120 yuan, the bicycle is 168 yuan and 50 cents, and the sewing machine is 175 yuan and 40 cents, totaling 495 yuan and 90 cents. Additionally, considering the fruits, snacks, and clothing you regularly provided, I will not demand more than 500 yuan now. Pay up. Zhang Yirong's face turned an array of colors, her teeth grinding in rage. If I give you this 500, will you write the letter of understanding? I have stated that before writing the letter, we must clarify all matters. A villager interjected. That money belongs to Lu Zhandong, since you are not marrying him. You must return it. Indeed, refusing to return such a substantial amount is simply inhumane. Yang Daiji nudged Zhang Yirong's arm. Hurry and give it. When Fang Chengtang informed them, he had specifically advised them to bring as much money as possible when seeking out Sukan. So they had come prepared. Zhang Yirong was genuinely reluctant to part with the 500 yuan. It was not a trifling sum. In Chapter 91, Zhang Yirong had never encountered such a significant setback in her life. However, her daughter's reputation was paramount. In front of so many people, she felt uneasy about handing over the money, so she deliberately walked a distance to count out 500 yuan before returning with an irritable demeanor to give it to Sukan. Sukan raised an eyebrow, pocketed the money, and remarked, as expected from someone from the county, your actions are quite generous. Now the matter at hand is mine. You claim you don't know where my parents are. Yet every year, you receive remittances from them, sometimes 50, sometimes 100, sometimes 200. You have tormented and mistreated me with my parents' money, and I won't demand much from you. They have sent you several thousand yuan over the years. Just giving me 2,000 suffices. The original owner of this body had heard discussions from the Zhang family before she arrived, but her head had been muddled over the years, so she was completely unaware that the money came from her biological parents. After absorbing these memories, Sukan quickly understood the situation. My heavens, they took someone else's money. Tsk, this family's greed is astonishing. I thought she was genuinely kind-hearted. Zhang Yirong, hearing the surrounding remarks, was fuming with rage. Pointing at Sukan and exclaiming, you are talking nonsense. When have I ever taken your parents' money? She simply could not fathom how this fool had discovered such a secret. Sukan crossed her arms, stating, whether you have or haven't, you know in your heart, don't treat me as a fool. The post office has remittance slips. Yang Deji, with a worried expression, interjected, Sukan, you are correct, our family has indeed not taken good care of you over the years, causing you considerable harm. However, 2,000 yuan is simply too much. We genuinely cannot afford it. We only have 500 left. Would it be possible to make some concessions? He feared that Sukan might genuinely investigate the remittance slips, which would not be a trivial matter. Sukan replied coldly, I have already given you a discount, not a single cent less. 2,000 yuan. Either you go back now and fetch the money, or let Yang Yali stay in the police station a few more days. After all, it's her first time. A little experience one t hurt. At her words someone nearby chuckled, who would go to such a place to gain experience? Your heart is truly black. Jiang Yurong gritted her teeth in hatred. She had never suffered such a humiliation in her life. Sukan chuckled. Compared to you, I am far from it, Yang Diji cautiously asked. If we provide the 2,000, will you write a letter of understanding? Of course, she understood that extracting 2,500 from this couple was already the limit. Alright, I will go back to fetch the money now. As Yang Diji spoke, he pulled Jiang Yurong aside. The journey back would be arduous, and she would temporarily stay here. They had indeed brought money with them, but only 1,500. Although Jiang Yurong was infuriated. She prioritized her daughter's reputation. She could not allow Yan Yali to spend the night in the police station under any circumstances. Jiang Yurong, fuming, found a spot to sit down. Sukan beckoned Lu Wenyuan over and whispered a few words in his ear. Lu Wenyuan dashed into the courtyard. Sukan cast her gaze down at old lady Lu, still lying on the door plank. Just moments ago, during the argument with Jiang Yurong, the old lady had seemed quite engaged. Now she was whining again. Old lady, do you still want that letter of understanding? Upon hearing this, old lady Lu had herself assisted to sit up by those nearby. Yes, of course, I want it, but let me tell you. I don't have a single cent, so don't think of asking me for money. Sukan's demand for such a substantial sum from Yan Yali's parents sent shivers down her spine. Therefore, she needed to make her position clear from the outset. At that moment, she saw Lu Hongjun and Gao Yuzhen emerging from the courtyard. Sukan had called Lu Wenyuan over just to summon the couple. No money, huh? Since you have no money, I will have to close the door now. Let us see who can outlast whom. Sukan did not indulge her and turned to walk into the courtyard. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, let us go home. Lu Hongjun and Gao Yuzhen now unconditionally supported Sukan. Whatever she said, they would follow. Seeing her truly about to shut the door, old lady Lu hurriedly called out. Sukan, stop right there. She could not let her younger son spend the night in the police station. Sukan's hand resting on the gate did not budge. Let me tell you. What I want to discuss next is money. Didn't you say you have none? If you have no money, then we have nothing to talk about. Old lady Lu's lips trembled with anger. Her face turning a shade of purple. Those around her from the Lu family tried to mediate. Niece-in-law, please don't rush to leave. Let us hear what you have to say, and perhaps the old lady can find a way to resolve it? Sukan remained stationary. Fine, in front of all the gentlemen and ladies of our village, I will speak plainly. With that, she dragged Gao Yuzhen before the old lady, and Lu Hongjun followed suit. Sukan continued, old lady, now elder brother and sister-in-law are residing in my new house. This is common knowledge in our village. Since they are living in my house, I must take care of their affairs. When you expelled elder brother and sister-in-law from the Lu family, you didn't give them a single cent. Now, seizing this moment, you shall divide their household. They do not want any food, bedding, or furniture. They only require 200 yuan, you can give them that as a form of separation. Hearing this, Gao Yuzhen's eyes instantly reddened, while Lu Hongjun clenched his fists beside her. The couple had never anticipated that Sukan's first concern would be to help them with their separation. Old lady Lu exploded upon hearing this. Those two good-for-nothings, who earn not a penny day in and day out, are worth 200 yuan. Do you think our Lu family is a wealthy household? Not a cent. Sukan scoffed. Elder brother and sister-in-law may not have earned any accolades, but they have certainly worked hard. Ask your conscience, how many garments from the Lu family did elder sister-in-law sew? Which meal did you eat that she did not prepare? Elder brother worked the most in the fields, yet the white buns were consumed by others. They labored tirelessly for the Lu family. Yet what did you do? Not only did you show no gratitude, but you also verbally abused them, cursing both elders and children, and drove the entire family away. Why is it that the three siblings of Lu Dashan can attend school and enjoy good food, while the three siblings of Lu Wenwei must toil at home? If you want to talk about earning money, old lady, tell me, does Lu Hongwu's family earn money? When calculating the money in my hands, you even pushed sister-in-law forward as a shield. I just want to ask, do you still have a heart? In chapter 92, as the accounts were settled, the villagers of Taohua village were most familiar with the plight of Lu Hongjuan's family. Almost everyone concurred with Sukan's words. Lu Hongjun was known as an honest man, and nearly all the land of the Lu family was farmed by him. Gao Yuzhen was no different. She worked the fields and took on all the household chores. The couple worked tirelessly yet received no praise. Old lady Lu snorted. They are part of this family and should contribute to it. Our Taohua village has followed this way for generations. Which family hasn't not a penny earned yet demanding 200 yuan? You might as well let them kill me. Uncle Luer approached to advise Sukan, niece-in-law. We all know what you were saying, but there are only a few families in Taohua village that can rely on state rations. Everyone else survives by tilling the land. Dividing the household is fine. But I believe 200 yuan is indeed excessive. His words immediately gained the approval of the surrounding villagers, as everyone was tightening their belts and truly lacked money. Uncle Luer then turned to old lady Lu. Old lady, in front of so many people today, the household must be divided. Old lady Lu's face darkened. Dividing is fine, but only food and belongings. The eldest family has never made a penny, and I will not give them that money. Uncle Lu Er then looked at Lu Hongjun. Hongjun, you and your wife have indeed contributed significantly over the years, but you also haven't earned a cent. It is reasonable to divide belongings and food. As for money, after the division, you can earn it yourselves. Wouldn't that be fair? Lu Hongjun nodded. He was not one to fuss over such matters. We don't want money, just divide the belongings and food. Gao Yuzhen nodded in agreement. Alright, then that is settled. Once Lu Hongjun agreed, Sukin found it unnecessary to say more. Since they were dividing the household, they naturally had to go to the old Lu family to do so. Old Lady Lu grumbled as she was carried back to the old Lu family. News of the upheaval at the old Lu family spread throughout Taohua village, and anyone who heard the commotion rushed over. Surrounding the old Lu family from the courtyard to the entrance in layers. Previously, Sukin had already divided the household with Lu Jiandong. She could simply replicate the previous process. The villagers, with good intentions, lent a cart to transport all the items divided to Sukin's new house. Sukin, hurry up and write the letter of understanding. Now that the household was divided, old Lady Lu spoke with newfound confidence. Sukin sneered, we have only resolved the matters concerning elder brother and sister-in-law. My issues with Lu Jiandong are still unresolved. I cannot write that letter. Old Lady Lu's voice rose in pitch. What kind of trouble are you trying to stir now? When I first arrived in Taohua village, Lu Jiandong and the 3 children had nothing. That was why I allowed the division. However, during this period, I calculated that it is unfair to our family. Lu Jiandong has served as a soldier for over a decade, and we shall not count the time before that. He spent 3 years as a regiment commander, receiving a monthly allowance of over 120. He would only keep a few coins for himself and sent the rest back home, calculating with 100 yuan, that amounts to 1,200 a year, and over 3 years. It totals 3,600. This does not even include his previous role as a battalion commander, where he earned 90 yuan a month, or as a company commander, earning 60 yuan, and as a squad leader, earning 52 yuan. I shan't calculate the funds he earned prior to becoming a regiment commander, for after all, Lu Jiandong is your own son, and it is only right that he sends some money back to honor you both. However, you must reimburse me for the funds from these 3 years as a regiment commander. I do not seek more. I will not settle for less than 2,000. You wretched woman, why do you speak only of money? Do you think I am a money printer? Why don't you just die? You despicable creature, how did our Lu family end up with someone like you? Oh, my dear mother, why must my life be so bitter? Upon hearing Su can demand 2,000, the elderly matriarch of the Lu family could no longer contain herself, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Su Can. After venting her anger, she began to weep. Clutching her legs, the villagers nearby, hearing Su Can's demand for such a sum, began to side with the elderly matriarch, with several elderly women who usually got along with her chiming in. Jiandong's wife. One must not drive another to the brink. Are you trying to kill her? Indeed, while Jiandong has sent back so much money, it has all been spent. How can she possibly produce such a sum now? Su Can, do not press her too hard. Just ask for a little. Yes, yes. Hearing the bystanders defend the elderly matriarch, Su Can simply scoffed. Do you think I am the one pressuring her? Fine, there are matters I had wished to keep unsaid. Since we have reached this point, let us speak candidly. You all know that my sister-in-law and her 3 children were recently cast out from the old Lu family. 4 days ago, Lu Qingxing and Yang Yali went to Changlu village to retrieve my sister-in-law and her 3 children. Just before reaching the northern edge of the village, they suggested to my sister-in-law that she borrow 1,000 yuan from me. After offering this idea, they rode their bicycles back to the county town from Xingfu village. Pretending that my sister-in-law and the children had returned from her family home, when my sister-in-law asked to borrow money, I lent her 1,000. After that, I was left with another 1,000. Lu Qingxing then informed the moneylenders Qian Gaosheng and Lu Dazhuang from Lu Jiakan, instructing these 2 scoundrels to steal that 1,000 yuan while I was away. How did they lure me out? They suggested my sister-in-law jump into the reservoir, and while I rushed to the reservoir, thieves invaded my home, and upon returning, I found the 1,000 yuan had vanished. You claim I am the one pressuring her. All of you should reflect on your consciences. Could a younger brother truly scheme against his own elder brother? Not only did he deceive me, but he also plotted against my sister-in-law. The 1,000 yuan my sister-in-law borrowed from me was stolen by Lu Qingxing, who advised the second sister-in-law to take all the money while my sister-in-law was out fetching water. Why has Lu Qingxing been able to attend school these years? Is it not because of the allowances sent back by Lu Jiandong? He wears leather shoes, a watch, and rides a bicycle. Whose money is that? It is none other than the money from Lu Jiandong. Yet, Lu Jiandong is now crippled, and the 3 children appear as if they have been reduced to beggars, emaciated. Come now, tell me, does such a person have a conscience? Should I not settle this account with them? As Su Can spoke these words, the elderly matriarch of the Lu family struggled to interrupt her. However, Su Can no longer indulged her. This old woman has become insufferable. Truly believing she is made of clay. As Su Can's words fell, the crowd erupted in uproar. They were aware that the old Lu family had encountered troubles, yet the specifics of the situation, and the reason why Lu Qingxing and the others had been apprehended, had led to speculation that Su Can had deliberately leveraged her connection with Fang Chengtang to put Lu Qingxing in a difficult position. It was only now revealed that Lu Qingsheng had been the instigator. Chapter 93. The capable Su Can. Having delivered her remarks, Su Can did not linger, turning to the still lamenting elderly matriarch and stating, "I have made my position clear. I will not write a letter of understanding for a single cent less than 2,000. Now, will you give it to me or not?" The elderly matriarch, her temper flaring from the earlier exchange, seethed, gritting her teeth. "Dream on, 2,000 yuan, that would feel like tearing out her heart." Su Can remained undeterred, responding, "Very well, then await Lu Qingsheng's sentencing of 10 or 8 years. With that, she turned on her heel and left. Not pausing for even half a minute. Initially, the elderly matriarch assumed Su Can was merely posturing. Who would have thought she would depart without a backward glance? The villagers, too, believed Su Can was only attempting to intimidate the elderly matriarch. Yet they were astonished to see her truly return home. Moreover, some curious onlookers followed her to her new house, observing as she and Lu Hongjun entered and promptly locked the door behind them. The elderly matriarch, overhearing these events, felt her head throb with rage. "Oh dear, 2,000 yuan, she is demanding my life. How did I end up with such a wretched daughter-in-law?" Previously, when she cried out like this, most villagers would have sided with her. However, upon Su Can revealing the matters concerning Lu Qingsheng and Zhao Meixiang, they began to believe that Lu Qingsheng had brought this upon himself. Alas, one must not be so ruthless in their deeds. Initially, Su Can only saw 200. Had she accepted that, this matter could have been resolved amicably, yet she offered no help during the leg treatment, did not assist in building the house, and then had scoundrels pilfer her third brother's money. Such actions are indeed despicable. Who could deny it? This entire situation stemmed from their own making. 200 yuan was deemed excessive, and now it seems only 2,000 would suffice for a resolution. I believe Su Can is resolute in her demands. Without these funds, the matter will not be settled. As the elderly matriarch listened to the villagers' heated discussions, certain remarks particularly grated on her nerves, causing her to seethe with anger. "Your family is the one lacking in morality. Your entire family is lacking in morality. What is there for you to flaunt? What do you mean by this nonsense?" The elderly matriarch's outburst was well known among the villagers. They understood her temperament and knew arguing with her was futile. Soon, the crowd dispersed, each seeking to avoid her wrath. Only a few close relatives of the Lu family remained, assisting the elderly matriarch into the main room and helping her onto the Kong bed. Uncle Luer looked at the elderly matriarch and said, "Sister-in-law, I see that you cannot avoid this payment." Liu Hangwu exploded in fury. "This wretched woman is here to ruin our family. 2,000 yuan, why doesn't she just die?" Observing the attitudes of the mother and daughter, those close to the Lu family felt they had meddled enough. The elderly matriarch glared at Lu Shuiyuan, who was idly puffing on his pipe. Just smoke. I wish you would smoke yourself to death." And now they demand 2,000 yuan from us to release the fourth son, and you sit there without a word. Lu Shuiyuan sighed. "The fourth son is flesh of our flesh, and so is the third. The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh. You only care for your youngest son. But have you considered the third?" He had come to understand that Su Can, the new daughter-in-law, was not a villain. She had saved her son's life. What could he say? "You should be quiet." The elderly matriarch had never liked listening to this old man's voice. Uncle Luer spoke. "Sister-in-law, it's getting late. Perhaps we should head back. You can discuss this further." He was reluctant to get involved in this troublesome affair. "Absolutely not. If you leave, who will advocate for us?" "You cannot leave, uncle." Hearing that Uncle Luer intended to depart, the elderly matriarch quickly sat up. "Then how about this, uncle? You go speak to that Su fatty and tell her that 2,000 is simply unmanageable. Offer her 200 instead." Uncle Luer grimaced at this suggestion. "They are asking for 2,000, and you propose giving 200. I find that quite improbable. This needn't even be asked." It was a certainty he would return empty-handed. "Just go and inquire. This matter cannot simply be what she demands." Pressured by the elderly matriarch, Uncle Luer ultimately nodded in agreement to make the trip. Upon arriving at Su Can's home, he found her and Lu Hongjun busy organizing the belongings they had just divided. Upon seeing Uncle Luer, Su Can welcomed him into the room with the Kong bed, where Lu Zhandong Saturday. Although he had not been present for the earlier events, the presence of 6 children in the household meant that news traveled quickly. He had pieced together the entire situation. After Uncle Luer expressed his intentions, Lu Zhandong spoke first. "Uncle, I defer to Su Can in this matter. If she demands 2,000, I support her. If she demands 5,000, I support that too. If she desires none, I will back that as well." His stance was unequivocal, asserting that this matter must be decided by Su Can's wishes. Others' opinions held no weight. Originally, Uncle Luer had hoped to negotiate a better deal through Lu Zhandong, but now the path was entirely blocked. "Very well, I will speak to my niece-in-law. Niece-in-law, I have come to leverage my seniority. Can we lessen this 2,000 a bit? Your mother-in-law truly cannot manage it. Please consider it a favor to me." Su Can nodded. "All right, since you have spoken, I shall grant you this request. Initially, my plan was to increase the amount by 200 for each intermediary visit. But for Uncle's sake, I shall waive that and keep it at 2,000. However, from now on, for each subsequent intermediary meeting, I shall add 200. But I won't let you leave empty-handed." I will have the children bring you 2 bowls of the braised pork later. However, today the meat was entirely pushed to the ground by the old lady. Please do not take offense. Uncle Luer initially felt that his niece-in-law was being disrespectful after hearing Sukkand's earlier remarks, but upon learning that he would be served 2 bowls of braised pork, his mood shifted. Oh dear, how could one be disdainful? In our impoverished household, how many meals can we enjoy throughout the year? Allow me to speak fairly. The old lady has ruined her life with her incessant cursing. Those of us who meddle in others' affairs find it rather uncomfortable, unlike Sukkand, who took the initiative to visit and ended up receiving 2 bowls of braised pork. Uncle, your words have reminded me. If the old Lu family were to produce 2,000 yuan, you must inform them. Should anyone from the old Lu family dare to insult our kin again, I will hold the old lady accountable. In the past, Lu Jiandong, when he served as a company commander, platoon leader, and squad leader, returned all the allowances he received while in the army to me. For every insult, I will demand compensation. Moreover, I shall go directly to the commune and retrieve the letter of understanding I drafted. Let Lu Qingsheng and Zhao Meixiang serve their time in prison. As long as their family possesses wealth, they can insult us at will. If this condition is not met, I shall not write the letter of understanding for merely 2,000 yuan. Upon concluding his remarks, Sukkand did not wait for Uncle Luer to respond and turned to the outside, addressing Gao Yuzhen. Sister-in-law, please prepare 2 bowls of braised pork for the children to deliver to Uncle Air. Alright, Gao Yuzhen called the children and headed to the dining room. Chapter 94. Terribly frightened seeing Sukkand's swift actions, Uncle Luer nodded in approval. Very well, I shall return to discuss this with them. If they agree, I will come back for the letter of understanding. I appreciate your efforts, Uncle. This matter is within our household. If I do not take charge, who will? When Sukkand escorted Uncle Luer to the courtyard, she noticed Lu Wenhu carrying a basket containing 2 bowls of braised pork, preparing to take them to Uncle Luer's house along with Lu Wenyuan. Niece-in-law, your uncle feels rather embarrassed today. Oh, there is no need for embarrassment. It was high time to send some for you and Aunt Air to taste. Very well, I shall head to the Lu family now. Take care, Uncle. Upon returning to the old Lu family, Uncle Luer recounted Sukkand's intentions in detail. This matter has become complicated, dear sister. I must return once more, and it will require an additional 200 yuan. The attitude of Jiandong's wife is resolute. Not a single cent less than 2,000 yuan will suffice. If this money cannot be produced today, I will have to leave, as there is no further opportunity to negotiate. Liu Hangwu clenched his fist, producing a cracking sound. Damn it, 2,000 yuan, this woman is ruthless. Uncle Luer replied. Hangwu, regardless of the circumstances, Qingsheng should not scheme against others. We were indeed at fault first. Liu Hangwu, with a stern face, remained silent, fists clenched. Uncle Luer, recognizing his discontent, stood and declared, I shall only involve myself up to this point. If you do not gather the funds, I can no longer assist. After all, this matter pertains to sentencing, and I must return. Shuashan, we will cover this money. The speaker was Lu Shuayuan. Just as the old lady opened her mouth to object, he continued, if you do not provide the money, neither the 4th nor 2nd families will return. Do you wish to see them imprisoned? The old lady's lips moved, her mumblings likely laced with curses. Despite her reluctance to part with the money, she ultimately bore the agonizing pain and counted out 2,000 yuan to hand over to Uncle Luer. The members of the Lu family realized that the issue was not a lack of funds but rather a desire not to part with them. Uncle Luer delivered the money to Sukkand, who promptly wrote the letter of understanding without hesitation. The Lu family quickly found 2 strong individuals, who rode bicycles to the Guangming Commune's police station to bring the individuals back. Not long after the Lu family arrived at the commune, Yang Deji also returned. The round trip of over 40 miles left him drenched in sweat. After receiving the money, Sukkand composed Yang Yali's letter of understanding, and when Zhang Yurong received it, she gazed intently at Sukkand, asking the question that had been on her mind. You are not Sukkand, who exactly are you? Sukkand's eyes flickered at her words, and she leaned in to whisper in her ear, I am the one sent by heaven to punish you. Zhang Yurong shivered at those words, a chill running from her toes to the crown of her head, and she fearfully retreated several paces. As she looked at Sukkand, whose gaze was piercing, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss despite the summer heat. Swallowing hard, she hurriedly left with Yang Deji. However, before departing Taohua village, they made a stop at the old Lu family to collect all of Yang Yali's belongings. Initially intending to salvage her marriage with Lu Jiandong, they found themselves losing both the husband and nearly their daughter. With the events that transpired, the family had completely lost hope for Lu Jiandong. For the old Lu family and Zhang Yurong's family, this night proved to be a devastating blow. In contrast, for Sukkand it felt akin to celebrating the new year. A broad smile spread across her face, one that she could hardly suppress. With this turn of events, she now possessed a total of 6,640 yuan, firmly establishing her as a woman of means. Liu Hongjun and Gao Yuzhen were equally pleased. Although they did not receive any money, they had finally established their own household and possessed something of their own. While it may not have been much, it brought them joy. Sukkand promptly offered 1,000 yuan to help Lu Hongjuan's family build a new house and attend to his leg. However, Lu Hongjun refused vehemently, insisting he would not accept it. Eldest brother, if you do not want it, then keep it for yourself. Liu Zhandong, understanding his brother's character, did not insist further. It was already quite late, and Lu Hongjun and Gao Yuzhen retired to their old house to rest, while the children returned to their rooms. Sukan took a basin of water to the dining room to wash herself before returning to her room. Upon entering, she suddenly realized a significant fact. This night marked the first time since her marriage to Lu Zhandong that they would share a bed. She glanced down at her plump figure and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Lu Zhandong. Did he truly not feel discomfort marrying such a wife? It must be said that having Gao Yuzhen as a sister-in-law spared her many chores such as the freshly made pillows. What are you still standing there for? Lu Zhandong gazed at Su Ken, who stood at the door, his eyes filled with mirth. The children's bedding was ready, leaving the room occupied solely by the two of them. Su Ken climbed onto the bed, turned off the light, and lay beside Lu Zhandong. In the darkness, not being able to see his face made her feel somewhat at ease. It is inconvenient for you now. Should I sleep with sister-in-law instead, and let eldest brother tend to you? Transitioning to a marital relationship was something she found hard to adjust to. She had eagerly awaited this man's return, but now that he was truly back, she realized that the first test was for her to accept. Are you and I not married? Su Ken was taken aback by the question, then replied, not yet. We haven't even obtained our marriage certificate. Sleeping together now would be considered illegal cohabitation. Realizing this, she felt as though she had unearthed a legitimate reason to excuse herself from him. Sitting upright. No, we haven't gotten our certificate yet. We cannot sleep. Before she could finish her sentence, her hand was suddenly pulled. Su Ken was caught off guard and fell against his chest. The firm muscles felt like iron, and the man's breath enveloped her. She sensed her heart racing, her face flushing. Thankfully, the light was off, otherwise, he would have seen her embarrassing expression. Speak properly. Does it hurt if I land on you? This body of mine weighs a good 200 pounds. Seeing her flustered attempt to sit up, he smirked lightly. In the night. Do you think I am made of paper? Currently, you have injured both legs. You should be more careful. Su Ken contemplated getting off the bed but thought better of it. Despite not yet having a marriage certificate and lacking time to cultivate their feelings, they were already regarded as a genuine couple in the eyes of the entire Taohua village. Moreover, given his injuries, there was no reason for her to feel anxious. With this thought, she lay back down. Su Ken, when the next squad leader Zhao comes, we should go get our certificate at chapter 95. Waking up in his embrace, let's discuss it once your legs have healed. Su Ken interjected, then added, by the way, Lu Zhandong, you must help me lose weight. Isn't there training in your unit? Could you arrange a few suitable exercises for me? She knew well how to exercise, but if she took the initiative, it would undoubtedly raise Lu Zhandong's suspicions. If he suggested it first, it would be much more convenient. Actually, you look quite well as you are. Su Ken stared at him, somewhat speechless. Your words seem rather insincere. Who do you think is more attractive, Yang Yali or me? You are more attractive. Su Ken was even more speechless. Indeed, I may look decent. I am the village. People secretly refer to me as Su Fatty or Big Fatty. When they mention Yang Yali, she is called the pretty girl. Don't you have any discernment? I do not care about your figure. You may not care, but I do. Do you enjoy having a wife that others call names behind her back? Do you truly care for me? Seeing her somewhat irate, he asked, do you genuinely want to lose weight? Yes, I must lose weight, and I need to reach Yang Yali's figure. Alright, I will help you. Then tomorrow, please devise a weight loss plan for me. How many exercises to do daily? How many times a day? And what times are most suitable? Understood. And now, I shall sleep. It was already the early hours of the morning, and she was genuinely fatigued, her eyes closing immediately as she succumbed to sleep. Liu Zhandong refrained from disturbing her. She had been tirelessly occupied with the construction of the house and the pursuit of financial stability. Upon returning home, he had observed with his own eyes that she had lost considerable weight. Su Ken slept soundly until dawn, roused by the crowing of a rooster. Last night, the Lu Hongjun family had received a large rooster, which seemed overly excited by its new surroundings, crowing incessantly. Su Ken shifted slightly, relishing the comfort of the new mattress made by Gao Yuzhen. The fabric and cotton were both new. Gao Yuzhen had even taken the quilt outside to sunbathe, imbuing it with a delightful scent of sunshine. However, the wall beside her felt oddly warm, despite its solid structure. Su Ken, eyes still closed, reached out to touch it. Oddly enough, the texture felt unusually pleasant, smooth to the touch, and she even encountered a small bump. Wait a minute. As realization dawned, she suddenly opened her eyes, meeting Lu Zhandong's profound gaze, which was fixed on her with significant meaning. At that moment, Su Ken became acutely aware that her 50-pound thigh was draped across him, her head resting on his arm, and one hand inadvertently resting on his chest. Feeling that small bump, she thought to herself that she must surely be dreaming. How could such a surreal scene be real? Quickly she closed her eyes again, insisting to herself, this is a dream. Wake up, Su Ken. Just as she uttered those words, a light chuckle reached her ears, prompting her to snap her eyes open once more, only to find that same handsome face before her. If she still believed this to be a dream, it would be utterly foolish. Her face flushed crimson. She had never experienced anything like this in her life and was completely at a loss. I'm sorry, I must have looked quite unrefined while sleeping, Sukan stammered, her voice trembling. How mortifying. She swiftly withdrew her hand from where it had been resting, and her hefty thigh retreated as well. She propped herself up on the bed, unable to meet the man's gaze. I hope I didn't crush your leg, she said hurriedly, shifting to check for any injuries, given her robust frame. The consequences of landing on him during the night could have been dire. Liu Zhandong smiled lightly. You were resting on my thigh, well away from the injury. His words, though innocuous, struck a sensitive chord in Sukan, who had traversed from the 21st century. The mention of his thigh brought to mind. No wonder she had felt something hard earlier. Panic-stricken, Sukan leapt from the bed, feeling utterly humiliated, and exclaimed, I'm going to freshen up. As she dashed out of the room, observing her hasty retreat, Liu Zhandong couldn't help but smirk. He had never anticipated that the formidable woman who had faced the Liu family and Jiang Yuruan with such bravado could possess such a naive and bashful side. This unexpected aspect of Sukan truly intrigued him, and he found himself liking it. Throughout the morning, Sukan avoided Liu Zhandong, steering clear of the house whenever possible, as his piercing gaze made her feel conspicuously guilty. After breakfast, she informed Gao Yuzhen that she would not be attending the market today. Clutching a substantial sum of money, she intended to take the children to the county for a major shopping spree. Gao Yuzhen was taken aback when she learned that Sukan wished to include her sister-in-law. You should just take the children. I'll stay behind, there is still so much sewing to be done at home. Her presence would only serve as a burden. Oh, I can always finish those chores later. Besides, I have something important to discuss with you. Just tell me now, Gao Yuzhen insisted. That simply cannot be. This matter must be discussed on the way. With that, Gao Yuzhen felt justified in joining the journey. With Liu Hongjun present at home, there was no concern about Liu Zhandong being left unattended. The 6 children, along with Liu Yuzhen, filled the carriage to capacity. With Sukan seated at the front. Lu Wenyuan, Lu Wenhao, and Lu Xiaotian had ridden in Uncle Zhou's cart several times, but it was the first experience for Lu Wenwei and her siblings. Knowing they were headed to the county, the 3 children could hardly contain their excitement. Gao Yuzhen was equally thrilled. She hadn't visited the county since marrying Liu Hongjun, nor had she ever attended the market at Guangming Commune. Lu Wenhao took on the role of tour guide, expertly recalling where to turn and what buildings to expect. The children chattered animatedly throughout the journey. The primary purpose of their trip to the county was to purchase clothing. The Gao family was especially in need, with the children faring better than the adults, who had scarcely more than one outfit each. With summer upon them, their clothes had begun to emit an odor. Gao Yuzhen was adamant about not buying clothes for herself. Sukan pulled her aside. If we're going to be selling marinated pork at the chemical factory, you can't wear the same outfit all summer long. It will smell terrible. Moreover, since we're in the food business, we must present ourselves well. Clean attire will instill confidence in customers regarding our practices. Don't you agree? Gao Yuzhen was swayed by her reasoning. That does make sense. This time, Sukan ensured that each child received new clothing, and Gao Yuzhen and Liu Hongjun each acquired 2 items as well. However, under her insistence, they only purchased tops, as she preferred to buy fabric and sew for herself. While passing through the department store, they stopped at the sewing machine section, where Gao Yuzhen caressed the smooth surface, her eyes filled with unspoken envy. Sister-in-law, do you know how to use a sewing machine? Chapter 96, Fate Strikes Yang Yali. Chapter 97, The House Collapsed. Sukan scoffed at her words. Beasts, a person who can utter such words is the true beast, don't you think? Jiang Yuruan, you had better learn to curb your tongue. The current Sukan is no longer the meek person you once manipulated. It will. If you dare insult me again, I will have Yang Yali taken to the police station today. I challenge you to try me. Her words rendered Jiang Yuruan speechless, her retort dying on her lips. With a huff, she replied, Sukan, don't think you've won this time. We shall see, fearing that further discussion might attract unwanted attention. Particularly regarding Yang Yali's arrest, Jiang Yuruan turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Sukan couldn't help but smile, mounting her bicycle to pursue Uncle Zhou's cart. Not far from the exit, Yang Yali and her mother discovered a swelling lump where she had been struck. That fatso, I vow to never let her off the hook for this. She resolved that her nemesis should never set foot in the county again. Otherwise, she would ensure her demise. Jiang Yuruan, seething with rage, thought to herself how blind Liu Zhandong must be to overlook such a magnificent flower in favor of that cow dung known as Sukan. The events of the previous night had already left her fuming, and with her daughter now injured by Sukan, her fury reached a boiling point. Mom, it feels like Sukan has transformed entirely. She is nothing like the foolish girl who lived with us before. How could she have become so clever? This bewildering change left Yang Yali perplexed, as she had assumed she would easily outshine Sukan. She is not clever, she is just as foolish as her mother, easily manipulated. When Sukan had whispered in her ear the night before, Jiang Yuruan had felt a chill run down her spine. But upon reflection, she dismissed it as mere theatrics. Mom, who exactly is Sukan's mother? Jiang Yuruan recalled the stunning woman who had always overshadowed her in youth, seething with resentment. She is nothing remarkable. Having run off with a man years ago, I don't even know where she is now. Some truths were not meant for her daughter's ears. Yang Yali did not press further but changed the subject. Mom, there is something I didn't tell you. While I was returning today, I ran into Lu Qingxing's classmate at the entrance of the first high school. Can you guess who his father is? Who? The county magistrate. Zhang Yuruan's eyes lit up at this revelation. Lu Qingxing is classmates with the county magistrate's son. Indeed, Mom, you wouldn't believe it. The county magistrate's son couldn't take his eyes off me. Zhang Yuruan's face beamed with delight. Oh, my precious daughter, if you could marry the county magistrate's son, that would be even better than Lu Zhandong. But would I be so fortunate? Of course, how wonderful. I'll start arranging things for you. As noon approached, Sukan led them to the shop where they had previously purchased buns. She had planned to eat there before departing. But Uncle Zhou remarked that rain was likely imminent, the air was stifling, and swarms of dragonflies flitted about, signaling an impending storm. Sukan decided against lingering, purchasing buns before hurrying back. The return journey spanned over 20 miles. And if they were caught in the rain, it would be disastrous. Passing the distribution center, she bought a large 10-meter roll of thick plastic sheeting to cover the cart, along with a smaller piece to shield the sewing machine and its stand on the bike's rear seat. Should it rain, they would need some protection. Just before exiting the town, she stopped at a state-owned grocery store to buy 5 pounds of pork. Now, Lu Zhanzhong and the children both require an increase in nutrition, and she does not wish to deprive them of good food. The rain arrived with an astonishing swiftness. Before the cart could leave the county town, a torrential downpour began to pour down. Fortunately, Sukan had made preparations in advance, purchasing a long plastic sheet that could cover the cart from front to back. When doubled, the children all held the plastic sheet above their heads. And when the water accumulated too much, they poked at it with their little fingers, playing joyfully. As the road out of the county was an uphill climb, Gao Yuzhen, disregarding her objections, jumped off the cart to help push it from behind, allowing Sukan to move a bit more nimbly. Both of them ended up drenched like drowned rats. Gao Yuzhen regretted her decision as she walked. Had she known, she would not have let Wen Hu and the others come. What would happen if this sister-in-law caught a cold? Sister-in-law, just look at how happy they are, she exclaimed, observing the adorable and curious little faces beneath the plastic sheet. She felt that enduring the rain was worth it. But what if she fell ill? This family was counting on her. A little rain is nothing. I'm not made of paper. Besides, this helps with weight loss. The heavy rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before they reached the mountain summit, the downpour ceased. As they began their descent, Sukan allowed Gao Yuzhen to board the cart while she mounted her bicycle. Just as they were nearing the bottom of the slope, the rain fell with renewed intensity. This time, it did not relent until after 3 in the afternoon, when they finally returned to Taohua village. Upon entering the gate, everyone was taken aback by the sight before them. The small, dilapidated house where Lu Hongjun and Gao Yuzhen lived had entirely collapsed, with a large section of the front wall tumbling down, sending Sukan and Gao Yuzhen into a state of alarm. When they saw Lu Hongjun emerge from the new house, they breathed a sigh of relief. First, they hurriedly moved everything into the house and sent old man Zhou away. Sukan rushed under the plastic sheet to inspect the old house. Fortunately, Lu Hongjun had sensed something amiss before the roof collapsed and had moved all their belongings into the new house. Other than the house collapsing, there was no loss. What are we going to do? Gao Yuzhen's complexion changed. It had been difficult enough to secure a place to sleep, and now the rain had caused it to collapse. Where would the couple sleep now? Sister-in-law, don't we have 3 kangs, heated brick beds, in our home? Are you worried about not having a place to sleep? Sukan's words made Lu Zhanzhong nod. Sister-in-law and brother need not worry. We can squeeze in on this side and it will still be lively. But can that work? Gao Yuzhen questioned. Sukan smiled and replied, why not, sister-in-law? Here's the plan. I sleep very deeply at night, so let brother and the 4 children sleep in this room, while I share a kong with Tian Tian and you share one with Xiaoli. It was just right since she and Lu Zhanzhong were not quite accustomed to sleeping together yet, giving her a chance to adjust. Lu Zhanzhong glanced at her indifferently. That one do, you two cannot be separated. Lu Hongjun firmly rejected Sukan's suggestion. Absolutely, no matter what, we cannot let you two be apart. You are newlyweds. Gao Yuzhen chimed in, fully aware of the situation between Lu Zhanzhong and Sukan. Now that Lu Zhanzhong had finally returned, it would be utterly inappropriate to separate the newlywed couple. Sukan was at a loss for words. Of course, Lu Hongjun did not give her the opportunity to respond and made the decision. I'll spread a mat in the living room. That he referred to the guest room. Naturally, yes, that is a good idea. Your brother and I rise early, so this way, we won't disturb anyone. If there is anything going on with Zhanzhong at night, we can lend a hand. How convenient. Alright, that works. Lu Zhanzhong agreed, and Sukan felt embarrassed to oppose any further. However, she added, but this isn't a long-term solution, brother. Later on, you should write an application for a piece of land in the village. I'm currently in a good position financially. Let us build a house first. They couldn't let the family live like this indefinitely. Let us wait until the 3rd brother's leg is healed before discussing it. You've just built the house, and everything is still unsettled. Lu Hongjun replied, while you're all here, I want to discuss something with you. Lu Zhanzhong nodded. Brother, go ahead. There is a wall being built at the top of Dongshanyu Chemical Factory for 25 yuan a month. Led by the Qingshan brothers, I'm planning to join them. Sukan expressed her concern. Brother, but your leg isn't healed. My leg is fine, the bone is healing quickly, and it doesn't hurt as much now. Besides, I'll give it a try, and if it doesn't work out, I'll come back. It wasn't a problem for the entire family to stay here without contributing. Liu Zhanzhong nodded. Alright brother, since you've decided, go ahead. Sukan asked, brother, when will you start working? Anytime. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, I plan to join them then. Alright, she understood why Liu Zhanzhong would agree to let his brother take this job. After all, Lu Hongjun was the head of the family, and this concerned a man's dignity. Outside, the rain continued to pour, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Sukan took out the books and pencils she had purchased that day. And the 6 children sat in a row on the Kong, each receiving a pencil and notebook. Although Lu Wenwei and his siblings had previously lived in the old Lu family, Granny Lu had been entirely opposed to their education. Now things were different. With Sukan's arrival, no one could remain illiterate. Feeling restless on the Kong, Liu Zhanzhong was assigned this task by her. The 6 children gathered around him to learn new characters. Aunt Su, when can we listen to the radio? Lu Wenhao inquired, with the others gazing at her eagerly. After dinner, we can listen. Once Sukan finished speaking, she stepped outside to see Lu Hongjun assembling the sewing machine. She discovered that although this elder brother was usually quiet, he was exceptionally clever. He could figure out how to assemble the machine just by glancing at the instruction manual once. He even taught the two how to thread it. With the sewing machine, Gao Yuzhan's enthusiasm for work surged. That very night, she made a pair of trousers for both Lu Hongjun and Liu Zhanzhong. When Sukan received the first pair, she gave Gao Yuzhan a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, your skills are exceptional. If you iron the center seam with a press, it would be perfect for sale. Previously, having only seen her sewing quilts, Sukan had no idea she could also tailor. Gao Yuzhan blushed and said, I'm just messing around. When my old trousers wore out, I started stitching them up and gradually learned. In the past, she would disassemble and resew the soiled clothes of the entire Lu family every year. The ordinary tops and trousers were treated the same way. After making them several times, she could also work with new fabric. That first night, with the radio, the children surrounded Liu Zhanzhong and listened until late. Sukan glanced at her newly bought watch. It was already 11 at night, so she hurriedly sent the children back to their rooms. After they left, Lu Hongjun came in to help Liu Zhanzhong use the restroom. Sitting on the edge of the Kong, Sukan looked at Liu Zhanzhong and asked, where's my weight loss plan? Are you really going to do it? Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to register with you. She certainly did not want her current appearance to be reflected on their marriage certificate. If she were in the 21st century in another profession, it would be one thing, but as a bodyguard, she could not allow herself to maintain such a figure. Liu Zhanzhong stared at her in silence for 2 seconds before pulling out a piece of paper from under the pillow and handing it to her. As Sukan took it and glanced at it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Did you write this? It's beautiful. The characters on the grid paper were vigorous and powerful, with energy that seemed to penetrate the page. She truly did not expect this man to possess such excellent penmanship. If you like it, I can write for you every day. Sukan shot him a glance, quickly perusing the contents, from beginning to end. She couldn't help but give this man a thumbs up. No wonder he was a soldier. The exercises he detailed were unlike those of ordinary people. There were push-ups, weighted cross-country running, climbing, skipping rope, all meticulously detailed. Each action listed how many sets to perform daily, all clearly written out. This is fantastic. I'll start training tomorrow. The training regimen outline was not something just anyone could stick to. There is no need to be so dedicated. You realize, during this time, you've already lost quite a bit. In truth, he had intentionally written it out to gauge Sukan's reaction and dissuade her. Who would have thought she would be so excited about it? Sukan flashed him a confident smile. Losing this little bit of weight isn't enough. I was panting while riding my bike today. As she spoke, she set her watch to wake up early the next day. She had long wanted to buy a watch because her heavy body had always prevented her from waking up on her own in the morning. Now that she had a watch, she no longer had to worry about this problem. After setting the time, Sukan placed a quilt between her and Liu Zhanzhong. What does this mean? Are you rejecting me? Liu Zhanzhong asked, looking at the quilt between them. Misunderstand, you have an injury on your leg and I'm so heavy. I tend to be restless at night. This way, I won't cross the line and end up pressing on your leg. Liu Zhanzhong gazed at her meaningfully, fell silent for 2 seconds, and unexpectedly nodded. Alright, let us do it your way. Hearing him say that, Sukan immediately felt relieved. As they turned off the lights and settled down to sleep, the quilt between them alleviated her mental burden, allowing her to quickly drift into slumber. The next morning, when the watch alarm rang, Sukan awoke, her eyes opening just as she prepared to rise. However, her entire body froze in place. In a posture reminiscent of the previous day, she clung to the man beside her like an octopus, her 50-pound thighs draped over his waist. Beneath her neck lay his powerful arms. Chapter 99, Uplifting News. Sukan's mind was a blank. At this moment, the mortifying scene felt as if it could lead her to the brink of despair. Who could possibly inform her about the wall she had erected between them last night? Awake, Lu Jiandong spoke first, his eyes crinkling with mirth, seemingly unperturbed. I apologize. Sukan, feeling particularly awkward, retracted her legs. Before he could utter a word, she leaped off the bed and darted out like the wind. She truly needed a moment to collect herself. Liu Jiandong watched her retreating figure with a smile. This woman was indeed quite fascinating. In arguments, her mind was sharp, targeting the crux of the matter. When it came to building, she was generous and commanding. In business, her wits were nimble, yet, in his presence, she resembled a shy, innocent girl. Sukan's inner monologue: in her past life, she had mastered numerous skills. Yet the art of romance remained elusive. Upon stepping outside, she realized the rain still fell, albeit lighter than the previous day, yet it could still be classified as moderate, with no option to construct a wall atop Dongshan. Lu Hongjun donned a piece of plastic sheeting and began to gather stones that had fallen from the old house on the west side. Meanwhile, Jia Yuzhen had already commenced preparing lunch in the dining area. Sukan draped herself in a plastic sheet, took her toothbrush to the dining room, and after fetching water, began brushing her teeth in the yard. As she brushed, her gaze became lost in the rainwater before her. If this downpour continued, her pig farming business would be severely affected. After finishing breakfast, Sukan resolved to take a stroll around the village. Since arriving at Taohua village, she had yet to thoroughly explore the area. Fearing she might get lost, Yao Yuzhen accompanied her, both of them clad in plastic sheets. As they stepped outside, Taohua village was nestled at the foot of the mountains, extending north to south while being shorter east to west. 3 roads traversed the village from north to south, the highest and widest being frequented mostly by the villagers, with the majority of traffic coming from coal trucks arriving from the southern coal mine. Laden with coal for the provincial city, passing through Taohua village saved several dozen miles of travel, thus drivers were more than willing to take this route. The middle road was the village's main thoroughfare. The most even and the most traveled, the western road, slightly lower in elevation, saw the least foot traffic. As they passed the village committee office, Sukan noticed the door locked, but a fist-sized gap revealed a tractor inside. A sight that surprised her. Inquiring with Gao Yuzhen, she learned that not only did the village possess a tractor, but there were 3 in total. Beyond the one owned by the brigade, 2 production teams also had one each. The specifics of these tractors were unknown to Gao Yuzhen, but the Zhou family lived nearby, prompting Sukan to visit them. Gao Yuzhen returned home ahead of her. As she entered the courtyard, a stranger emerged from the main room, holding a commonly used black leather bag, evidently from another village. Zhou Qingshan greeted Sukan and escorted the stranger out. Upon entering the main room, both Zhou Changting and Li Shulan warmly welcomed her. The families had always maintained a good relationship, and following the events of the previous night, Sukan's standing among the villagers had risen even higher. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Qingshan entered the room. Without waiting for Sukan to ask, Zhou Changting informed her that the departing individual was a clerk from the township, delivering government materials, household contracting, responsibility to individuals. Does that mean we will each cultivate our own land? Sukan had learned about household contracting from books in her past life. She never anticipated becoming a witness to its implementation so soon after her arrival. If memory served, in 1978, 18 farmers in a southern village were the first to adopt this practice, resulting in a doubling of grain production and greatly boosting the morale of the populace. Subsequently, it began to roll out nationwide. Now, in 1979, she had not expected this wave of reform to reach here so swiftly. Yes, this document does not mean that all villages will implement household contracting at once. Our commune is piloting it in 2 villages, one in Wali and the other being ours. Wali refers to the low-lying plains near the Yellow River, suitable for irrigated crops. When will it commence? After the autumn harvest, we can begin measuring the land. Sukan nodded, then shifted the conversation. Zhou uncle, what will happen to the brigade's tractor then? Zhou Changting smiled wryly. Those will undoubtedly be sold. However, given our village's situation, where every household is struggling, I suspect we might not find any buyers locally and may have to reach out to neighboring villages. Upon hearing this, Sukan's eyes sparkled. Zhou uncle, we should buy one for our family. The Zhou family was taken aback by her statement. Li Shulan kindly remarked, Nisan-Lao Jiandong is a soldier. Once his injury heals, he must return to the army. Who will operate the tractor in your household? I will. Her declaration once again astonished the Zhou family. Zhou Qingshan hastily urged her sister-in-law, that thing is no toy. I've never heard of a woman driving a tractor in our entire township. Zhou Changting concurred, niece-in-law, just this spring Lu Erk's son overturned a tractor and broke his leg. No women have operated one. Although he knew Sukan had money, he doubted her capability to operate a tractor. Uncle, rest assured, I guarantee I can drive it, but waiting until autumn is far too long. Zhou uncle, may I purchase the tractor now? Of course, I was just worried it wouldn't sell. The document on household contracting has already been issued. It's a done deal. I heard that a village in the south began household contracting last year with great success. Their achievement is what prompted us to initiate it here. If you hadn't come, I intended to wait until the rain stopped to announce it with a loudspeaker, asking who in the village might want to buy a tractor. You're quite timely, niece-in-law, if you're serious about buying. I can take you to see it right away, oh uncle. I am indeed serious about purchasing it. I'll check it out and then return home for the money. Such matters were not one Sukan would second guess. Alright, let's go. Zhou Changting was equally excited. Selling a tractor would significantly benefit the village committee. Upon hearing that Sukan was genuinely interested, Zhou Qingshan decided to accompany them. The Zhou residence was merely a stone's throw from the brigade office. And they arrived at the entrance in no time. Zhou Changting retrieved his keys and opened the door, and as Sukan stepped into the yard, she finally caught sight of the tractor in its entirety. Zhou Changting went inside to turn on the loudspeaker, summoning the village officials. Meanwhile, Sukan and Zhou Qingshan observed the tractor, which the brigade office seemed to cherish greatly, as it had been sheltered with straw. Chapter 100, The Earth Digger. Brother Qingshan, who usually drives this tractor in our village? I do. Sukan was somewhat surprised by his response. You, that's wonderful. Will you teach me how to drive it? Zhou Qingshan scratched his head. Sister-in-law, are you really going to buy it? Women can't just drive this. You won't even be able to turn that lever. His skepticism wasn't born from disdain but rather from a belief that women lacked the strength. This tractor was quite an investment. Purchasing it only to have it sit idle would be a waste. If I can't manage it, I'll find someone to help me operate it. Don't worry, if I say I'm buying it, I won't let it gather dust at home. Seeing her determination, Zhou Qingshan ceased his attempts to dissuade her. He began explaining the tractor's starting mechanism. To his surprise, Sukan demonstrated an exceptional aptitude for learning. After just one explanation, she grasped how to start it. As the rain subsided, Sukan addressed Zhou Qingshan. Brother Qingshan, would you take me for a spin? I'd like to see how you drive it. Sure, Zhou Qingshan readily agreed, starting the tractor and leading Sukan down the western road of the village, which was broader and smoother, making it easier to learn. He brought the tractor to a downhill stretch before turning back. Brother Qingshan, I think I got it. Let me give it a try. Zhou Qingshan looked at her, puzzled, but eventually nodded. Alright, with me guiding you, it should be fine. Zhou Qingshan restarted the tractor, and Sukan took the driver's seat. Driving with remarkable ease, having piloted planes and tanks in her past life, she was adept with all motor vehicles, and operating a tractor felt like child's play to her, unbeknownst to Zhou Qingshan. He was left in sheer disbelief at her prowess. He drove the tractor from the brigade office, but it was Sukan who truly circled the village, uphill, downhill, turning, and going straight. She navigated it all with steadiness and skill, operating it as if she had years of experience. As she approached her home, she requested Zhou Qingshan to wait a moment while she informed Lu Zhandong about her intention to buy the tractor. Naturally, Zhou Qingshan did not involve himself in this matter. Upon entering, she found Lu Hongjun tidying up the small room while Gao Yuzhen worked at the sewing machine, crafting garments. The 6 children sat on the kong beside Lu Zhandong, learning characters from him. Sukan asked the children to step outside for a moment, closing the door behind her as she explained her plan to buy the tractor to Lu Zhandong. You can drive it. After she finished speaking, Lu Zhandong unexpectedly turned his gaze towards Sukan. I learned from the Qingshan brothers on the West Road, and I have already mastered it. Moreover, the tractor is parked right outside our front gate. I drove it here myself, but the Qingshan brothers are waiting outside. If you agree, I can go to the brigade office to pay the money right now. Why buy a tractor? Lu Zhandong inquired. Our village is quite distant from the county town. First, it can serve as a means of transportation, saving us considerable time. Secondly, I wish to expand the pig slaughtering business. We have many children in our family, and I need to plan for their future. Lastly, it will make any household chores much easier. Lu Zhandong remained silent for a few seconds, then replied, then you should call in the Qingshan brothers. Alright, this time, Lu Zhandong did not support Sukan as he had before. He had his reservations. After all, there was no precedent for a woman operating a tractor. If she were in the military, he wouldn't be concerned, but Sukan was not a soldier. Zhou Qingshan soon entered the room, bubbling with excitement as he recounted Sukan's recent performance to Lu Zhandong. Brother Zhandong, your sister-in-law is incredible. I've never seen a woman so intelligent and bold. Her memory is phenomenal. I explained everything once, and she remembered it all. Upon hearing Zhou Qingshan's account, Lu Zhandong looked at Sukan with eyes full of anticipation and nodded. Alright, let us proceed with the purchase. A smile instantly illuminated Sukan's face. Then I will go pay. Zhou Qingshan exited first, and Sukan tucked 2,000 yuan into her pocket before following him out. As she departed, she specifically asked Lu Hongjun to accompany her to the brigade office to assist with the tractor's operation. On the way to the brigade office, Lu Hongjun sat in the back of the truck, astonished as he watched Sukan skillfully maneuver the tractor, bringing him and Zhou Qingshan to the brigade office. Upon disembarking, he stole several glances at Sukan. Though he remained silent, his eyes expressed disbelief and astonishment. He had thought that this sister-in-law was already impressive, yet she had surpassed all expectations. He was not the only one stunned. Zhou Qingshan shared his astonishment. The tractor was driven back to the brigade office, but Sukan did not park it inside. Instead, she halted at the entrance. Sister-in-law, have you driven a tractor before? Zhou Qingshan asked incredulously. Generally, rural women not only struggle to master such machinery, but the deafening roar of the tractor's engine often sends most of them scurrying away in fear. Yet, this woman operated it with more steadiness than he. A seasoned driver. Sukan understood why he was surprised and smiled. I suppose I have a natural interest in machinery, and I have a good memory. As long as I listen attentively, I can usually remember everything after just one explanation. Zhou Qingshan admired her and gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Lu Hongjun remained outside as the two entered the brigade office, where the village officials had already gathered. Zhou Changting had informed everyone about Su Kan's intention to purchase the tractor. And several village officials were quite excited. Su Kan had become the wealthiest person in the village. Everyone in Taohua village now knew she possessed over 6,000 yuan. Nephew's wife, we have discussed it. And we have set the price for the tractor at 1,500 yuan. If you find it too steep, perhaps you should consult Jiandong first, as this sum is quite substantial. Though aware of Su Kan's wealth, producing 1,500 yuan at once was no trivial matter. Zhou Qingshan interjected. Father, sister-in-law just drove the tractor home. Brother Jiandong has agreed to the purchase. Is that so? Zhou Changting immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the other village officials smiled in response. Uncle Zhou, I have brought the money, let us write a receipt. Very well. Su Kan handed over 1,500 yuan to the village accountant. After the accountant prepared the receipt, Zhou Changting signed it, and it was finally stamped with the village seal before being handed to Su Kan. Upon receiving the receipt, Su Kan joyfully exited the brigade office. Zhou Changting and the village officials followed her outside, curious to see whether Zhou Qingshan's claim about Su Kan's tractor skills was true. Such matters seemed unbelievable without witnessing them firsthand. Lu Hongjun cranked the tractor to life and climbed into the back. Su Kan waved goodbye to Zhou Changting and the others as she drove away, watching the tractor grow smaller in the distance. Zhou Changting and the village officials stood there, dumbfounded.